just because she's mine.
Now I'm not afraid that she'll leave me, 'cause she's not the kind who'll be unfair.
But instead I trust her implicitly. She can go where she wants to go, do what she wants to do. I won't care. The object of my affection can change my complexion from white to rosy red. Anytime she holds my hand and tells me that she's mine. I won't care. The object of my affection can change my complexion from white to rosy red. Anytime she holds my hand and tells me that she's mine, the object of my affection is mine. The object of my affection.
Time to go. This is Pete Matthews for American Airlines, and we wish you a beautiful and peaceful Friday. WLW Cincinnati. It's 5 o'clock and time for the latest news from WLW Communications Exchange. President Kennedy will visit that rare thing, a Republican city in the South, on Friday. Dallas has turned to the GOP in recent years, but the city is important in Mr. Kennedy's plans for next year, since he carried Texas by only 43,000 votes in 1960. Thursday, the president visited San Antonio, where the reception was warm, and Houston, where it was not so warm. He's spending the night in Fort Worth. A lawyer for James Hoffa says he'll appeal a ruling that bars him from practicing in a federal court in Nashville, Tennessee. The lawyer, Z.T. Osborne, was barred from the court when two judges ruled that he tried to bribe the jury in a Hoffa case coming up. The judges said Osborne admitted offering the bribe through a middleman, but Osborne asked the public to reserve judgment until he appeals. He also said the Teamsters president had nothing to do with the alleged bribe. The threat of a nationwide railroad strike is back now. The sleeping car porters union is threatening to walk out next month unless it wins a 40-hour week, higher wages, and greater job security. Leaders of the AFL-CIO voted Thursday to back the porters. An AFL-CIO spokesman said a strike would halt every train in the country. There were tears in both Republican and Democratic eyes Thursday when Congressman John Burns of Wisconsin explained his investment in a company that figures in the Robert Baker investigation. Burns, a Republican, admitted buying the stock before it was available to the public and at a much lower price than the public paid, but said he did nothing wrong. Toward the end of his speech, Burns wiped his eyes, as did others, and the entire House stood and applauded. A declaration agreed on by Russia and the United States on outer space travel goes before a UN committee Friday. The declaration was announced Thursday, covering the legal aspects of outer space exploration. However, it omits any mention of spy-in-the-sky satellites by either nation. The drafters hope the 28-member Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space will sponsor a resolution sending the document before the General Assembly. The U.S. and Russia are continuing their argument about the East German Highway. A Russian note released by the Soviet news agency lays the blame on American officers. It says they refused to submit to the normal procedures early this month when an American convoy was delayed 41 hours. Russia's note was in reply to an American note saying the Soviets are changing the highway procedures arbitrarily. Red China has warned the United States it will help Cambodia militarily should it become engaged in fighting with South Vietnam and Thailand. The announcement followed Cambodia's decision Wednesday to stop receiving U.S. economic and military aid on grounds America is planning to undermine the Cambodian government. Both South Vietnam and Thailand are anti-communists and receive U.S. support. Prime Minister Hayato Ikeda's pro-American Conservative Party has defeated left-wing opposition in Japan's parliamentary elections. The turnout in Thursday's balloting was the lowest since the end of World War II. At the halfway point in the counting, the Conservatives had nearly 61% of the votes. Pope Paul is expected to officially declare the acceptance Friday of a document which allows modern languages to be substituted for Latin in some Catholic services. The Ecumenical Council, which gave preliminary approval to the document Thursday, will have a final vote on it at the same time. This will be the first major work completed by the Council. But now, ventriloquist Eugene Lambert of Dublin has been convicted of making a false declaration. The 34-year-old Irish comedian and ventriloquist admitted he obtained a driver's license for his dummy Finnegan, but he said he did it only to prove that anyone can get a license in Ireland. WLW Weather Service forecast for Cincinnati and the Ohio Valley. Well, showers developing in eastern Indiana, central Kentucky moving eastward now. Possibly a few showers in the greater Cincinnati area sometime around 6 a.m. Some showers throughout the region today, increasing in frequency late this afternoon. Now, the current temperatures are mostly in the mid-50s over the Ohio Valley, 56 in Cincinnati, and that's the news. Little Maria, 6 years old, desperately needs glasses. Her impoverished parents can't afford them. Who can help this child? You, through New Eyes for the Needy, your old glasses, silver, costume jewelry, and watches can be converted into glasses for needy persons by volunteer workers. Won't you please send them to New Eyes for the Needy, Short Hills, New Jersey. WLW, Cincinnati.
Okay, come on, get up. It's time for Dateline RFD. Good morning. This is Dateline RFD. It's a rather sleepy morning from the looks of the people that you have to work with around here this time of morning. And you resemble that remark, Pete Matthews says. Well, they're getting a little tired, I presume. They've been around here since about 11 o'clock last night. Here we get up bright and cheerful and sunny with a wonderful disposition about 3 o'clock in the morning. Rush down to work, get everything on the air, get the whole day started. Then the vice presidents come down at 9:30 for coffee. It's 6.5 minutes after 5 o'clock, and I'd better get to work, or I won't be here tomorrow.
You're the highest fidelity, most cheerful announcer in radio today.
Thank you very much, Pete Matthews. I see where the Roman Catholics at the lunch for the president in Dallas, Texas today had a dispensation to eat sirloin steak, although it's Friday. A church spokesman said the president didn't need one. The Diocese of Fort Worth and Dallas granted the dispensation since most of the crowd expected at the Trade Mart for the lunches are non-Catholic. A spokesman said that the president didn't need the dispensation since he's commander-in-chief of the armed forces and church laws of fast and abstinence do not apply to the military. Plans to feed the president the biggest, juiciest steak in Texas fell through, though. Secret Service said that it'll choose the president's steak for him at random from the 2,000 that are cooked. is a customary precaution where the president dines at public gatherings. In the farm news from Washington, a bipartisan Senate group is calling for Senate hearings on proposed new grade standards for wheat. The change in wheat standards were proposed by the Agriculture Department last summer. USDA held public hearings on the controversial plan, and the department officials are studying the arguments for and against new grade standards. Now a group of senators want a congressional airing of the pros and cons before the USDA makes a final decision. And that request comes from a group of 11 senators, including the Senate Majority Leader and Assistant Majority Leader, Senators Mansfield of Montana and Humphrey of Minnesota. Also in the group, Senators Mudd of South Dakota and Young of North Dakota. A dozen senators signing the request include 2 from Montana, 2 from Minnesota, all from North and South Dakota, both Washington state senators, and Senator Moss of Utah. The lawmakers want the hearings on wheat standards by the Senate Agriculture Committee sometime in the middle of next month. The proposal would tighten up wheat standards, reducing present allowances for dockage and other defects. The plan has the backing of the producer groups, including the Great Plains Wheat Incorporated. These groups say tighter grade standards will help promote more cash sales for American wheat abroad. On the other side, critics, including the National Federation of Grain Cooperatives. These groups say the proposed changes would mean lower wheat prices for farmers, and the Federation is proposing an alternative that the United States Department of Agriculture consider a special set of wheat grades for use only on export sales. Administration farm officials are expected to oppose a new dairy bill sponsored by Democratic Congressman Stratton of New York. His bill would apply to federal milk marketing orders and would allow farmers to reject amendments to an order without the danger of killing the entire marketing order. Agriculture Department officials have not made any formal comment yet on Stratton's plan, but one informed source says the USDA probably will oppose the idea, probably will take the position that Stratton's plan would contradict the basic purposes of the marketing order law. See, right now, while I think of it, I want to ask you something. Are you getting gray? If so, here's sensational news and a special introductory offer to prove that right now you can easily cover your gray hair, recapture its natural, youthful look in about 10 days with an amazing new hairdressing discovery called RD. RD not only effectively conceals the gray, but also grooms and conditions your hair to perfection, and you use it just like any other fine hair tonic. But here's the difference with RD. Day by day, you see a gradual change until in about 10 days, the gray in your hair is no longer visible. Looks as it did before it turned gray. So men, don't let gray hair make you look older, and don't let it handicap you. Right now, get RD and get your natural, youthful look back. And you don't buy RD in any store in this area at any price. Right now, for 10 days, the Raymond Research Corporation of New York will send it to you by mail in a plain wrapper. And you send only $2.98. The sponsor pays the taxes and postage. Address RD Box 7, WLW, Cincinnati, 2, Ohio, and get rid of your gray hair. But don't, you send $2.98, yes, but you can't buy it in a store, as I mentioned. That's RD Box 7, WLW, Cincinnati, 2, Ohio. And remember, you have everything to gain, nothing to lose. RD covers your gray, makes you look and feel years younger, or you get your money back. And remember, this offer is good now for only a few more days. So right now, send your check or money order for $2.98 to RD Box 7, WLW, Cincinnati, 2, Ohio. Chairman of the House Wheat Subcommittee hopes to schedule hearings on possible new wheat legislation sometimes next month. And it comes from Democratic spokesman Purcell of Texas. Says no dates for the consideration of the bill have been arranged yet, but he wants to get to work on the issue as soon as possible. An Agriculture Department marketing specialist said the food industry ranks very low among American research groups. The comment comes from Philip Dwoskin of the USDA's Marketing Economics Division, and he says that in 1962 a total of about $16 billion was spent on all forms of research in the United States, and nearly three-quarters of it by industrial firms. Much of the research done by industrial firms was defense work performed with federal money. But a great deal of the research came in the fields of new and better products. And Dwoskin says that the food industry accounted for less than 1% of the total research spending, an industry which is the largest in the nation on the basis of total sales. And the economist says it's possible that food research spending currently represents all that can be done efficiently. But he says it's also possible that without a greater research effort, the food industry will lose ground to other competitors for the consumer dollar. So goes the farm news from Washington. What is patriotism? Is it displaying the flag on national holidays, removing your hat when the flag passes by? Well, it's more than that. One practical way to display your patriotism is by the regular purchase of United States savings bonds. You get $4 at maturity for every $3 you spend. So be a practical patriot and buy and hold United States savings bonds. Our guest this morning is from the University of Kentucky. Lyle Leonard, Extension Specialist in Soil and Water Conservation, and his topic is cornstalk cover.
Well, we've had an awfully good corn crop in Kentucky this year, and corn is really contributing to the economy of the state an awful lot more than it used to in the way of feed and sale value both. There's another part of that corn crop, though, that is still very valuable, and that is the stalks that make the cover on the land. Now then, if the stalks just stand up and wave in the wind all winter, of course they don't make much cover. But there is an opportunity to disc those stalks down, cut them into the surface, and add a lot to the organic matter and give the soil an awful lot of protection for the winter. It's a good thing to shred these stalks if it can be done. If you got a shredder attachment for a rotary mower that some people have now, that's a good practice. It gets the stalks cut up more and spreads them over the land more, and they get into, well, the soil better. If you don't have that, as most people don't, it's a good thing to just disc them down across the slope of the soil, because that way they give a lot of protection. They hold back the water, the runoff water as it comes, and give more land cover. And it's surprising how much that does protect the land, too. If you don't believe it, just go out someday and pick up a leaf of something on the land as compared to bare land right beside it. The bare land will be crusted over and will be tight underneath the leaf. It'll be nice and crumbly. And that is what soil needs, as much of that as we can, to protect it from the freezing, to make good structure there, help build good structure. It'll carry over from next year to next year. And, of course, the more protection, the more solid cover of any kind that you can get over soil during the winter, the more protection you get from the beating of the rain. Now, this corn crop, as I say, it's a big corn crop, and there's a lot of organic matter can be added to the soil and give a lot of protection from erosion to the soil over winter if it's just handled right. Now is the time to get it down just into the surface, across the slope, and get it where it'll do the most possible good.
Winter's fun for youngsters, but for many adults, cold weather means misery, especially for those who suffer the minor pains of arthritis and rheumatism. But there is a way to get quick temporary relief with Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub. You get the double benefit of a fast-acting pain reliever, methyl salicylate, plus deep heating. Deep heating action. Get greaseless, stainless Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub today.
It's 16 and a half minutes after 5 o'clock, and at 4 o'clock this morning I heard Pete Matthews say it was going to rain at 6 this morning. Where he got his information, I don't know. I'm going to take you now to the Radar Weather Service and get the facts and the figures from our meteorologist, Frank Pierce, and he'll probably give us a forecast for the weekend. To our Radar Weather Service, good morning, Frank Pierce.
And good morning, Howard Chamberlain, and good morning to all of you people out there. Yes, Pete isn't too far off base with that one. I don't know that it'll be raining here by 6 o'clock, but certainly there is rain in the area here, and it looks as though there is more to be added in the way of moisture. And, Howard, I think finally maybe we can say it's going to rain. I've been watching the radar reflections from a good part of the nation here, and as far as we can see now, we have quite a bit of shower activity over Indiana, over western Kentucky, and actually indications, at least, that it's aloft over the southwestern part of Ohio, and we certainly have the heavy cloud here to support all of that. Further on west, we have quite a bit of radar activity from throughout the complete length of the Mississippi River Valley, all the way from the Minnesota and Wisconsin areas down through Iowa into Missouri, on across Arkansas into Oklahoma and Texas, and there are numerous showers and even some thunder showers in there, and the little bands within it that are rather vigorous along the western side of Missouri now, and those are moving eastward at about 20 miles an hour. The ones that are extending over the western half of our Ohio River Valley are moving eastward as well at about 25 miles an hour. Now, to follow all of this, there's some cold air that is blasted down through Minnesota into the northern parts of Minnesota, and then extends on across the Dakotas into Nebraska and down into actually the northwestern side of Kansas. And their temperatures are in the 20s, in fact, into the teens in most of the area. And, of course, meeting with the warm air has caused showers of snow, steady snow, sleet, rain, and freezing rain. It's brought driving hazards throughout the central and northern parts of the Great Plains states. That cold air is moving slowly eastward, and it seems now to be building once again. So it looks as though we're going to have to look for it to be affecting our own area here before too long. It won't be today, tonight, and tomorrow, but very likely it'll be working close enough tomorrow to start some cooling in Indiana at least, and then some cooling by the end of Saturday throughout the listening area, and of course again then on Sunday. That could bring snow across the Great Lakes. It could bring some freezing rain possibly into the northern side of our own Ohio and Indiana regions. But right now surface temperatures would seem to hold that off a bit since the ground is quite warm. Temperatures right now 56 in Cincinnati with the humidity at 90%, Dayton, Ohio 57, Columbus is at 54, Lima 53, so is Marion 53, and Hamilton 56 degrees. Portsmouth, Ohio with clear skies, and so some patchy ground fog there to take the place of cloud, 48. At Louisville, Kentucky 58 under cloudy skies, and Lexington 54. In the Hoosier state of Indiana, showers around Fort Wayne now with a temperature of 56 degrees and extending down to 56 at Muncie and Richmond, Indiana. 55 under cloudy skies at Indianapolis, Indiana. So our WLW weather forecast to reflect all this moisture. A very cloudy, windy, and rather mild type of day here in store, and actually continuing into tonight with much the same type of weather. Showers and a chance of some thunder showers. The thunder showers and shower idea mostly in western Kentucky and into Indiana this morning, and occasional rains into western Ohio here this morning too, and into central Kentucky, and the whole idea of rains and showers moving over to the Appalachian Mountains then during the night tonight. The showers will bring considerable moisture according to the 5-day outlook. That in a minute. Right now the highs for today in the 50s and 60s with 66 expected here in Cincinnati. And then on Saturday, we'll look for cloudy, windy weather, occasional showers or light rains, at least early in the day or the first half of the day. Then it'll be turning cooler in Indiana and then colder throughout the area Saturday night and Sunday. That 5-day forecast says we can expect up to an inch or more of rain now, and that to start as showers today or light rain and then showers today, and scattered showers and thunder showers tonight and again tomorrow, and right on through with periods of showers into Monday. So maybe some real adequate moisture coming in here by the looks of it right now. Don't know how it's going to get around it. 3 to 5 degrees above normal is the slant on the temperatures for the next 5 days. The normals now should be about 49, and the normal lows should be about 33. So we could expect to be generally above freezing as an average over the next 5 days. 56 in Cincinnati now, and that's the weather.
Don't forget, you fellas that are getting gray, here's sensational news for you, a special introductory offer to prove that you can easily cover up your gray hair and recapture its natural, youthful look, whatever your original color of hair was, in about 10 days, with an amazing hairdressing discovered and called RD. RD not only effectively conceals the gray, but also grooms and conditions your hair to perfection. And you use RD like any other fine hair tonic. But here's the difference. Day by day, you see a gradual change until in about 10 days, the gray in your hair is gone, and it looks like it did before. So don't let gray hair rob you of your opportunity and make you look older and handicap you. Right now, get RD for that natural, youthful look. Now, you can't buy it in a store, but right now, you can send to WLW and get it from us. The Raymond Research Corporation of New York will send it to you by return mail in a plain wrapper. So send $2.98 in check or money order. The address is RD, Box 7, WLW, Cincinnati 2, Ohio. You've everything to gain, nothing to lose, and they will cover your gray hair or you get your money back. RD in WLW, Box 7, Cincinnati 2, Ohio.
So hard they could not stand.
Let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land.
Tell old Pharaoh,
let my people go.
Thus saith the Lord. Old Moses said,
let my people go.
If not, I'll smite your firstborn dead.
Let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land.
Tell Pharaoh,
people go.
Now you sing.
No more shall they in bondage toil.
Let my people go.
Let them come out with Egypt's spoil.
Let my people go.
Sorry, we won't have time for the rest of that. We got to get along with our news. First, I'd like to remind you farmers about an offer that will boost your 1964 farm income. It's the Big 3 offer for new subscribers from Doane Agricultural Service, America's respected authority on how to farm for more profit. And here's what you get for only $2. Number one, you get Doane's new 300-page book, published to sell for $4.95 and filled with ideas on modern farm management. Number two, you get Doane's exclusive tax reports that show you how to save money that you can't afford to pay out unnecessarily. It's worth $10 of any man's money. And number three, as a new subscriber, you receive the famous Doane Agricultural Reports, published twice monthly. You get all this for $2, so send today for Doane's astonishing Big 3 bargain offer. The Farm Business Manual, Doane's new tax reports, and the Doane Agricultural Reports. 30 reports in all for 3 full months for just $2. Just print your name and address on a postcard. Send it to Doane, D-O-A-N-E, in care of the station. Don't send any money because Doane will bill you later. That's Doane in care of WLW. Now hurry, because this offer has only one more day. Tomorrow is the last day. In the news this morning, a University of Cincinnati student was killed. 3 other youths injured in a one-car accident in the city shortly after midnight. Police identified the youth killed as John Glauner, G-L-A-U-N-E-R, 18 years old, of Britton Street in Madisonville. Passenger in a car that missed a curve on the Beachmont Avenue Viaduct at Linwood Road hit a pole, a sign stanchion, and overturned on a lawn. A teenage Kentucky girl from Covington was fatally wounded in the chest last night in her home with a shotgun that her brother was cleaning. 16-year-old Mary Kinzer died at surgery at St. Elizabeth Hospital 3 hours after the accident. There are reports this morning of Cincinnati police investigation of alleged kickbacks paid to city employees in the sale of salvage items in the city's Queensgate Urban Renewal Project. The kickback payments amount to thousands of dollars allegedly paid some employees in the Urban Renewal Department. The investigation is said to have been touched off by an affidavit provided by a department employee who had been fired from his job. He apparently has charged that the city has not received his 50% share in the sale of salvage, that the money was confiscated by employees and not turned over to the city. First stop for President Kennedy today is Dallas on his second day of his trip around Texas. Dallas has gone Republican lately, and there are sure to be some protests among the crowds. Yesterday, the President and Mrs. Kennedy were warmly greeted in San Antonio. In Houston, the crowds were big, but not as friendly. Goldwater signs were bobbing in the crowd, and a plane flew overhead trailing a sign, "Coexistence is surrender." Many of you listeners are suffering from symptoms of stomach distress due to excess acid. If you suffer from such distress, get Willard's message of relief. It explains the Willard treatment, which has brought soothing relief to thousands suffering from symptoms of acid stomach distress, from poor digestion, heartburn, acid dyspepsia, headache, sleeplessness, or symptoms caused by stomach or duodenal ulcers. Well, you've tried one thing after another until you've just about given up hope that anything will bring fast relief. No matter what you've tried in the past, a free copy of Willard's message will tell you how and why this treatment acts so quickly to relieve symptoms of distress arising from stomach or duodenal symptoms. Ask for Willard's message at any Gallagher, Gray, Walgreen, or Muir drugstore, or any other authorized Willard dealer. Just look for the Willard sign in the window. Russian diplomacy is entangled in disputes in Africa, the Middle East, and Germany. At Leopoldville in the Congo, 100 Russians will be packing and leaving, the entire embassy staff and their families. First to go will be 2 diplomats accused of plotting against the government of Premier Adullah, who says the Soviets can send replacements and keep the embassy going, but every Russian there now must get out of there. Russia is keeping quiet about its troubles in Iran. That Middle East nation says the Russian MiG shot down a civilian Iranian plane over Iran Saturday, killing 2 men. In the past, Russia has accused the United States of using Iranian planes to spy along the border. The Navy says a salvage ship may try to bring up the wreckage of a U-2 spy plane today. The plane crashed Wednesday. It's been discovered about 40 miles northwest of Key West in about 100 feet of water. The search for the pilot is still on. Informed sources say the U-2 was on its way back from a routine mission over Cuba. The National Safety Council says any driving time is time to use seat belts. Always use seat belts and care. This is WLW-Radio Cincinnati at 5:30, and time for Farm Reporter, and here's George Logan.
That was a sneaky thing to do, Howard. Sitting in there just hypnotized by your mellow voice, and I forgot it was time for me to get into the studio.
I knew you were in here, that's why I introduced you.
I was on my way, though.
I know.
Howard, in our farm news... Oh, wait a minute. Before we get to the farm news, something that we should say this morning. This is the beginning of National Farm City Week. And actually, Farm City Week isn't too much a week to highlight any special activities, nor a week to look over the past year, see what has been done, make plans for the coming year to improve farm-city relations. Might be a good idea, though, for some of our listeners who have some city friends that might not be too familiar with agriculture and some of the problems that farmers face, to invite them out for dinner one evening this week, or invite them out to take a look at the farm. Also, this thing works both ways. Might be a good time for farmers, if they have a little bit of extra time on their hands, to try to find out more about how some of the city businesses operates and some of the problems that city folks face.
Why does the week start on Friday?
I don't know exactly, Howard, to tell you the truth, but...
well, you worry about it.
Starting a farm... Well, I'll tell you, I think the reason is that Farm City Week starts today, so it can run a full week and end with Thanksgiving Day, which is very appropriate that we give thanks for the blessings and abundance that have come from our agriculture here in this country. Turning to the farm news, the hearing being held in Columbus with regard to the possible increase of milk prices in the several milk marketing orders throughout WLW land, closed yesterday. Ted Osborne of Cincinnati Milk Sales reported to us that the hearing had a number of witnesses appearing before the hearing board. One of the first witnesses to set the scene was Mr. Pierce, a state climatologist, testified as to the water shortage and the decline of the water table. And Mr. Kendall, who's the state statistician for Ohio, testified on the poor condition of pastures, said right now our pastures are 25% of normal, and this is the lowest ever recorded. There were a lot of comments, he said, on the shortage of high-quality hay and the range of prices being asked for hay, ranging anywhere from $30 to $45, and in some cases even more per ton. They testified, Les Mapp testified, that one of the most common comments you get from farmers around this area now is that they're now feeding their January hay. The officials of the National Farmers Organization made testimony that the cost of production of milk in this area is $6.40 per hundredweight. Now, the hearing was held for the milk marketing orders covering these areas, the tri-state area, which is eastern Ohio and sections of Kentucky and West Virginia, the Columbus order, the Dayton-Springfield order, the North Central Ohio order, and the Indianapolis order. Now, of course, no decisions have been made as of yet. The hearing examiners will go back to Washington and tabulate figures, results, and probably confer with other officials in the Department of Agriculture before they make any decision. Best guess now is that if any price raises are granted, it would probably not be effective until the 1st of January, and any price rises that they do grant would probably be somewhere around the neighborhood of 10 cents per hundredweight and an increased price to the producer, which for those of you who are buying milk figures out to about 1/4 of a cent per quart. Not a great increase in price on the consumer level. Apparently someone has criticized the Secretary of Agriculture for accepting free airplane rides. The assistant to Secretary of Agriculture Freeman, Rodney Leonard, issued a statement yesterday saying that Secretary Freeman did accept 2 free plane rides from Murray Lincoln. He used a plane belonging to Murray Lincoln, who of course is head of the Cooperative League and of USA, and also an official of Nationwide Insurance Company. Leonard said the first free flight occurred October the 22nd when Freeman held his report and review meeting up in Columbus Grove, Ohio. He said because the government plane carrying Freeman couldn't land up at the Lima, Ohio airport, Freeman was flown in Lincoln's company plane. He said the Lima Strip was too small for the Matz plane to land safely. And Freeman also flew in the same aircraft when he returned to Ohio on November the 7th to speak at a Food for Peace meeting. Incidentally, in regard to the speech up at Lima, Ohio, Leonard made sort of an unusual comment. He said that Mr. Freeman had been asked by a farmers group in Lima to make the speech, and that the Secretary asked this group to provide transportation for the 120-mile flight, and that this group arranged for the use of Lincoln's aircraft. He doesn't say what the group is. It's a little bit unusual that they say he had been asked to speak there by a group, because this was one of his regular report and review sessions that he was holding all over the country at that particular time. Also in news from Washington, the farm officials are expected to oppose the dairy bill sponsored by Democratic Congressman Stratton of New York. This, of course, is a bill that would make it possible for farmers to reject amendments to a milk marketing order, without the danger of killing the entire marketing order. This is one of the fears that has been expressed in the Class 1 base plan, dairy plan that is now before Congress. One informed source says USDA probably will oppose this idea. We talk a lot about aureomycin and about the wide-range antibiotics here on this program. Here lately we've been telling you about the bonus that's available for you in the use of aureomycin and in buying aureomycin crumbles at the present time. We have also urged you, and I don't think we've mentioned this lately, to get your animals on a feed of aureomycin and containing aureomycin on a regular basis. Now, there's been a lot of controversy about, or some amount of controversy about this, as to whether an antibiotic might lose its effectiveness if you feed it to animals regularly over a long period of time. One of our land-grant colleges in this area says in a report that, quote, there is no evidence that low-level feeding of antibiotics to either swine or cattle would interfere with the response of injecting high levels of antibiotics to control acute infections or disease. So this would indicate then that a man can use feeds containing antibiotics or aureomycin. He can still successfully treat an individual of the herd if he gets an acute infection. They've been using antibiotics as a feed additive for hogs at this particular land-grant college for more than 10 years. They found that they improve their feed efficiency by as much as 7%. They promote better health by eliminating internal parasites such as roundworm. Some of the benefits from aureomycin, and now's a good time for you to check up on aureomycin for your animals, because when you buy aureomycin crumbles right now, you get a free 10-pound bag of aureomycin crumbles with every 50-pound bag that you buy. A very good bonus for you. Taking a look at the livestock prices around over the area, hog prices were steady to 25 cents higher and lower yesterday. U.S. number 1 to 3 grade hogs, 180 to 270 pounders, bringing $13.75 to $15.25 here in the eastern Corn Belt. A few hogs up to $15.75, but top prices usually ranging from $14.25 to $15.50 for number 1 and 2 grade hogs. Fed cattle were mostly steady. Good and low choice steers bringing $21.50 to $22.60 at Chicago. At markets outside Chicago, steers selling up to a top of $23.25, with most of the good and choice from $20.50 to $23. Slaughter lamb prices were mostly steady. Good to prime wool lamb selling from $16 to $19.50. We'll take a look at the egg markets in a moment. First of all, let's get this message.
Did you spend a sleepless night tossing and turning because of sore muscles or the nagging minor pains of arthritis or rheumatism? Make sure this doesn't happen again tonight. Get Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub today. Massage it directly on the painful area. Feel how quickly it soothes away soreness and brings temporary relief to the minor pains of arthritis or rheumatism. That's because Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub gives you the double benefit of deep heating action plus the fast-acting pain reliever methyl salicylate that actually penetrates into the skin and gets to work to bring fast relief. You quickly feel its deep heating action. So don't let sore, aching muscles or minor arthritic or rheumatic pains rob you of precious sleep. Get the large economy-sized tube of Mentholatum Deep Heating Rub. It's greaseless and stainless, and you can use it as often as needed.
On yesterday's egg market, prices paid net to producers: grade A large, mostly 35 to 36 cents a dozen; mediums 25 to 27, smalls 19 to 20, and grade B large 26 to 28. Broilers and fryers, 14.5 to 15.5 cents a pound; light hens a few at 6 to 7, heavy hens a few at 14, and on the turkey market, young toms at 22, young hens 24 to 25.5. Yesterday's cash grain prices: number 2 wheat was mostly 2 to 3 cents lower, mostly $1.95 to $1.98 per bushel. Number 2 ear corn, $1.04 to $1.06. Number 2 oats, 63 to 65 cents. And number 1 soybeans bouncing up and down again, mostly 3 to 4 cents lower yesterday, $2.57 to $2.62 per bushel. And that's it for Farm Reporter. George Logan saying thanks for listening. This is your Clear Channel Farm Service Station, WLW, Cincinnati.
This is Furlan Husky. You know, the proof is in the puffin'. Well, right now I'm fixing to sing you a little song about Prince Albert smoking tobacco. Oh, the proof is in the puffin', in the puffin', in the puffin'. And PA has the flavor, the flavor, the flavor. The proof is in the puffin', and PA has the flavor, most favored in the USA. Oh, the proof is in the puffin', in the puffin', in the puffin'. And PA has the flavor, the flavor, the flavor. The proof is in the puffin', and PA has the flavor, most favored in the USA. The proof is in the puffin', and PA gives you mild, mellow flavor in a pipe full that's cool and steady burning. And because PA is the fastest selling smoking tobacco, it's bound to be the freshest. So get the bright red package of Prince Albert.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Chore Time. Lots of things to get in on the show this morning. We have the last of our reports from Waver Gillespie, International Farm Youth Exchange delegate to Sweden. We have reports coming up from Jeff Connor out at Everybody's Farm a little bit later on in the show. We have reports from Frank Pierce. Howard Chamberlain will be in here with us in a few minutes. Of course, Bob Miller's on vacation. He'll be back with us Monday morning. Left his voice around for us to hear occasionally, though. So, with all these things to get into the show, why don't we get the program started as we usually do in the morning? Sort of set the scene for the day, so to speak. And we find this helps a lot of folks get the day started right. Our sacred song this morning, George Beverly Shea and The Lord is My Shepherd. Chamberlain, I understand you got rid of a lot of roast beef last night.
Yeah, well, ran out of food. The church supper at Grace Episcopal Church was so successful that everybody's happy today.
Well, maybe you did too good a job of plugging it on the air.
No. They ran out of peas. They had to run out and buy another case of peas last night. Of course, you always have to have peas with roast beef, remember?
Yes, you do. Well, it must have been a very enjoyable occasion. And
yes, it was. And a lot of people that were not church members, I mean, a member of that congregation, that particular
Make
church.
yourself clear.
No, it's Episcopal. Now I got congregation in there, but it doesn't matter. But we did have congregationalists there last night. In fact, the minister that we've had down here many times, several times, on our 5 Minutes to Live By was there. It was our guest last night. Pardon?
Excuse me, go right ahead.
Well, excuse me, I was just going to get some work done.
Well, I was just going to say, do you have a secret?
No, I don't have a particular secret about anything but how you can keep yourself warm this winter.
All right.
If it gets cold.
How?
Well, in the first place, the flame in your heating system is what gives you the comfortable heat. And you can select your temperature with landmark Fires On. Even heat keeps it right there all winter long. Quality control landmark refining eliminates impurities, assures clean burning oil, good burning oil. And this also means less maintenance, furnace clogging, carbon is minimized. Landmark's fuel oil service is the most complete you'll find anywhere, with deliveries scheduled by scientific degree-day instruments that never let you run dry. You get printed delivery slips with Fires On fuel oil, so you'll have a complete record at the end of the year of the deliveries and the dates. Get comfortable oil heating for your home this winter with Fires On fuel oil from Landmark. Call Landmark today for automatic data delivery.
Be your landmark town and country center for service that makes fine products better.
Now maybe we'd better find out whether we need to stock up on fuel oil for the next few days. What are the temperatures going to be, Frank Pierce? Well, it looks as though we can pull our temperatures down a little bit, George, but it seems to be a rather slow one. Right now, the extent in which we'll be in the cold air, that is, the extent of time in which we'd be in the cold air, seems to be a little hard to figure right now. It wouldn't appear to be too long. But anyway, temperatures will be falling off. It won't be today. We will not need any furnaces going as far as heat is concerned, not a whole lot. Of course, it's going to be a rather humid day and a lot of dampness and some rain with it. And so with temperatures in the 50s and 60s, a little heat might feel pretty good. But nothing of that cold blast of air. We have been watching that cold blast of air, that story in a minute. But right now, the mild and very moist southerly flow coming into our area right now is an extremely broad band of it, extending from the Gulf coasts themselves all the way into the Great Lakes, and so a rather long streak of moisture flow into our region, which should have us all licking our chops for some moisture. Radars, too, are indicating an area of rain and showers from parts of our own region on out into the Mississippi Valley, and actually extending from the full extent of the Mississippi Valley from Canada right on down into the western Gulf. And, of course, with southerly winds that are rather sharp right now through the Mississippi Valley, we can look for this to pull in even more moisture as the day goes on. Then back in that cold air, it's over the northern and central plains right now and moving eastward. It has brought periods of snow and some freezing rain throughout parts of the Midwest and the Northwest. And actually, we noticed the temperatures out through Kansas down into the zone of 25 and 24 and 22, and up into the Dakotas, where temperatures are down into the teens, and in the western part of the same two states of the Dakotas, temperatures are in the sub-teens, and so it's very chilly out that way. And with that change from moist air to cold air, there are a lot of driving hazards there from the snow and the freezing rain in that part. That isn't going to be our case here, but we will look for the moisture. Let's hope the moisture holds on before we go back into that cold air, and it looks like we're just going to make it. So the WLW weather forecast looking forward to quite a bit of rain over the next 5-day period, and a lot of it under cloudy skies, windy, and rather mild temperatures today. The showers and the scattered thunder showers out in western Kentucky and Indiana, where they're already in existence, and a little bit of rain out ahead of it into the midsections of Ohio and down through midsections of Kentucky. And we can look for rain most any time today, with the heavier stuff being on the western side, and that moving in rather quickly during the day, and of course extending all the way over to the Appalachian Mountains by tonight. And so there's some hope here for some rain. Temperature-wise, it'll be rather mild. 50s and 60s today. We very likely could get up to around 65 or 66 in Cincinnati. Then during the night tonight, dropping down mostly in the 40s and the 50s, the coolest air being near the lakes. Saturday then, cloudy and windy again, occasional showers or light rain, at least for the better part of the day, turning cooler in Indiana during the day Saturday, and then turning cooler for the rest of the weekend throughout Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky. As that cold air moves down here, should knock our temperatures off some 20 to 25 degrees anyway. 56 the current Cincinnati temperature, and that's the weather roundup.
Many feeders are hailing new concept Full of Pep Catalyzer beef supplement as the greatest advance in beef feeding efficiency since Stilbestro. Now, there's a good reason. With weighty evidence like this: 1/2 pound more gain per day on 62 pounds less feed per hundredweight, 1/3 higher grade, and $12.60 more return per head over feed cost. These are the results of 164-day Full of Pep feeding trials, checking Catalyzer against an identical feed except for the new concept. Both feeds contain Stilbestro. More and more feedlots are reporting similar results, with many daily gains of 2 3/4 to 3 pounds, higher grade and yield, and lower feeding costs. New Full of Pep Catalyzer changes the volume and proportions of organic acids produced in the rumen. The result is as much as 20% more energy available for faster gains on less total feed. Figure with your Full of Pep dealer. See how you can get extra gains, extra efficiency with new Full of Pep Catalyzer beef supplement. 2 of your Full of Pep dealers are at New Holland, Ohio, the New Holland Feed and Supply, and at College Corner, Ohio, B&R Grain Company.
Well, we promised you we'd have Bob Miller's voice around here for you, and we'll be hearing it again very shortly. The showers that we've had over the area for the past few days that Frank was talking about, and which we can expect again, I guess, even though they don't dump any large amounts of moisture at any one time, they are helping. According to the latest crop report from Indiana, a week ago over there, the percent of wheat was up to stand was only 35%. And the latest report, which came out yesterday, showed about 80% of it up to a stand. So those showers have done their part, and certainly helping the situation along as far as wheat farmers are concerned. Now, if they'll just continue so that these tender shoots of wheat don't die out as a result of a lack of moisture, it's going to be a great big help to our wheat crop. Certainly present a lot better picture than it has recently. The process is going along pretty well. 80% now harvested compared with 70% at this time last year. Well, Bob Miller's slipping up on us again. Here he is with another word.
Got a message for you poultrymen. You know, rats spread poultry diseases that can destroy your entire flock and cut sharply into your profits. These filthy rats can infect your chickens with coccidiosis, Newcastle disease, fowl typhus, among other diseases. Rats spoil stored grain and feed. They pollute the water. They destroy property, start many of the costly fires around our farms. Rats rob you just as sure as if they were picking your pocket. And the time to take action is now, with one rat killer that really works. That's Decon. Decon's exclusive LX321 formula never makes rats bait shy. Rats can't resist Decon. They eat it hungrily until the entire rat colony is cleaned out. It's no wonder more farmers rely on Decon, used as directed. It is safe to use around your property. It's guaranteed to rid your property of rats and mice or your money back. So insist on Decon. It's spelled D-C-O-N. Decon.
The time coming up is 6 minutes before the hour of 6 o'clock. Right there, if you'd like to set your clock or watch at this early morning hour. And time for us to get the fourth and last of our reports from an International Farm Youth Exchange delegate from Ohio to the country of Sweden, Miss Wava Gillespie, who is in the country of Sweden as an IFE at the present time, and Tom Thorburn from Michigan, who is also in Sweden as an IFE, is helping her out on these reports. This morning, I think they have one that might give you a chuckle once in a while. They talk about some of their problems with the Swedish language.
I think we'd like to tell you a few of the experiences that we have had with language and food. Perhaps this is kind of the humorous side of our experiences. Can you think of any particular instances with the language, Tom?
Yes, about 3 days after I arrived at my first host family, my host father and I started out for town with a tractor and trailer to get feed and fertilizer. And just as we got out of the yard and a little ways down the road, he turned to say something to me in Swedish, and my Swedish wasn't real good then, and I had to ask him again what he said. And the next thing I knew, we were in the ditch and running over the neighbor's fence. So that was my first language experience.
I see. You said your language wasn't very good then. Is it mycket bra now, Tom?
Well, that means very good, and no, it isn't very good yet.
I guess maybe we have too many English-speaking host brothers and sisters, as here in Sweden they do start to study English in, I believe, some places the 4th and some places the 5th and 6th classes. And I believe 8 years is as many years as one of my host brothers has read English. I might tell you a few of the English words and a few of the Swedish words are the same, but they do not mean the same. For example, yet in Swedish means goat. At my first family, I did not know the Swedish word for yet, and I kept saying, no, not yet, and I'm certain they wondered what I meant when I was talking about goats, and I had nothing to do with goats. I think you can tell of the instance with the word pig, Tom. I think this joke has been enjoyed by quite a few Swedish families.
Yes, pig in Swedish means a very ambitious person. And my first host mother said, after I told her what my mother was doing at home, she said, you must have a very pig mor. which is a very ambitious mother. And at that time, I did not realize what the word pig meant, so I was kind of shocked at first. But after I found out what the word pig meant, why,
it was a lot better. Yes, I think so. At my first family, another Iffy and I went to town, and we wished to purchase stamps so that we could send letters back to the USA. And she was with her host mother, and she told her we wanted to buy stamps. And I thought, well, this woman must understand this much English, and so we will go buy stamps. But I was a little amazed when we walked into a dry goods store, and we stood around, and the clerk came and asked us about what we wished to buy, and the other Iffy's host mother pointed to the stockings, the nylon hose, and asked me what color I would like to have. And I said I didn't wish to buy nylon hose, and of course this was in broken Swedish. And then she asked Darlene, and Darlene said no, she didn't. And then it dawned on me that she really didn't understand what stamps were in English, and so I told her free margin, which is the Swedish word, and we went across the street to the post office. I think there are many other experiences with the language that we can tell you about. In general, we are learning some as we go along, and we can talk better with our host fathers and mothers who do not speak English. And sometimes we find ourselves speaking English with our host brothers and sisters, and sometimes we speak Swedish. I think we can say, Tom?
Yes, and I can remember one other instance with language that is quite humorous, and that was the word full. After a meal, we often say, I am full. Well, in Swedish, you can't translate this like that direct, so full in Swedish means drunk. And I made the mistake of, after a couple of days at my first host family, they asked me if I wanted more food, and I said no, I was full. And they got quite a laugh out of that, thinking that I was drunk.
Yes, I think there are a lot of similarities, and we could go on talking to you about that. You might be interested in the food, and so we will tell you a little bit about the similarities. I think, in general, we can say it's quite similar to what it is in USA, but perhaps the differences stand out in our mind. I know that I can say, after 2 or 3 weeks in Sweden, and I am very hungry, which I usually am, that it doesn't matter what kind of food, and it tastes very good. And we do have some very excellent Swedish foods that I like very much. Can you tell us some of the examples, Tom?
Yes, potatoes is the main food in the diet, we might be able to say, and also bread. A great deal of bread is eaten.
Would this be the wheat bread now?
Well, the hard bread and also the wheat bread as we think of it.
And rye bread, I think we can say quite a bit of rye bread. Yes, and what about long milk? Something like sour milk. Tom, I think you and I have both become to like this very much.
Yes, long milk is different than anything I've ever eaten before, and it is served many times in the north of Sweden for breakfast especially, and eaten with either, Kellogg's cornflakes or tung bread, which is made from barley.
Yes, and then they have another sort of milk which is not quite as thick as long bread, and it's called fill milk, and I have ate this for 3 weeks in my third family and really have become to like it very much, and think I will try to make some when I come back to USA. It may sound not so good to you, but it's not like sour milk as we think of it in USA, I think, and it's very good, and you can put as much sugar in as you like, and that makes it even that much better, according to my opinion. What other type? Perhaps we can tell a little bit about Swedish meatballs. Some of you have maybe tasted them or heard about Swedish meatballs. Anything else you can think of, Tom?
Yes, cheese is eaten, and also a great deal of butter is put on the bread.
Yes, I think we can say they have very good cheese in Sweden, and I have really become a lover of cheese since I have been here. Anything else that you can say? What about fish?
Yes, in the north part of Sweden, as I said, we live very close to the river, so fish was eaten very, very often. And generally, fish is eaten some in most parts of Sweden.
And do they have much beef in the diet or vegetables?
Vegetables are not served as much or as often as we serve them in the U.S.
Perhaps we can say they eat quite a few cucumbers, tomatoes, beets, carrots, this type of thing. Maybe not so many beans as in USA. Well, I think Tom and I have been trying to tell you a little bit about the things we have experienced in Sweden, and I hope that you will better understand this great country of Sweden now that we have talked with you for several minutes.
We certainly thank Walvik Gillespie from Kimbolton, Ohio, and Tom Thorburn from Michigan for that report from Sweden. We hope that you've enjoyed these reports as we brought them to you over the past 4 days, and be glad to have any comments that you might like to write us about these IFI reports. We hope to get reports in from other IFIs who are traveling in other countries around the world. One thing here that I wanted to mention, we had a note from Glenn McCormick, County Extension Agent down in Fleming County, Kentucky. They're going to have a dairy meeting there this afternoon at 2 o'clock. Elmer Schneidenhelm, the dairy specialist from UK, is going to be the main speaker. The meeting is at the Fleming County Courthouse, 2 o'clock this afternoon in Fleming County, Kentucky. So you dairymen down that way want to get out and attend it. And now Bob Miller has his own word for dairymen.
It's always a thrill to hear farmers talking about the products that we talk about on Short Time. And I suppose that it's been a long, long time since we've had as many compliments on one of our products as what we've been receiving on the De La Valle milkers, at least that we've heard from all over the country. Take, for an example, Herman Graber. He hails from out in Wisconsin. He says, I figure I've cut milking time by 40 minutes with our new De La Valle unit. This comes out to 80 minutes a day, or enough to milk my 33 cows another time around. A good many cows are milking out clean in 2 minutes or less, and not one cow in the herd is taking more than 4 minutes. Since I keep accurate production records, I know for a fact that I'm now shipping 80 pounds more milk a day from just about the same cows. Without hesitation, I credit this increase to the new De La Valle units because they milk faster. I've also noticed a very significant improvement in teat and udder health. The new milker is certainly gentle, leaves the cow's teats without any sign of irritation. Well, I hope that some of you folks who are listening are having the experience of milking your cows with the new De La Valle fast milkers. If not, call your De La Valle dealer today and find out how soon you can be.
Now it's time for us to get out to where we can hear the sound of the De La Valle milkers in the background. That, of course, would be Everybody's Farm. And the fellow who admitted yesterday that the few streaks of gray are beginning to show up in the Irish red of that hair, here's Jack Connor.
A few, brother. Well, I don't know whether you can hear the sound of the milking machines in the background or not. Of course, we have no way of knowing. In the first place, we're here in the feed room with adjoining the milking parlor, and of course when you're broadcasting all the other radios are shut off to do away with that feedback, and so as a result you really don't know what is going on. We're going to take it again till 10 this morning, George. We have a little problem here checking in the morning. Normally Bob comes in and checks with the engineers down the line and downtown and so on, and lines out the script and what commercials come when, and the tunes and the length of them, and figures the time back and forth. And of course my part is just to fit in sort of as a report from the farm. Well, when I check in the morning, usually the engineer isn't down there, the one that we work with, because we check in a little bit early. Once we get milking, we cannot hear this little, well, you'd call it a field phone, Army-style phone, back here in the room, and so we have no way of checking back and forth. And we have become automated in the last couple of weeks, so if the red light is on, it's all yours. And at this point, I can't even see the red light. Might comment a little bit on that tape from Sweden. The incidence of the boys and girls learning English in the generation and through the schools now are very popular, and they take it as a matter of course, because, of course, English has become important across the world. The same thing holds true, I noticed, in Malaya, in the Federation of Malaya states. The language that they use down there with the new government, and one of the official language, of course, is English, quite popular. Of course, some of theirs goes back to the English colony type of influence that they had previous. Then on Gene's side of the family, of course, we have some cousins and that in Mexico. Quite an accomplishment, and they really strive to learn English, to practice it, to write it. Sometimes it may seem a little bit strange to us and a little bit formal, maybe. But nevertheless, they really make a great effort to learn it and use it. And I think we probably take some of that for granted, so that when we go in other countries, we expect them to kind of use our language. And so these boys and girls traveling over there, they are the kind that are interested in people and learning things. So as a result, they make a real effort to learn the language of that country they're visiting, and I think get more enjoyment out of it, and certainly get to know the people a lot better. George had a report on the milk hearings in Columbus, and the fact that they gathered information. They had to bring in a climatologist to prove that there was a drought in Ohio and surrounding territory. And I think this parade of witnesses sometimes gets a little bit monotonous. We have spoken of it before from the standpoint that all of the presidents, secretaries, legal counsels from every known organization, so-called representing the farmer, parades up there and presents all this very weighty evidence. The man stuffs it all in his briefcase, takes his plane, which in this case we hope was a government plane, judging from the comments on private planes being used, and flies back to Washington and gets behind his desk and weighs all of this very carefully and comes up with a solution of about 10 cents a hundred rise in the price of milk. Now for the consumer, from their standpoint, and they wonder, well, what's going on? 47 quarts and 100 weight of milk, so a 10-cent rise in milk would come out to 0.0021 cents. In other words, about 21 hundredths of a cent per quart. I would venture to guess that, and I'm not trying to be bitter or anything, I really, probably the price in the street would go up at least a full cent to make up for some of the increase in cost. This 10 cents a hundred on my milk check would amount to about $34 a month, less than the price of a ton of hay at this particular point. We recognize also that in these milk markets, you heard several of them mention that if you get the price in one a little bit higher than the other, you will have milk flowing between them and cause quite a bit of difficulty in that line. So it's quite a complicated business. I think we've got ourselves into it, more or less, and we better be working out of it ourselves very shortly. We've got quite a few fingers in the pie. Well, that's my little session for this morning, and I got to get back to those cows. So take it away, George.
Will do, Jack. And before we get to Frank Pierce, let's beat the drums a little.
You say you need a combine, but you don't know what to do. That the need is really there, but the time's not right for you. The time's not right? Now is the time to buy that combine and save real money. Order your Case 10 or 13-foot model 600 now, and Case will pay you $250 in cash. But that's only the start of your bigger harvest checks. Just wait till you get that Case 600 combine in the field, with big 40-inch wide threshing, separating, cleaning to handle your heavy-yielding corn, beans, grain, seed, faster and cleaner. And what a price! Up to $800 less than the 30-inch machines. What's it take to earn your full preseason bonus? Just your order and minimum down payment or trade. Handle the balance with the Case Cropway purchase plan with no further payment, no interest, until season of use. You'll need that Case 600 for your 1964 harvest. So order now. Let it pay you a big $250 preseason check. See your Case dealer.
Now, Frank, go. All right, and the forecast today, then summing it all up, mostly cloudy, windy, and mild today. And take along an umbrella, raincoat, and so forth. A rather inclement day, to be sure, before it's all over. showers and scattered thunder showers on our western sides now, and that's moving across the area. Look forward into Ohio and eastern Kentucky, particularly this afternoon. Temperature-wise, very pleasant, as we say, in the 50s and 60s, around 65 in Cincinnati, and then during the night down generally into the 50s with 56 in Cincinnati. Saturday, cloudy, windy, a few more showers, turning colder for the weekend, and that's the weather.
Okay, thank you very much, Frank, and that about wraps up Chore Time show for this morning. As we said, we had a lot of things to get in here, and one more thing is a word from Bob Miller.
Cattle feeders, now you can supply extra big nutritional boosts when you fight shipping fever with Terramycin Crumbles. This new extra rich formula is fortified with over 50% more vitamins A and D at no increase in price. This means extra help in making up nutritional deficiencies fast after cattle arrive. And the Terramycin really goes after shipping fever problems. Its famous double attack on disease is the reason. It fights disease throughout the entire body. And what's more, Terramycin spreads fast, fighting infectious disease wherever it travels. This year, fight shipping fever fast. Help make up nutritional deficiencies, too, with extra-rich vitamin formula. Best of all, there's no increase in price for the new extra-rich Terramycin Crumbles.
That's life-saving Terramycin, the broad-range disease fighter that works two ways, not just one. Terramycin.
Well, that about wraps up the Chore Time program for this morning. Hope you can be with us tomorrow morning at the same time for an edition of Chore Time. Bob Miller will be back with us Monday morning after taking a week's vacation. And George Logan speaking for Bob, Jack, Howard Chamberlain, the whole gang, saying thanks for listening. This is your Clear Channel Farm Service Station, WLW, Cincinnati.
Over, under, around, and through. Pell-mell travels pleasure to you. Pell-mell's natural mildness is friendly to your taste. Yes, Pell-mell's natural mildness is so friendly to your taste.
Pell-mell's famous length travels the smoke naturally over, under, around, and through the finest tobaccos money can buy. Makes it mild, but does not filter out that satisfying flavor so friendly to your taste.
Over, under, around, and through. Pell-mell travels pleasure to you. Pell-mell's natural mildness is so friendly to your taste.
Buy Pell-mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding. And they are mild.
That's Solidarity Forever. And from Solidarity House in Detroit, the nation's automobile, aerospace, and agricultural implement workers on the line and in the offices bring you Eye Opener, presented in part transcribed by your friends and neighbors who are the UAW and proud of it. Now, for the auto workers and their friends, Guy Nunn.
Hi there, Friday pals. Well, if you want to let National Cage Bird Week sneak up on you and catch you totally unprepared, go ahead. But don't come crying to us later when your parakeet refuses even to say good morning to you and say we didn't warn you. We have. This is our last chance to keep you in solid with your feathered pals, so why don't you spend next week fixing up the cage with some fresh gild, a new piece of cuttlebone, a succulent new seed cone, and maybe a couple of new words that a self-respecting parrot can use in mixed company? Well, the musicians' unions, which have been fighting a noisy battle with automation ever since the first jukebox was assembled, are not likely to be very much soothed by news from West Germany. According to the Insider's newsletter, the latest thing in musical entertainment in a Hanover nightclub is the Robot Band. That's right. This musical group, so-called, consists in 3 life-size robots, which are versatile enough to play 7 instruments and music ranging from the twist to the classics. What's more, the male robots stand up to take their trumpet or saxophone solos. You know, maybe the way out would be for customers to send robot replacements to the nightclub, all teetotalers, of course, and with no hats to check with the robot hat check girl, while they, that is the real flesh and blood customers, stay home curled up around a good book or some other non-robot object. Anybody who has ever tried an operation on a child, even something as simple as trimming its toenails or evening up its sideburns, knows that it can only be done efficiently with the help of a straitjacket, or preferably with the help of an anesthesiologist. Well, sir, a recent convention of anesthesiologists, they're the doctors who in various ways render you unconscious or semi-conscious or in some other way insensitive to the pain of surgery or other medical procedures. A recent convention of these fellows was told by Dr. Albert Betcher, director of the Department of Anesthesiology in a big New York hospital, that television for children can have the effect of relieving the tension which precedes, in many of them, being given an anesthetic. His technique in getting kids to accept anesthesia is to ask them, while he moves an index finger about in front of their eyes, to ask them to relive, to tell him about their favorite TV show. And most of them are quite willing to do this. For some reason, while they are relating the latest TV show they've seen, they seem to get quiet and sleepy. But one little girl, said Dr. Betcher, suddenly stopped in her reliving of her favorite show. She was silent, but she obviously wasn't asleep, so the doctor asked, "What happened then?" "Oh, nothing," said the little girl. "The commercial's on." Well, we don't have commercials, but something is on just the same. It's our far-flung opinion ferret, Gene Brooke. On what? On Main Street.
Okay, Guy. We're set to go out here, but frankly, it hasn't been easy. We've just managed to shake a very annoying, persistent fellow off our trail. He looked normal enough, wearing a gray flannel suit and a narrow-brimmed hat, but, well, frankly, he must be sort of a nut. He evidently had a fix that I'm a Russian spy, because he kept insisting I had a hidden beard that I ought to shave off with an electric razor that he's carrying around. But as I say, we've given him the slip, and we're ready to chat with one of the most respectable gentlemen of Wall Street or any other street. He's not a clinging vine, but he's still all Ivy League. He'll tell you that a Phi Beta Kappa key is nice, but the key to a well-stocked safety deposit box is nicer. I'm speaking, of course, about...
B.V. Deester. Yes, it's B.V. Deester, feeling lippy about that election they had in Mississippi.
Ha, yes, old B.V.D. himself. And you're saying, sir, that you'd like to talk about the recent gubernatorial election they had down there in Misbegotten, Mississippi.
Misbegotten? Misbegotten? Never heard of that place down there. Heard of Jackson?
Mr. Deester, were you pleased, sir, were you pleased by the victory of the Dixiecrat candidate?
Well, you might say so.
Mm-hmm. Then you weren't disappointed that the Republican wasn't elected Mississippi's governor?
Well, yes, I was a little disappointed.
Oh? Mr. Deester, I'm all confused. You're happy the Dixiecrat won, but you're a little disappointed that the Republican lost. I'm afraid that doesn't make sense.
And that just shows how innocent you are, my boy, how typical of the mob you are in thinking that elections are won or lost depending on who wins and who loses.
What?
You little booby, you wouldn't know a perfect election if it fell on you. So just let me tell you, Sonny, that gubernatorial election in Mississippi was a perfect election.
Well, what do you mean, perfect?
All right, I'll explain to you, my boy. I'll make it as clear and as easy as ABC. Now, First, you take the Dixiecrat candidate, that fellow Johnson, the man who won. A very safe man. Very safe. Against Kennedy's big government all the way, don't you know? Against integration. Against rocking the boat. You got it? Clear so far?
Uh-huh.
All right, now you take that, what's his name, that Phillips, I think's his name, the Republican candidate. Another safe man, just as safe as you'd want. 200% against Kennedy, and a firm, down-to-the-wire segregationist, too. Right?
Right.
Now, just put yourself in the place of any conservative, status quo, stand patter in Mississippi or in any place else. If the Dixiecrat wins, well, you've got a kindred spirit in office down there, a kindred spirit. A fella you can get along with, see? A fella you can do business with. Then, if by any chance the Republican wins, well, why, you've got the resurgence of a Republican Party down there.
So no matter which candidate wins, you can't lose.
Ha! Nah, you've got it, Sonny. By gosh, I think you've got it now.
So that's what makes the perfect election, huh? Where there really isn't any choice.
Now, just hold on there a second, Sonny. That's not the fact at all. Any decent American will testify that there was a choice down there in Mississippi. There was a Democrat running, and there was a Republican running. As a matter of fact, my boy, for the first time in a long time down there was a choice. Yes, sir, yes, the flowering of the two-party system.
But sir, what was there to choose between the candidates, the parties? You yourself say that the two men think exactly alike.
Details, friend. The fact is that one is a Democrat and one is a Republican. That's the two-party system at its finest, my boy.
But, well, just supposing you lived down there in Mississippi and didn't care to vote for either of those men.
No, that's unthinkable. Downright absolutely unthinkable. What's the matter with you, Sonny? Isn't the American way good enough for you? Isn't the two-party system good enough for you, huh?
Well, if I lived in Mississippi, no, sir. Not the way the two parties operate now, anyway.
Now I see you're a totalitarian, huh? What you want is a one-party dictatorship, huh? A communist party, no doubt.
Now, really, sir, that's very unfair.
Now, I know you're kind against free elections.
You believe that any election in Mississippi is a free election, sir?
You see what I mean? Sneaky and subversive. Wasn't an election between a Democrat and a Republican good enough when George Washington was elected?
There weren't any Republicans then.
Details. And I suppose Abraham Lincoln wasn't a Republican, huh?
Well, he certainly wasn't the kind of Republican they've got these days in Mississippi. I mean, if he had been, sir, how would it have been possible to distinguish him from Jefferson Davis?
Why, you young whippersnapper, I've got some good advice for you, and you had just better take this advice. If you don't like the kind of two-party system we're building up down there in Mississippi and places like that, why, you just keep your mouth shut and don't vote. That's right. You do what the rest of those lower-class nobodies do. Don't vote. Better still, don't even try.
For Spot News now, stand by.
It's 25 minutes after 6, and time for the latest news from WLW Communications Exchange. There are reports this morning of a Cincinnati police investigation of alleged kickbacks paid city employees in the sale of salvage items in the city's Queensgate Urban Renewal Project. The kickback payments may amount to thousands of dollars allegedly paid some employees in the Urban Renewal Department. The investigation is said to have been touched off by an affidavit provided by a department employee who had been fired from his job. He apparently has charged that the city has not received its 50% share in the sale of salvage items, that the money was confiscated by employees and not turned over to the city. A car missed a curve at the Beachmont Avenue Viaduct at Linwood Road in Cincinnati shortly after midnight this morning, hit a pole and a sign stanchion, and then overturned on a lawn. A passenger in the car, 18-year-old John Glauner, Glauner, was killed. The driver and two other youths were only slightly injured. Police charged the driver, 18-year-old William Bryce of Cincinnati, with manslaughter. President Kennedy will visit that rare thing, a Republican city in the South today. Dallas has turned to the GOP in recent years of elections, but the city is important in Mr. Kennedy's plans for next year, since he carried Texas by only 43,000 votes in 1960. Yesterday, the president visited San Antonio, where the reception was warm, and Houston, where it was not so warm. He's spending the night in Fort Worth. A lawyer for James Hoffa says he'll appeal a ruling that bars him from practicing in a federal court in Nashville, Tennessee. The lawyer, Z.T. Osborne, was barred from the court when two judges ruled that he tried to bribe the jury in a Hoffa case coming up. The judges said Osborne admitted offering the bribe through a middleman, but Osborne asked the public to reserve judgment until he appeals. He also said the Teamsters president had nothing to do with the alleged bribe. Now, here's the WLW Radar Weather Service forecast and meteorologist Frank Pierce.
Looking at it, first of all, from the standpoint of present weather, temperature is very pleasant this morning. Clear skies still around Portsmouth, Ohio, down to around Huntington, and their temperature is at 47 degrees this morning. But other than that, the low and middle 50s range throughout the area, and we have some rain now in the form of showers, at least, coming in on the western side. The radar shows an area of showers that extends from Toledo to just south of Cincinnati, and from there back into western Kentucky, and of course throughout the state of Indiana back into the Mississippi Valley. Throughout the Mississippi Valley, rather moderate rains now. All of this is moving slowly eastward. Here in Cincinnati, we're on the fringes of it, and to the south, of course, a little away from it, but it is moving toward us nonetheless. The WLW weather forecast then for a mild, windy, cloudy day with occasional showers. Those, of course, in Indiana and western Kentucky this morning, and a little bit of light rain into western Ohio and during the period of the morning, but not too heavy here until afternoon. During the afternoon and then throughout the night tonight, the showers spreading across the rest of our area from the Ohio and central Kentucky regions to the Appalachian Mountains, and continuing throughout the three-state area into tomorrow with cloudy skies and occasional showers. Temperatures today in the 50s and 60s, with 65 the high expected in Cincinnati. Will drop down mostly to the 50s tonight, 56 in Cincinnati, and during the day tomorrow see some cooler air moving into northwestern Ohio, Indiana, and along with the showers, and then that cooler air spreading over the Ohio and Kentucky regions for Sunday, so it should be turning cooler Saturday night into Sunday, and of course still rather cloudy skies, though cooler, and a little bit of showery activity still left over. So some adequate moisture appears to be moving in now. Look for it particularly over Ohio and eastern Kentucky this afternoon and evening. 56 in Cincinnati at the moment, and that's the weather.
The threat of a nationwide railroad strike is back. The Sleeping Car Porters Union is threatening to walk out next month unless it wins a 40-hour work week, higher wages, and greater job security. Leaders of the AFL-CIO voted yesterday to back the porters, and AFL-CIO spokesman said a strike would halt every train in the country. A declaration agreed on by Russia and the United States on outer space travel goes before a UN committee Friday. The declaration was announced Thursday, covering the legal aspects of outer space exploration. However, it omits any mention of spy-in-the-sky satellites by either nation. The drafters hope the 28-member Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space will sponsor a resolution sending the document before the General Assembly. The U.S. and Russia are continuing their argument about the East German Highway. A Russian note, released by the Soviet news agency, lays the blame on American officers. It says they refused to submit to the normal procedures early this month when an American convoy was delayed 41 hours. Russia's note was in reply to an American note saying the Soviets are changing the highway procedures arbitrarily. Red China has warned the United States it will help Cambodia militarily should it become engaged in fighting with South Vietnam and Thailand. The announcement followed Cambodia's decision Wednesday to stop receiving U.S. economic and military aids on grounds that America is planning to undermine the Cambodian government. Both South Vietnam and Thailand are anti-communist and receive U.S. support. That's the news. Next news on WLW at 7 o'clock.
Rather few of us even see in our lifetimes, let alone become closely acquainted with, that other America which comprises, it has been estimated, perhaps 1/5 of our total population, and which subsists in what must be literally described as poverty. We are talking now with two men who have done both. They are Dr. Charles LeBeau and Dr. David Weinman, professors both in Wayne State University School of Social Work, and directors of a recently completed and intensive study of the actual living conditions of the crosscut of those families living on what is called aid to dependent children. Dr. LeBeau, one of our folk traditions in this country is that not even poverty excludes an American family from fairly full and satisfactory and normal social life and day-to-day social dealings with others. Does this study of yours find this to be true?
Well, as I once told Professor Weinman here a few days ago, I think that America, which is really the richest country in the world measured in terms of per capita income, really has the most serious poverty problem of any Western nation. We really aren't taking care of our poorest people, and they're very numerous.
Do we show any signs, Dr. Weinman, of being progressively more competent to take care of it, or are we losing ground?
I think probably we're certainly in the direction of losing ground in terms of the discrepancy between our means and the growth of the problem.
Let me say something there, too. We probably would have to go to the economists for some exact measures on whether, let's say, in the last decade, the proportion of people in the country who are living in poverty has gone up. Some of our economists are saying things like that. But in one sense, at least, we're darn sure that the problem is getting worse, because we know that right here, for instance, in the city of Detroit, that in the last 3 or 4 years, families on ADC have undergone a series of cuts, so that today they are living at an absolutely lower standard of income than they were 3 or 4 years ago.
And this study bears primarily on those families?
I would say yes, that's true.
Well, is there any likelihood, does the study suggest, Dr. Weinman, of escape for the children of the parents who are present, or mothers who are presently on aid-to-dependent children?
A little from the view we got from the study. The children seem to be hanging by a thread, and that thread really is whatever morale the mother can conjure up from her own guts, when you get right down to it, from her own deep sense of parental responsibility for the children. If they have a mother who has been thrown already by this, who's feeling the pinch and has become apathetic and discouraged, which is very easy under the press of this kind of economic misery, then those children are under the hammer, so to speak, of destiny.
What percentage of the families in the study would you say have, in effect, given up? What percentage of the mothers?
Close to about.
Well, that's a strong kind of phrase to use, given up. I think that in talking about our results earlier, we used some figures as follows, that around 45% of the mothers and the children seemed, in spite of the very drastic curtailment in their income, to be doing surprisingly well. They were hurting badly. They needed clothing, and the food wasn't good, and they weren't able to go to church anymore, and things like that. But that they looked optimistically at their lives ahead. And perhaps another 40 or 45% perhaps were kidding themselves, but still had a fairly optimistic outlook, though there might have been considerable panic buried in their breasts. In some terms that I use to classify these people, I thought of this group as swimmers, as being people who might be close to sinking but still swimming. Then there was a group, maybe 10 or 15%, whom you might think of as sunk. And of course they really aren't sunk forever. No human being is ever beyond help. But these are people, mothers, that when we ask them, well, what do you think is ahead for your kids, they'd say things like, there's no hope for my children. And they'd say things like, there's no hope for me.
Well, Dr. Weinman, does this sunken quality in the mother transmit itself readably to the children?
Well, the problem is in terms of the word readably.
So that you can detect it as an investigator.
Well, we would have to expect that the mother's attitude would transmit itself. You can't cut it like a loaf of bread. It isn't palpable, but it's present.
Well, if you were doing a study in depth of any one of these families, or any number, if you were treating them clinically, then you could discover it, but not from a one time in.
Well, I think that's a valuable correction, but if you figure this way, let's take the adolescents among these children, and there are, how many, approximately, Charlie, would you say, percentage-wise, roughly, of adolescent children in this group?
About 2/3 of them.
Yeah. Well, now, with this age group especially, one of the most important things that they have to develop, one of the most important tasks, as we say, they face during this period psychologically, is to develop a sense of continuity into the future. I mean, after all, the adolescent's going to step out someday. He's going to have to shift for himself. He's going to have a sense of competence. And while he's 13 and 14 and 15, he's gathering momentum for this push. And so, to use more abstract terms, he has to have a sense of continuity in time, you know. He has to be able to look forward, as the man on the street would say to something. Well, if the mother, who is still central, even for the teenage kid, and there are no fathers in these families, the mother stands as the combined parent, has such already attrition on her morale and expectations. How can this help but affect a kid in very adverse ways? Plus, there are other concrete pinches that are on them. They don't have money to go anyplace. They can't even escape from very easily. They can't even escape. We use that in a positive way here now. Get away from this kind of domestic or family atmosphere because they don't have 2 bits to take a bus someplace. They can't even go to nearby community centers for some of the programs that are going on there in athletics or other interest groups or whatnot. They literally can't afford it.
Dr. LeBeau, do the adolescent children of these mothers on aid-dependent children show a significantly higher school dropout rate, say, than comparable adolescents of parents who are merely poor but employed, not on relief?
We didn't gather that kind of data in our study here, but we know from national statistics that this is true of children in ADC families, that they do show a high dropout rate from school, and it's associated with their poverty. In our study, we got some of the close-up reasons that Professor Weinman was just telling you about of why this is so. Public education is free, we say, but we tend to overlook things like if you're going to school, you've got to dress like the other kids dress, more or less, or else you really don't want to go to school. You're sort of forced out of it socially. Even more specifically, you've got to buy some note paper, notebooks, pencils. Any of us that have got kids know that you spend some money nearly every week on things like that. Or you need some gym shoes. Or maybe you need 10 cents to buy a Coke with the other kids. Well, in these families where, to give you an example, here in Michigan, it's a good deal the same in most states across this country where there are restrictions on the allowances for ADC families. Here in Michigan, a family consisting of a mother and 3 children gets $160 a month, no more. If there's a substantial amount of income, they'll get less. $160 a month. Now, it's figured by the state that this family needs maybe $110 for food. They also would need maybe $60 for rent and $15, $20 more for utilities. Now, where in this budget would you find allowances for clothing, for a church contribution, for a newspaper, for taking the bus to go down to the clinic because they're not allowed any money for medical expenses? What happens is that there aren't 2 nickels to rub together. And we found out that before they get their checks, their semi-monthly checks, there'd be several days when there'd literally be no money in the house. There might be a little food, there might be a few food stamps. Under circumstances like this, we found cases where children weren't going to school while they were waiting for the check to come in to buy a pair of shoes. There was a girl that mother told us didn't have a pair of shoes. She had 1 shoe of her own and 1 she borrowed from a friend. Now, that's America today.
I asked earlier, Dr. Wyman, if the children in such families show any special markings from their experience or show any visibility to the observer, because children adolescents in particular, seem to be so highly conformist both in matters of dress and diet and social habits. I would think it expectable that they would have a stronger reaction to their situation than other children.
Well, as Dr. LeBeau mentioned, this study was somewhat broader and looked for concrete effect at the total family level in terms of tangible items, as Dr. LeBeau's mentioned, clothing, car fare. It was what kind of resources do they have or don't they have when the camera eye comes in and says, well, like what's around to do with? The psychological dimensions that you're trying to get at here would take a differently focused study. But I can tell you this, that there's nothing that we know, there is no organized knowledge we have in child growth and development, or from the more substantiated principles that we feel are reasonably scientific that would augur well for kids living under these conditions. Many of these families are inner city families. They live in what we call high delinquency risk areas. Stealing and aggression is a daily event. Well, what's to stop a kid who already is living in a climate where this kind of behavior is part of group life almost?
In my opinion, they're worse off than poor kids were 50 years ago. Drastically worse off. Would you agree, Professor Whiten?
In terms of their chances for a healthy outcome of their growth and all of that?
In terms of how they see their chances, their future.
I would think so. I was going to conclude here with this clincher. What possibly would act as a break with a kid like this from participating in more stealing? He really has to. Really force them into petty crime and exploiting whatever opportunities there are for gratification when you have this kind of a situation.
Well, here you've got families of 4, 3 children and the mother typically being expected to live on a bit over $5 a day. That would sound like an open invitation to theft.
It certainly would. And as I say, there's nothing that we've figured out on the quote-unquote scientific end that would indicate anything other than that kind of an outcome.
Thank you, gentlemen. You have been listening to Doctors Charles LeBeau and David Weinman, professors in Wayne State University's School of Social Work, and directors of a recently completed and intensive study of the actual living conditions of the crosscut of those families living on what is called aid to dependent children. Cousins, have yourself...
This is the nation station, WLW, Cincinnati.
Over, under, around, and through. Pell-mell travels, pleasure to you. Pell-mell's natural mildness is friendly to your taste. Yes, Pell-mell's natural mildness is so friendly to your taste.
Pell-mell's famous length travels the smoke naturally over, under, around, and through the finest tobaccos money can buy. Makes it mild, but does not filter out that satisfying flavor so friendly to your taste.
Over, under, around, and through. Pell-mell travels, pleasure to you. Pell-mell's natural mildness is so friendly to your taste.
Buy Pell-mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding. And they are mild. 6:45 Eastern Standard Time. The Cincinnati temperature is 56 degrees. The nation's family prayer period presented by the Cadle Chapel now comes to you from Indianapolis, Indiana.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Welcome again to the nation's family prayer period. We hope this program will make your life a little brighter. Dr. Warren Walker is here to give us some helpful hints on practical Christianity. And for the next few minutes, just put aside whatever you're doing, if you can, and join us around the nation's family altar. I'm sure you'll be glad you did. Before our prayer and talk, here is Jerry Barnes to sing If I Can Help Somebody.
If I can help somebody as I pass along, if I can cheer somebody with a word or song, if I can show somebody he is traveling wrong, then my living will not be in vain. Then my living will not be in vain. Then my living will not be in vain. If I can help somebody as I pass along, then my living will not be in vain. If I can do my duty like a Christian ought, if I can bring back beauty to a world upraught, if I can spread love's message like the Master taught, then my living will not be in vain. Then my living will not be in vain. Then my living will not be in vain. If I can help somebody as I pass along, then my living will not be in
Thank you, Jerry, for singing that particular song. You know, Tennessee Ernie Ford sings that a lot. It was mighty nice of Ernie to bring us such encouragement here at Cadle Tabernacle. With his telegram and greetings a few days ago, he said he grew up listening to the Cadle broadcast down in Bristol, Tennessee, along with his father and mother and his other relatives. So many of you are new listeners. We're mighty glad to have you in the big family, and I hope you will write to Dr. Walker this week. He needs your encouragement and your support if this ministry is to continue. Our leader will certainly pray with you concerning any of your requests. He writes a great many letters of guidance and counsel on personal problems, and he'll reply to your letter, too. I want you to have a special memento of the Cadle ministry. This week, we're mailing out copies of Dr. Walker's message on miracles do happen. It's a plan of prayer. This noted man of God tells you exactly what to do, step by step, to get your prayers answered. This great technique is not some far-fetched, high-sounding idea. It is a tested and proven formula that really works. And all you have to do to get a copy of Miracles Do Happen is just write and ask us for it. That's all. And when we receive your letter, we'll reply to it and send you this special message, which has been beautifully printed. Our mailing address is Cadle Chapel, Indianapolis 6, Indiana. But now, Dr. Walker is going to talk and pray with us about living one day at a time. Here he is, your good friend and mine, Dr. Warren Walker.
Thank you very much, Buford Cadle. In a moment, I'm going to be talking about living one day at a time. Almost every nervous breakdown, collapse in health, bankruptcy in business, and 1,001 other problems that I might mention can be associated in some way with people trying to live more than one day at a time. Some are trying to live yesterday over. This can't be done. Some are trying to project themselves too far in the future, when the plain teaching of God's Word is we're to live one day at a time. And psychologically, this alone brings good mental health. And spiritually, this brings great strength and interpretation. We're going to have prayer and then my talk on living one day at a time and how God solves our problems for us. But just now in quietness and in confidence shall be your strength, saith the Lord. Be still and know that I am God. Our Heavenly Father, take away all coldness of heart, and grant that neither hand nor heart may ever remain shut to the appeal of someone's need. Deliver us from all weakness of will, from the indecision which cannot make up its mind, from the irresolution which cannot abide by a decision after it's been made, from the inability to say no to the tempting voices which come to us from inside and from outside. O God, deliver us from all failure in living, from being too easily discouraged, from giving up or giving in too soon, from allowing anything to defeat us because it's difficult. Grant to us just now the love which is generous in help, the determination which is steadfast in decision, and the perseverance which is enduring unto the end, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The present moment is never intolerable. It's always what's coming in 5 minutes or 5 days, something out there in the future that makes people despair. You see, really, it isn't the present job that tires you out so much. It's the work that's waiting for you that gets you so weary. If people would understand that we're to do just one thing at a time, and actually that's all we can do, just one thing at a time, there'd be a lot less fatigue and fretting and frustration in the world. On Monday, one can only do Monday's work, and for Tuesday's work, there's Tuesday. Healthy fatigue comes from healthy physical and mental work, and usually, if you get a good night's sleep, you feel like hitting it again the next day. But nervous strain is altogether a different thing. It comes from trying to do tomorrow's work today, or the task of 4 o'clock at 2 o'clock. And worst of all, it comes from working at midnight after a strenuous day, or keeping your mind busy, going over and over things after you've gone to bed at night. This can be dangerous. It can break your health. It can fill your life with doubt. It can cause you to pray less with faith. The law of life, my friend, and oh, hear me now, the law of life is to live in the present. And this applies both to time and place. Keep your attention to the present moment. Keep your attention where your body is now. Don't have your body in New York and your mind in California. Don't have your body functioning at noon and your mind at 6 o'clock. Do a good day's work and then stop. Overwork is not productive in the long run. Then I said, God is not concerned with conditions. This ought to be good news to you. Jesus said in Matthew 19:26, with God, all things are possible. Well, the unchangeable fact is that God has all power, and God can bring blessing and harmony out of any condition at any time at any place, because God is outside of time and space. It makes no difference to God how long a certain condition has lasted, how old the difficulty is. It makes no difference how much seeming opposition there is to overcome. God is not concerned with conditions. Oh, yes, I know our minds are always putting difficulties in the way. We say it's too late or too soon or too far or too near or too much. And so we kill the victory and we lose our joy and our faith becomes very weak and disturbed. But all of this is psychological and sinful. It has nothing to do with God. I want you there by the radio, to determine today that you're going to have the blessing of God. You're going to have happiness and health and prosperity in all of your affairs by realizing that God is working in you and God is working through you to bring these things about. Now listen to me. Don't for a single second allow your mind to tell you that it cannot be done, because it can be done. And if you mean business with God, it will be done. God is not concerned with conditions. And if you refuse to let them inhibit your thought, they cannot prevent you from having the blessing and the fulfillment that God intends. And remember again, Matthew 19:26. With God, all things are possible. There's a way out of your difficulty. There's a solution to your problem. There is health, there is happiness, there's completeness. And Jesus said, I am come that they might have life and that they might have it more abundantly. And so start practicing this business of living one day at a time and giving God all there is to your life, because He can solve every problem.
Sweet hour of prayer, sweet hour of prayer.
You've been attending the nation's family prayer period, which comes to you every day over a special radio network. Don't forget to write us your copy of the prayer plan. A special message by Dr. Warren Walker called Miracles Do Happen. Remember, we are completely dependent upon your prayers and support to maintain this interdenominational and international ministry of help and encouragement. Our mailing address is Cadle Chapel, Indianapolis 6, Indiana. And here's Dr. Walker to say,
goodbye, be good, and God bless you, my dear friend.
And have a fine day all day long. Goodbye, everyone.
It's Adventure Roundup time. Has your son ever camped in the out of doors, hiked mountain trails, or paddled a canoe through whitewater rapids? If not, there's a whole new adventurous experience waiting for him in the Boy Scouts of America. For information, contact your local Boy Scout headquarters. WLW, Cincinnati.
Good morning, everyone. It's Friday, November 22nd. Welcome to the Clockwatcher Show from the nation station, WLW. I'm Fred Bernard. We have 56 degrees in Cincinnati this morning. Still on the, almost balmy side. 57 at Dayton, 54 at Columbus. Elsewhere, temperature readings at Louisville, 58, 54 at Lexington, 56 at Indianapolis. Cloudy, windy, and on the mild side today and tonight with scattered showers and occasional thunder showers popping up here and there in the area. Highs in the 60s today, lows in the 50s tonight. Tomorrow, some showers, and the weather will be turning much cooler. We'll turn to details from Frank Pierce and the news from Bill Robbins in 1 minute.
Hey, pull over there! Sorry, officer, what did I do?
All right, fella, you the owner of this automobile?
Yes, I am.
You turn right at the next light, go 3 blocks to the Gulf Station.
I know where the police station
Not
is.
the police station, mister, the Gulf Station. G-U-L-F.
Oh.
You go there, see if your name is on the winner's list. It's already entered in their Ohio-wide sweepstakes. Well, get going.
Oh, I thought I'd done something.
Maybe you have. Maybe you're already a winner of one of those great new 11-inch GE personal portable TVs. Every car owner in Ohio is automatically entered. All you have to do is check the winner's list at any Gulf station in Ohio. If your name is there, you're a winner. 300 valuable prizes every week during the contest. New lists of winners go up at Gulf stations every week. No purchase is necessary. If your car is registered in Ohio, your name is already entered in the sweepstakes. So hurry right now to see if your name is on that winner's list.
2 minutes after 7, here's the news. Bill Robbins reporting. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, Fred. Good morning, everyone. A University of Cincinnati student was killed, 3 other youths injured in a one-car accident in Cincinnati shortly after midnight. Police identified the youth killed as 18-year-old John Glauner of Britton Street in Madisonville. He was riding in a car which missed a curve at the Beachmont Avenue Viaduct and Linwood Road, hit a pole and sign stanchion, and overturned on a lawn. The Glauner youth was tossed out of the car and crushed to death when it rolled over on him. The others, including the driver, 18-year-old William Bryce of Bramble Avenue, were trapped in the car, only slightly injured. Police charged the driver with reckless driving and manslaughter. The Ohio Highway Patrol has identified the victim of an accident near Essex, Ohio, in Union County early today as 69-year-old Roy Blue of near Richwood in Union County. He was killed when his pickup truck ran off a road and overturned. The crash is still under investigation. The patrol says Blue might have suffered a heart attack before the accident. A one-car accident last night near LaPorte, Indiana, claimed the life of one man and raised Indiana's 1963 highway toll to at least 1,163. 25-year-old Larry Dove of LaPorte was killed when his car went out of control on a curve, skidded into a field, and overturned. The Indiana State Fair Board plans a special meeting today to discuss reopening of the State Fairgrounds Coliseum for public ice skating. The building's been closed to the public since a Halloween explosion during an ice show killed 71 persons and injured more than 300 others. Complete repairs to the building will not be made until next year, but officials say it is usable for skating. A spectacular fire at 616 Carlisle Avenue in Cincinnati last night sent flames leaping about 20 feet into the air and kept firemen busy for about a half hour. No loss was set since the building was due to be torn down for urban renewal. An investigation of another Cincinnati City Department is underway, according to Cincinnati's morning paper, The Inquirer. It reported today that 2 detectives have been checking on alleged kickbacks to some city employees in sales of salvage items from buildings which are torn down for the Queensgate Urban Renewal Project. In most instances, the city is supposed to get part of the proceeds from the sale of such salvaged items on a 50-50 basis. However, according to allegations by a discharged Urban Renewal Department employee, the city failed to get that revenue in many cases because of a cover-up by some other employees in return for a kickback. The investigation of the Cincinnati Public Utilities Department resumes in council chambers this morning. Former off-street parking director Leo Caffaretta probably will return to the witness stand to continue his story of payoffs allegedly given department head George Howey. Caffaretta, who had worked under Howey, has accused his former boss of accepting from him a $10,000 payoff in the sale to the city of the old Gibson Art Building when it was purchased for use as a parking garage. Congressman William Harshaw of Ohio announced today that because of recent revelations in the Bobby Baker case, the TFX inquiry, and others, he's introducing legislation in the nation's capital to require full disclosure of the financial affairs of all federal employees who receive annual compensation in excess of $14,000. That would include members of the Senate and House of Representatives. In addition to the disclosure features of the bill, it contains conflict of interest features which prohibit federal employees from acting as counsel, attorney, or agent for the prosecution of claims against the United States or for carrying on any trade or business in the funds or debts of the United States within 2 years after termination of the employee's service with the federal government. 5.5 minutes past 7. Time now for a check on the weather from the WLW Radar Weather Service. And here to report is meteorologist Frank Pierce.
Good morning, everyone. Well, a lot of moisture due our area here over the next couple of days, and it looks as though it's going to get pretty well started here today. We have quite a broad band of Gulf moisture that is flowing from that area across Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky, and all the way to the northern lakes. Showers and some thunder showers, and actually in places some rather steady and moderate rains have already broken out in the midsections of the Mississippi Valley, and the radar indications now of a line that is close to the Ohio-Indiana border and then follows along the Indiana and Kentucky borders back into western Tennessee. that line the forward wall of some showers and occasional light rain that get more intense as you get deeper into it. And we're going to be getting deeper into it today, and so we'll look for the increasing heavy cloud that is generally spread over the area now, and as it thickens, more rain expected out of it today. We'll start then with mostly cloudy, windy conditions across the area. The showers already in Indiana and western Kentucky, and those moving into Ohio and the eastern sections of Kentucky, at least by this afternoon, with a few sprinkles of rain out ahead of it even this morning, so you better have your umbrella, raincoat, and so on for returning home tonight because of the rather heavy rains that could be here and there throughout the region. It's going to give us some adequate amounts of moisture. Temperatures of the mild variety in the 60s, around 66 or 65 in Cincinnati, and lows still in the 50s tonight, Cincinnati 56. Saturday, cloudy, windy, and turning cooler with still some showers left over from today and tonight. 56 in Cincinnati now, and that's the weather.
7.5 minutes after 7, WLW time. More news, Bill Robbins.
The Navy says it might try today to salvage a U-2 spy plane which went down in the Gulf of Mexico Wednesday, presumably while returning from a flight over Cuba. The wreckage is located about 40 miles northwest of Key West, Florida, in about 100 feet of water. The Air Force said the plane apparently experienced mechanical trouble. The pilot, Captain Joe Hyde, Jr. of LaGrange, Georgia, is missing, but the search for him goes on in hopes he might have reached a reef and reached safety. Informed sources say the craft was returning from a routine mission over Cuba when it crashed. The U.S. has been sending reconnaissance planes over the island regularly since Soviet missiles were discovered there in October last year. Informed sources in Leopoldville say one of 2 Russian diplomats arrested by Congolese police Tuesday was flown out of the Congo last night. The man reportedly sent away was a Soviet embassy counselor. The other Russian officer arrested and beaten up Tuesday is a press attaché. Congolese Premier Adula told newsmen last night that instructions have been given for release of both men. And he stressed their expulsion does not mean the Congo is severing its ties with the Soviet Union. The Congolese government claims the Russian embassy staff supported a plot by an exiled former opposition leader to oust the Adula regime. The UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space is preparing to endorse a set of legal principles agreed upon by the United States and Russia. The document came out yesterday after months of negotiations between the two nations. Chief points in the basic law of the agreement are the acknowledgement of the right of non-governmental agencies to launch space projects and provision for international consultation on projects which might interfere with the activities of other nations. Notably missing from the document is Russia's demand for a ban on spy-in-the-sky satellites, which would prohibit the use of space for spying, propaganda, or even hatred. U.S. sources say American observation satellites will continue to be launched. The State Department has announced some military aid to Indonesia has stopped, but some still is going on. In September, shipments of small arms and ammunition were halted, as well as spare parts for troop transports. Indonesian President Sukarno is said to be using the transports to bring troops to the border of Malaysia, the new nation he is threatening. Economic aid from the United States is continuing, although the U.S. and several other nations pulling out of a deal to a range of $500 million credit for Indonesia. Sukarno gets a vast amount of military equipment from Russia. Some congressmen are demanding that all aid to Indonesia be cut off because of Sukarno's apparent ambitions on the territory around him. French President de Gaulle and West German Chancellor Ludwig Erhard wind up their talks in Paris today. Yesterday, the two European leaders held talks on a variety of topics, including the future of the common market and political unity plans. Both termed the talk satisfactory and friendly. The ruling conservatives remain in power today following Japan's parliamentary elections. Prime Minister Ikeda's pro-American party coasted to an easy victory on the basis of about half the returns from yesterday's balloting. A state policeman in Michigan has admitted robbing a bank and is being held in connection with the holdup. It took place early yesterday at Royal Oak near Detroit when a gunman pointed a pistol at a teller, demanded she fill a plastic bag with money. He got $3,100, but in getting away, his car struck another car, and a bank teller who was running after the bandit hit the getaway car with a rock. Auto repair shops were alerted, and that led to the arrest of State Trooper Andy Salkovich when he took the car to a garage to have the dents fixed. Salkovich admitted the holdup and turned the loot over to his superiors. He had been on the state police force since 1956. His superiors described him as a good officer. While the trial of Newport officials was in progress at Falmouth, Kentucky yesterday, a special Kenton County grand jury was reporting at Covington on its investigation of vice and gambling in that northern Kentucky city. In general, The grand jury said they didn't find any evidence of extensive or organized vice or gambling in Kenton County, but they did return 30 indictments against 2 men and 1 woman on vice charges and indicted another woman on similar charges. Members of the Tennessee Bar Association today expressed united disapproval of the appointment of Detroit Police Commissioner George C. Edwards to the 6th U.S. Circuit Court bench here in Cincinnati. The Tennessee Bar Association is among several individuals and groups which criticized Edwards because of his past affiliations with the American Student Union, which the House Un-American Activities Committee labeled a Communist Front organization. Edwards, however, had resigned from the group before it was labeled. He also spent 30 days in jail in 1937 for leading a sit-down strike in defiance of a court order. The Sixth Circuit Court hears federal cases from Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Michigan. It's 12 minutes past 7. We'll have a look at sports in another minute.
Over, under, around, and through. Pell-mell travels, pleasure to you. Pell-mell's natural mildness is friendly to your taste. Yes, Pell-mell's natural mildness is so friendly to your taste.
Pell-mell's famous length travels the smoke naturally over, under, around, and through the finest tobaccos money can buy. Makes it mild, but does not filter out that satisfying flavor so friendly to your taste.
Over, under, around, and through. Pell-mell travels, pleasure to you. Pell-mell's natural mildness is so friendly to your taste.
Buy Pell-mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding. And they are mild.
13 and a half after 7. Here's Bill with the sports.
The Cincinnati Royals face a rugged 3 games and 3 nights scheduled over the weekend with only 8 healthy players on the roster. Their opponent tonight at Cincinnati Garden, the Detroit Pistons. Tomorrow night, the Royals play the Hawks at St. Louis, then return to play the Hawks again at Cincinnati Garden on Sunday night. 3 players could miss tonight's game. Jack Kleiman still has an injured hand, Jay Arnett's recovering from the flu, and Tom Hawkins definitely is out with a bad ankle. Only 1 game played in the NBA last night. The Los Angeles Lakers beat St. Louis 111-99. And, of course, tonight's game between the Royals and Detroit will be heard over WLW-RADIO beginning at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. The Cincinnati Wings hockey team play the St. Louis Braves at St. Louis tonight. The Ohio State Buckeyes fly to Ann Arbor this morning for that traditional game with Michigan. A win tomorrow would give the Buckeyes at least a tie for second in the Big Ten. They'll have a fight on their hands. Coach Woody Hayes ran his first and second units through a light drill and sweatsuits yesterday, and the Buckeyes are ready for the Wolverines, although Michigan is slightly favored. The last big weekend of college football gets underway tonight with 1 major game. North Carolina State, currently in the running for the Atlantic Coast Conference Championship, tangles with league foe Wake Forest. American Davis Cup player Dennis Ralston faces Australia's John Newcombe in today's rounds of the South Australian Tennis Championships. Ralston advanced to the finals by outlasting top-ranked Aussie Roy Emerson in a 2.5-hour match yesterday. Well, that's news and sports. Fred Bernard, what do you have to add?
Bill, this is a story about a London glue salesman who has been fired for being too good a salesman. Elijah Ellis joined a manufacturing firm 4 days ago, and he was told that he was expected to sell at least 200 cans of glue and up to 500 a week. Well, Ellis sold nearly 1,600 cans of glue. His boss fired him for disobeying instructions. Turned out that through an oversight, Ellis had not received a company letter asking salesmen to accept only small orders because of a glue shortage. A company spokesman said Ellis will stay fired anyway.
Sticky situation.
Sticky situation, yes indeed. And that's the latest news from WLW's Communications Exchange. Bill Robbins reporting. Next news at 8 o'clock here on the Nation Station, WLW in Cincinnati. Coming up to 16 after 7, we'll get the Clockwatcher show underway with Nat Cole.
Fire and smoke. I look
around me and looked so fine. I asked my Lord if all this was mine. Every time I feel the Spirit moving in my heart, I will pray. Every time I feel the Spirit moving in my heart, I will pray. There ain't but one train on this track. It runs to heaven and it runs right back. If I behave, He will let me ride. I'll have a home there when I get inside. Every time I feel the Spirit moving in my heart, I will pray. Every time I feel the Spirit moving in my heart, I will pray. I will pray.
Nat King Cole putting us in the spirit of things this morning. It's 18 now after 7.
Now there's one-step protection for your car's cooling system that lasts the whole year. Gulf Antifreeze and Summer Coolant. Now, one dependable product that lets you forget about winter freeze-up and summer overheating for a full year. Thanks to Gulf Antifreeze and Summer Coolant, you can now enjoy safe 12-month cooling system protection. Gulf Antifreeze and Summer Coolant contains a special rust inhibitor that helps prevent corrosion. It won't foam, evaporate, or boil away, and there's no draining or additional service until this time next year.
See your good Gulf dealer.
Have your Gulf dealer install Gulf Antifreeze and Summer Coolant. Give your car's cooling system a full year's protection, starting right now.
Let's go with Harry James in the orchestra and jangle a few memories, perhaps. You made me love you. Harry James in the orchestra, and You Made Me Love You. Frank Pierce telling me quite a few showers in Indiana now, and they'll probably be moving our way today. So we'll have scattered showers and occasional thunder showers in the forecast, highs in the 60s, under cloudy skies with plenty of wind and mild temperatures, too. 56 in Cincinnati now. Dayton has 57, Columbus 54, and elsewhere around the tri-state area, all the temperature readings are in just about the mid-50s, with the exception of Portsmouth at 46 degrees.
Oh, wouldn't you really rather have a Buick? A Buick? A Buick? Oh, wouldn't you really rather have a Buick than any other kind of car?
Buick Special.
Rim size.
Buick LeSabre.
Full size.
Buick Electra 225.
Oh, luxury.
Buick Skylark.
So personal.
Buick Wildcat.
Wild. Buick Riviera means adventure when you drive slow. Wouldn't you really rather have a Buick this year? So wouldn't you really rather have a Buick? A Buick? A Buick? Oh, wouldn't you really rather have a Buick this year?
24 after 7, the field of useless information. The record industry has come out with some figures on the number of records sold in 1962. If laid end to end, they say they would stretch some 37,000 miles. That would go around the world at the equator about 1.5 times. Also has a note here about a new album that's just been released, which I guess kind of figures. Seems to be the era of comedy albums and taking advantage of big stories in the news on which to base those albums. They have one called the Casa Nostra story now, with takeoffs on Joe Valachi, who's called Volapio on the disc, and Senator McClobber instead of Senator McClellan, and various other takeoffs on the investigations recently held in Washington, the underworld investigations by that congressional committee. You might be looking for that. Well, it's time for another piece of music here, so let's have some from Victor Damone. Hank Mancini, okay.
When we played our charade, we were like children posing, playing at games, acting out names.
Henry Mancini's orchestra and chorus and charade. Getting a little bit ahead of myself here on the music sheet. Victor Moan coming up shortly. You're looking ahead to the day when you will buy or build your own home, are you? Well, by taking steps now to arrange for a suitable loan, you'll be able to deal to best advantage when opportunity opens the door to your new home. To obtain help in planning your program, call on any of the Mount Lookout Savings and Loan Company offices in Amelia, Ohio, Finneytown, and the main office on Mount Lookout Square in Cincinnati, where you're assured of valuable information and assistance. For over 54 years now, Mount Lookout has been helping thousands of homeowners, in some cases 3 generations of the same families, with their financing needs. For safety of principal, appreciation in value, and assured return on your money, you cannot make a wiser investment than home ownership. So why not start saving for your home today? At Mount Lookout, your savings will earn attractive interest, and they'll be guaranteed in full by the Ohio Deposit Guarantee Fund. I think you'll find it will pay you to look to Mount Lookout Savings and Loan Company. Today, why not? We'll have our scoreboard in just a moment. First, Roger Williams. From the Cardinal, Roger Williams here on the Nation Station, WLW in Cincinnati at 7:30. Let's have our Clock Watcher triple scoreboard. Sports is first. Here's Bill.
The Cincinnati Royals play the Detroit Pistons at Cincinnati Garden tonight. The game to be heard over WLW-RADIO beginning at 8:30. Only one game played in the NBA last night. The Los Angeles Lakers beat St. Louis 111-99.
Thank you, Bill. A check on today's weather and maybe a look into the weekend, too. Let's call in Frank Pierce. Frank?
Right, we can go that far with the weather into the weekend. Right now, cloudy skies threatening the entire area. Some showers that are moving throughout the state of Indiana and right up to the western border of Ohio, extending along the Ohio River in the northern northwestern side of Kentucky. Those are moving rather rapidly eastward. They will overspread all of our area today, so we're bound to be going back into them, not only just in Indiana and western Kentucky, but the rest of us during the afternoon and tonight, and some thunder showers due in them. This looks as though the same condition will hold tomorrow during much of the day. Southerly winds that will be strong and gusty as they are today, as we get into the 50s and 60s this afternoon, with 66 expected here in Cincinnati, and the lows tonight generally in the 50s with 56 in Cincinnati. Then during the day tomorrow, the cold air that is bringing snow and some freezing rain to the northern plain states will be moving across here, at least causing showers, at probably not that kind of severe weather on the surface of the earth, but we will look for colder temperatures over the weekend, starting Saturday afternoon, actually Sunday morning, in the northwestern side of Indiana, and then gradually spreading throughout the region. That should turn our temperatures down Saturday night to the 30s and hold our temperatures to the 40s on Sunday under clearing skies later in the day on Sunday. 56 in Cincinnati now, and that's the weather through the weekend.
Thank you, Frank. That covers it pretty well, I'd say. Now let's see if we can help you out with your driving this morning as you get ready for the last day of the week at work. We'll see if we can get you in here on time and so forth. We do it, first of all, via a pre-flight traffic report from Lunken Airport, and at the other end of the line, Lieutenant Arthur Merring. Good morning, Art.
Speaking about being on time, I think that was a nasty remark. I just want to assure Bob Janigan I just saw over Red Bank and Madison I made it. But looking in now to the traffic situation this morning, weather-wise, looking out in the eastern sky, Aurora, the rosy-figured goddess of the dawn, is tinting out there. I don't know why I'm getting poetic on a Friday morning. Well, as Ollie James says, TGIF, thank goodness it's Friday. We do have some traffic troubles this morning, and from all indications, it's going to be a heavy traffic morning. I noticed that coming into the airport area here this morning. We have some accidents. Over at Grand Avenue and Carruthers Avenue in Newport, an accident reported there for you folks in that area. And just as we pulled into the airport area here, an accident run came in at 8th and Mount Hope over in Price Hill. The most serious thing at the moment, though, is over on North Bend Road, on North Bend Hill, just below Caldwell Drive, where we have a report now of a 4-car rear-end collision. That's a 4-car rear-end collision on North Bend Hill, just below Caldwell Drive. And until we can get over there, I'd suggest to the folks that ordinarily use that to use Galbraith Road on the north, possibly for the eastbound movement. Westbound, use Seymour. I know a lot of folks come up North Bend Hill in the morning, but you can come up Seymour Road, that's 71st Street in Carthage, and then on up the hill and intersect North Bend up above Caldwell Drive, and this should help a little bit. Also, with the new bridge on Township Street in Elmwood now, Center Hill Road would be open to North Bend Road. So I would avoid that, and Jack and I will get right over there and check that one out for you. North Bend Hill below Caldwell Drive, 4-car accident. We had a report about 7:15, 7:20 of traffic light trouble at 7th and Central, and this is on that Price Hill movement inbound. But a car down there, we haven't heard any more on it, which would indicate that we have a man on the job taking good care of it. So we'll bounce out of here now, and we'll talk to you from the air in just a few minutes. Right back to comics.
Okay, Art, thanks. 25 before 8.
May I have one of your Winstons?
Of course, be my guest.
I think I'll change to Winston.
You've just changed to the best, so if you're thinking of changing to a filter cigarette, take it Winston. Changing to a filter cigarette, change to Winston, because Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Join the swing to Winston. Only Winston has a pure white modern filter, plus exclusive filter blend up front. 2 good reasons why Winston is America's largest selling filter cigarette by far.
So if you're thinking of changing to a filter cigarette, change to Winston, because Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Come on, change to Winston.
ran into an old friend the other day, and he was telling me about his older brother that had gotten in some trouble, so much so, as a matter of fact, that he got the electric chair. And he was explaining to me how difficult it was the last day when he went to visit him in prison. As he put it, what do you say when you leave? Goodbye, or so long, I'll see you around? He was a little confused, and he finally said, well, more power to you.
What is the Jet Smooth Luxury Chevrolet for 1964? First of all, it's excitement. Then it's confidence. And, of course, the 1964 Chevrolet is luxury. Combined with pure enjoyment. What is the Jet Smooth Luxury Chevrolet for 1964? It's everything you want, all through the year, in a car you'll be proud to own. The Jet Smooth Luxury Chevrolet for 64. See it now at your Chevrolet dealers.
21 minutes before 8 o'clock. Now we'll get to Vic DeMoe.
You see, I'm nobody's baby. I wonder why each night and day I pray the Lord up above, please send me down somebody to love. But nobody wants me. I'm blue somehow. Won't someone hear my plea and take a chance with me? Because I'm nobody's baby now. Wants me. I'm blue somehow. Won't someone hear my plea and take a chance with me? Because I'm nobody's baby now.
Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody's baby, that's Vic DeMoe. 56 in Cincinnati, 57 at Dayton, 54 at Columbus. Temperatures in the mid-50s just about everywhere in the tri-state area this morning. Cloudy, windy, and mild, the forecast for today and tonight. Scattered showers and occasional thunder showers. Quite a bit of shower activity over in Indiana right now. We'll have highs in the 60s today, lows in the 50s tonight, and some showers, and the weather will turn much cooler tomorrow. A little more like football weather before we get through with Saturday. 18 before 8 o'clock.
Eve, honey, may I have some more Mott's applesauce, please?
Sometimes I think you'll turn into an apple, Adam.
No, but I might turn into a jar of Mott's applesauce. It's the best applesauce in the world.
That's because it's made from 5 kinds of apples. Juicy, sun-ripened, hand-picked apples, Adam.
I know. So it's never too sweet, never too tart. Always absolutely marvelous.
Mott's is so clever with fruit. Take Mott's AM, for instance, with 5 good health fruit juices in one exciting drink. Great for breakfast or any time.
Mott's PM, too. It has apple, tastes grape. The most refreshing combination in the world.
The finest fruits in all the land make all Mott's products just grand.
Get Mott's applesauce and Mott's AM and PM drinks. They taste grand.
These are the Anita Kerr singers in Guitar Country.
Every now and then I get a funny kind of yen for my guitar country. That big star country back
Anita Kerr singers in Guitar Country. 14 and a half before 8 WLW time here on the Clockwatcher Show for a Friday morning. A copter traffic report coming up now. Lieutenant Mering has it for us, and it's presented by your Frisch Big Boy Drive-In Restaurants. Arthur, please.
Well, okay, Fred. Breezer, a man was so lame who said he's going to miss the Miami game, the big game tomorrow. But let's get into the traffic. We're checking out over Winton Place at the moment on Winton Road in the vicinity of Hand Avenue. Gray Road, Groesbeck, moving in well out of the College Hill area, looking down at Winton and Spring Grove, some accumulation. On Winton Road, southbound there at Spring Grove, but not critical. We've checked out several things. We've reported on the pre-flight report this morning a 4-car accident on North Bend Road on the hill just below Caldwell Drive. Well, that's just down the hill from Girlstown, and we were just over the scene. The Hamilton County Sheriff's Office is on the scene, and the cars, all 4, have been pulled off on the side of the road. They're on the berm of the road. All you have to do is use a little caution. But North Bend Road at the moment is open and running light. All detours off in the area. North Bend Road is open. I'll say one thing with the rather mild temperatures of the night. And some of these roads this morning are in a rather slick condition, so do be careful. We also had a report of an accident that came in after pre-flight that we moved in on the expressway. That's the Mill Creek Expressway just north of Paddock. No injury or no delay reported, but we looked it over, and it involves a truck and an automobile. They are off on the shoulder of the road. It is not a serious accident. All expressway lanes are open. In fact, the Mill Creek Expressway moving well. We did make our initial check of the morning at Columbia Delta, and Bob Sherwood in the vicinity now on the corner, moving inbound Columbia. It was a little bit on the tight side inbound at Columbia Delta, back through Stanley almost to Tusculum, but it was moving. It wasn't that solid accumulation of stoppage that we had yesterday morning. It was moving a little bit, and we got old Robert in there to get this thing moving along well. And as we move along now, we're over Central Parkway at Ludlow, looking in at the Coleraine interchange of the Mill Creek Expressway and south to Hoppo. The Hoppo Street viaduct is running heavy. There is some ground haze here. We'll get in a little closer and a little less altitude. Take a good look at it and call you back. Westwood Northern, running medium to heavy, but we don't have that mass confusion we had over in there yesterday morning. This should move right out with our details going into place. And that's the first report of the morning here. We had a report of an accident at River Road and Mount Hope Road, and we'll check that one out. And that's the story on the first report of the morning. Back to Fred Bernard at COMEX.
Thank you, Art.
Talk about good, this is it, my friend. Talk about delicious, I can recommend. A fresh fish sandwich that's really great. The best fish sandwich you ever ate. So talk about delicious and talk about good. You get it at Big Boy in your neighborhood.
And I'll tell you something else that hits the spot, my friend. That's breakfast at Frisch's. A particularly good idea if you're one who has to have an early breakfast and you don't want to bother the missus at an unearthly hour in the morning. Many of the Frisch Big Boy drive-ins in this area serve a complete breakfast menu that includes all the egg dishes, ham and bacon, hot cakes, and as a special, Frisch's Danish rolls. They are baked fresh daily in Frisch's commissary. So even if your breakfast only consists of a roll and coffee, why not make it a Frisch's Danish roll and Frisch's truly delicious Big Boy coffee? Yes, for breakfast, stop at Frisch's. 11:30, or let's make it 10:30 before 8 o'clock. It's an article in a current national magazine that claims that there will be an increase in the percentage of twins in the world's population. And with all the quintuplets being born lately, this kind of follows along. The story says that the rise in modern medicine will make it possible to save many premature twins who have been lost in the past. After one set of twins, the chances of a mother having another set is about 5 times the national average, or about 1 in 17 live births. The article also says that twins definitely run in the family. And one other note here that borders on the unbelievable. The magazine says there is evidence that the world's record mother may have been an Austrian woman who reportedly bore 69 children. That included 4 sets of quadruplets, 7 sets of triplets, and 16 sets of twins. 9:30 before 8, news on the hour. Peter Duchin here in Manhattan. Manhattan. I'm trying to figure out about this woman that had all those children. My mathematics is not too good. Well, I'll figure it out, see if that's right. Men, are you getting gray? If so, here's sensational news and a special introductory offer to prove that right now you can easily cover all your gray, recapture its natural, youthful look in about 10 days. How? With an amazing new hairdressing discovery. It's called RD. RD not only effectively conceals your gray, but also grooms and conditions your hair to perfection. And get this, you use RD like any other fine hair tonic. But there's one difference with RD, and that is this. Day by day, you see a gradual change until, in about 10 days, the gray in your hair is no longer visible. Looks as it did before it turned gray. So, men, don't let gray hair make you look older. Don't let it handicap you. Right now, get RD and get your natural, youthful look. Now, men, you can't buy RD in any store in this area at any price. But right now, for 10 days only, the Raymond Research Corporation of New York will send it to you by mail in plain wrapper. Send only $2.98. The sponsor pays all taxes and postage charges. The address, RD, Box 6, WLW, Cincinnati, Ohio. Yes, to get your RD, send only $2.98 right now to RD, Box 6, WLW, Cincinnati, 2. They'll pay all taxes and postage charges. Remember, RD covers all your gray, makes you look and feel years younger or your money back from RD. Remember, this offer is good now for 10 days only, so right now, send your check or money order for $2.98 to RD, Box 6, WLW, Cincinnati 2, Ohio. 5:30 before 8, here's Bill Albert and Bill DeWitt.
Bill, why do they call a passed ball just that instead of calling it an error?
Well, the reason for calling it a passed ball is that it doesn't affect the progress of the batter. It only affects the progress of the runner. And I presume that's the reason that they had originally, and they've stayed with it.
Could it be, too, because the catcher has so many more chances than the ordinary fielder?
Well, that could be, but back in the earlier days, I guess, I know that they had a separate listing that was used for the errors that were committed by the pitchers and the catchers, because they do have so many chances, and they didn't want that to reflect in the fielding of a team, for instance. If you had a real good infield and a real good outfield, and the pitchers and catchers were making a lot of errors, they didn't want it to reflect in the fielding average.
Of course, you got a couple of knuckleball pitchers. You have to get a few more passed balls, aren't you?
Well, I can't blame the catcher for not handling those knuckleballs. There's very few catchers that can catch them.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Jensen. 4 minutes news from COMEX right now. From Lieutenant Merring, a report on the traffic. Arthur?
Well, okay, Fred. Over in the Mill Creek Valley now, we made a check over there. Humble Street moving in fairly well, very heavy, but moving in rather well. It is moving and getting into the expressway area pretty good. Looking into the Central Parkway and Western Hills Viaduct area, it's moving in on the medium to heavy side, both from the top deck and of the Western Hills Viaduct and inbound Central Parkway. And about the most we can expect is to keep an even balance at an intersection such as this that, that thing handles, I guess, 50,000 automobiles there every 24 hours, and that's pretty tight. But Servicar has been on the job since right after 7 o'clock at the intersection. That's one of our downtown motorcycle men out there. And they do have the traffic rolling along very well. And both on the viaduct and on inbound Central Parkway. And any change in the pattern at the moment would lead to tying up one or the other. So they've been doing a good job out there. Everything doing well. We're looking in now. Columbia and Torrance still moving in pretty well over there. Not too much difficulty. Looks pretty good. We're checking out east side now. And we see one of our emergency cars with a red light flashing going out Kellogg Avenue. Just had a report of an accident at Kellogg and Lumsden with a person injured. Kellogg and Lumsden, that's right in the vicinity of the filtration plant there on Kellogg Avenue. Roughly just inbound from Wilmer, and we can see a slowdown of traffic at that point. This is on Kellogg Avenue now, and it is inbound on Kellogg. Inbound on Kellogg. And one of our vehicles is there already, more than one, and others we can see responding here. 1, 2, 3 more police cars moving in with the red light flashing. When the emergency service goes in operation, well, they take pretty good care of things, believe me. So this is we have a signal 24 now, inbound on Columbia Parkway in Lumsden. This is just in from Wilmer Street. The car involved in this accident is up against a pole. It's a car struck a pole, and the inbound curb lane at Kellogg is blocked. However, one of the men on duty there is immediately going on traffic duty and moving the one lane on around. And the 24 isn't as serious as it was even 1 minute ago here. But I would not recommend any detour at the moment because I don't think Columbia Parkway can take too much more volume. So keep moving in there, but drive carefully and keep moving, please. And we did make a bridge check downtown. The bridges were doing rather well for Friday morning, so back to comment.
Thanks, Art. The Copter Report's presented as a public service by your Frisch Big Boy Drive-In restaurants and your neighborhood pure oil dealers. Afternoon on the Turnpike. While I have a chance to remind you, we'll have the original cast recording from the Broadway show Little Abner, starring Peter Palmer and Edie Adams and Stubby K2. That's this afternoon. If you can join us, we'd like to have you here at the Nation Station, WLW in Cincinnati. The time is 8 o'clock. Let's have the latest news now from WLW's Communications Exchange. Bill Robbins reporting. Good morning, William.
Good morning, Fred. Good morning, everyone. Late word from Vatican City, where the Ecumenical Council has taken its first final action on a major document since the Roman Catholic meeting began in the Vatican more than a year ago. Today's action adopted a proposal to replace Latin with local languages in many Catholic ceremonies. Late word from Seoul, Korea, where the U.S. Army has announced that 9 Korean civilians have been killed, 9 others hurt by an Honest John missile, which exploded while the group was gathering scrap on a firing range. The Koreans were all villagers who lived about 30 miles north of Seoul, and the Army says they had been warned to stay away from the firing area and were trespassing when they were hit. A University of Cincinnati student was killed this morning when the automobile in which he was riding missed a curve at the Beachmont Avenue viaduct, rolled over, and landed in the yard nearby. He was identified as 18-year-old John Glauner of Britton Street in Madisonville. The car's driver, 18-year-old William Bryce of Bramble Avenue, was charged with reckless driving and manslaughter. 69-year-old Roy Blue of near Richwood in Union County, Ohio, was killed early today when his pickup truck ran off a road and overturned in Essex County. With an investigation of the Cincinnati Public Utilities Department due to resume today, there are reports of a scandal in another Cincinnati City Department. We'll have those stories in a moment.
We have a special copter report, Bill. Let's bring Art back in here.
Well, thanks, Fred and Bill. We're over Kellogg Avenue at the Little Miami River Bridge. I was concerned this car hit a pole inbound on Kellogg, just in from Wilmer. I think we're going to have to call a detour here as stuff's beginning to build up at Kellogg and Wilmer inbound, and suggest to you folks in the Mount Washington area to use Beachmont Avenue in. Use Beachmont, and we'll stick around for a while, keep an eye on Columbia for you. But it's beginning to build up at Kellogg and Wilmer. I'd recommend Beachmont Avenue inbound. Back to COMEX.
Thank you, Art. The Copter Report's presented as a public service by your Frisch Big Boy Drive-In restaurants and your neighborhood pure oil dealers. Now, once again, Bill with more news.
The investigation of the Cincinnati Public Utilities Department resumes in council chambers this morning, and former off-street parking director Leo Cafferata probably will return to the witness stand to continue his tale of payoffs allegedly given department head George Howey. Meanwhile, the Cincinnati Enquirer says a police investigation is underway into charges that some employees of the City Urban Renewal Department accepted kickbacks in the sale of salvage items from the Queensgate project. A department employee fired from his job, Nelson W. Hayes, reportedly had charged in an affidavit the city had not been getting its 50% share of proceeds
from the sale of the items salvaged from the urban renewal demolition. Hayes allegedly accused salvage operators of failing to give the city its half share and of paying kickbacks to cover up the losses. An attorney for James Hoffa says he'll appeal a ruling that bars him from practice in a federal court. The attorney is Z.T. Osborne. 2 federal judges in Nashville say Osborne admitted trying to bribe a juror in a forthcoming trial of Teamsters President Hoffa. Osborne's been in Washington and says he hasn't read the judge's ruling. He declined to comment except to say he would appeal. In Nashville, Judges William Miller and Frank Gray released testimony of their hearings and quoted the attorney as saying he grew to like Hoffa deeply as a friend and offered the bribe because he thought Hoffa was getting an unfair deal from the newspapers. He said the Teamsters president did not know about the bribe attempt. It's 3.5 minutes past 8. We'll have more news and a check on the weather and a helicopter traffic report in another minute.
Over, under, around and through. Pell-mell travels, pleasure to you. Pell-mell's natural mildness is friendly to your taste. Yes, Pell-mell's natural mildness is so friendly to your taste.
Pell-mell's famous length travels the smoke naturally over, under, around, and through the finest tobaccos money can buy. Makes it mild, but does not filter out that satisfying flavor so friendly to your taste.
Over, under, around and through. Pell-mell travels, pleasure to you. Pell-mell's natural mildness is so friendly to your taste.
Buy Pell-mell famous cigarettes. Outstanding. And they are mild.
Time for another copter traffic report from Lieutenant Mering. This one's brought to you by your neighborhood pure oil dealer. Art?
All right, just a double check here now for the folks out of the Mount Washington area. We have a fairly good balance moving in now on the 2 entrances into the city here, both Kellogg Avenue and Beachmont. That accident, of course, is over on Kellogg inbound, and this is a car struck a pole over here. This is inbound Kellogg, and it's jumped in from Wilmer Street, right at the corner of the filtration station. And we have recommended folks use Beachmont, and they've done a tremendous job out here, and we do thank you for it. And there has been some build-up. And we're moving in now along Columbia Parkway, and we see something happening here just inbound on Columbia from Delta. Jack just spotted it here before we saw the brake lights go on. And we have a disabled motor car inbound on Columbia Parkway curve lane, just in from Delta. It had to happen, doggone it. Inbound on Columbia Parkway, just in from Delta Avenue, a disabled car in the curve lane inbound. We'll move a man in here immediately now. We'll move a man in. He's on the way right now. He'll be on the way right now. This is before you get to Seneca Street. It's just up the hill, actually before those lanes widen out too much. This is a critical area. And, oh boy, now what do we do? Eastern Avenue running about a medium to heavy movement too. It's a pretty good balance here. Columbia and Torrance is in good shape. I'd say stick with your route now. I would not avoid Columbia there. I think we can move those cars around all right. And also, if you're normally using Eastern Avenue, go right ahead. It's going pretty well here. And the situation out there at Kellogg and Wilmer, just inbound from Wilmer, is rapidly clearing now. So we're in pretty good shape, I guess. We just had a report of an accident over in Kenton County on the Dixie Highway at Superior and the Dixie. An accident there with a person injured for you folks in the area. That brings it 24 inbound at 7th and Central. A man on duty there. We did have traffic light trouble there earlier today. And that's the story for the moment. Back to Comex.
Hi, Bob Rockwell for Pure Oil. You know, in my travels around the country, I see many Pure Oil stations. And, of course, while I'm driving, I see stations that sell other brands of gasoline. Now, there are a lot of good gasolines. But a gasoline with a really important difference just doesn't come along very often. That takes time and money, and plenty of solid research. In the case of pure Firebird gasoline, the scientists at Pure Oil spent 5 years creating the exclusive combination of tritane additives. This is what tritane does. Just a little bit in each gallon of Firebird actually cuts engine wear as much as 60%. More than 4 million miles of testing proves it. Think what that means to you. Better mileage, fewer repairs. Your car stays younger, longer. There is a difference in gasolines that's worth changing brands to get. Get it in Pure Firebird with tritane. And thank you.
It's 8.5 minutes after 8 o'clock. More news. Once again, Bill Robbins.
President Kennedy speaks in Fort Worth, Dallas, and Austin, Texas today in his campaign-style trip around Texas. One purpose, to patch up a quarrel between liberal and conservative Texas Democrats. A grand jury from Selma, Alabama will be in Washington Monday to investigate the Justice Department's role in Alabama's Negro troubles. The jury has asked Attorney General Robert Kennedy to be the first witness, but there's no sign he'll appear. The jury has no power to subpoena federal officials. The investigation stems from Martin Luther King's use of a Justice Department car last month to attend a racial rally. More than 500 persons rioted at a New York City police station last night, throwing stones and sticks at 200 policemen who restored order after 3 hours. Some of the rioters were on rooftops, throwing debris at police. A Soviet diplomat was expelled from the Congo last night. He's arrived in Brussels from Leopoldville, the first of several Soviet officials expected to be forced out of the Congo because of alleged activities aimed at the overthrow of the government of President Abdullah. Informed sources in Cambodia say that country has turned its back on Red China and is planning to seek foreign aid from France to replace that lost by breaking off of contracts and agreements with the United States. 10 minutes past 8, we'll have a look at sports in another minute.
Oh, wouldn't you really rather have a Buick? A Buick? A Buick? Oh, wouldn't you really rather have a Buick than any other kind of car?
Case in point, Electra 225 by Buick. A luxury car that never lets its luxury interfere with its driving excitement. A lean, contemporary, vigorous fine car. In 1964, a new Wildcat V8 engine and new Super Turbine 400 transmission. And as always, a very sensible price. Electra 225. Above all, it's a Buick.
So, wouldn't you really rather have a Buick? A Buick? A Buick? Or wouldn't you really rather have a Buick this year?
11 after 8, here's Bill with the sports.
The Cincinnati Royals, after a day off, go against the Detroit Pistons at Cincinnati Garden tonight at a game to be heard over WLW-RADIO beginning at 8:30. Only one game in the NBA last night, when the Los Angeles Lakers beat St. Louis 111-99. The Cincinnati Wings pro hockey team played the St. Louis Braves at St. Louis tonight. The Ohio State Buckeyes fly to Ann Arbor today, preparing for that traditional game with Michigan tomorrow. Coach Woody Hayes put his team through a light drill yesterday. The last time the Bucs played Michigan at Ann Arbor, it was a whopping 50-20 victory for Ohio State. That was 2 years ago. Last year, the Bucs dumped the Wolverines 28-0 at Ohio Stadium. Indiana and Purdue collide tomorrow in their traditional Big Ten football finale for the old Oaken Bucket and school prestige before an expected all-time record crowd at Bloomington. The last big weekend of college football gets underway tonight with a major game when North Carolina State tangles with league foe Wake Forest. Two new faces on the Pro Tour share the first-round lead in the $20,000 Cajun golf tourney in Lafayette, Louisiana. The faces belong to Joe Morescu and Duke Matthews. They took 600-par rounds of 66 into today's second day of play. One stroke behind the leaders are Dick Crawford, Harold Neese, Dave Marr, and Jim Cascia. Tourney favorite Jack Nicklaus is tied with 11 other golfers, 3 shots behind, at 49. Time now for a check on the weather from the WLW Radar Weather Service. And here to report is meteorologist Frank Pierce.
Good morning, everyone. Well, mountains of moisture coming in from the south and southwest, bringing showers into Indiana and back through the western side of Kentucky and western Tennessee, and rather good rains now in Illinois, as well as some of the showers in northern Indiana. All of it moving steadily eastward, and the southerly winds to be on the strong side, to add with that a temperature that will be of the mild variety today. Cold weather in the central plains now, and the northern plains particularly, with snow and freezing rain out through that region, giving rather light amounts of snow, but some hazardous driving conditions. That cold air is pushing in behind, or will be replacing the warm air that we have here across the area at the moment. That won't arrive until during the day on Saturday, and until that time we'll be under the southerly flow, the very moist flow, and we are looking forward to a little bit of rainfall. So during the day today, mostly on the cloudy side, windy and mild with the temperatures in the 50s and 60s. Look for the showers, those over Indiana now and western Kentucky, be moving mostly into Ohio and eastern Kentucky this afternoon and again then tonight, and by that time very likely giving us a few thunder showers dotted through the area. Thunder showers of the mild variety, of course. Temperatures in the 60s today, dropping down to the 50s tonight, and then during the day tomorrow, cloudy, windy, and a few showers still left over. Colder air into northwestern Ohio and into the northern sections of Indiana by tomorrow morning at this time, and that will spread across the area and bring us to a cooling trend over the weekend. So 60s today, 50s tonight, and then mostly in the 50s tomorrow, and then gradually into the 30s and 40s over the weekend as we turn colder and colder. No driving hazards because of ice or snow, but we will see some of that snow flurry activity near the lakes at least by Saturday afternoon. 56 in Cincinnati now, and that's the weather for the moment.
Here are today's estimated livestock receipts from the U.S. Department of Agriculture Marketing Service. Cincinnati cattle 200, calves 100, hogs 2,200, sheep 100. Indianapolis cattle 100, only 25 calves, 6,000 hogs, and 200 sheep. Chicago cattle 5,500, no calves, 9,000 hogs, and 300 sheep. Total estimated cattle receipts on the 9 leading Midwest markets today, 13,200, up 2,675, with the estimated hog receipts, 61,700, up 12,000. Over in Worthington, England, there was an awful racket yesterday when Mrs. Ed Nordell tossed a load of clothes in her automatic washing machine and turned it on. After a lot of squealing, she opened the washer and looked inside. There sat a little kitten. Strangely enough, it was in good shape and a little bit cleaner, too. That's the news. Bill Robbins reporting.
Thank you, Bill. For the most complete news coverage in the Midwest, stay tuned to the nation's station, WLW in Cincinnati. Next news at 9 o'clock, news headlines at 8:45. It's 15 and a half minutes after 8 now. Time to check your pockets, Frank.
Practicality, D doesn't interest me. Love the life that I lead. I've got a pocket full of miracles, and with a pocket full of miracles, one little miracle a day is all I need. T-Rubble's more or less be other me, I guess, when the sun doesn't shine. But there's that pocket full of miracles, and with a pocket full of miracles, the world's a bright and shiny apple that's mine, all mine. I hear sleigh bells ringing smack in the middle of May. I go around like there's snow around. I feel so good, it's Christmas every day. Lee, I've the carousel, VR as I can tell, and I'm riding for free. So if you're down and out of miracles, I've got a pocket full of miracles, and there'll be miracles enough for you. The carousel, PR as I can tell, and I'm riding for free. Pocket full of miracles. But if I had to pick a miracle,
Frank and the kids with a pocket full of miracles at 18 after 8.
It makes good sense to check your physical health. But what about your family's financial health? Doesn't it make sense to check that, too? Now, Metropolitan Life, the company which provides insurance protection for over 44 million people, has a service designed especially for fathers called the Family Security Checkup. It is helpful whether you need insurance or not. With your Metropolitan representative, you add up everything you have, such as your home, life and health insurance, savings, pension, Social Security. Then you add up what you need for emergencies, education, medical expenses, retirement. You compare what you have with what you need. And in one easy-to-read summary, you see exactly where you stand. You decide whether the plans you made for your family do what you intend. Every father needs a regular family security checkup. And you can have yours by calling your Metropolitan representative. There is no obligation except to those you love.
Now, your Frisch Big Boy Drive-In Restaurants present Lieutenant Baring with another copter traffic report. Aren't there, baby?
Oh, okay, Fritzy, baby. We're just off McMillan Street Hill here, the scenic drive through Fairview Park. If you've never taken a drive, you should. Beautiful view of the downtown area of the city. Also, over at the end of Ohio Avenue, that's also a beautiful spot. Well, anyway, we checked out that accident out on the Dixie Highway at Superior Avenue. It's down in the vicinity of South Fort Mitchell, just north of the Frisch Big Boy restaurant down there on the Dixie. And the police down there very much on the ball this morning as we arrived there. Records removing the car, and the Dixie is open and no trouble. Very light traffic at the moment and doing nicely. And right now we're checking out on Vine just south of Charlton. Vine and Charlton, that's the Firehouse corner. A three-car rear-end collision in the center of Vine Street, right out near the center line. You folks moving inbound there on Vine past the Shield School, use the second lane from the curb. That would be the first lane out from the parked cars. Don't use the center of the roadway there. There's a three-car rear end and considerable damage involved. We can see it from here. As we move along now, we just checked out, of course, Western Hills Viaduct Central Parkway, doing rather well for a Friday morning, and the Westwood Northern Hopple is open. And that brings us up to date on this report, so back to comics.
Calling all men from outer space,
Cowboys and Indians, too.
Daniel Boone's and Robin Hood's. Here's a good thing to do. Stop and enjoy a big, big boy, a double-deck hamburger treat. The national favorite, coast to coast, so stop and enjoy a big, big boy.
Yes, and when you stop at the sign of Frisch's Big Boy, you know that you're going to get the finest double-deck hamburger in town. But did you know that you can also get a really delicious breakfast at Frisch's? True. Choose from a menu that features any style of eggs, ham, bacon, pancakes, juices, cereals, fresh fruits, and as an extra treat, Frisch's own baked Danish rolls. You can top off your breakfast with a cup of that special Big Boy coffee. And you're all set to go into high gear, I'll tell you. So today and every day, enjoy a delicious breakfast at your Frisch Big Boy Drive-In. 22 minutes after 8, time for a little honest evaluation of yourself, gentlemen. See if this little poem applies. Wives who can run up a bill not knowing just how they will foot it have husbands who lay down the law but always forget where they put it. Cy Coleman and Carolyn Lee's tune, Best Is Yet to Come. That was David Carroll and his orchestra. Cloudy, windy, and mild today and tonight. Scattered showers and occasional thunder showers to be expected. Highs in the 60s, presently 56 in Cincinnati, 57 at Dayton, and 54 at Columbus. Portsmouth, the coldest spot this morning at 46 degrees. Louisville at 58, Lexington 56, Indianapolis 57. 25 and a half minutes after 8 o'clock.
Engineers tell us that engine wear is most apt to occur when the engine is cold, before the oil has a chance to circulate. A costly motor overhaul is the eventual penalty. But with a can of Wynn's friction proofing in your crankcase, your engine is fully protected even during cold weather starting. Wynn's friction proofing smooths and seals the metal surfaces inside your engine against wear. Ask for Wynn's friction proofing.
So add a can of Wynn's today.
Another copter traffic report from Lieutenant Merring. Art?
All right, just off Columbia and Torrance, we had an indication here a little while ago that things are pretty tight out here, but my goodness, Columbia inbound to Torrance is running wide open and light. Oh, that's something. Wide open and light. And Torrance Road, no appreciable build-up there either. Let's see, about 10, 12 cars. And Taft Road also open. That disabled car out of Columbia Parkway is slowing things down a bit coming through Delta. But after cars once get by there, why, everything is A-OK. And moving real fine. Columbia Delta, inbound on Columbia Delta there looks a little bit tight. We're moving out there right now. And it's not backed up too badly, though. It's still moving in at Stanley, so that indicates things are doing pretty good. It is a little tight through Delta, but no need to avoid this because once you get by the disabled car, everything is doing fine. In fact, there's a police officer on the scene there, and if you folks in that lane next to the center line hug that double yellow, why, things will move out real fine. So just keep moving, and use turn indicators when you're going to change those lanes. That about brings us up to date here. We made a cut clear across town through Coreyville, Avondale, and Walnut Hills, Hyde Park, East Hyde Park, and things are doing well out here. So back to Fred and Comex.
Thank you, Arthur. The Copter Report's presented as a public service by your Frisch Big Boy drive-in restaurants and your neighborhood pure oil dealers. We'll get further details on the weather in just a couple of minutes from Frank Pierce. It's 28 after 8. This is Spooky. Japanicus, that's Xavier Cugat and the orchestra here on the Nation Station, WLW in Cincinnati. 8:30 on a Friday morning, November double deuce. We've got a report from Frank Pierce that we'd like to hear right now, pertaining to the weather, of course. Frank, how about it?
Right, Fred. Cloudy skies, of course, over the entire listening area of Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky. And along with that, some showers that extend from around Toledo east of Fort Wayne, Indiana, and down to intermittently around the Indianapolis region and into the western side of Kentucky. That band of showers is getting a little stronger on the western side into the Mississippi River, all of it moving in an east-northeasterly direction, and so we're going to look for it to spread through the area. Of course, this morning, as we say, already in Indiana and the westernmost parts of Kentucky, it should be moving into the western side of Ohio and the central parts of Kentucky during this afternoon. And with that this afternoon, a few scattered showers and thunder showers that will last through the night tonight and into tomorrow as it spreads on over to the Appalachian Mountains. Southerly winds today will be a little on the gusty side, those up to around 20 miles an hour or better from the south. And we can look for the thunder showers to last into the region with the afternoon temperatures then of that type of weather. They'll be in the 60s mostly, with 65 or 66 in Cincinnati. During the night tonight, low temperatures dropping down into the 50s, about a pleasant 55 or 56 here in Cincinnati, the showers lasting into Saturday, and then turning colder in the northwestern side of Indiana tomorrow. And that cold weather during the day will be breaking down across all of Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky to bring us into a rather chilling end to the weekend, with clearing skies on Sunday and highs on Sunday very likely not above the 40s. 56 the current Cincinnati temperature, the humidity 90%, and that's the weather.
And will that be all now, Mrs. Freeze?
Oh, one thing more. Cigarettes, please. And I'm changing to Winston, Mr. Shea.
Say, you're about the 10th one today.
Yes, if you're thinking of changing to a filter cigarette.
Make it Winston, changing to a filter cigarette. Change to Winston because Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Yes, the big swing is to Winston, because only Winston has a pure white modern filter plus exclusive filter blend up front. No wonder America's largest selling filter cigarette is Winston by far.
So if you're thinking of changing to a filter cigarette,
change to Winston.
Because Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Change to Winston.
27 minutes before 9 o'clock, Vic Damone's back again.
Hey, little girl, comb your hair, fix your makeup. Soon he will open the door. Don't think because there's a ring on your finger, you needn't try anymore. For wives should always be lovers too. Run to his arms the moment he comes home to you. I'm warning you. Day after day, there are girls at the office, and men will always be men. Don't send him off with your hair still in curlers. You may not see him again. For wives should always be lovers too. Run to his arms the moment he comes home to you. He's almost here. Hey, little girl, better wear something pretty, something you'd wear to go to the city and dim all the lights, pour the wine, start the music. Time to get ready for love. Oh, time time to get ready, time to get ready for love. Oh, time to get ready, time to get ready, time to get ready for love. Oh, time.
Wives and lovers, Vic Damone, second time around here on the Clock Watcher this morning, 24 before 9 o'clock. And let's get Art back with another copter traffic report, this time presented by your neighborhood pure oil dealers. Arthur?
Well, okay, just off Auburn Avenue, about Southern Avenue here at the Christ Hospital, and moving eastbound. Just made a double check of the Central Parkway, Mill Creek Valley area. Everything doing fine along Hopple. Moving nicely. Western Hills Viaduct open. Still a little tight southbound on the Parkway at Western Hills, but a man on duty. And things are doing pretty well over in that area. The peak seems to be off of the morning traffic load here now. And we checked the approach routes again from Price Hill. We've kept an eye on those this morning. Biggest difficulty out of Price Hill this morning was some traffic light difficulty over at 7th and Central. That should be corrected today. We're looking in at Gilbert Avenue, People's Corner, the Park Avenue Bridge, Victory Parkway, Main Drive, Eden Park. Looking now at the Ohio River. And I think we'll just start to head in now unless something comes up. And this being Friday, again, and some advice. I don't know, they say things about people that give advice, but for the parents of young people over this weekend, know who they're driving with. Know whose car they're in. And please, we want to see them too Monday morning, you know. Moving along now, Eastern Avenue, Columbia, both moving well inbound, and we'll talk to you again tomorrow, Monday morning. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Fred, but not on the air. We'll be in there for Signal 3, of course. But we'll talk to you again Monday morning, bright and early, and that's it for the moment. Back to Comac.
Thank you, Arthur.
Ever stop to think about what's happening under the hood of your car? Well, there are 4, 6, or 8 pistons there, and they're going up and down as fast as 4,500 times a minute. That causes engine wear. Now, nothing on earth can stop engine wear altogether, but there is a gasoline that can cut engine wear by as much as 60%. Pure Firebird with tritane. If you can reduce engine wear that much, you'll be giving your car a longer lease on life. For the less your engine wears, the longer it'll keep its power. And, of course, the more money you'll save on gasoline and repair bills. Doesn't all that sound like a difference in gasolines that's worth changing brands to get? Get the gasoline that cuts engine wear. Fire up with Pure Firebird at your Pure Oil dealers. Bob Rockwell for Pure Oil, and thank you.
I don't suppose it comes as any surprise to tell you how popular pro football has become. And in a recent sports magazine, this week's issue, as a matter of fact, there's a very interesting article about, in this particular case, people in New York City who will not buck the crowds around Yankee Stadium when the Giants are playing at home. And many of them, of course, due to the fact that the telecast is blacked out in the immediate metropolitan area, will travel up into Connecticut. And this happens just about every Sunday afternoon now, about 5,000 or so. They have to get 75 miles away, I believe it is, so that they can pick up the telecast. And there are even a few people, according to this article, that live right next door to Yankee Stadium that have season tickets and have passed them up on occasion to get out of town and go up and watch it on TV because they just don't like to fight the crowds at Yankee Stadium. And one thing that just amazed me, there's a motel up along the Merritt Parkway, and they have had as many as 3,000 people in the motel just for, 4 or 5 hours while the game is on, a little bit before and after. And not only do they have kind of a little celebration while the contest is on, but at halftime, they go outside and the Police Athletic League band from Bridgeport, Connecticut comes up and marches around in the parking lot. So they have their own halftime show. That's the status of pro football and how fanatical people have become about it, even to the point of having marching bands in the parking lots of the motels where they're watching the ball games. Friends, most medical authorities agree that stomach distress symptoms in the vast majority of cases are due to excess acid. So, if you're suffering from symptoms of distress such as poor digestion, heartburn, acid dyspepsia, headaches, sleeplessness, or the distressing symptoms caused by stomach or duodenal ulcers due to excess acid, send for the Willard message of relief, won't you, without cost or obligation. It's a helpful booklet, and it explains in simple language the Willard treatment, one which has shown the way to relief from such symptoms to thousands of acid stomach sufferers all over the country. Many of you perhaps are unable to eat foods you want because you're afraid of the pain and misery they might cause. You've tried this and that without relief till you become kind of discouraged about it all. Well, if you're suffering from symptoms of distress arising from stomach or duodenal ulcers due to excess acid, or other symptoms of acid stomach distress, don't delay another minute. Get Willard's message of relief, free, from any Gallagher, Gray, Walgreen drugstore, or in Indianapolis, Indiana, Hook Dependable drugstores and Hague drugstores, or at any other authorized Willard dealer. Be sure you look for the Willard sign in the window. Listen to Larry Elkhart and the orchestra, Green Green. Green Green at 17 before 9 WLW time. Men, are you getting gray? Well, if so, here's some sensational news for you and a special introductory offer. One that's to prove right now you can easily cover all your gray, recapture its natural, youthful look in about 10 days. How do you do this, you ask? Well, you do it with an amazing new hairdressing discovery called RD. RD not only effectively conceals your gray, but also grooms and conditions your hair to perfection. And get this, you use RD like any other fine hair tonic. But here's the difference. With RD, day by day, you see a gradual change until in about 10 days, the gray in your hair is no longer visible. Looks as it did before it turned gray, so don't let gray hair make you look older. Don't let it handicap you. Right now, get RD and get your natural, youthful look. You can't buy RD in any store in this area at any price, but right now, for 10 days only, the Raymond Research Corporation of New York will send it to you by mail in plain wrapper. Send only $2.98. The sponsor pays all taxes and postage charges. The address, RD, Box 6, WLW, Cincinnati, Ohio. Get your RD now. Send only $2.98 to RD, Box 6, WLW, Cincinnati, Ohio. They'll pay all taxes and postage charges. Remember, RD covers all your gray, makes you look and feel years younger or your money back from RD. Remember, this offer now is good for 10 days only, so right now, send your check or money order for $2.98. Send it along to RD, Box 6, WLW, Cincinnati 2, Ohio. Let's get news headlines in here next from WLW's Communications Exchange. Bill Robbins has them. Bill?
5 high-ranking officers of India's armed forces were killed today in a plane crash near New Delhi. 9 Koreans were killed, 9 others hurt when they trespassed on a U.S. missile range in Korea. They were picking up scrap metal when an Honest John missile landed in the target area and exploded. The Ecumenical Council at the Vatican has given overwhelming approval to the document to permit modern languages to be used instead of Latin in many Catholic ceremonies. President Kennedy speaks in Fort Worth this morning, then continues on to Dallas and Austin as he enters his second day of a Texas tour. A Soviet diplomat has been expelled from the Congo for his part in an alleged plot against the Congolese government. And informed sources say Cambodia is planning to seek aid from France rather than Red China, now that it's decided to abandon U.S. aid.
Thank you, Bill. Next news at 9 o'clock. It's 14 before 9.
A French cabinet minister says,
De Gaulle is breathing a spirit into our national life which Frenchmen have never felt before. He is shaping the way French leaders will act and think for years to come.
A Western diplomat says,
The truth is that de Gaulle just doesn't give a darn. Nobody can influence him. He makes a policy out of not giving a darn.
Two views of French President de Gaulle, quoted this week in the Saturday Evening Post. It's a revealing portrait of one of the greatest historical figures of our time, caught at the moment in history that he has spent almost a quarter of a century in preparing. How do de Gaulle's policies conflict with ours, and what is the danger in that conflict? Read De Gaulle Builds a New France in this week's Saturday Evening Post. Also in this week's Post, a visit with glamorous Romy Schneider, the Austrian actress who has taken Hollywood by storm. Be sure to read this week's Saturday Evening Post, on sale now for the special price of just 10 cents.
56 our temperature in Cincinnati. Cloudy, windy, and mild the forecast, with scattered showers and occasional thunder showers in the picture, too. Highs today in the 60s. Anita Bryant and A Wound That Time Cannot Erase. 10:30 before 9.
Oh, wouldn't you really rather have a Buick? A Buick? A Buick? Oh, wouldn't you really rather have a Buick than any other kind of car?
You may not be an animal lover until you see the new 1964 Buick Wildcat. It is the wildest. Horsepower, 325, 340, or 360. Transmission, 3-speed synchromesh, 4-speed stick shift, or the new Buick Super Turbine 400 automatic. It all adds up to the wildest thing on wheels.
Wildcat for 64. Above all, it's a Buick.
So wouldn't you really rather have a Buick? A Buick? A Buick? Or wouldn't you really rather have a Buick this year?
Christmas is coming, you know. And a man named Eli Noel was charged with stealing $5,000 worth of goods from a department store where he worked in Calais, France. Interesting to note that Mr. Noel was known as Father Christmas by his co-workers because of his kindness. Now we know why. Adam Wade serenades Venus.
Hey, Venus, oh, Venus, Venus, if you will, please send a little girl for me to thrill. A girl who wants my kisses and my arms, a girl with all the charms of you. Venus, make her fair, a lovely girl with sunlight in her hair, and take the brightest stars up in the skies and place them in her eyes for me. Venus, goddess of love that you are, surely the things I have can't be too great a task. Venus, if you do, I promise that I always will be true. I'll give her all the love I have to give, as long as we both shall live. Venus, goddess of love that you are, surely the things I ask can't be too great a task. Oh, Venus, if you do, I promise that I always will be true. I'll give her all the love I have to give, as long as we both shall live. Hey, Venus, oh, Venus, hey, Venus.
Adam Wade singing the praises of Venus, a real gas.
Here's news, important news for every car owner. Now, Ashland Oil brings you vitalized gasoline. Yes, vitalized to make your engine come alive. Get new Ashland A+ or new Ashland regular gasoline. Both are vitalized to make your engine come alive. You can actually see the difference, hear the difference, feel the difference. You get faster starting, quicker warm-up, instant response, faster acceleration, smoother, cleaner engine operation, better performance, and more power. And vitalized gasoline prevents fuel line freeze-up and carburetor icing. Fill up soon with new Ashland A+ or new Ashland regular. Both are vitalized to make your engine come alive. Available only from your good neighbor Ashland Oil dealer, the friendly man with the better brand.
Another look at the weather in just a moment. First, Earl Garner with The New Kind of Love. Earl Gardner at the piano with a song he wrote for a motion picture of the same name, New Kind of Love. 3 minutes before news time. Where was that weather condition you were telling me about?
Things are getting wintry if you don't mind going out of the area.
Yeah. Where was that you were referring to? 22 degrees and 35-mile-an-hour winds, was it?
Yes, western Kansas. Goodland, Kansas reports snow flurries and a temperature of 22 degrees. And the wind is right out of the north at, gusts up to 34 and 38 miles an hour.
Is this part of a front that might be moving in our direction?
Well, that's back well within the cold air, of course, which is moving our way, and one which will be coming across here during the day Saturday. Though Saturday won't turn out to be anything as cold as that, I think there's quite a bit of moderation to it, but it certainly will take our temperatures way down from what we're looking for.
Far cry from what we had yesterday and are anticipating today, huh?
What we have now and what we're anticipating today and tonight. So that cold air we expect to be in about the northwest corner of Ohio and down into the southern part of Illinois at this time tomorrow morning. And then during the day it should go right on through the area, cover all of Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky. And so we'll watch temperatures going downward tomorrow rather than upward. And they'll start out in the 40s and 50s in the morning, and particularly over Ohio and our Cincinnati area here with the temperature tomorrow morning about 55 or 56. And I'm sure we'll end up well into the 40s and likely the 30s by Saturday night or Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
And very likely won't see more than the 40s on Sunday. So a real change, and of course the result has spread a little bit of bad weather over the midsections. Notice the coldest temperature in the nation this morning was 11 below zero at Havre, Montana, 9 below at Williston, North Dakota, and 3 inches of snow on the ground in parts of Nebraska around Valentine, and down into Missouri, too. They've had some rain and snow. So
hasn't been too much snow reported, though, has there really?
No, there's not anything real deep. Of course, the mountain passes of the Rockies have received some, but other than the Rocky Mountain passes, it looks as though the greatest snowfall is still up around Maine. A few places in Maine reporting around 5 inches. In fact, there's one at Akron, Colorado now that say 5 inches. So cloudy and windy today and mild, and some rain and showers in the picture, that lasting through tomorrow, turning colder, and then by Sunday, much colder and clearing.
And our present temperature, Frank?
We're at 57 now, the humidity's still at 90%.
Okay, thank you, sir. This afternoon, we'll join you on the Turnpike 135 till 3 with the original cast recording of The Little Abner, starring Peter Palmer and Edie Adams and Stubby K. If you can make it, we'd love to have you along. 1:35 this afternoon on the Nation Station, WLW Cincinnati. Fred Bernard here saying good morning to you. Time is 9 o'clock.
NBC Radio News on the Hour, brought to you by Wynn's friction-proofing products to correct and prevent car trouble from radiator to gas tank. Now here is Edwin Newman, NBC News.
An Indian Air Force helicopter crashed today in Kashmir, and 5 senior officers in the Indian Army and Air Force were killed. One of the dead was Chief of Operations of the Indian Air Force. In South Korea, 9 Koreans have been killed and 9 injured while gathering scrap metal on a United States Army firing range. The Koreans had been spotted before the firing and warned to leave by leaflets dropped from a helicopter, but apparently hid in bushes and caves. Then they rushed out to gather pieces of an Honest John rocket that was fired, counting on half an hour before another went off. Instead, it came a few minutes later, and the Koreans were caught. The incident took place yesterday. The new government in South Vietnam has relieved 31 high-ranking military officers of their commands and placed them on indefinite leave without pay. All 31 are believed to have been favored under the regime of President Diem, and all are to be investigated. In the meantime, they are not permitted to take other jobs. More news after this from Wynn's Friction Proofing.
Carefree driving begins with a can of Wynn and a can of Wynn. Today.
Maybe it happened this morning. You got into your car, started the motor, and heard an annoying clatter under the hood. That's the sound of sticking hydraulic valve lifters. And those sticking lifters can cause serious engine damage if allowed to continue unchecked. But there's a fast, easy way to free them. Just add a can of Wynn's engine tune-up to your crankcase. Wynn's engine tune-up is guaranteed to free sticking hydraulic valve lifters within 10 minutes driving time or your money back. What's more, Wynn's engine tune-up contains Wynn's friction proofing to help keep valve lifters working smoothly once they are free. So to free noisy hydraulic valve lifters, ask the man to add a can of Wynn's engine tune-up wherever you get gas or service.
So add a can of Wynn today.
Here again, Edwin Newman.
The Chancellor of West Germany, Ludwig Erhard, has finished 2 days of conferences with President de Gaulle of France. Here's a report on what they accomplished from Bernard Frizel, NBC News, Paris.
West German Chancellor Ludwig Erhard is now winding up his 2-day visit here, and French and German spokesmen are trumpeting the cordiality and mutual understanding of his discussions with President de Gaulle. But no responsible source has yet suggested that the differences in French and German policies have been straightened out. Some small progress appears to have been made toward a gradual approach to a common European grain price, which is what the Germans prefer. But with Erhard on his way to Washington on Sunday to see President Kennedy, he has maintained his view favoring an integrated NATO nuclear force with reliance on American protection against any communist aggression and an intimate Atlantic alliance, none of which President de Gaulle finds particularly enchanting. This is Bernard Frizel, NBC News, Paris.
President Kennedy, on the second day of his tour of Texas, has speeches scheduled today in Fort Worth, Dallas, and Austin. After the Austin engagements, the President and Mrs. Kennedy will fly to the ranch of Vice President Johnson and stay overnight. Sometime today, Mr. Kennedy will telephone congratulations to former Vice President John Nance Garner at Uvalde, Texas. This is Garner's 95th birthday. The Navy may try today to bring up the wreckage of the U-2 plane that crashed into the Gulf of Mexico on Wednesday morning after an observation flight over Cuba. The search is still on for the plane's pilot, Captain Joe Hyde, Jr. of La Grange, Georgia. The Congo government last night deported to Brussels one of the Russian embassy officials arrested on Tuesday. The Soviet news correspondent arrested yesterday has been released. Edwin Newman, NBC News, New York.
Bless you. Now that the cold and flu season is here, be sure you always have Bayer aspirin handy to relieve pains and reduce fever fast. Then when symptoms strike, remember these 3 steps doctors recommend. Rest in bed, drink plenty of fluids, and take aspirin to reduce fever and relieve pain. If there are youngsters in your house, get orange-flavored Bayer aspirin for children, too. Bayer is the best.
This has been NBC News on the Hour. Listen again on the Hour for NBC Radio News, brought to you by Bayer Aspirin. Al Capp monitors talking cartoonist weekends on the NBC Radio Network.
Yum, 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 Husman's potato chips. Try some Husman's potato chips. Do it today.
Husman's Potato Chips, the most snack-satisfying chip on the market. Just right for meals or in-between snacks. Always fresh, always crisp, always delicious. Husman's Potato Chips. WLW, Cincinnati. The guests on today's program appear in exchange for advertising or promoting the groups or events with which they are associated. Prizes awarded on this show are furnished to us in exchange for advertising. From McAlpin's Tea Room in downtown Cincinnati, WLW presents The Good Morning Show, starring Bob Braun.
Good morning. Good morning. A very special time of day when we say good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. We know that everything's okay when we say good morning. And I say good morning. A happy good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, it's a happy good morning from McAlpin. This is Bob Braun here with a Good Morning Show, along with the Lucky Pennies here today. Thank you very much. All right, take it back to her now, Stan. All right, yeah, we'll do that later. The Lucky Pennies are here along with Penny West, and we'll have a good program today. Plus, we have a double audience today. Did you know that, Dean?
I don't know, but they certainly look nice.
Yeah, they
Very
sure
nice.
do. Well, the reason I say that, we have with us today
the Mothers of Twins Club from out in the Westwood area, Western Hills area of Cincinnati. I don't know why I say I lived in Westwood, that's why, and I think I still owe them a month's rent. I guess it's a thing I've never been able to get over. Let's talk to the Mothers of Twins back here. See, we moved out in the middle of... Did I ever tell you that story?
Would you please?
When we got married, my wife and I, she and her mother and dad had lived in a house all their lives, and most of my life, my mother and dad had a house too, and we were not apartment dwellers. You know, it takes a certain kind of person to be able to live comfortably and compatibly in an apartment, right? Well, we rented an apartment out in Westwood. Yeah, we were lucky. Yes. It was in the lower rent district of Westwood, not in the high rent district. But anyway, I walk rather heavily when I walk because I have big feet and I clomp around. And Regine was always saying, shh, you're bothering the people downstairs. And I used to take one shoe off and drop it and let them worry. When's the next one going to drop? You know, for hours you wait down there. But anyway, I used to teach weightlifting when I was a kid in school and going to college and studying announcing and everything. And I had a set of barbells in my house in my room. And every time my wife and I would go home, my mother would say, if you don't get those barbells out of here, every time I clean that room, I stub my toe. So Regine and I were over there one night, and we stayed about till midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning with Mom and Dad, and she made me bring them home that night. And I put them in the back of my car, and the garage was underneath the house. And when we parked there, I didn't want to leave them in the back of the car because I was afraid it would bother the springs to have those weights in the car all night. So I got them out of there. And you know what barbells look like, right? They got things on each end, and there are little locks on there to hold the barbells on. So at 1:30 in the morning, I'm going through the basement and just ready to go up the steps to go up to the first floor. We lived on the second floor of this apartment building, and all of a sudden, the lock on one end let loose. And 150 pounds of iron went clang, boom, crash, bang, boing, all over. And have you ever heard like a pie plant going, and finally stopped? Well, the 125-pound weight did that, like that. And I heard the pitter-patter little feet upstairs. And so help me as I stand here, the people who lived under us moved at 8 o'clock the next morning. That's true. And the following afternoon, we moved. We lived there less than 4 months and ran 3 people out downstairs. That's a fact. That's true. And I wonder, if those people really knew, or know now, that I'm on television and stuff and really know that I'm the one. They probably tell that story. We lived under some young guy and his wife. Of course, that was years ago,
They probably tune in just to tell everybody.
Oh, probably so.
All the friends.
Yeah. I knew him when he, that sort of a thing.
Yeah,
right?
No wonder he's so loud on television and radio.
Who is loud? What do you mean, Penny? You come in here insulting me this way.
What did I say?
Oh, nothing.
Excuse me, Bob.
You
I
don't
was
have
just merely mentioning what people would say.
Yes, what people
Who
would
had
say.
lived
you
under
weren't
you.
saying what you would think yourself.
Oh, no.
Oh,
Never.
all right. Very good. We got that straight now, haven't we,
I like
Penny?
to work here, Bob.
Oh, good. So do I, Penny. That's the way I look at it. We have mothers of twins. You don't have twins, do you?
No, we don't have.
No, ours came one at a time, too. But you don't know. You can't tell. How many are in the group here today? You're in the group. You have twins?
Yes.
How old are your twins?
Years old.
And
7.
Your name?
Mary Wood.
Oh, really? Read your column all the time, Mary, baby. Yeah. I bet you get a lot of calls about that, don't you?
Surely.
When they agree with her and disagree with her, you hear about it, huh?
Yes.
Where do you live, Mary?
Up in Green Gladmore, Western Hills.
How many children do you have?
5.
And, of course, 2 of the 5 would be the set of twins, and they're 7 years old.
7.
When did you find out that you were about to have twins?
Oh, about 4 months ahead of time.
Doctor said to you one day, Mary, I have news for you. How did you react to that?
I dropped the telephone.
You mean he told you by telephone, huh?
After X-rays.
Oh, after X. Oh, I didn't know they could do that while you were expecting. They could take X-rays.
Well, they do to determine
If you really are going to have twins or not, huh? What did your husband think of this?
He wasn't talking very much at the time.
How many children did you have at that time?
Well, 3.
Oh, these are the caboose or cabai, I guess it would be the plural cabooses, huh?
No, we have one after.
Oh, you have one after that, too. Hello there. How are you, sweetheart? Good to see you. You have twins? How many other children do you have? You have 4 altogether, huh? And do you have twins? That's all you have, though. Kind of a piker, aren't you? Huh? That's what's called getting it over with in a hurry, huh? Have both of them I'm sorry, Mary. What's your name?
Margie Beller.
How old are your twins?
15 months.
I thought they must be awfully young because you look young yourself. When did you find out you were going to have twins?
After I came out of the anesthetic.
Boy, what a surprise. Oh, I know what a feeling that is, not only for you, but what about your husband standing there by the elevator and the nurse comes out of the elevator with both arms full? Wow. Yeah, is that what you thought?
That's what my husband thought when the doctor carried 2 out. He never thought they were his because we had 4 before that.
And that made 6.
That made 6 and 1 next year again.
You know, I'm kind of glad all of you are here today because you make terrific customers for our White Villa stores, you know, with all those children. Holy smoke. Let me ask you, there are, of course, many problems raising twins, and you really have the problem of having 2 of everything. Are there any particular problems you could tell us about that you've had with your young twins?
Well, they fight an awful lot. I mean... Normal.
Yeah, well, that happens. One of mine is going to be 7 and the other's going to be 3, and they fight an awful lot, too. Yes?
They team on you.
They team on you? In what respect?
Oh, well, there's 2 minds instead of 1, and they work against you and with them.
Are they identical twins?
Yes, mine are 14.
They're 14 years old now, huh?
Yes.
I see. What's your name?
Hazel Mills.
What are their names?
Brenda and Linda.
Brenda and Linda. I bet you got some cute names. Who named their twins names that don't sound alike? You know, some do Brenda and Linda, Ned and Ted, and I went to school with some boys named Ned and Ted Clyer who were twins. What did you name yours?
Julie and Mary.
And how old are they?
They'll be 2 in January.
When you went to name them, or when you decided to name them, what made up your mind for you?
I didn't know I was going to have twins, and I threatened before they were born. I wanted to use the name Julie, and my husband felt that his mother would feel left out because it's my mother and grandmother's name. So I told him I'd have Mary, Ella for his mother, and Julianne for my mother.
And you got it all over with
I
at
got
once.
it.
But you didn't know like Mary would. You didn't
No,
know.
I didn't know till they were born.
Very interesting. This is an interesting club. How often do you girls meet at the Twins Club? What do you do in your meetings?
Oh, we have speakers, and then we have discussions, and different things.
Did any of you take advantage of some of those deals where if you buy 1 crib and you later have twins, they give you another one free? You have to buy so much or you don't get it. I was wondering about that because it's about time for us to be thinking about those things, you see. Yes.
I hope you think like we did. We had 2 boys. And with the third one, everybody said, well, you got 2 boys, you'll have a 3rd boy. So we had 2 girls.
Oh, boy. Honey, turn off the radio if you're at home. Just forget you even heard this whole show today. We'll have a lot of fun on the Good Morning program today. We have some nice gifts for you. I did mention White Villa, and in yesterday morning's Inquirer, they had their big Thursday ad. And in there, if you read that, you would have seen by now the complete line of things for Thanksgiving Day. They have everything at your neighborhood independent White Villa Market that, of course, will fill that Thanksgiving table for you. The pineapple, the beans, they have the cranberry sauce. Got a special on that, too, just in time for Thanksgiving. You can get 3 cans of White Villa strained cranberry sauce. This is the kind you take out of the can and can slice, and it tastes very good with turkey or chicken. And 3 cans for 59 cents. Just one of many fine specials. And believe me, at that neighborhood independent market called White Villa, the one that's owned by your neighbor just down the street, if you take your total food budget down there, you'll save money and also you'll get top quality merchandise.
White Villa famous foods.
You will be enticed by budget priced. White Villa famous foods. The quality's there, variety to spare. Buy White Villa famous foods.
I guess I should get to the question of the day, but I like to have music before we get into that on the Good Morning Show, so I'll tell you what we'll do, fellas. Penny, you can put down some of your groceries over there, and while Penny's getting set to sing this, I'll remind you, since we're talking groceries, that Partridge brand hams made by the H.H. Meyer Packing Company in Cincinnati also are delightful for a holiday table, too. A lot of people don't buy turkeys, but rather have ham for Thanksgiving and Christmas and Easter time, and if you do that, just look for the name Partridge brand. That's the semi-boneless ham, and with Partridge on the label, you know that's the very best your money can buy. Packaged by the H.H. Meyer Packing Company right here in Cincinnati. It's Partridge brand ham. And speaking of ham, no, that's a terrible introduction. Here's Dean Richards and his Lucky Pennies.
Billy Gumbo, 'cause tonight I'm gonna see my share of meal. Then get jar, fill to jar, and be gay.
by Joe, me gotta go, me oh my oh. Me gotta go for the people down the bayou. My Yvonne, the sweetest one, me oh my oh. Son of a gun, we'll have big fun on the bayou. Jambalaya, coffee's pie, Billy Gumbo. Cause tonight I'm gonna see my Jeremy O. Pick guitar, fill the jar, and be gay oh. Son of a gun, we'll have big fun on the bayou. And there you go. Settle down, far from town, get me a P-roll, and I'll catch all the fish in the bayou. Swap my money to buy Yvonne what she need, oh. Son of a gun, we'll have big fun on the bayou. Jambalaya, coffee's pie, Billy Gumbo. Cause tonight I'm gonna see my Jeremy O. Pick guitar, fill the jar, and be gay, oh. Son of a gun, we'll have big fun on the bayou.
East side, west side, all around the town. For the latest
And the smartest.
it's McAlpin's we have found.
Yes, McAlpin's all over town. It's 19 minutes after 9 o'clock, and we're having a little fun here today because from the shoe department of McAlpin's here at McAlpin's downtown store on 4th Street, they have sent up some Life Stride shoes, and I think they may have been afraid that I was going to give them away because they sent one great big one and one little bitty one. And I looked at that big one, and it looked familiar because most of the girls I know wear feet that big, you know. And Penny West, who is about 80 pounds of dynamite, who sings with the Lucky Pennies, has a little bitty foot. And the one little bitty shoe fits her perfectly, doesn't it, Penny?
Yes.
But either that other one is either too big or you're in it too far. I'm not too
Well,
sure which.
it's a wrong shoe, that's all.
Oh, it's a left shoe. I see. They said no, it's a right shoe, and you have it on the
I
left
have it
foot.
on the left foot, though.
But look at the difference in the size of those. Those are Life Stride shoes, and this is called the Supreme Pump. And I think it's a beautiful shoe. You know, at McAlpin's, they have a terrific shoe department. If you haven't gotten acquainted with it, tell you how I found out about it on my teenage show, which I talk about primarily the junior dress department and sportswear departments of McAlpin's. I never talk too much about the teenage or about the shoe department. And my wife is a shopper like the rest of you ladies, and she discovered the shoe department here at McAlpin's about 4 or 5 years ago, and she's always coming home with the best-looking shoes that she gets at McAlpin's. They have the shoes and the matching purses. I don't know what they call them exactly. It looks kind of like a red patent leather, that real shiny stuff. And they have the matching purses. It looks like it's a deep-looking color. You know the kind I mean? I can't think of it either, but they have those. And she has a pair of red like that and a pair of blue like that I think is just beautiful. But these are Life Stride shoes, and they give you the fit of your life. As a matter of fact, they guarantee this fit. If you buy a pair of Life Stride shoes and wear them for about a week or so, and then the fit doesn't feel right, you come on back to McAlpin's, and they'll be more than happy to exchange those and give you a pair that you feel will fit you better. That's how sure they are that when you buy a Life Stride shoe, the fit is perfect every time. They have the largest range and sizes in all of Greater Cincinnati, so regardless of what size foot you might have, and that's the reason they sent these up. I was just teasing before. This is a 4.5 double A, this little bitty shoe right here. Just for fun, Penny, let's see what size that is. That is Greta Garbo size. It's an 11 Oh, that's the heel. Oh, and how narrow can you get? You know, got feet like a postcard, a long postcard.
That's the box that this one came in.
It does fit inside, but that's just to give you an example of the variety of sizes and wide range of sizes they have at McAlpin's in the shoe department.
East side, west side, down to McAlpin's.
It's question of the day time on the Good Morning Show, and we have a nice gift for one of you here today, an authentic reproduction of an original English bracket clock. It's the Sessions Duxbury clock. Would be very nice to have around the house, wouldn't it? Well, one of you will take that home today, the one of you who comes closest to getting correct the answer to our question of the day. We should have one about twins today, but we don't. We didn't anticipate this. According to figures, though, we go from one extreme to the other. According to figures compiled by the American Kennel Club, about how many cats do Americans have as pets? We had one about dogs last week, but today we're going to the kittens on the show. About how many cats do Americans have as pets? That includes all 50 states in the United States, and I can tell you this, it's in excess of 20 million. In excess of 20 million. I'll give you a little hint on that. Our answer was determined by This Week magazine on November the 3rd, 1963. So put your answer down on the paper while you're thinking about it. And incidentally, there are 6 zeros in a million, in case you don't know.
Churn gold, it's churn gold margarine time. Oh, the flavor's great and the price is right, so serve it all the time. Use it in your cooking and as a spread. It's the best thing that can happen to a slice of bread. Churn gold, it's churn gold margarine time.
Anytime is churn gold time. You can't beat golden good churn gold spread on bread or rolls. Anytime. And Churn Gold's rich, hearty flavor adds a special touch of goodness to everything you cook or bake, every time. Churn Gold margarine is made with golden corn oil, and still so economical you can use it all of the time. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, or snack time, live better more economically with Churn Gold margarine.
Churn Gold, it's Churn Gold margarine time.
It's 24 minutes after 9 o'clock at WLW-RADIO on a Friday afternoon. Quite a few of you here today celebrating anniversaries and birthdays. Mrs. Roger Moore of Howard Street in Ludlow, Kentucky, is celebrating her 24th wedding anniversary, and she's sitting next to a friend of mine I haven't seen for years. Hi, Mrs. Moore.
Hi. My birthday is, my anniversary is really Monday, but my husband can't take me out on Monday. The only place we could go would be to see the new bridge open, so I'm celebrating from now on.
Well, you could take you out to dinner
right now.
Celebrate the whole weekend?
Right now, from now till Monday.
Mrs. Moore's Lost Weekend will be the title of this, huh?
Next year it'll be the 25th. Then it won't matter what day of the week it is. Then he'll take me out.
Then he'll take you out.
Today it could be any time.
Well, happy anniversary to you on your 24th anniversary, and in commemoration of it, I'd like you to have some Maud Muller candy to start your celebration. Hi, Mrs. Bean. How are you?
Bob, how are you?
I'm fine. Haven't seen you for years.
No, it's been a long time. I was just wondering if you're going to name your next baby Glenna or Glenn.
Why?
Derry has a boy named Bobby and one Dougie and one Glenn.
Derry Bean is her daughter, a young lady I went to school with. She graduated from high school with me, as a matter of fact, from Ludlow High in 1947. That's been a long time ago. She had 2 boys, Doug and Rob, and then the third she named?
Glenn.
Glenn, oh boy. Are you listening, Regine? We've got a name in case we did before. Louise McDonald, where are you? Happy birthday to you, Louise. She said, it isn't yours, it's Mrs. Manning's birthday, the lady with you. Happy birthday to you, Mrs. Manning.
Thank you.
I'm glad you came down to celebrate with us, and we'd like you to have a gift certificate for some Maud Muller chocolate, too. They're all over the area. You be the judge. And Fred Stadler is with us today, and today is his wife's birthday. He mentioned on his card, he said, you're in a minority? Well, if you mean in numbers, Fred, but I need a little support, so I'm glad you're here today. Which of these lovely ladies is your wife? Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much.
We'd like you to have some Maud Muller chocolates to help celebrate your birthday. And Patricia Henley is here today, and she said, they all told me about your birthday. And your anniversary Saturday? I'll tell you what we'll do. We like the men to have something. And Fred, there is no reflection of the manufacturer's name on your personality or anything, but from the gentleman's corner, we'd like you to have a pair of jerk socks from down there. You're quite welcome. And Cliff Offutt is here. Where's Cliff? Mrs. Cliff Offutt it is. Mrs. Offutt? Is it Offutt or Offutt? Offutt, okay. It's O-F-F-U-T-T. It could be, you know. Not on it, but off it, right?
But yeah.
And you say you are celebrating your 23rd anniversary today, too?
Yeah.
We'd like you also to have some Maud Muller chocolates, and happy anniversary to you. Rosemary Bennett is here today, too. Where's Rosemary? And she's celebrating 16 years today, and you also belong to the Mother of Twins Club. How many children do you have to show for those 16 years?
4.
And one set of twins, of course.
Identical girls.
How old are they?
They'll be 3 Christmas Day.
What did you name them?
Pauline and Kathleen.
Twins on Christmas Day. Wow. Identical twins at that. Well, happy birthday to you. Happy anniversary, I beg your pardon. And happy birthday in advance to the kids, too. Penny, you might give them also, the ladies I gave their anniversaries and so forth, some good rainbow bread, too, if you like. Okay? It's your birthday on Saturday? What's your name?
Carol McCarthy.
Well, that's tomorrow, isn't it? You'll be, I won't ask how old. Are you in the Twins Club, too?
Yes, I am. I have 5 children.
5? She looks like a teenager. How old are your children?
4, 3, 2, and the twins are 9 months.
Would you pay attention to this, ladies? This young lady is celebrating her birthday today, and she looks like she couldn't be... I knew you weren't 25 yet. She's 23 years old, and she has 5 children, 4, 3, 2, and the twins are...
9 months.
Boy, how many washers and dryers do you have at your house?
Just 1.
Do you have any help to help with all these children?
No.
How do you manage all the things you must do in a day's time?
No, it's not quite so bad.
Isn't it really? You must have to plan your day pretty well.
Oh, I enjoy it.
A lot of changes going on at that house out there. Boy, you better believe that. Holy smoke. You know, she what?
She can have a dozen more.
She can?
Yeah, 23 years old.
She says you can have a dozen more. That thud you just heard was Rosemary fainting back there. You wouldn't wish that on her, would you?
No, sir.
How many children do you have?
I only had 2 girls.
Oh, yeah. See, it's easy for you to say that. I think
I already have 7 grandchildren.
Well, somebody else is doing the work for you.
Yes.
How do you feel about those grandchildren?
Fine. Oh, I wouldn't miss them.
You see them all the time?
Yes. Oh, yes, a couple of times a week.
Do you babysit with them?
Yeah, sure. If it wasn't for Grandma, where could they go?
Isn't that the truth? You know, you kept up my average because every day on this show we have had someone, and I believe you must be of German
yes, sir.
descent, are you not?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been over here?
Since 25.
19 and 25, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I met a very charming young lady yesterday who was working as a hostess at the Old Vienna restaurant for Al Mathis, and she has been here just about 3 months, and in that time has learned to speak English, and her name is Trauder Baumlichberger, which means tree on the hill. Trauder Baumlichberger, and she's a lovely girl, and she's going to come down and be my guest on the show and explain Wiener Schnitzel to all of us one day. She's really cute, and she's just been over here 3 months, and she has a fiancé who is just about to graduate from a college of engineering in Germany, and she is coming over to this country, and when she comes over here, we're going to have them both on the air. But her name is Trauder Baumlichberger. Oh, my God, what in heaven is my grandmother? Yeah, that's what my grandmother Brown used to say all the time. My guten what?
My guten Himmel.
Oh, my guten Himmel. There you go. How long has it been since you went out and had some good German cooking?
Oh, I do it all the time at home.
You cook all the time?
Sure.
I just wonder if you'd like maybe to have a treat where you could go to a real authentic old German-style restaurant and not have to fix it yourself. Would you like to do that?
Oh, I should say I would.
I think it might be a good idea if I send you, and you may take along a friend, and
I got a husband.
You got a husband? Well, you know, I always hesitate to say that because sometimes, unfortunately, some of the ladies who come to our show are widows, but you and your husband may go to the Old Vienna restaurant and have dinner on me. Would you like to do that?
Thank you, by sure.
Ja, das was Vienna! Yeah! Yeah! A lot of interesting things on the cards, and we're going to play High Neighbor Time right about here and now on the Good Morning Show and present to someone a very nice prize. But before we get to that, let's put the accent on this.
A cup of black coffee, please. Me too, please. Phew, it's good to rest. Shopping is murder. Oh, yes. Say, what are you planning for dinner tonight, Millicent? A pot roast casserole topped with hot biscuits and seasoned with accent. I feel very snug about it. Oh, how so? Because it's made of leftover pot roast, vegetables, and gravy. But Pete won't know the difference. Does he growl about leftovers, too? Uh-huh. But not tonight. Not with accent. Oh, accent's a real flavor reviver for cooked foods, isn't it? Boy, how it perks up their original fresh flavors. Sure does. How did we ever cook without accent?
Accent brings out all the full, natural flavor of food as no other type of seasoning can. For leftover casseroles, 3/4 teaspoon of Accent per quart does wonders. Buy the red package of Accent. When you want flavor, you need Accent. What good cook would be without it?
We have a very nice gift from Accent that we've been giving away each day during the month of November on the Good Morning Show. It's a 3-shaker set, 1 for salt, 1 for pepper, and 1 for Accent. One of you here today will get one of those as a prize, and the Accent shaker is filled with Accent. It's High Neighbor Time, fellas, so let's say...
High neighbor, high neighbor.
It's time for
Good Neighbors at Home, and today we salute someone pretty far off from Cincinnati, Mrs. D.J. Tierney of 1912 Dodge Avenue, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Our good neighbor at the show is number 30. Who has number 30? 30. 3-0. Does it belong to one of the children? Somebody must have number 30. 3-0. Number 30, the little plastic number you received as you came in. Number 30.
Somebody snuck in.
Either that or somebody snuck out, as you say. Number 30. Somebody must have it. Number 30. By George, we must have skipped that one today then. Let's dig down a little farther then and see if we can draw another number. Who has number 46? 46. Lady in red, come on down. Oh, the lady in red. Everybody's crazy about the lady. Wonder what happened to number 30. The big mystery of the day. What happened to number 30 on the Good Morning Show? Here comes a lady, though, who is going to be our good neighbor this morning. She has number 46. Good morning to you.
Hello.
What's your name?
It's Mercedes Legaly.
Mercedes McGailey.
Legaly.
Legaly. Boy, that's a mouthful. Mercedes Legaly.
That's right.
What descent would that be? Where does that name come from?
From
What expression?
France.
Oh, it's a French name. The girl named Mercedes McCambridge has the same name, but she pronounces it differently,
Yeah.
doesn't she? Yours is Mercedes.
Mercedes.
Like in a Benz car, huh? Mercedes
That's right.
Benz. You drive one, do you?
No, I don't.
I hope you drive a Ford, because that's what I sell on the Good Morning Show. Where are you from?
Price Hill.
Are you with the Twins group?
Mothers of Twins.
Are you a mother of twins?
Yes, I am.
How many children have you?
6.
Wow. Just one set of twins.
Yes.
How old are your children?
Well, I have the oldest one is a son, 22, and the youngest are the twins.
And how old are they?
11.
I bet it's been a lot of fun, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
How did you happen to get into the Twins Club?
Well, it was started, and then I was, some woman knew my husband, and so she called one day and
Ask if you'd like
asked
to get
if
in
I'd
the
like
club.
to join it, and I thought, yes, I would.
Were you a little surprised at the fact that there were that many people in your own area there who were parents of twins?
That's true. You don't really know until you meet them, you know.
In these meetings you have, are you able to get some new ideas from one another as to how to better care for them and to raise them and to solve certain problems?
Well, I think we do, although it's a little late for me because mine are older.
Yeah, they're 11 and the big problem is over.
Yeah.
Well, what was the worst of the thing? Was it when they were real little and you tried to keep them both dry simultaneously and fed at the same time and napped and everything like that? Was that the hardest part?
I would say so. Mine were never quiet. They cried day and night.
Both at the same time?
Both at the same time.
Did they cry alike, or did one cry high and one cry low?
No, it sounded like it was continuously and alike.
Oh, boy. You know, I lived next door to a lady who had twins, and they knew when she was about, I guess, 6 or 7 months, they knew that they were going to have twins. And the funny part about it, not funny really, but the ironic part about it was that they had had one child, and they had been married 13 years, and they wanted another child, and they had thought perhaps of adopting one. And just as they were about to place their papers and begin the process, she became pregnant, and then they wound up having twins. And we, although we didn't have them, we had firsthand experience of that first year in their lives of watching the problems which did happen with them. If one would be quiet, the other would cry. If one would cry, the other would be quiet. You never can really get them both doing the same thing at the same time. Isn't that right?
It's true.
I wonder if we're going to have twins, Penny.
I don't know,
I'm getting
but
more scared by the minute, you know. It's too late to do anything about it now, though, isn't it?
I thought one bright thought, though.
What's that,
It's
Fanny?
kind of a happy outlook for these ladies who only have twins.
Why?
Think that Mrs. Johnson had 5.
Oh, yeah, my goodness, has to live in that new house and use that new car and all those gifts she got. That's terrible. Yeah, all that thing. You know, that, I'm only teasing about that. I think it's wonderful what they've done for those people because this is really a tremendous thing. But I do, and I say this without reservation, I do feel sorry for those children. Not for their parents, because this is a gift from God. They had no control over it. But it's a difficult thing to raise a child these days. Twins add to the problem, and triplets multiply that. But if you have 4 or 5 such as that lady, can you imagine the problems those kids will have all their lives? They'll live in a goldfish bowl. They never will really be able to develop into individuals without people saying, oh, you're one of the 5. You know, this is a difficult thing to raise children under those conditions, don't you think?
I believe so.
And
I agree.
like the Dion quintuplets, they never had a chance, really.
No, they didn't.
And these kids, I hope that the people are kind enough, and I admire that mother. She said, I do not want my children to be on display.
I agree with her, too.
I
I think
think
that
that's-
would be, it's better for the children, else they can't be normal.
Yeah, that's very true. We better get on with our high neighbor quiz because Mrs. Tierney and you are going to win something very nice today. Wow, is that what this is? Transistor radio? Need a radio?
Yes, I could use one.
Well, you're about to win a Sylvania transistor radio. Hold on to it. That'll bring you luck when I ask you these questions. If you get 5 of 7 correct, you'll win that. Plus, Mrs. Tierney in Fort Wayne, Indiana, your good neighbor today, will also win one just like yours. Number 1. Now, this is our day to be catty on the show, as I said before, because our good neighbor game has to do with cats, too. All you have to do is select the best answer to each question from the 3 choices I give you. Number 1, 3 little kittens lost their... What did they lose?
They're mitten.
All right, number 2. A few years ago, there was a cat who was popular in cartoons and comics. Was his name Charlie, Felix, or Francis?
Felix.
That's right, don't hesitate. Number 3. There's a well-known piano solo about a cat. Is it called Kitten on the Keys, Cat's Concerto, Feline Fantasia, or Alley Cat?
Alley Cat.
Alley Cat is right. Number 4. What was the name of the cat in the fairy tale who put on the 7-league boots? Was it Kitty Boyle, Puss in Boots, or Matt the Cat?
Puss in Boots.
You're right. Number 5. In the story Alice in Wonderland, Alice met up with a grinning cat. Was it the Cheshire Cat, Mr. Sardonicus, where did we get this, or the Smiling Siamese?
Chessie Cat.
You're right, the Chessie Cat. She's gotten all 5 right. There you go. You don't have to give me the radio back. You just go on and take it. It is yours, and one will be in the mail to Mrs. D.J. Tierney of 1912 Dodge Avenue in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Don't forget, if you'd like to play Good Neighbor on the show, it won't cost you a thing. All you need to do is send me your name and address on a postcard to Bob Braun, WLW-RADIO, Cincinnati 2, Ohio. If yours is used on the air, you'll be the winner of our Good Neighbor prize of the day, which could be a watch, a radio, or many of the fine prizes we have to give away each day on the Good Morning Show. I read on the card from Mrs. Herbert Day of Walton, Kentucky, that she worked for the Model Food Store in Walton, Kentucky, which is a white villa store. She worked there for 16 years. Mrs. Day, where are you? Nice to have you here today. Is that store still open in Walton?
It certainly is.
And I hope you still go over there and shop.
I certainly do.
What's the man's name who owns the store?
Well, Mr. Charles Prather is the manager of the store.
He's manager of the White Villa Market in Walton.
Walton, Kentucky.
And it's called the Model Food Store.
Model Food Store, yes, sir.
How do you feel about the White Villa store?
Well, I think it's tops.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, and I do too, because they are independent groceries. That's one thing. The White Villa products we talk about on the show and encourage you to buy actually are made by big manufacturers of fine canned foods. And the White Villa on the label means that they are purchased in the group by these men who belong to this group in the White Villa store. These are not chain stores. These are independent grocers who have banded together to increase their buying power. That way they can have their own label. White Villa, for example, the green beans, the cranberry sauce I mentioned before, the White Villa coffee. All those products are purchased by this group so that the men can give you quality products at a price, and thereby they can compete with the chain stores. Plus, they can give you that individual service. That's what counts, right? You walk in, they say, "Sally, you haven't been here for a couple of days. How's the kids?" You know, they know you, right? And another thing, too, it happens once in a while to all of us. If you're in a pinch, he's the guy who will be more apt to help you out, right? And if something is not exactly what you think it will be, bring it back and you got another one. That's right. White Villa, the neighborhood independent stores. And don't forget, you have just a couple of more weeks to get into the Imperial Sweepstakes and take your opportunity of winning that trip for two by way of Alitalia Airlines over to Europe for 21 full days. I'll give you more details about that later on. Like bringing Coles to Newcastle, but there you have some White Villa beans and cranberry sauce, and we'll give her some good rainbow bread, too. Penny, thank you for being on the Good Morning Show, Mrs. Day, and good luck to the Model Food Store in Walton, Kentucky, a White Villa store, right?
Quality's there, varieties is fair. Buy a White Villa, famous foods.
I was talking to that lady from Walton, Kentucky, I suppose at the same table as Mrs. Sue Gibson. Where's Mrs. Gibson? She has something interesting on her card. She said, "I got up at 4 a.m., helped milk 20 cows, got a husband ready to drive a billy goat wagon, and delivered 2 children to grandmas." I had to look on the other side of the page for grandma there. I wondered what was that. She said, "I delivered 2 children to grandmas." Yeah, that's all right.
A billy goat wagon.
Yeah, Billy, you
That
have
means
those.
a kid hat, doesn't it?
What?
A kid hack. That's what we called them in Indiana.
What, kid hacks?
Yeah. No.
Billy goat wagon.
Yeah.
What's your husband doing driving a Billy goat wagon? What's it, a school bus? And on that sorrowful note, we pause for station identification.
There'll be a short pause for a just cause, and then we'll go on with the show. After a station identification on WLW-RADIO.
Where is that?
Cincinnati, Ohio.
Things go better with Coca-Cola. Things go better with Coke. Fun and food and you go better with things go better with Coke.
And now we made that station break 12 minutes late. It's 18 or 17, make it 17 and a half. It's pretty close to 10 o'clock, as a matter of fact, here on the Good Morning Show today. And I hope you're enjoying yourself on WLW Radio. May I take just a moment, a little word about tickets to the show. We've had so many people calling and asking, when am I going to get my tickets? Everyone who has written for tickets will get them. And if you haven't written for tickets, do, and you will get them. We are going to increase the number of tickets we send out every day, so that way you won't have to wait quite so long. So if you'd like to send for tickets, all you need to do is send me your name and address and the number of tickets you'd like to request. Now, if you have a club, you can send in for the whole club if you like. Or if you're just by yourself and want to come to the show, you're more than welcome, and we'd like to have you. Just send your name and address to me, Bob Braun, WLW Radio. Put tickets on the front of the envelope. Tell me how many you'd like to have. We can't give you specific dates, but we will get them to you as soon as possible. Now, you'll get a postcard after you've sent to us, which will tell you what date your tickets will be for. Then a couple of weeks before that date, you'll get your tickets. That way you won't take a chance of losing them. We let you know you're going to get them, and then we send the tickets a couple of weeks ahead of time. That way they won't get misplaced, and we know you'll be here. Wouldn't it be funny some morning we walk in and nobody here but me and the waitresses at the show? Speaking of the waitresses, did you enjoy your coffee this morning? Very good. Good. Thank you. It is a little strange that we serve coffee in a tea room, but they also sell tea here, too, at regular luncheon and for the candlelight suppers. The Danish pastry, did you enjoy that? Wasn't that good? We've had so many people asking about that. That's made here at McAlpin's on our own bake shop, and those Danish pastries, which we give to you each morning as our courtesy brunch, are on sale at the bake shop on the first floor of McAlpin's downtown. So if you like them and want to take some home, now you know where to get them, all right? And incidentally, if you're coming to the show, you do get a courtesy brunch free, which consists of coffee and Danish pastry, and the kids get milk and lollipops, and all the kids who come to the show also get something extra nice, and I'm just telling this for the benefit of the mothers listening at home, and that's Highlights Magazine. You mothers of twins here today, this magazine, the Fun for Children magazine, is one of the best things that our kids have ever had in our house, and I liked it so well I called them and asked them if they wouldn't give them away here on the show. So all the children here today should have gotten one. If not, we'll be sure that they do get one, and it's Highlights for Children, Fun with a Purpose. It's printed up in Columbus, Ohio. It's a real good magazine. What are you holding bread for, Penny?
I'm just waiting, Bob.
Just waiting. You know, this little doll here follows me around in my back pocket down here on the Good Morning Show, and I don't know what I'd do without her. That's true, because Penny plays bass with the Lucky Pennies. She sings, and she also acts as my assistant 3 days of the week, helps me pass out the bread, and whatever I ask for, I turn around and Penny's already got it, you know, like the bread right now. Why don't you do a commercial for Rainbow, Penny?
Well, actually, Bob, it wouldn't be a rough job. You know that.
Right.
Rainbow sells itself.
Well, that's what Bud Gettner over there said. He says, you don't have to tell anybody about Rainbow. Just say Rainbow. That's all I want. It's good bread. It sells itself because once you buy it, you don't use any other kind of bread. It's fresh when you buy it. And at quality-conscious groceries everywhere, you'll find he has Rainbow on the shelf. They don't fluff it and buff it and beat it and bake it on the end, put it in the oven, take it out for a while, turn it over and bake it on that side for a while. Nor do they use any shortcut methods or types of dough to make this or flour to make this. It's made the good old-fashioned way. And the people for whom you make sandwiches will be mighty, mighty happy that you used Rainbow bread in making it. Now, on Thanksgiving, if you're going to have a turkey and make dressing, this bread is so fresh when you buy it. If you like your bread a little stale when you make dressing, leave it out overnight, because rainbow bread, when you buy it at the store, is really fresh. But if you leave it out a little bit and let it get a little stale and then toast it before you make it, it makes the best tasting dressing you have ever made. Rainbow bread, it's good bread in the King Thin, which is their sandwich loaf, or the regular old-fashioned kind, rainbow. Penny, I'll relieve you of your Coca-Cola coupons and your rainbow bread right here, and I'll give you my microphone, and I want to hear from you, okay?
Fine.
What would you like to sing for us today?
How about your cheating heart?
Thanks a lot, Penny. You've done nothing but insult me since we got on the air today.
Really, the name of a song.
All right,
Your cheating heart will make you weep. You cry and cry and try to sleep, but sleep won't come the whole night through. Your cheating heart will tell on you when tears come down like falling rain. You toss around and call my name. You walk the floor the way I do. Your cheating heart will tell on you.
Penny West with the Lucky Penny. Very fine, Penny. How about tomorrow, or on Monday's show, actually? Are you going to do Bill Albert's song for him?
Anytime.
Good, do it tomorrow.
All right, I'll
it's
do it tomorrow.
Monday, I should say, on the Good Morning Show. I hope you heard that day. We had Large Bill down here, and Penny sang the song Bill wrote. And we've had a lot of mail, and I talked to Bill last night, and he heard me mention that you were going to do it again, and he's all excited about it. Will you
Fine.
do it? Okay, that'll be...
Nice fellow.
He sure is. On Monday's show, Big Bill Albert's song will be sung again by Penny. You know what I did? We got a thing going from Grippo potato chips, and I talk so much about them, and you people who listen to me have been so kind and bought so many that I don't have any to give away today. I kind of messed you up, really, because we like on the days we talk about Grippo to give everybody a complimentary bag of Grippo potato chips, and let me tell you what happened. They have a special on right now. First of all, when you buy any Grippo products, you'll see across the top, recommended by Bob Braun, and I don't just toss my name on products like that loosely, because you kind of put your reputation on the line when you do, and we like to talk about things which are good for you and which are good. And in my opinion, you can't buy a better potato chip or pretzel than Grippo. This is true. And if you've ever tried these and compared them with any other you may be using now, you got to agree with me that Grippo is the best you can buy. They're not as greasy as other potato chips are, and you can take that finger test by opening them, put the potato chip between your fingers, you get a little salt on there but no grease. Grippo. And here's the thing they have. First of all, they put our name across the top and a picture on there. And secondly, inside all the bags of Grippo pretzels and other products from Grippo, they have a coupon, good for 20 cents off, when you buy the 1 pound, 4-pack, this is an exclusive package of Grippo at your store. And so many people have bought these that they don't have enough to send down for us to give away. But I thank you for it, and they tell me that next week they will have. And by all means, if you're shopping this weekend, look for the name of Grippo and get them. Anybody here have a wedding happening in the family soon? Anybody? You have a wedding happening in your family. Who, when, and where?
My daughter, she's being married March the 21st.
March the 21st. And how about you? Will you and your husband be going?
Well, I hope so.
Well, I hope so, too. I hope so, too. Do you have a tuxedo? Not you. Does your husband have a tuxedo?
Yes, he does.
Oh, shucks. He has his own? Well, she's so wealthy she doesn't need it. How about the groom? Does he need one?
Yes.
He does need one? Well, we finally found one. The reason I ask, you see, is I have a sponsor who has a rental agency for tuxedos, and their name is Do Chili's. It's D-U-C-C-I-L-L-I-S. Hard to spell and hard to say, but it's good to know. Do Chili's are located at 5222 Montgomery Road in Norwood, and he knows his attire for formal occasions, and he'd be more than happy to give the groom for use at his wedding his tuxedo if I give you the gift certificate. Do you think he'd like to have it?
Probably would.
What's your daughter's name?
Mary.
And who's Mary Rush? And who's Mary marrying?
Peter Mueller.
Peter Mueller. From where?
From Binghamton, New York.
From Binghamton? Well, he'll be coming in from New York for the wedding then, won't he? Well, that'd make it even more convenient. Or is she going up there?
No, they're going to be married in Buffalo, New York.
In Buffalo. I think we got a problem here, don't you? Well, I guess that would be a little difficult to give him one to take up to there, although I'd love to. You have somebody marrying in your family when? April the 20th? Good. I'd love to give you one for that, but that's kind of impossible up that far. It would be a little rough for that.
I can get some rainbow bread, though.
All right, very good. What's your name?
Phyllis Walsing.
Who's your brother-in-law marrying?
William Walsing.
Well, let's give him the certificate then. He can get free rental from Do Chili's for his tuxedo with that, okay? And good luck to Mary and to Peter when they're married up there. I wish I had a... What? Yeah, very, very good, very good. There's a lady here who wrote, she said, I brought my aunt and mother, both of whom have been married 55 years, and both are getting over broken hips and legs. Where are they? Huh? Where? Right over here. Let's meet the two of them. We're kind of lucky you made it down here today, aren't we? Hi. What's your name?
Mrs. Woodward.
And how did you break your hip and your leg?
I was going to church and broke it. Fell down, stepped in one of these, I call it the Red River Valley. You know, they have alongside the sidewalk, you know, dig out the grass.
Wow. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. And you're the other lady.
Uh-huh.
How are you feeling these days?
Fine.
How'd you break yours?
Oh, I'm delivering we exchanged magazines, my neighbor and I was carrying a magazine over to her.
And there you go.
For dinner, and I fell down, broke my ankle.
We're glad to see you both up and kicking again and at the Good Morning Show today. Thank you for coming down today, and I hope you're enjoying yourself. We want all of you to sing along now and enjoy yourselves today. And don't forget, Do Chili's is at 5222 Montgomery Road. I didn't mention that before, and I do want to do that. And sing-along time. Penny, let's get up there and get your bass and get ready for sing-along time. All of you get your words out, and while you do, promise me you'll try a Stegner chili con carne and put this on your shopping list for the weekend. As we've been telling you all this week about Stegner's, this is not an item that you go in and buy a can of to have for lunch. Of course, with the Mothers Club here today of the twins out there in the Western Hills area, you don't buy one can of anything, do you? But with Stegner's chili con carne with the beans, you'll find these have the red, rich, plump beans and good meat in there and the exact amount of seasoning, so you can just open a can and prepare it with crackers in the winter, delight in the wintertime, anytime. Stegner's chili con carne. Don't buy just a can of this. This is the kind of thing you put on your in-case shelf, always have ready to enjoy. It's made by Stegner's, made right here in Cincinnati. It's kind of a tradition around the Queen City and in your area too, wherever you are listening to WLW-RADIO. Look for the blue can with the big Stegner's chili con carne. Enjoy it early and often. It's mighty good. What are we singing today, Dean?
Let's all sing like the birdies sing.
Let's all sing like the birdies sing. Tweet, 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 tweet. Let's all sing like the birdies sing. Tweet, 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 tweet.
A lady from Germany.
Let's go for the white nightingale. She's beautiful and pretty. We're coming from the bird. Night of all the birds. Tweet, 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 tweet.
One more time.
Let's all sing like the birdies sing.
Good singer, Dean.
Tweet, 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 tweet. Let's all sing like the birdies sing. Tweet,
said that last week the program went to the dogs, this week the cats, and now it's for the birds.
Yeah, they're all right, Penny. She's keeping up, Dean. I don't know about this woman of yours now. We're going to have to look out for her. I told you earlier today that we were going to have a little something about White Villa today, and that the fact that this was the last week I could mention it, and I would like to take a second here to remind you that the Imperial Sweepstakes will be coming to a close on December the 7th. So if you haven't gotten into that, now's the time. As I've been trying to impress upon you, this is not a national contest. This is a local contest for those WLW-Radio listening area. Now, here's what the prizes are. They're going to give 2 trips for 2 to Europe by way of Alitalia Airlines DC Jet 8, or DC-8 Jet. I got that right, fine. Hope they don't get the jet wrong when you take off. But anyhow, you'll be going to Europe for 21 full days, to Paris, to Rome, all over the Mediterranean. You'll really enjoy this terrific trip. Plus, there will be 20 second prizes of weekends for 2 at the Imperial House Motel in Dayton, Ohio. Plus, there are other third, fourth, and so on prizes, Lionel trains, they have appliances for home. It's a real good deal. All you need to do is put your name and address on the back of a label of any White Villa product or Honey Grove product. Send that to me, to Bob Braun, WLW-Radio, Cincinnati 2, Ohio, and send as many as you like. Every time you send a label, that's one more chance you have to win. But send early and often, and don't forget to do it right now to the Imperial Sweepstakes, and send yours in right now. Yes, ma'am?
A bunch of them at once.
Yes, ma'am, and each counts as an individual entry. Yes, ma'am, you may put them all in a big envelope and send them to me if you like. Question of the day, answer time coming up, and we'll find out who the winner is. We'll have to do Stump the Band on Monday because we just ran out of time today, but we'll do that on Monday on the show. I know you're wondering who the winner's going to be, and while you think whether you're going to win that Sessions clock, a word from McAlpin's about something real cute. We have a lot of little girls here today, and it's a good day to talk about these. These are called policeman-type dresses. They look like the ones the big men wear. My Friend the Policeman dresses. They're made by a company, makers of little girls' clothes, called Love. And loving care was put there to make these. Each of them is made in the manner of a police uniform of some country. And all the buttons are kind of authentic looking on there. They're in red, white, and blue. They look like a little policeman's dress made by Love, which to me is kind of a nice name for little girls' dresses anyhow. You'll find these in the children's department in sizes 7 to 12 for just $7.99 and $8.99. McAlpin's would be glad to take your order by phone. You can send your choice of these darling styles out to you. You can look them over if you like. You can call downtown at Dunbar 14400, ask for the children's department, and ask about the dresses you heard Bob Braun talk about on radio. If I had a little girl, she'd have to have one of these. They're little My Friend Policeman dresses, they call them, and they're made by Love. Isn't that tender? Huh? Yes. Well, that's the manufacturer's name, sure. The winner today, and she got the question of the day right smack dab on the nose. According to figures compiled by the American Kennel Club, there are 28 million cats in the United States. And Elisa Johnson got the question right on the nose. Elisa, congratulations to you. You've won the Duxbury clock. We have some other gifts that we'll be presenting after we get off the air today, and I know that we'll have those to some very nice people here. One final word before we say goodbye, and this is the motto of the Mothers of Twins Club from the Western Hills area. It's the only club in the world in which God chooses the membership. Until Monday, Bob Braun, good morning.
WLW-Radio, the home of Cincinnati Royals basketball, and this is Ed Kennedy, your play-by-play commentator, inviting you to join us tonight on this station for the NBA game between the Royals and the Detroit Pistons. Charlie Wolf, now coaching the Pistons, will be bringing in a squad of All-Americans, led by Bailey Howell. We'll be at the mic and hope you'll be at your radio tuned to WLW.
Time is 8:30 tonight on WLW-Radio Cincinnati. It's now 10 o'clock a.m.
NBC Radio, News on the Hour, brought to you by Bayer Aspirin for fast relief from headache, muscular pains, or fever of a cold. Now here is Russ Ward, NBC News.
President Kennedy, in his second day of speech-making in Texas, is defending the TFX warplane as a powerful force of freedom. We'll have a report from Texas coming up. South Vietnam's Revolutionary Council has dismissed 31 high-ranking military officers for an indefinite period while investigations are made into their activities during the Diem regime. French officials are quoted today as saying the de Gaulle government would give sympathetic consideration to economic and military aid for Cambodia. Cambodian Prince Norodom Sihanouk reportedly has said France is the most capable power to represent the Western world in that part of Asia. There has been no official request for help, however. 9 South Koreans have been killed and 9 others injured as they were gathering scrap metal on a U.S. firing range north of Seoul. The victims died when an Honest John rocket landed in the area. An Army spokesman said the South Koreans had been warned of danger on the firing range, that they were trespassing when the tragedy occurred. By a margin of more than 100-1, delegates to the Roman Catholic Ecumenical Council have given final approval to the use of modern languages instead of Latin in most forms of church worship. This is the first definitive action by the Council. That report on the President and other news after this from Bayer Aspirin.
Did you know that the average American has 3 or more colds a year? If you should come down with the pains or fever of a cold or flu during this cold and flu season, remember this: to feel better fast, Bayer Aspirin is the kind of pain reliever doctors recommend. Reporting on the government-financed study of 5 leading pain relievers, an article in the Journal of the American Medical Association showed that Bayer Aspirin was unsurpassed by any of them for speed and strength of relief. The report also showed that Bayer Aspirin was as gentle to the stomach as any product tested, including the higher-priced Buffered product. On the other hand, the 2 combination of ingredients products tested upset the stomach considerably more often. So for fast, strong relief from the pains and fever of a cold or flu, and especially if certain combination of ingredients products upset your stomach, try Bayer Aspirin.
For your youngsters, get Bayer Aspirin for children with its new orange flavor.
Here again, Russ Ward.
President Kennedy has opened the second day of his political swing through Texas. The story from NBC's Robert McNeil with the presidential party in Fort Worth.
President Kennedy is beginning the day with a defense of the controversial TFX fighter plane. He's telling a breakfast audience in Fort Worth right now that there's been a good deal of discussion of the competition to win the TFX contract, but relatively little discussion of what this revolutionary plane will do. The president has also just spoken to a crowd of several thousand standing outside in the rain. He's now preparing to move on to Dallas for a major lunchtime speech on the theme of American strength. Police in Dallas have mounted the biggest security operation in their history to prevent any repetition of the demonstrations which marked the visit of UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson last month. Although Texas newspapers are much preoccupied with Democratic Party feuding behind the glamour of the occasion, it has not detracted from the Kennedys' popular success. Robert McNeil, NBC News, with the presidential party in Fort Worth.
French President de Gaulle and West Germany's new Chancellor Erhard have ended 2 days of talks in Paris with a reaffirmation of the French-West German Treaty of Cooperation signed last January. The 2 men called for, quote, all necessary efforts to solve the problems of the European common market. No progress was reported on questions of nuclear defense for Western Europe. Today, incidentally, is the 73rd birthday of President de Gaulle. He has asked that there be no public ceremony. Another birthday of note, John Nance Garner, 95 today. He's being honored in his hometown of Uvalde, Texas, with a farm and ranch show. Russ Ward, NBC News, Washington.
Now's a good time to see your Chevrolet dealer and ask about a Smile Mile. He's proudly displaying 5 entirely different kinds of exciting new cars for '64. Corvair, Corvette, Chevy 2, Chevelle, and Chevrolet. And don't forget to ask about the Chevrolet Songbook, with the words to more than 100 of the great old favorites. Come in soon. Ask your Chevrolet dealer about the Chevrolet Songbook, and ask about a Smile Mile.
This has been NBC News on the Hour. Listen again on the hour for NBC Radio News, brought to you by Chevrolet, for Chevrolet dealers everywhere. James Daly is one of Monitor's weekend hosts on the NBC Radio Network.
Yesterday, boys in trouble with the law, with society, at home with themselves. Today, the same boys, more than 200 of them, good citizens, thanks to the chance they received at Star Commonwealth for Boys and your generous support of Star's program. Today's boys in trouble are tomorrow's good citizens, thanks to Star's new on-campus school and complete treatment program. For the first time, for some of them, The 32 boys now at Star Commonwealth in Van Wert, Ohio, are receiving personal attention, love, and understanding. Star's 3 key words in the program for combating juvenile delinquency. Skilled professional help from trained instructors, psychiatrists, psychologists, and cottage parents are all part of the treatment program at Star Commonwealth. Thanks for your contributions that are giving these boys a chance, as you helped give 200 former Star boys a chance to become good citizens. 6 minutes past 10 o'clock, this is WLW-RADIO, Cincinnati.
This is Robert Goralski, NBC News, Washington, with Emphasis Viewpoint. The Bobby Baker Trail, a path of frustration. I'll be back with that comment on People and the Times in a moment.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment.
With the biggest little treat in all the land.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Friends, when you're at the store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley Spearmint, look for the spear. Anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, your assurance of real chewing enjoyment.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Robert Goralski, Emphasis Viewpoint. It's now estimated that more than 100 newsmen are more or less on the trail of Bobby Baker. There are, in addition, scores of FBI agents, staff members of the Senate Rules Committee, and a host of other government investigators also searching for material on the activities of the former Senate Majority Secretary. Now, what the government inquiries are producing will come out gradually, if not sensationally. Space and time afforded the Baker story and the mass media reveal what the newsmen have collected. But how does one come about information pertinent to Baker? It's not easy, and it's mostly frustrating. Several weeks ago, you're told by your news chief, forget about your other assignments, you're to spend all your time covering Bobby Baker. What do? To familiarize yourself with what's known at present, you first practice a form of journalistic plagiarism, what scholars would call contemporary research, and clip out everything that's been written about Bobby Baker. This accomplished, you try to talk to the principal himself. But you learn readily that Bobby Baker isn't talking to anyone but his lawyers, and his lawyers won't let him talk to you. Further, one gets the impression that Baker's legal advisors would hope that anyone who ever knew Baker would also shut up. But they don't. Some are willing to talk to newsmen. You try to find out what persons with any knowledge of Baker, his business activities, and the like. You find a few who might contribute something and are willing to talk about it. But only a few. Many just aren't around anymore. They may have moved out of the city a long time ago, and you don't know where to find them. So you're content with those old friends and associates who will talk. But you find your sleuthing isn't exclusive. If another newsman has tapped your source already, you might still pick up further information or be led to others who can tell you more. But most of the time you find that the FBI has been there before you. But this isn't too bad, however. Unless the FBI agents have told a source not to talk to newsmen, the person being questioned will generally tell what the FBI was interested in, what their line of questioning was. If they asked your contact about specific names, you try to find out why they were interested and go out and talk to them yourself. The person hushed up by the FBI is obviously a good start on a new trail. Now, what was it that person knew that the FBI felt important enough to impose silence? So you're led to friends and associates of that new source. When you get there, you may or may not beat the FBI or your competitors. All this suggests it'd be much easier if the various newsmen and investigators merely got together once a week and pooled their information. As it is now, weeks of pavement pounding and research may only reveal 1 or 2 exclusive items. But the rest of the time, it's pure frustration. But this, in essence, is the essence of news gathering. Robert Goralski, NBC News, Washington.
Here's a thought for Thanksgiving.
have a heart-to-heart thought with the one you love, that special someone you're thinking of, send flowers by wire, it's easy to do through the FTD florist nearest you.
The Thanksgiving special at $7.50 is only one of 26 arrangements in the new Florist Telegraph Delivery Selection Guide, available at your FTD florist.
This is Richard Harkness, Emphasis, Washington, reminding you that Emphasis is heard 8 times daily, Monday through Friday, another sound of the 60s on this NBC station.
This NBC station is WLW-RADIO Cincinnati at 11. This is WLW-RADIO Cincinnati.
Hiya, folks, and welcome to Everybody's Farm Time. Quit giving me a hard time, Howard Chamberlain. I did not time it so I would walk in the studio as the theme started playing.
You try to impress me, or it looks like you try to impress me that you're the busiest man at Crosley Square.
I was standing around outside the studio here for 5 minutes waiting for the show to start, and then I got a phone call.
Was ever thus?
Yes, it was. Well, we have quite a lot of things to get to today, Howard, including a report from Gene Connor a little bit later on in the show, a report from Frank Durham out at the Cincinnati Union Stockyards.
Wouldn't like a report from me on last night's church supper, would you?
Yes, how did it go?
It was a success. Let's let it go at that.
Oh,
thank you very much for the time.
Sold a lot of roast beef.
Yes.
Did you get any? Was there any left for you to eat?
Oh, yes, I had plenty. Wonderful.
Yes, I thought so. Well, shall we get down to work, Howard? Before we get out to the Cincinnati Union Stockyard, you get up and get ready to march around the table, and we'll beat the drum a little bit.
You say you need a combine, but you don't know what to do. That the need is there is really there, but the time's not right for you. The time's not right? Now is the time to buy that combine and save real money. Order your Case 10 or 13-foot model 600 now, and Case will pay you $250 in cash. But that's only the start of your bigger harvest checks. Just wait till you get that Case 600 combine in the field, with big 40-inch wide thrashing, separating, cleaning to handle your heavy-yielding corn, beans, grain, seed, faster and cleaner. And what a price! Up to $800 less than the 30-inch machines. What's it take to earn your full preseason bonus? Just your order and minimum down payment or trade. Handle the balance with the Case Cropway purchase plan with no further payment, no interest until season of use. You'll need that Case 600 for your 1964 harvest. So order now. Let it pay you a big $250 preseason check. See your Case dealer.
Now, Howard, shall we go out to the Cincinnati Union Stockyards?
I think it's a capital idea.
Well, I'm glad you agree, because that's where we were going to go, right out to get the livestock market reports from Frank Durham. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, George and Howard, and good morning, everyone. Well, here's what we find today on this last day of the week at the 9 Midwest markets. They're expecting 13,200 cattle, as against 10,525 on last Friday, making an increase today of 2675. 1,900 calves, a decrease of 975, 61,700 hogs, an increase of 12,000, 4,700 sheep and lambs, a decrease of 150. Chicago today are expecting 5,500 cattle, 9,000 hogs. Indianapolis, 100 cattle, 6,000 hogs. St. Louis, 500 cattle, 8,500 hogs. At Chicago in the hog division, the market was rather slow. Barrows and gilts opened weak to 25 lower. Mixed 1 to 3 grade, 190 to 230 at 14.5 to 15. Indianapolis had a moderately active market. Barrows and gilts and sows unevenly steady to 25 lower. The 1, 2, and 3 grade, 190 to 240 pound barrows and gilts at 14.5 to 15. St. Louis, a moderately active market. Barrows and gilts under 240 pounds, 25 to 40 lower. Weights over 240 pounds, a week to 25 lower. 1 to 3 grade, 170 to 240 pounds at 14 to 14 and a quarter. Here at Cincinnati in our hog division, just about 2,125 head, and the bulk of these receipts were mixed grade, 190 to 250 pound barrows and gilt, sows near 6%. The market on barrows and gilts was moderately active. Weights 190 to 230 pounds were steady to weak. Heavier weights were weak to 25 lower, mostly 15 to 25 off in the late trade. Mixed 1 to 3 grade 190 to 230 at 1475 to 1510. The 2 and 3 grade 230 to 250 at 1435 to 1475. 250 to 280 at 14 to 1435. The sow market was 50 to 75 cents lower. 1 to 3 grade 300 to 350 pound weight 12 and a quarter to 1275. 350 to 400 at 12 to 12 and a quarter. 2 and 3 grade 400 to 575 at 11 to 12. The boar market, a few sales 25 to 50 lower at 9.5 to 975. In our cattle division, just about 150 head. Really not enough slaughter steers or heifers offered to test the price trend. However, there were a few. The small lots of good 975 to 1,000 pound slaughter steers at $21 to $22. Utility and standard grades of 17 to 19. The scattered sales of cows and bulls were steady. A few lots of utility grade cows at 12 to 13. The canner and cutter grades 10 to 12. Some low yielding canners at 8 to 9. Cutter and utility grade bulls at 16 to 17. In the deal division, it was light run. The market was about steady. A few sales of choice grade 32 to 36, good grades 26 to 32, standard grades 20 to 26. In the sheep and lamb division, really not enough fresh receipts to fully test the price trend. However, there were a few lots of good and choice 88 to 110 pound or 120 pound slaughter wool lambs at 17 to 18. Now, you'd like to know what the results of the auction market did yesterday. Our feeder auction, we had 990 head. Last week there were 939, but of course the year before was Thanksgiving Day, so we had nothing to report for that day. Medium to low choice, 500 to 750 pound steers, 300 to 550 pound steer and heifer calves made up the bulk of the receipts. Only small percentage of common to good, 500 to 700 pound heifers were offered. The trade of all classes was moderately active. All grades, 500 to 800 pound steers and heifers were mostly steady. Some instances a quarter low on the high good and choice steers. Steer calves were steady. Good and choice heifer calves weak to 50 lower. Other grades were steady to weak. Steers, high good and choice, 500 to 800, 21.5 to 22.50. Good grades, 20 and a quarter to 21.60, mostly 21.50 up. Medium grade, 16.75 to 18.5, mostly 17 up. A few sales of 18.75 to 19 and a quarter. Common grade, 15 to 16.60. A few had a good grade, 850 to 1,000 pounds at 19 and a quarter to 20.60. Good grade heifers, 17.75 to 19.40, a medium 15 to 17, common 12.5 to 14.75, mostly $13 up. Inferior grades 10.5 to 11.75. Steer calves, choice grades 23.5 to 25, a few 25.75 to 26. High good and choice 22 to 23.50, good grade 20.5 to 22.5, mostly 20.75 up. Medium 17 and a quarter to 19.75, a few head at 20, common 14.90 to 16.50. Heifer calves, choice grades 20 and a quarter to 21.5, high good and choice 19 to 20, mostly 19.5 up. Good grade 17.10 to 19.10, mostly 17 and a quarter up. Medium 15.5 to 17.50, common 13.80 to 15.50. And bull calves, good 19 to 21.5, medium 15.50 to 18, common 12 to 15 and a quarter, mostly $13 up. Well, that's it for today. That's it for the week. We'll be back again on Monday at this same time. We hope you all have a good, pleasant weekend and return with us then. This is Frank Durham now bidding all a good afternoon, turning it back now to George Logan at the studio.
Thank you very much, Frank Durham, and we'll look forward to another report from you on Monday morning. Now, Howard, once again, we get to hear the melodious tones of vacationing Bob Miller.
Mighty good corn, DeKalb 633, and for good reasons. This DeKalb hybrid is liked by so many farmers because of its dependably good performance. DeKalb 633 has proved itself an all-around corn over a period of several years. It has the ability to thrive in many areas under a wide range of soil and seasonal conditions. DeKalb 633 is known for big, sound ears capable of producing lots of grain, and its tall, leafy stalks help 633 become a mighty popular hybrid silage. There's no such thing as total resistance, but DeKalb 633 has shown it can stand up to blight, borers, and stalk rot, can come through with good yields even in heavily infested areas. If you're looking for a mighty good, dependable corn variety, see your DeKalb dealer and order 633, one of the reasons more farmers plant DeKalb corn than any other brand. DeKalb is a registered brand name. 633 is a variety designation.
Speaking of corn was unchanged to off a half this morning on the Chicago Board of Trade. Grain futures opened lower again. On the wheat prices, December wheat 208.5 to 209, off 3/4 to 1/4. March 211 3/4 to 1/2, up 1/8 to off 1/8. May at 207.5 to 1/4, off 3/8 to 5/8. July at $1.65 to $1.64.5, off 2 1/8 to 2 5/8. September $1.66 to $1.66.5, off 2 3/8 to 1 7/8. December corn $1.16 1/8 to $1.16, off 1/4 to 3/8. December oats at 68 to 68 1/8, off 1/8 to unchanged. December rye at $1.43 1/4 to 1/8, off 1/4 to 3/8. And January soybeans 217 1/4 to 269 1/2, off 7/8 to 1 5/8. Now, how do you suppose people get this corn started and growing?
Well, they first of all have to plow the ground.
Yeah.
And disc it.
Yeah.
And depending upon the minimum tillage practices that they're using, this could vary all over the place, but they have to use a good fertilizer.
What do you recommend?
Well,
Your crops, like everything, they get in Harvest King. 6 plant foods and Vitel too, made to make big yield for you. Harvest King, BC Harvest King.
we do recommend VC Harvest King fertilizer, and recommend it highly, Howard, because so many folks around over WLW land have told us the fine results they've gotten from it. We've seen the results from using VC Harvest King, and, well, you know, every time I drive up and down the Mill Creek Expressway out here, go by a VC factory, and I always recall the time I went through it and watched the process of manufacturing VC Harvest King fertilizer and the care and precision that goes into it. It really is a precision-made fertilizer for this area. So we'd like to suggest that farmers in our area, for their fertilizer needs, see their VC dealer, and remember that name.
Harvest King, the best grade, precision made, VC Harvest King.
Howard, why don't you start off with the egg market?
You mean the egg market from the Federal State Market News Service, Columbus, Ohio?
That's right.
That was phoned in to us just a few minutes ago?
That's right.
Where they reported 9,397 cases of eggs sold?
That's right. Don't tell me you don't have it.
The market was generally steady. That would have been a payoff, wouldn't it? The market generally steady, with only minor price fluctuations noted. Supply is adequate on large, though some noticeable slowing down in demand. Mediums moved good in some quarters, while the smalls were firm for a limited offering. Prices paid to country packing plants, minimum 50-case lots. On the loose grade A large, 42.5 to 48, the weighted average at 44.45. Mediums 32.5 to 37, weighted average 33.73. On the smalls, 27 to 29, the weighted average at 28.27, and the grade B large at 36 to 42 with the weighted average at 40. Prices paid net to producers for eggs candled and graded, grade A large, mostly 35 to 36 cents, mediums at 25 to 27, and the smalls mostly 19 to 20. Grade B large, mostly 26 to 28. On the eggs delivered to retail stores, minimum 1-case lots, loose grade A jumbo, mostly 54 to 57. Extra large, mostly 52 to 53. On the large, mostly 50 to 51. Mediums, mostly 38 to 41. Smalls, mostly 31 to 33. Mediums at 38 to 41. Oh, smalls 31 to 33, and the grade B large, mostly 43 to 45.
Bring your grain to Landmark Farmers of Ohio. When you're ready to store and sell, you are partners in marketing with Landmark, and you get the best net deal as well. So bring your grain to Landmark Farmers of Ohio. Remember, it's a net check that counts.
Just what does partners in marketing mean? It means that working together through farmer ownership of elevators and through orderly year-round buying and selling, Landmark, in partnership with the grain farmers of Ohio, has built a better grain market for everyone. Your nearby Landmark elevator has the facilities and the trained people to handle your corn and beans quickly, fairly, and efficiently, and help you get the best net check for your grain.
So bring your grain to Landmark, farmers of Ohio. Remember, it's the net check that counts.
What does the live poultry situation look like?
Live supplies were limited, Howard, but this says ample for current processing needs, as most buying interest focused on holiday poultry for Thanksgiving needs. In pure and simple terms, that means folks are interested in selling turkeys instead of chickens today. The price on broilers and fryers for this area, 14.5 to 15.5 cents a pound, with no mostly price reported. And as we said, live supply is limited but ample for the processing needs at the present time. Down in the Georgia fryer market, live supply is cleared well at most points, fully adequate for a light, ready-to-cook demand. Undertone about steady. Price 13.5 to 14 cents, mostly 13.5 cents a pound. On hens and other classes of poultry in this area, trading light on all classes. Most plants displaying a lack of interest in light-type hens until after Thanksgiving. Heavy hens, none reported. Light-type hens, 6 to 7.5, mostly 6 to 7. Capons, 10-pound average, 30 cents on a graded basis. Now, on the turkey market, they say the bookings of turkeys generally completed for holiday needs. The price on the hen turkeys represents sales to an out-of-state buyer. Young hen turkeys, a few at 25 cents a pound. Young toms, a few at 22. Turkey fryers, a few reported sold at 24 cents a pound. And here comes Bob Miller again.
You know, right now, as you're listening to me, a fire caused by gnawing rats is destroying a valuable farm property someplace in these United States. It's estimated by the U.S. government authorities that rats cause 1 out of 5 of all farm fires. So if you have rats on your property, you could be risking a fire. But now there's one rat killer that really works and keeps on working. That's Decon. Because Decon never makes rats bait shy. Rats can't resist Decon's exclusive LX321 formula. They eat it hungrily until the entire colony is wiped out. And that's why more farmers rely on Decon than on all other rat killers combined. Decon, used as directed, is safe to use around your place. It's guaranteed to rid your property of rats and mice completely or your money back. So get Decon with exclusive formula LX321. That's Decon, D-C-O-N, the world's best rat killer.
Now, Howard, I think it's time for us to get right out to everybody's farm, unless you have anything else pertinent that you wanted to get in on the show today.
No, I want to hear Gene Connor.
Incidentally, tune in tomorrow, 12:05 to 1 o'clock, and you'll have plenty of chance to hear Gene Connor. We're making tomorrow Ladies' Day. Felt sort of bad about the fact that past couple of weeks out at the farm, we've had gentlemen guests, and we haven't given Jean much of a chance to talk. So tomorrow it's Ladies' Day. She's going to have some ladies in to participate in the program.
I think that after spending so much time with the men and the dogs, we ought to give Jean a chance.
You're talking about the Hound Dog show we did the other week, yep. Well, Jean can tell us who her guests are going to be tomorrow and a little bit about the subject they'll be discussing. And I suppose I can start issuing the invitation for her, and she'll extend this invitation too, I'm sure, for any ladies that would like to take part in the show tomorrow to come on out to everybody's farm and be with us between 12 and 1. Right, Jean?
Right, George, and I'm awfully sorry. You did announce it very nicely, but I do not have the ladies' names, but they are from Kentucky, and they're members of the Kentucky Home Demonstration Council, and I know that name has been changed, and I have not said it correctly, but they will be here to discuss the meeting held in the Southwest during the latter part of October, and also to talk a little bit about Farm City Week and how what differences there are between the farm and the city when we think about the farm home and the city home and the farm life and city life and what it entails as far as the ladies are concerned. So I am very sorry I don't have the names, but we will be introducing these two ladies tomorrow, and I think we will enjoy it very much. And of course, once in a while it's nice to have an all-ladies program or an all male program because I think all of us enjoy listening to different types of programs, and I certainly enjoyed the coon dogs and listening to the men talk about them, although I've never been hunting and I don't expect that I will, but it was kind of interesting. And you find that in every field or activity or what do I want to say? Well, we'll say field or activity or recreation. There are many, many things to learn, and it's really very interesting, such as the coon dog, of course, business. That can be actually a business, but there are many things to learn about it, and I enjoyed it. Well, one thing folks don't enjoy are broken bones, and these seem to be the rule, not the exception, when an older person trips and falls. So our safety tip today is for the older folks, because the broken bones are slow to mend in people over 65. We do recommend extreme care and precaution for this age group. Don't let false pride about unsteadiness cause needless suffering. Safety Council, the National Safety Council, tells us that we should be careful to see that there is good lighting wherever we walk. Turn on a bedroom light before getting up at night. Check the stairs often for worn treads or loose carpeting. Be sure there is a handrail next to every staircase. Arrange the furniture so that walkways are clear of obstructions. The bathtub or shower can cause real trouble, and you should have a slip-proof rubber mat, and a grab bar is also a good way to steady your balance. So take all these things into consideration and try to keep your home as safe as possible for the older folks, or if you're older folks living alone, take some of these precautions so that you will not have a bad fall. That is a good safety tip, and we might talk about something, too, that we've mentioned many, many times. Seat belts. They are becoming more and more common. We'll find them in the new cars. Companies are working on improvements for them, and perhaps many of you have seen the advertisements for the roll-a-belt seat belt, which is a real-type retractor, similar to a window shade in operation. It just snaps the belt into a neat roll against the back or side of the car seat when the belt is unfastened. And for those motorists who have seat belts already, a clip-on retractor is available. And I think these would be very fine, because quite often as you get out of the car, the seat belt slips out, and sometimes you shut the car door on the seat belt, and they are kind of cluttered in the car when you do get out, because they just lie on the seat, and when you get in you have to pick them up in order to sit down and so forth. So this retractable spring would be very nice to use as far as seat belts are concerned. Let's see how our time is running here. We have another minute and 15 seconds or so. George Logan was talking about selling turkey. One way we might sell turkey is to tell homemakers that they can have a very attractive centerpiece, and also one that's very good to eat, by using not just one turkey but two turkeys as a very attractive centerpiece on your dining room table for Thanksgiving. There's a good variety of sizes now, of course, in turkeys, and they tell us that there'll be small birds, many more small birds available this year than last. The fryer roasters weigh from 4 to 9 pounds, so how about having a brace of birds on your Thanksgiving table? Two turkeys can be lined up on a serving tray and simply garnished with carrot curls and parsley. Draw many comments from even the youngest guests, and of course you could have a good surprise by having a different stuffing in each bird. You might start with your bread stuffing, or you might add such things as apples and chestnuts, or giblets and oysters, sausage, prunes. Let your imagination run wild there. Perhaps you have a couple of favorite stuffings that you'd like to use, but it is a good way to use lots of turkey, and would provide a very lovely centerpiece. And perhaps you would rather have two small birds than one large one. They might perhaps be a little easier to roast and to handle. So that's our suggestion for today. We'll have more homemaking tips next Monday, and let's listen tomorrow for a special guest from Kentucky. And now back to Crosley Square.
All right, Gene, time for us to turn to our sacred song to sort of bring to the day's show to a close. The Chuck Wagon Gang and In the Service of the King. might mention, Howard, that the guests on tomorrow's Everybody's Farm Show are to be Mrs. Harry Braun from South Newport, Kentucky, president of the Kentucky Homemakers Council, and Mrs. Dan Swackert from Georgetown. And we invite everyone to come out to the Little White Studio between noon and 1 o'clock and visit with us tomorrow. We'll have some prizes for the studio audience and so on, so just drop in and visit. This is your Clear Channel Farm Service Station, WLW Cincinnati.
Make your next fence good-looking and long-lasting. Use Red Top steel posts, available in the length you want at your Red Brand dealers. Your eyes just naturally turn to Red Top, bright, dressed up, attractive. For strength, they're the best. Red Top's studded T design really takes the rough jobs over hills, around contours, and the solid anchor plates keep Red Top posts in line and make them easier to drive. Red Top is the only steel post with the preferred red mark of quality. They are double protected from rust with 2 coats of baked-on aluminum. So the next time, be sure you get Red Top steel posts. Your fence will cost less in the long run because it lasts longer. Get Red Top posts at your nearby dealers, and then use Red Brand woven and barbed wire for the fence that looks better and lasts longer. 2 of your Keystone dealers are at Union, Kentucky, Ferguson Equipment Company, and at Collins, Ohio, the Collins Farmer Elevator Association.
Time is 7 minutes before noon. Time to go to the Radar Weather Service and get the noontime weather forecast with Frank Pierce. Frank?
Right, Howard, and good noontime, everyone. Well, strong winds coming into play now across much of our area, and along with this, heavily laden cloudiness and very mild temperatures. All of this a general rule at this hour from our own listening area here, particularly on the western side, that's to say from Indiana and western Kentucky, and from there back into the Mississippi Valley area, and then extending on southward into the western Gulf. Strongest winds from the Mississippi Valley to western Indiana and Kentucky again, these exceeding in the order of about 30 miles an hour at times in gusts. The radars reflect a broad belt of showers and occasional thunder showers that are about 200 miles wide, and they're extending across Michigan, across Indiana, down into southern Illinois, and from there on through the western sections of Kentucky and Tennessee, extending right down into the Gulf area from whence all the moisture is coming under very strong southerly winds. There are some good rains then that have been falling throughout the extent of this radar band, and the whole thing continues to move rather slowly eastward. We've seen moderate rains into Illinois, parts of western Indiana, and on down into western Tennessee, and there are more showers and thunder showers expected to develop. In fact, one area of rather heavy thunderstorms expected far south of our region goes down through the Arkansas area, where there's likely to be a tornado or 2 over that state this afternoon. Then it's a much different story in the northern and mid-sections of the country, that's to say northern and central plain states. Very wintry conditions out through that region now. There are some hazards, of course, along with the coldness of driving hazards. This from snow and freezing weather, then freezing rain that extends from Canada to the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas, and pressures there indicating a building of the mountain of cold air, and of course with that condition then that's spreading slowly eastward. Most snow accumulations have been of the light variety, that's to say between 1/2 and 1.5 to 2 inches. We did find 5 inches on the ground at Colorado, or at Akron, Colorado this morning, and around Valentine, Nebraska, 3 inches of snow was on the ground. Warming, or the warnings, of course, for further driving hazards do extend from the eastern sections of Kansas and Nebraska up into Minnesota, across western Iowa, and into the western side of Wisconsin for the rest of today, and those slowly pushing eastward, and so we'll have to be watching that condition very carefully. Under that very cold weather, of course, winds have been strong too. They're ranging up to 30 and 35 miles an hour due from the north. Of course, those in gusts. We'll look at the weather in the future in a moment. Right now, this message.
One of the responsibilities of our station in its service to the listeners is present a wide scope of opinion and information. In this connection, we present Conference Call and Hotline to Washington. On Conference Call, Peter Grant and moderates a informal discussion between the WLW newsmen in Dayton, Columbus, and Indianapolis by telephone hookup. And then on Hotline to Washington, congressmen from Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky express their views on matters of national importance. This is a rare opportunity to hear from their own lips what the congressman thinks about. Tonight, Representative J. Edward Roush of Indiana will be heard on the air at 7:25, so be sure to listen to this program. Conference call at 7:05 and hotline to Washington at 7:25 on WLW Radio. Frank?
At that weather, and also with the leading edge of the more prominent showers now into Fort Wayne and into Columbus, Indiana, extend down to Hopkinsville and moving eastward about 20 miles an hour, and a few sprinkles of rain seen on our radar around the Cincinnati area up toward Dayton and Columbus. These are very small, but they are in evidence. The forecast for the afternoons continuing with the windy conditions, mild temperatures, and the showers continuing to get heavier as the day wears on and extending into the night tonight, and this, of course, into the day tomorrow. In the meantime, temperatures today in the 60s, about 65 here in Cincinnati, winds up to 25 to 30 miles an hour in gusts, and then the temperatures will drop under strong winds tonight into the 50s, but they'll drop into the 20s and 30s in Indiana and western Kentucky by tomorrow morning, and that condition of cold weather will spread across the region, bring an end to the showers, clearing by Sunday when temperatures will be much on the colder side. 60 in Cincinnati now, and that's the weather.
International Harvester, the people who bring you the machines that work.
Now paying cash to early traders. Yes, it's early traders bonus time again at your IH dealers. He's in a real dealing mood on any trade-ins for new IH wheel tractors, balers, combines, or other major equipment for your farm. How's your bonus figured? Well, take your down payment, cash, trade-in, or both, and you'll get a check for interest on the total amount at the rate of 6%, figured to a specified date just ahead of the season you'd normally use the equipment. The earlier you trade, the more you get. So see your IH dealer right away. Be an early trader and get your bonus check by Christmas. Chances are it could be a big one.
In the headlines this noon, Hamilton County Democratic Chief John Wheathy has turned down today, or was turned down in a formal bid to prevent Leo Caffaretta from testifying further in the investigation of the Cincinnati Public Utilities Department. Wheathy says Caffaretta is perjuring himself. Caffaretta has reiterated testimony that he gave Department Head George Howey $10,000 payoff, says the testimony about the $10,000 he gave at his perjury trial was false. President Kennedy told a Fort Worth, Texas audience this morning that the Saturn rocket booster slated for test next year will be the most powerful booster in history and will put the United States far ahead of Russia in the space race. The President and Mrs. Kennedy end their two-day trip through Texas today with stops at Dallas and Austin. West German Chancellor Erhard and French President de Gaulle ended talks in Paris this morning. The Roman Catholic Ecumenical Council has given final approval to a document authorizing use of modern languages in Catholic ceremonies. Eggnog for Thanksgiving. What a delightful treat for the family and guests. And be sure it's French Bauer Gold & Rich Eggnog. The eggnog that's been the toast of Greater Cincinnatians for 120 years. It's the eggnog that completely expresses genuine hospitality. Only the best for family and guests. French Bauer Gold & Rich Eggnog. This is WLW Radio, Cincinnati, at 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. Is there a teenager in the house? She'll appreciate a phone of her own in decorator color. For full information on teenager extensions, call the telephone company in Cincinnati, dial 396-9900.
Prizes awarded on this show are furnished to us in exchange for advertising.
WLW Radio and WLW Color Television welcome you now to Ruth Lyon's fabulous 50-50 Club. The star of the show, Ruth Lyons!
feel fine.
The day after Troy Donahue.
I feel just wonderful. Live young. Da-di-ya-da-di-ya-da. I have to do that in slow motion today. Oh, Chad, I didn't know you could sing. Oh, that was Eddie. How are y'all? You look lovely. Don't they look pretty today? Huh? Where y'all from? Newport. How many from Newport? How many from Newport? Good group here. Is this a club or what?
Sister Club.
Secret Sister Club.
Yes, we were formerly the junior high school minstrel club. When our kids were junior high school students.
Minstrel club?
Yes.
Let's have a minstrel show. Mr. Bones?
Yes, that's how we raised our
Used
money.
to do that, raise money for the PTA, huh?
Our children got out of school. We formed a club and been together since 42.
Well, I think that's very nice. And y'all get along real well, huh? Wonderful. And you're all here today looking beautiful. Who else is here? Where? Lexington, Kentucky. You came quite a distance from the far south, huh? She's never seen the show before. Wait just a minute. I got to find out what this woman's been in Africa for the last 25 years. How come you've never seen our show before? Lexington. Why, a lot of people watch us down there in Lexington.
Well,
Do you have a television set?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. I thought maybe she was looking in the radio, you know. That can happen.
We don't
Well-
get it good. Only on a nice, clear day we might get you. But
Well, now, we have so much mail from people in Lexington that see the show and know all about it.
I wish you'd buy a television station down there so we could get you.
Buy another station, and so, all right, we'll do that. We'll buy another station in Lexington. What are you looking so happy about? You're here with all these women? How are you?
Fine.
What's your name?
Bill Whale.
Where are you from, Bill?
Amelia, Ohio.
Amelia. You came with a bunch of women, huh?
No, my mother.
Oh, just your mother, huh? Well, nice to have you here, Bill. You in school?
Yes, ma'am.
What grade are you in?
Ninth.
Ninth grade. Well, now, don't look so worried, Bill. Everything's going to be all right. Nobody's going to harm you or upset you. Give him a necktie, Bobby, one of our Beau Brummel neckties right off the bat. What are you so dressed up for with the orchid?
It was a complete surprise. My husband sent it, my 12 children.
How many children? Oh, my land. Stand up, stand up. 12 children she has. And she looks like a teenager. How old are they?
From 2 to 20.
From 2 to 20? Isn't that remarkable? A darling? I think she is a darling.
Same year you were.
Married the same year I was. There seems to be some difference of opinion here. Or shall I say activities.
This would be good for one meal at her house.
A jar of Skippy peanut butter? One meal.
Yeah,
one meal, yes. One jar a day, huh? Yes. Oh, isn't that cute? 12 children. Where are you all from? Finneytown. Price Hill. Where else? Hamilton, Ohio. Hamilton. Where are you from? Newport. How about you?
Fort Thomas.
Fort Thomas. Newport. How about in here? Where? Hamilton. How many from Hamilton? Let's see. Is that a club? Just a group of friends? Who else is here now? Deer Park. Pleasant Ridge. Oakley. Mount Healthy. Good. Groesbeck. Huh?
Somebody from Georgia.
Somebody from Georgia?
Yeah.
Who's from Georgia? Who's from Georgia? My goodness. She flew up last night? Well, my goodness, I must say hello to her. How nice that is for her to come. Did you used to live up here?
Yes, I just moved down there in June, and I came all the way up here just to see you.
Well, I want to welcome you, and I hope you have a nice visit with us. What's your name?
Mary Duchilli.
Mary Duchilli. Nice to know you, Mary. Glad you got to come.
Mine too. Hi to her uncle.
Let her say hi to her uncle.
I have sick relatives, and I don't know whether I'm going to have time to see them all while I'm here either.
Well, sure. What's his name?
Well, Uncle Johnny, my cousin Michael, and I've got them all.
Is the whole family sick?
Yes.
Pretty many of them. The whole family, huh? Oh,
And do you know that my husband, whenever I say I'm on the looking at you over television.
Not on the telephone. You
No,
can't see
we
me on
have
the
a
telephone.
color television,
Oh,
and
you
it's
do?
beautiful. He'd say, "Oh my lands, listening to her, Do you know now I can't get him away from there?
I do that to men.
He says Ruth grows on you.
I grow on him. Like a wart?
Ruth, really and truly.
Is he retired now or what?
No, he's home. He just got out of the hospital.
Oh, he's been ill?
Uh-huh.
Well,
And
I
he's
hope we can cheer him up a little bit then.
Oh, yes, he's crazy about
What's his name?
Johnny Sanciola.
Johnny Sanciola.
He
give him
always
my
sent
regards,
you the
will you?
bananas.
Well, he'd like me before you knew it. He liked me before you knew it. He just didn't want you to know it. You know that?
That's right.
That's right. I have a lot of hidden admirers like that, you know, but their wives don't know about it. And it's better that they don't know about it.
Would you like to hear good news?
Yes, I would.
Well, we have the Secret Sisters Club. They're former members of the junior high PTA
Yes,
in
that's the group
Newport.
I talked to here and
They
some over
gave,
here.
they gave as a group $29.
Wonderful.
Other individual contributions, $155.90. A total from the audience today of $184.90.
Well, wonderful. 10 pennies, Clifford. Oh. I was going to take a dime away from Clifford and make that an even dollar there, you know, yes. But let's see how our total stands today, shall we? Now, I have to appoint somebody every day to remind me at the end, near the end of the show, that man was so cute the other day. All I wanted him to do was to remind me, you know. But he got up and made the speech himself, what the total was. Now, who wants to be the spokesman today? Right here, over here, we have a volunteer. Now, somewhere near the end of the show, for the people who don't get to tune in the beginning, you see, you get up. I don't care what's going on, just stand up, and I'll come over with the microphone, and you announce the total for today in the Christmas fund. Will you do that? Yes. What's your name?
Virginia Williams.
Where are you from, Virginia?
Northbrook.
Northbrook. Don't forget now.
It's a good idea because I listen to you every day on the radio, and I hardly ever watch you.
Yes.
And at the end of the show, I never know what the fund is.
Well, we always announce it on radio at the beginning, but some people may not hear, not tune in right away, you see. All right.
You heard some good friends of yours, too, today. Would you like to mention that?
Yes, we had some wonderful donations. We had a wonderful donation from the Frisch Drive-In restaurant, you know. Land. I paid for all those hamburgers I've eaten there in my time. They do have beautiful
Did that
products,
check come
you know.
from the big boy?
Came from the big boy and the brawny lad. Wonderful check from them. A lovely check from one of our agencies that we deal with, Mr. Chester Moreland, who handles the CERTA account and the Coca-Cola account. He always is a very generous contributor to the Christmas fund. And also from, you brought this one in, Bobby.
Yeah, from Pete out at the Fireside Restaurant in Mount Healthy.
In Mount Healthy, the Fireside Restaurant. Every year they remember us, you know.
Sure do.
And we're getting lots of nice donations, lots of groups that are going together instead of sending Christmas cards. Now, I'm not trying to put the Christmas card people out of business or anything, but many of them feel that they see the people they work with every day, you know, and they would rather contribute the money to the Christmas fund than to buy cards and mail them to the people that they work with. And a lot of them have done that and pooled their money and sent it in a nice contribution.
Speaking on the other side of that, the man from whom I buy my cards each year is Bernie Dabney here in Cincinnati. And the other day I placed my order and gave him the check for the cards, and he said, now I know what my contribution will be to the Christmas fund. Every year when I buy my cards, he takes the whole check that I pay him for the cards and donates it to the Christmas
Well,
fund.
how nice.
He's done that for the past
Oh, there are
several
many
years.
nice things being done, you know. Let's see how our fund stands today. Now, yesterday, which last year, a year ago yesterday, was Thanksgiving, as you know. I've gone through that all this week. I'm sure you're aware of that by now. But we were 153,000 yesterday against 150,000 a year ago, you see. So we were very, very pleased with that. And the girls are going to work tomorrow, you know, the extra girls, because they feel they want to get as much of this mail open before Thanksgiving Day so that everybody has an opportunity to be in there for the drawings for the wonderful gifts. Let's see how our fund stands today. Wonderful. $160,524.68. 2 cents, Clifford, 2 cents. And another dime for that contribution here. Dime, Robert.
I only have a quarter and change.
Well, we'll take that. That's all right. That's wonderful. So, You see, next Thursday is the first big day, the first big telephone day, where we make 40 telephone calls, and all these beautiful gifts will go out to our people who are making the fun possible again this year. You know, this morning I was talking to a friend of mine, and he said to me, if you should ever leave the WLW or leave the 50 Club, what would happen to the Christmas fund? I said, don't ever mention that to me. Don't ever say that to me if you don't want me to just crack up and die. Now, I'm sure that somebody would carry it on because it is such a worthwhile thing, and it has done so much and meant so much to so many hospitals and sick children. But I don't even like to think about that, you see. I'm like Scarlett O'Hara. I'll think about that tomorrow. Today I got something else to think about.
It's done so much good, though. I can see where they would think about that. Seriously.
I guess so, yes. This man mentioned this to me. He said, you can't go on forever. I said, who said I can't? I refuse to die. I just have too much to do here. I can't...
Maybe you could contact that woman, that doctor, then Dick Tracy.
I don't know about that.
You don't read that?
No.
Well, she has discovered a way of taking a young heart and taking it out of a young person, and they put it in some kind of lead thing, and then they can transplant that into someone who's older, and they're young again. They got a man 92 years old who can run the mile in less than 4 minutes. And,
I never could run a mile in less than 4 minutes when I was young. So I don't think that will help me, Bobby.
Well,
That may happen in the future.
oh, it could.
It may. Except what about the rest of the body? It's still a 94-year-old man, you know.
Well, they
Does
feel
the heart take care of all of that? Yeah. What about those tired old lungs
Now, I'll tell you what we'll do next.
What did I say?
Never mind, Mary. Just let it. Just leave it alone. Just forget it. You make those tired old lungs.
Yes.
You know, no matter how hard you try, people are always looking for something to laugh at that they shouldn't laugh at. You know that? You know, a lady wrote to me and she said, I know something you haven't done for 2 or 3 years. She said, you used to do it, and it was very effective. Used to sing a little song. She had all the words for us. I had forgotten them completely. I did remember after I read it, you know. We used to sing a little song to the tune of Frere Jacques, you know. Da 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 da. Dormez-vous, yeah, but we have our own words. And I thought the idea is not to wait. Send in your contribution, your name, your telephone number, and if you don't have a phone, say so. Send it in today. If you would just say, today is the day I must do it. Not tomorrow, not the next day. Do it now. That's the way the words go, you know. And I thought, I'll make my big announcement first. I can make it today.
Oh, you mean about the other prize?
On the Christmas show. Now, you know, our top prize on the Christmas show in the adult group is a beautiful Chevrolet station wagon from our dear friend Carl Gatchett, you know, this is his, what did he tell me, 16th year that he has given us a Chevrolet or car, you know.
Not a stripped-down model,
a
but
beautiful
the whole thing.
You know, if you say that again, I'm going to faint. You say that every time I mention this car, you always say, not a stripped-down. It makes me laugh. I think of a strip-teaser.
I'll tell you why I do that. A lot of people give cars away, and they make a big fancy announcement. When the people get it, though, it doesn't have a radio, it doesn't have a heater, it's got black wall tires, little hubcaps.
Everything in there.
And
The radio, the heater,
automatic
drive, white wall tires, everything.
Thing.
Most beautiful model you could complete. Exactly.
Right.
Now, this is the top prize in our adult group. Right. You see, this will go to an adult.
Right.
Next to that will be the $1,500 cash from our good friends at Fell's Company. You see,
right.
$1,500 cash. Oh, wowie! Would you like to win that?
Oh, I should say I would.
What would you do if you won $1,500?
Pay a few little bills that have been laying there looking at me.
In the bowl.
Yeah.
Now, today we announced, the reason we couldn't announce this before, this had to go through a lot of channels and so forth, and I would not announce it until I had it all in writing. Not that I didn't trust these darling men, I did. But I have to have all these things completely in writing, you know, exactly what it is. But we have now added to the Christmas show, the Holiday Hello show, the top prize in the teenage group. And you know what it is? It's a Comet two-door sedan. In the teenage group. Isn't that wonderful? And this is from the Lincoln Mercury dealers throughout this area, and they said they were so sorry that they hadn't gotten a ring. You know, in a big company like that, you know, it has to go to this person for approval, and then the board had to meet and so forth. But imagine that now. Some teenager between the age of 13 and 19, or 20 is our end of our teenage group, between the age of 13 and 20 will be the proud possessor on the Sunday before Christmas of a brand new Comet. And that's a darling car.
It's a two-door sedan.
Two-door sedan, and it'll be a beautiful car, I assure you that. So I want you to tell all of the teenagers about this, because many of them, I could never begin to even estimate the number of teenagers now who were once recipients of the Christmas fund years ago in the hospitals, you see. And they have a great, we get many contributions from them, but add this little special note to them. Tell all your teenage sons and daughters about this. I remember last year we had a car as the top prize in the teenage group, you know, and a young boy up in Columbus won it. And this boy was a boy who had had a lot of trouble in his home, a lot of hardship. This was like a new world opened up for this boy, you know?
A lady wrote me yesterday and asked a question which you could answer very easily. She says that she has 4 children, and each of the 4 children wants to take a part of his allowance and donate it to the Christmas fund. And she wants to know if she can put the entire amount plus each of their names in one envelope and mail it in instead of sending it 4 separate things.
It would be much more simple if she would put them each on a separate piece of paper and put them all in one envelope.
In the same envelope, yes.
Oh, yes, because
That's
we
how
take that
she
out
does
of there, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we draw, you see, from what's inside of the envelope, not from the envelope itself, you see.
She thought it would be better
That's
than
why I
sending 4
say
pieces of
inside,
mail.
be sure you put all the pertinent information. Your name, your address, your phone number if you don't have a phone, or if you're going to be someplace else on Thanksgiving, put that phone number. Or if you're going to be out on the Sunday of December 22nd, a different phone number, put that, and put the age of the child and the age of the teenager.
How about checks and money orders now?
Checks and money orders are made out to the Ruth Lyons Christmas Fund. That's the way the fund is banked in the bank, you know, and that's the way they go through checks and money orders. And the address is Ruth Lyons, WLW, Cincinnati 2, Ohio, and down in the corner of the envelope, this does speed up the handling of the mail a great deal, put child, teen, or adult. If you'll do that, that will help us a great deal because the girls are working very, very hard, very, very hard, and we want to get as much mail open as possible before the drawing next Wednesday afternoon. Mm-hmm. You'd be surprised if you would see how excited everybody gets around here when we make these drawings.
True.
You know, we go down, a whole group goes down to this great big room, and our building superintendent this year fixed a remarkable room for us where we have big cartons like of the teenage male names, the children's names, the adult names. We have numbers of those, and that's all locked up carefully, you know, all the time. And then we go in there, and such fun as we have shuffling, and sometimes we dump them all out and walk among them, you know, so that even if your contribution came in 2 months ago or if it came in today, you have an equal opportunity of that name being drawn, you see. And then I let the girls who work on the fund do the actual drawing because I feel they're the ones who have done the work, you know, and boy, do they love to do that. They just love to do that. They reach in there, you know, and we list every one of the gifts in an envelope, sealed envelope, printed on there, and then as the name is drawn, we don't know what's in the envelope. We just put them all in the line, we put the name opposite that, you see, and nobody knows who wins what. And the only people who know are Elsa and Mickey. Then they scuttle off up to the office, lock the door, and type, sometimes till 8 o'clock at night to get that show ready for the next day, you see. So we have our paper, and we don't know till we come on the show who wins anything, you see. I'll never forget the year that Roger Nizer, who is connected with the Kroger Company, who's a very dear friend of mine, and I work with him very closely, and the first gift that we gave on the Holiday Hello Show was a color television set. And the name was Mrs. Nizer.
No relation at all.
It certainly was. It was his mother.
Was it really? You're kidding.
It was his no, it was his aunt. It was his aunt. Now, had I known that, I would have died. You know, I would have died all night because people would say, she knows him. Maybe Herman might win some. Oh, Herman's feelings are hurt. Why? Oh, I hurt his feelings yesterday. Herman's a very sensitive man.
Oh, I heard that. You made that remark at the end of the show.
When what's his name, Henny Youngman said to me somebing, somebody said something about me playing the organ.
Yes.
And he said, what'd you do with the monkey? And I said, I
married him. Yes.
All I was trying to do was top Henny, you see, that's all. And I came home and Herman says, how do you do? How are you? You know, I can tell when he's upset right away, you know.
He jumped up on the chandelier.
Yeah. And he was standing there with a big banana in his hand. He said, oh, so I'm a monkey, am I? And he really wasn't, though, but he was pretending like it. He likes to win a little sympathy now and then, you know.
I met his bowling partner the other night, one of his bowling partners, Dick Bray's brother, Bob.
Oh, Bob Bray, uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. And he was saying that Herman is really very nice when he's out, that you can rest assured that he never
Well, he
gets
better
into
be.
trouble.
I've given him enough training, I'll tell you that. Shall we do this little tune? Maybe this will inspire people after the show is over today to get their contributions together or write their check or go and get their money order and put it in the mailbox today. Now, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll have a little round of singing. And when I point to this side, you start. When I point to this side, you start. When I point to the boys in the band, you start. Now, here's the way it goes. I'll show you how it goes. Not tomorrow, not the next day. Do it now. Do it now. For the little children, little waiting children. Do it now.
Do it
Now, come
now.
on. Not tomorrow, not the next day.
Not tomorrow, not the next day. Do it now. Do it now. For the little children, little waiting children.
They're singing right along with him.
Do it
You
now.
start in the beginning. At the top. That's the way a round goes, you know. It never ends. We can go on all day the show with this. Now, start again, girls. You did fine. A little louder, a little peppier. Not to
next day.
do it now.
Do it now. For the little children, little waiting children. Do it now. Do it now. Not tomorrow, not the next day. Do it now. Do it now. For the little children, little waiting children. Do it now. Do it now. Not tomorrow,
not the next day.
Do it now. Do it now. For the little children, little waiting children. Do it now. Do it now. For the little children, not the next day. Do it now. Do it now. For the little children, little waiting children.
You would have to end up on a high note. You would. Yes.
Don't they all wind up like you finally stop and you keep saying, do it now, until everybody's saying, do it now, and then you quit?
All right, let's try that.
Okay.
Start again now. A little faster, Tilly.
When we go like that, then just keep saying, do it now, do it
Tomorrow,
now.
not the next day. Do it now. Do
Not tomorrow,
Not tomorrow, not the next day. Do it now.
for the little children, little waiting children. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. For the little children, little waiting children. Do it now. For the little children, little waiting children. Do it now. 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 For the little children, do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now. Do it now.
Do it now. There's something terrible in that last chord. What was that? I heard a C in there. I don't want any seventh in there.
I was singing E flat.
Who did that?
You're singing flat, period.
That's true.
Huh? Yeah. Let's do twist time, huh? All right, come on, girls, twist. Tomorrow, not tomorrow, do it now. Do it now. Not tomorrow, not tomorrow, do it now. Do it now. We're going to have a lot of music on the show today. First of all, however, would you like to have that new Frigidaire range? Isn't that beautiful? Now, isn't that the most beautiful thing you've ever seen? That is the new 1964 electric range with the double ovens. This one has that beautiful door like the flare range has, you know, that you can peek in, see what's going on. Both of these are the pull-out type ovens. I mean, what'd you do with this? Jerry, I'm going to... They do everything in the world to me. Pull it out, just reach down in and clean it, no reaching back in the oven or anything. And, of course, they also have, at Frigidaire, those wonderful splatter pan broilers, you know, that keep your oven very fresh and clean to begin with. All of the... here are the 4 cooking units up on top here. 2 big ones, 2 smaller ones, and all of your controls here, which of course are remarkable. You can just turn this on, go away and forget it, and your whole meal is finished. You can keep things on low simmer, or you can get water to boil in almost instantly. It's remarkable. And then down here, if you've noticed, there's a great big drawer for your pots and pans to be stored. And we would like to suggest that possibly some of this Anchor Hockingware might go very nicely if you had the new range, you see. Wouldn't that be beautiful with that?
Sure would.
Of course, here you have 4 pieces. There are really 5 altogether. The great big casserole, the big skillet, the smaller casserole, and these also can be used, as you well know, as the saucepans. Now, if it's a saucepan, you could use it right on top of the range, hook the one little handle on there, and when you're through with it, just push one little button, and off she comes. Here's the smaller, can be either a saucepan or a casserole. 5 lovely pieces of Anchor Hockingware with the Fire King ovenware tops, you know, the lids you can see through. So easy to clean, so easy to cook with, and they will not break, they will not crack, they will not craze. Take them right out of the refrigerator or the freezer, put them right into the oven or on top of the stove. You have no problems whatsoever. We have one to give away today, and they all come packaged like this in the little box with the handle. These make lovely Christmas gifts, you know that?
Sure will.
And not with the handle, I didn't mean that. They come packaged like with the handle on the box.
Package, right.
Not this handle. You have to buy one handle that handles all the other 5 products.
That's very reasonably priced.
$2 is what this costs. And, of course, it's made beautifully and will last a lifetime. So, if you want something lovely in a new range, now this, of course, is the new deluxe Frigidaire range. Has the what we call the closed edges here, you know, no grease or anything can get down in there. Comes in lovely colors. Those of you who do not have color television, this is the most beautiful turquoise blue I've ever seen. Wouldn't you love to have a whole kitchen like that? You know, you can get the Frigidaire refrigerator to match that and everything. Or you can get it in pink, you can get it in pale yellow, you can get it in light green, or the traditional white, whichever you prefer. And your Frigidaire dealer has a complete line of beautiful ranges for you to choose from. If you don't want something quite that large, you can get the 30-inch one with the great big oven that holds 6 pies and all that sort of thing, you know. And they have a new one. We haven't talked about that yet, but that is a beauty too. In a narrow one, but which has an upper and a lower oven. I'm not supposed to mention that, so don't tell them I told you about that, will you? But you go and see your Frigidaire dealer, and you'll see the most beautiful line for 64. And then don't forget, in order to cook and enjoy your cooking, you need lovely things to cook with. So we recommend heartily the Anchor Hocking cookware, the newest addition to this type of cookware, which I love because you can put it right on the table and serve from it, you know. And the most important thing is it is not expensive. It is very reasonably priced. Do you know whose birthday anniversary this is today? 22nd?
Right, November
22nd of November. Hoagie Carmichael, one of the really great writers, I think, of American music, you know.
Born in
great standards. 1899. He's 64 years old today.
One more year
and
to go.
still a great entertainer, you know. Still a great entertainer.
Don't you love to hear him sing?
Oh, I love to hear him sing. Old Buttermilk Sky and all those tunes, you know. Wasn't Troy cute yesterday?
He really was.
This is a very nice young man. He really is. I was talking to this man from Warner Brothers about Troy, and he said so many of these young people come out into Hollywood, and they become pretty well known quickly, you know. They begin to make pretty much money all at once and so forth. And he said they have such problems with them, you know. They're not ready for that. But he said Troy is such a gentleman at all times. They came to our house for dinner last night, and I tell you, I've never had a more enjoyable evening in my life. He can talk about anything. He went over the whole house from top to bottom. He loves early American furniture, you know. And he looked at everything. He asked about everything. And Callie and Pauline, I want to tell you, they served the dinner upside down. I'm telling you, you never saw such a mess as they had.
What was Candy's state of
Pauline's, Candy was numb. She was plain numb. But Pauline says, you know, Miss Newman, that is a handsome, charming young man. I said, he really is. And he's a perfect gentleman at all times, you know. And tonight you're going to be down there, huh?
Right.
Guess who's coming?
Candy?
Guess who else?
Herman?
Guess who else?
Mother?
Right.
I don't blame you.
Sure.
You're going out tonight?
I was up till 10:30 last night. I haven't got sense enough to stand up today. I'm going to try one more night, and then I'm going to collapse for the weekend, you know?
I was talking to Troy this morning, and he said he's a little worried because he hopes the teenagers know he will be there, and he hopes that all the ladies who watch you every day will tell their daughters and sons that he's going to be there.
He's handsome. He is
He
really
really
darling.
is.
And he's going to answer questions, you know, from the teenagers and
And
bring them up on
do the
stage
twist
with
on the
him and
stage.
everything. He's a really nice young man. And that is a darling movie. Go along with the teenagers, if they'll let you. Go along with them. You'll enjoy this movie. It's light, and it's gay, and it's happy, and it makes you feel real good, you know?
Everybody gets a free autographed picture of Troy who goes there tonight.
And I think they also are going to give some of his record
As
away,
long
you know.
as they last,
Live
right.
young. You're like the... listen, that tune nearly drove me crazy yesterday. That went through my head all day long.
What did you think of Candy twisting on that tape we made yesterday after your
How
show?
about that?
Oh, it was very good.
I didn't know she could do that.
I didn't either. She
You
introduced
know, Candy is, people think that I have been, I get letters, you know, you make a baby out of that girl, you know. Oh, I'd love to, but I can't do it. She has a mind of her own. She's a very independent, self-sufficient young girl, and a very delightful child. Now, I'm speaking of my own child, and I'm prejudiced, naturally.
You should be if you're not.
But she is the most darling little human being, you know, and she took Troy and showed him all the pictures she has up of him, you know. And you know what impressed him more than anything? She baked him a big chocolate cake. And in the afternoon, he sent her some flowers. And he said, I hope the cake is chocolate. And luckily, she had baked a big chocolate cake. Isn't that funny? Oh, she had a very nice time. She said to me, you know, she paid you a great compliment last night. She said to me, Mother, I like young men who talk to me like I'm a human being, who don't talk down to me, who are not too silly. And she says, you know, I think I have two favorites, Troy and Bobby. She loves Bobby, just loves Bobby. And Bobby's been awfully nice to Candy. It hasn't been too easy for her at times, you know. Some people just hate me, you know that. So they try to take it out on her, you know. And I've had all my life to try to say to her, Candy, you are yourself. Whether they like me or not doesn't depend on how they treat you. But that's not easy for a child sometimes to face that, you know.
That's very true.
And I thought at first when she went to college, this would be very difficult for her. She's just made her own way so beautifully and stands up for her own rights real nicely. She even told the teacher that she didn't understand something the other day. I never dreamed that Candy'd ever do that. She says, Mother, I just told her I don't get it.
Yes.
Well, I said that's what
That's
the teachers want you to do.
You know, most people who are known, such as Candy is known, and people like Troy, too, who are known, want more than anything else just to be treated as a human being.
You know, Troy
as a
said that
person.
last night. He said that his younger sister, he has a sister the same age as Candy. And I think he kind of thinks of them in the same way, you know, and that's why he can, because he loves his sister. He's just crazy about his sister. And he said his sister, she doesn't get as upset over things as he does, you know, when they have bad publicity and so forth, because he said she knows what I'm really like. And he said she just doesn't pay any attention to it. Well, I think that's the way with Candy. Candy thinks I can do no wrong, I think. But we've had a lovely life together, really and truly. I'm very grateful for it. And I have a dear little niece whom I think just as much of. You know, she's a darling little girl, and my sister and she have a nice relationship. And I think this is the most important. You know, I was talking to a cab driver on the way down this morning. I get all the problems. I get everything. I haven't seen this cab driver. He's a nice young man. He's 32. And I hadn't seen him for, I guess 3 or 4 months. I got in the cab, and he was just beaming from ear to ear. And he says, guess what? And I said, I don't know. He says, I got married 2 weeks ago. I said, you did? Now, I remember him telling me about how he lived with his grandfather. He was very good to his grandfather. His grandfather was very ill. He finally passed away. Then he had a very ill brother, and he went and lived with them and helped to support that family. And then the brother passed away last Christmas. And I remember he told me all about that, how sad it was, you know. And he said, finally, he said, I realized that I could lead my own life. And he married a young girl who had 2 boys, one 6 and one 7. And he said, you know, this was a big undertaking for me, Miss Lyons. He said, I didn't know whether they would respect me. And he said, I had, the one little boy, they have trouble with him getting him to eat properly. And he said, I had to establish right away that if I did try to help, that the mother wouldn't interfere. And he said, it's just, and he was so happy we were running over the curbs and everything. We just had a wonderful ride down this morning. But you know, I was so pleased for him. I really was, because I thought, well, here's a young man who has tried to do something good, and he's succeeding, you know. There are a lot of good people in the world. Those witches that we, those witches, there are fewer of them than I realize, you know. They really are. They're not nearly as many as you think there are.
Unfortunately, that type of person is very often like publicity. The bad is louder than the good.
That's
you
right.
Know,
Yes,
that's unfortunate.
Right. Well, now I'll tell you what we're going to do about Hoagie Carmichael today. Do we have some nice prizes today, Bobby?
Yes, we do. Very nice.
I see we have a Puritron range hood over there.
Yes, and we have an incinerator. That's our magic number prize.
Our incinerator is a magic number prize.
And we have an Iona hairdryer.
An Iona hairdryer.
And we have a lady's wristwatch from Lucien Picard.
Well, now I'll tell you what, let's do. Why don't we call about 10 ladies up here and let them come up to the microphone. No, we haven't. And let them read the little poem, and each poem will have something about a product in it, and also will mention a tune that was written by Hoagie Carmichael. And then the dear band will play that, you see. And that way we'll have a little music along with the commercials, and in addition to that, you will win prizes. Now, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll have another play like.
Okay.
We'll play like it's a week from yesterday. We'll tell them what they really win, but had it been Thanksgiving, this is what they... Oh, I have to do one thing before that. I have to get this so we can get this out of the way here.
Your Kroger special?
Our Kroger special this weekend at all the Kroger stores are these wonderful Gold Crest chocolates. All kinds. Wonderful new brand of candy, new line of candy that all the Kroger stores are carrying. Peanut butter cups. Did you ever try these?
Yes.
Oh,
very
these are
good.
delicious.
With milk chocolate?
Absolutely. These are the famous mint wafers. Any one of these is delicious. And if you buy any 2 packages and take along your little coupon from the Kroger newspaper ad, you get 50 extra top value stamps this weekend. And they do mount up, and this is the time to make them mount up. Now, I'll do one other thing so we can move everything away from our board of gifts over here for Thanksgiving. How do you like this chair? Sit down in this, Bobby. That's a beautiful shade of a deep turquoise, isn't it?
Matches the range.
You know what they call that? A television chair. That's flex steel construction, and this lovely covering here, it's partly covered in Banlon and partly in a plastic leather, you see. Lean back.
Does it look...
How long are you going to stay, Bobby?
I may be here through guiding light.
Isn't that lovely?
Oh.
So if the television gets a little enervating and you're too tired, just lean back and drop off. Isn't that a beautiful chair?
Now I know what we look like. Through feet.
Through feet. Beautiful chair, and that's just one of the many beautiful chairs that Flex Steel has to offer now, along with, of course, Mr. Casey, you know, from Warner Brothers. He's such a cute man. And at home, we have some of these chairs, the same type of chair that we have here. And he got one of those chairs last night. Now, of course, they've been on the road, they've been traveling, they were on airplanes, they slept at the airport in New York. He got in that chair, and I couldn't get him out. And I said, Casey, you're going to sit there all evening? He says, I have never sat in such a comfortable, delightful chair. I have two of these, and they're in a light green band lawn covering, and I simply live in that one chair. This is where I sit, and I have a table where I keep all my work, you know. And it is really, you can swivel around, you know.
This
you
pad
can
hits
rock.
you right in the right spot
We
back
got
there.
to talking last night. What is it about rocking that's so comforting? And Mr. Casey said, what about, why did President Kennedy, you know, take to a rocker? I think for more, of course, in his case, this doctor he had said that it kept his back sort of mobile, you know. But I think it's a very soothing effect. To just kind of drift along, you know. I can think much better in a rocking chair than a straight chair. I'm no good at all in a straight chair. I'm not too good in a rocking chair, but I mean, I think any of these beautiful pieces of Flex Steel furniture with the band lawn coverings will delight your soul, and you will have them for years and years to come because of the fine construction of the Flex Steel inner construction and the fine band lawn coverings. There are 4 dealers where you can see the complete line. The early American like we have here. This is more modern over here. I think that's a beautiful chair there, that television lounge chair. Anything you want for your living room, you can buy it at Pat and Joe's here in Cincinnati, Cook Furniture up in Columbus, Ohio, the Mart over in Indianapolis, and Rock Furniture up at Laura, Ohio, near Dayton. So see any one of these dealers for the complete line. Now you call 10 numbers, Robert. First of all, who has the magic number?
The magic number today.
Where is that?
It's right here on the table. The magic number holder is Ruth Smith of Deer Park.
Where's Ruth Smith? Ruth, come on here. Now, you're sure of a prize, Ruth. You have won the Golden Incinerator, you see. And had this been Thanksgiving, you know what you would have won? A complete kitchen. Now, you're getting the incinerator, you know. But in this complete kitchen from BAM Distributors, there is also an incinerator in there. But in addition, there's a beautiful new sink. There are Formica tops. There are the beautiful Sharrock birch cabinets. There are the built-in ranges, the built-in stove, the dishwasher. Wouldn't you love to have that? All right, come up here and work for your incinerator now. Come on.
Talk about coincidences. Which card did you give her? Do you know which one?
No, I don't.
It's for Fell's Cleaner, and on her card she said, your Fell's Cleaner is the mostest. In our fall cleaning at the church, I took my Fell's Cleaner, and I want you to know our church is the cleanest church in town. The whole congregation is using Fell's.
Well, good for you. And you got the Fell's card? Mm-hmm. Well, isn't that a coincidence? All right, come on up here now. You go right over here and line up right here. You're first. What's next, Bobby? What number? What are you doing, making butter or something?
There we go.
Oh, you're doing a whole lot at one time, huh?
It keeps the noise down to a minimum. Mm-hmm. Number 106.
106. Where's 106? Right here. Lady back here in the purple dress, all right?
24.
You come down first, please. 24?
24, lady in black.
You're the one to remind me, you know, to give the total. Don't forget now.
122.
Right. Wait a minute now. Well, I get this one, Bobby.
All right.
This is the second one. You're third in line. Yeah, she's third. And this one is second. All right, Bobby. What was the last one?
122.
122. She's on her way. Will you give this to her? She comes by, please. 122. All right, go ahead.
54.
54. 54.
54.
Oh, the mother of 12. How about that? All right. This is your day. It surely is.
123.
123. 123. Lady back here. Will you give this to her as she comes down, please? All right?
52.
You're my helper here. What?
52. 52.
52. Where's 52? Right here. All right. Another one, Bobby.
37.
37. Oh, she came down the other way. Wait a minute now. 50. Here's yours. Now 52.
Right.
Take it easy. Take your time. You have all the time in the world. There you are.
37 is right over here.
37 is over here. Give me 2 more, Bob.
68.
Wait a minute. Let me see. Yeah. 2 more, yeah.
68.
68 up here. Here you are.
And
Take it easy, take your
111.
111. 111. Here she is. Give me 2 more, Bobby.
All right.
Here you are. You're welcome. 111 was the last number called.
43.
43. 43. Who has 43 on her placemat? Another lovely lavender outfit. Isn't that pretty?
And 27.
27. 27.
Lady in purple.
And another lavender. Well, isn't that beautiful? It's one of my favorite colors. Don't they look pretty? I should say. All right, now let me see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And Marion, here's one for you, but you can't win anything.
I know.
And Bobby, here's one for you, but you can't win anything. And here's one for me, and I can't win anything. Now, girls, what you do, you simply walk up to the microphone, give your name and where you're from, and then read your little poem. And when you come to the name of the product, all of you girls at home and all of you here, just jot it down on your shopping list so you won't forget it this weekend. All right, our first lady.
I'm Ruth Smith from Deer Park. That bottle of Fell's household cleaner was one of my best buys. Now the house is clean as the air where the skylark flies.
Where the what fly?
Skylark.
Skylark.
Skylark. Oh, Skylark. Where the sky. Oh yes, Skylark. Beautiful tune by Hoagie Carmichael. Fell's household cleaner. Oh, I love it. Beautiful. Skylark by Hoagie Carmichael. Beautiful tune. All right, what is your name?
I'm Mrs. Eichhorn from Westwood. He was staring at my frizzy hair. I liked to have crawled in a hole. But instead, I tried Tony's, sleek and smooth and sleek. He's mine now, heart and soul.
Heart and soul. Remember this? This is a real favorite. Heart and... Wait a minute. Hold on. Da-da-da-da. Heart and soul. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Manly. I met you. Something like that. Da-da-da-da. Dee-dee-dee. All right. What is her gift, Bobby?
From the Puritron Company, a range hood.
Puritron range hood. No, you can keep that. Take it home and put it in your memory book.
And what was her product?
She wanted that. She wanted that.
Right. What was her product?
I forgot long ago.
Tony.
Tony Home Permanent. For the uncurly permanent, you know. We talked a lot about this week. In fact, we have talked a great deal about all of our products this week. So I'm going to just, once over lightly today. All right? Our next lady.
I'm Jenny Williams from Northbrook in Mount Healthy. I must have washed that come out white. About this, I'm a crank. An instant Fells does it, though we live on a lazy river bank.
You live on a lazy river bank. A lazy on all-male stream, Roberta Sherwood. God. You put these in dreadful keys for me to sing, Clip. Oh, no, that's too low for me. I don't sing way down there. Da-da. I can go up high. Up a lazy river where the boondocks stream.
The shade of the bottle breeze. Throw away your troubles, dream a dream with me.
Roberta on that made her famous. Wonderful. Fells naphtha, and you may see at some of your grocers the boxes of Fells this weekend with the 14 cents off. Some of them may still have them, some may not. If you can get them, take advantage of this wonderful wash day product with the discount. What is her gift, Bobby?
Mrs. Williams has won a Lucien Picard ladies' wristwatch.
Now, I forgot to tell the last lady that had it been Thanksgiving, she would have won a trip to Florida for 2 people. She would have won a trip to Florida with $250 to spend, which is donated by the Tony Company. The trip will be to the Galt Ocean Mile Hotel, and what a wonderful week that will be down there in the Sunshine State. All right, now, wait a minute. Where'd she go?
She's over here.
What'd she win?
She won the ladies' wristwatch by Lucien Picard, and she would have won $500 from the Tough Money Tree if it had been Thanksgiving Day.
Well, you can just watch your watch and see whether you win it next Thursday, huh? All right. Next.
I'm Mabel Kay from Cheviot. Flex steel with Banlon covering is a combination rare. 'Tis what I will insist on when I buy my rocking chair.
Good. That's what we're just talking about, the wonderful flex steel things. Old rocking chairs got me.
Getting by my side. Fetch me that.
I stole his number, didn't I? Well, that's my number. Old rocking chair has had me for years. You know that? What is her gift, Bobby?
She's won from Puritron an air purifier.
Oh, that's nice. You'll love that. To take all the smokiness out of the house and the cooking odors. Oh, really? Well, you can use another one then. Use one in another room in the house. And had it been Thanksgiving, she might have won. Let me see, Bobby. What might she have won on Thanksgiving?
I would say the sterling silver flatware from Daily Donuts.
Oh, this beautiful set of sterling silver from our good friends at Daily Donuts. Paul Palazzola. I was going to say. Beautiful. Wait till you see this. It is so magnificent. And it's for $12, and it is solid sterling silver. And I got to pick out the pattern, and it is beautiful. It really is, if I do say so myself. All right, our next lady, mother of 12.
I'm Esther Meyer of Westwood.
Let's closer, Esther, to the microphone.
After a smoky party, I get out the Lysol spray, and soon the room is just as fresh as one morning in May.
One morning in May. Remember that beautiful music? Hey, don't forget, dear, that one wonderful day when we met, dear. One morning in May. I didn't realize Hoagie Carmichael. Yes, I did, too. I knew he wrote that, yes. And, of course, this wonderful Lysol spray with all the coals now. Girls, the show is up here. Will you shut up, please? That woman hasn't shut her mouth since she's been in here. Now, would you like to do the show?
I'm just making up for when I didn't get to come in June. I was in a wheelchair.
Well, and you're all right again.
Yeah,
I'm delighted.
I had to give my ticket away, but I was glad because my daughter was here.
You were
from
supposed
Maine,
to come
and
in
I gave it to
June?
her. Yeah.
And now you're all right again.
No, I'm walking with a cane.
Well, you're getting around, though.
Yeah,
What'd you do, break your hip or something?
I broke my knee, and then I had a staph infection. I should have taken some of your good spray with me.
The Lysol
and then I would have got that staph infection.
Yes, there you are. It'll kill staph and the other germs, you know, streptococcus. Oh, these words, you know, they're so hard. But this is a wonderful, wonderful spray, and if there is a cold in the house or just to keep the air fresh in the home is a very important thing. And you know, so many people, I mentioned this one day on the air, and ever since I mentioned it, they have just been more letters about it. People who have taken this to people in the hospital to let them spray their room and keep the air fresh, you know. Because sometimes in the hospital you smell ether and you smell other medicines from coming around in the hospital, and this will freshen the room of the patient, you see. This is the wonderful Lysol spray disinfectant. What is her gift, Bobby?
From Arabesque, a lovely plaque entitled The Knight in Armor. It's really beautiful.
Oh, let's turn him around. Let me see him. Yeah, he's got a bow on his neck. Now, who put that bow on there? That doesn't go on there.
They dress nice, too.
Oh, knights don't wear ribbons around their necks. Take that off of there. Had it been Thanksgiving, she would have won what, Bobby?
$500 cash from the Fells Company.
$500 cash. You could use that with 12 children, couldn't you? Good. Who's our next young lady here?
Natalie Fahey from Westwood.
Mrs. Fahey?
That's right.
All right.
New soft keeps your clothes looking lovely, though you have but few. And that softness is appealing. I like the nearness of you. Just nearness of you.
It's not the pale moon that excites me, that thrills and delights me. Oh no, it's just the nearness of you.
Oh, I love love that tune, don't you? Beautiful. And you'll love New Soft also. It puts the newness back in the fabric. Cuts down on the wrinkles, cuts down on the ironing time, keeps clothes soft and new looking. New Soft. What is her gift, Bobby?
From Ship and Shore, something that she can keep lovely with New Soft. 5 blouses.
5 blouses from Ship and Shore. That's a nice gift. All right, our next lady. What is your name, please?
Miss Petra.
Wait till I come over a little bit closer. You come up a little bit to the microphone. What is your name?
Minnie Petrov.
Minnie Petrov. Where are you from, Mrs. Petrov?
From Ellesmere, Kentucky.
Ellesmere, Kentucky. All right. Can you read that, Miss Petrov?
I always shop at Kroger store. The wonderful bartenders there are fun. I'm now sitting under the old buttermilk sky.
Old buttermilk sky at Kroger. They have all kinds of skies over Kroger, including old buttermilk. Old buttermilk sky, a great favorite. Oh, you're singing that, huh, Jack? That's a beautiful tune.
I watch you every day. I can't do no work.
You can't do any work, so you watch me every day. Well, I work like a dog.
I've been in the hospital.
You've been in the hospital. But I'm glad you got to come today. What is your gift, Bobby?
From Dorsey, something very lovely, a bottle of their
a
intoxication
lovely
perfume.
bottle of intoxication perfume. You'll love that. Congratulations to you. Be careful now. What would her gift have been had it been Thanksgiving Day, Bobby?
A travel case from North Soup filled with $500 cash.
Oh, you came here just a week too soon, but we may phone you on Thanksgiving. Help her to get in there, will you please? All right? Our next lady, what is your name?
Mrs. Omar Everhart of Deer Park.
Deer Park. All right, Mrs. Everhart.
Georgia fixes cremettes casseroles for this gal cooking snow grinds. And man, her meals are delicious. I've got Georgia on my mind.
Georgia on my mind. Somebody here from Georgia, huh? Georgia, Georgia. No peace I find. As an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Oh, that's a dandy, right? Good old tune. I think that's one of the first tunes that Hoagie Carmichael wrote and became famous for. Cremettes, elbow macaroni. Put that on the shopping list for the weekend, girls, all of you. You'll love it. It has a delightful flavor. It has a delightful quality. It's never starchy or gummy, and it provides many delightful dishes in salads or casseroles for you. Cremettes, elbow macaroni. What's her gift, Bobby?
Also in the perfume department from Nettie Rosenstein, a bottle of Nettie Rosenstein perfume. It's just
this
delightful.
Is a beautiful one. There's a store here in Cincinnati where they spray that around all the time. You know, Marion? And you walk in that store and it's just delightful. It's a wonderful fragrance. You sniff all day, yes. All right, what is your name?
I'm Mrs. Robert Lubering from Mount Airy.
From Mount Airy?
And I would like to say, please, that this verse doesn't suit me, but it does one of the members of our party.
Oh, really? Let's hear this.
All right. Must pick up some jars of beech nut, and there's a good reason why. A baby's coming to visit us, and it's vital to small fry.
Oh, I see. You did get the wrong poem, didn't you? Yes, you did. Small fry.
With your dead mother.
Now, which one of your group does this suit?
She's the second one next to the girl in the black hat, and she expects her baby in about 10 days.
Have her sit very quietly, please. Very quietly.
We've been taking good care of her.
You've been taking good care of her. Let's give her the Beech Nut baby food gift package for one thing. And you have one, Bobby.
From Hank's Craft, a Vapovac, which also is very nice.
This is a wonderful thing. When Candy had this very bad cold, we used the Vapomaster, you know. You breathe in the fumes, and that moist air relieves that congestion. Let's give our friend back here, who's about to have a young addition to the family, the proper start for that family. Give me the top two, Jerry, and the book and everything. This is our little gift package from the makers of Beech Nut baby food. And in it are some of the cereals, some of the first foods that little baby will start on, you know. And these are the most babied foods in the world. finest products, the finest way of packaging in the new wide-mouth jars, and the nutrition and the delicious flavor that babies will like. Don't get up. I'll hand it to you. Yes. Congratulations, and I hope everything goes real well with you. What if you'd had twins? Would you be happy?
Yes.
Would you? Good. Is this your first baby? Your second. Good. Well, feed it on the beach nut, and everything will go fine. All right, our next lady. You are?
Newport.
Mrs. Jager from Newport. Oh, Mrs. Jager, okay.
With 2 gorgeous Betty Crocker cakes in the freezer, I'm living. I worked ahead for next week, because next week is Thanksgiving.
It's true. Thanksgiving. He wrote a tune called Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving. I'm glad. Life is one sweet song. Do you remember this tune? You never heard this before? Oh, he wrote this years ago. How many remember this? Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving, now I'm living. Life is one sweet song. Da 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 da. Goes awfully high. He puts them in the wrong key for me every single time. But remember now, next week you will be busy. You'll have company and these wonderful, rich, luscious, creamy Betty Crocker cakes that are always moist, always rich, always fine flavored, fine textured. These can help you a great deal in preparing for any holiday season, as well as during your weekly menus, you see.
I made the spice and apple.
Did you finally make a spice and apple with the raisins in it? Isn't that delicious? Delicious. That's the newest addition to the Betty Crocker line of fine cake mixes. Spice and apple with raisin. Herman's crazy about that, too. He likes that.
And I'm so used to
Yes.
getting a rut, I think, and make mostly chocolate.
Yes, I think most of us do, but that is a delicious cake, and if it comes from Betty Crocker with a big red spoon, you can depend upon its moistness and richness and fine flavor. What's your gift, Bobby?
From Iona, a hairdryer.
Oh, and I own a hairdryer. That's a nice gift to have. And had it been Thanksgiving and we were calling you, she would have received what, Bobby?
From Niagara of Southern Ohio, a Niagara Cyclo Massage
Oh, that'll
chair.
be a wonderful gift for somebody, that beautiful psycho massage chair that brings so much health and goodness into your home, you know, and relaxation. All right, our first lady in lavender. What is your name?
Well, I'm not reading this for myself. I'm reading it for my mother.
Oh,
She's a little bit shy and she has arthritis and things
I
like that.
see. All right, you read it for your mother.
On Thanksgiving morn, when chimes sound from the nearby steeple, a couple of bowls of Kellogg's will arouse 2 sleepy people.
Yes, remember this cute tune, 2 sleepy people? We are, la, 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 got our hands together, 2 sleepy people, light, but not so much enough to say goodnight. What did you stay for breakfast? Huh? We have Kellogg, huh? Kellogg cereals. Now, with the weekend coming up, you know, a nice big Sunday breakfast is a must. And, of course, the Kellogg cereals supply wonderful cereals for every member of the family. The Corn Flakes, the Special K, any one of their cereals is top quality, beautifully packaged to bring you the cereal at its peak of crispness and freshness. What is her gift, Bobby?
From Prince Machiavelli, a bottle of their perfume.
Oh, it's another delightful perfume. Prince Machiavelli.
If it had been
I think it's
Thanksgiving-
called Wind Song.
Yes,
isn't
it is,
Yes,
huh?
beautiful perfume.
If it had been...
Will you put that down before you drop it, Jerry? Just take it, put it back where you got it. Tell you.
If it had been Thanksgiving, she would have won $500 cash from the makers of Gleam toothpaste.
From the makers of
Procter
Gleam
& Gamble.
toothpaste, had it been Thanksgiving. You girls all came a little early, but you still have an opportunity because your names are all in here now, aren't they? With your contributions today, and we could call you as easily as the next person you see. So don't let anybody use that telephone next Thursday between 12 and 1:30. Don't let anybody call you if you have any important things to do, phone calls to make them before 12 or after 1:30 next Thursday. Keep your telephone line open for business. Oh, that's that other commercial. That's right. Now, what is your name?
Lois Dixon from Northbrook.
Lois Dixon.
You've completely run out of Skippy again. Why shouldn't I scowl and mutter? I get along without you very well, but not without peanut butter.
That's true. Oh, I get along without you very well. Oh, this is one of my favorite songs. Of course I do. Except when rain fall, at least you and I recall. of the great tunes of all time. Beautiful. You know who I'd love to hear sing that? John Gary.
Yes, that's his kind of song.
That would be the type of song he could sing.
That's the most beautiful.
He has a beautiful voice. He'll be back to visit next week again. And the Four Saints will be back next week. Yes. Oh, we have a lot of nice guests coming here to visit with us. You can't afford not to tune in here. You miss a good show every day, I think. But you didn't see John?
No, but I hear his album all the time. It's really getting played
Oh,
quite a
yes,
bit.
he has a fine album out now, you know, and he's a darling boy.
He's such a handsome boy. Just
And a
like
nice
he
boy.
couldn't miss.
A really nice boy, you know. Now, she mentioned Skippy peanut butter. We gave the lady with the 12 children 1 jar. But it even comes in, I think that was a big size jar we gave her, wasn't it?
Once around the table.
Yes,
Right.
once around the table for the 12 children. But the thing about Skippy is it's made from the finest, highest quality peanuts. And it is so creamy and so delicious that down to the very last smidgen, you'll find that there's no drying out of this peanut butter, no loss of flavor. It never becomes over oily. This is a secret that the Skippy peanut butter people have developed, and good for us that they have, right? Now,
She isn't prize.
what did she win, Bobby?
From the Parker Pen Company, one of their fine rocket pens. These are
Oh,
really
this
nice.
is a beautiful new pen made with a stainless steel point, like, you know, and guaranteed to write for a whole year.
Wow.
You know that?
No, I didn't know, but it's good
What
to
is
know.
yours, Mary? And you can't win anything, but play like it's Thanksgiving.
All righty. I'll get some royal chocolate. With him, pie's a must. And to make it really romantic, I'll sprinkle it with stardust.
Oh, you like this If you'd ask about 100 people what their favorite song is, I imagine that about maybe 75% would say Stardust. And I can't stand it. Now explain that to me. This song never did do a thing for me. Now why?
Oh, we all like
The words never made any sense to me at all. I never could figure out what in the dickens he was talking about. Beside a garden wall, when stars are bright,
You were in my
arms.
Mitchell Parrish wrote the words. Yeah. The tune came first.
Of course, the tune, but even the tune does nothing for me. It just jumps around. Yada, 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 yada. But most people love Stardust. Huh? I know. They always like it. How many say that is their favorite song? One of your favorites, huh? One of your favorites. Do you have a favorite, really? A real, honest, goodness favorite? Who has? What's your favorite? Tenderly? Oh, I like that too.
That's another one that's...
How about you?
really loved.
Body and Soul? Tia, 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 tia. Oh, I love that too.
Those lyrics you're making up are great.
What's yours? Some enchanted. I have so many favorites. I
do
could
too.
never decide. I love Climb Every Mountain. I love this. I love everything from Sound of Music. I really believe that my favorite song of all is... No, not I Love Paris. No. I really believe that my favorite song is I Believe.
Really?
I really do. Or possibly, right close to it, would be Hello, Young Lovers.
I love that.
Love that
That
song.
verse is just... Oh.
Sing that right now. Sing that right now. Sing that.
You ready?
Remember that verse you and Clifford have so much trouble with?
I hope so.
You know, this is one song that I can go right back to my youth with. You know, I can remember when I was young when I hear this. And that's a hard thing to do. That's a long way back.
I hate to hear this jazz stuff.
Oh, yes, I like it sung.
jazz
I don't like it jazz. Sing this, Mary, and I just love this song.
You want to sing
Doesn't matter.
Sing in 5 flats. I like it better in 5 flats.
When I think of Tom, I think about a night when the earth smelled of summer and the sky was streaked with white and the soft mist of England was sleeping on a hill. I remember this, and I always will. There are new lovers now on the same silent hill, looking at the same blue sea. And I know Tom and I are a part of them all, and they're all a part of Tom and me. Hello, young lovers, whoever you are. I hope your troubles are few. All my good wishes go with you tonight. I've been in love like you. Be brave, young lovers, and follow your star. Be brave and faithful and true. Cling very close to each other tonight. I've been in love like you. I know how it feels to have wings on your heels and to fly down the street in a trance. You fly down the street on a chance that you meet, and you meet not really by chance. Don't cry, young lovers, whatever you do. Don't cry because I'm alone. All of my memories are happy tonight. I've had a love of my own.
Oh, don't start that. I haven't lost him, I don't think.
He's up on the chandelier feeling
with a banana. Oh, when you sing that, I just every word of it. Didn't you ever pretend to go down the street to see a boy, hoping you would see him? Huh?
Well, no, I haven't. But...
Oh, I don't mean you, Bobby.
Actually, I'm 104. I have a new heart.
When you get a crush on a boy, you know, and you think, oh, I'll walk down the street. He won't be there, but you know he will be there. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have lived on.
And aren't women terrible plotters, though?
Oh, certainly. Certainly, you have to be. You have to plot to get
the man chases the woman until she catches him.
Beautiful, beautiful song. It is a beautiful song. Now sing the other one. I'll really break down. I might as well have a good cry on Friday. I haven't had one all for 2 weeks.
Sure. What was
Sing I Believe.
Oh, yes.
All right.
She
Sing
did
I
that the
Believe.
other day. It was great.
If you'll promise that you'll buy all the rest of the products, I'll just mention them by name because I don't want to do a commercial after that because I'm going to be in absolute hysterics.
Well, that was dedicated to Royal Pudding.
Royal Pudding to make the wonderful chocolate pies.
Thanksgiving meal.
And also to the wonderful products put out by the con people, you know,
sure.
all those wonderful luncheon meats and all the good things that they prepare for us so that we can eat better for less and they package them so beautifully. They come to you in the beautiful little packaging that keeps all the freshness and flavor in there. Also, for Folgers coffee, for goodness sake, don't run out of Folgers over this weekend. If you make it in the percolator, or if you make it in the instant type, you'll make a finer cup or a finer pot of coffee every time if it's Folgers that goes into that pot of coffee. And also, we say goodbye today to Instant Lemon.
Oh, really?
Yes, they'll be back again, but right now, they feel that most of their use is in the summertime, making lemon drinks in the iced tea and so forth. And yet we find that with using it on the fish, using it on salads, using it to make pies and things of that kind, you still use the wonderful flavor of instant lemon crystals. So although we won't be talking about them for a few months, you won't forget them, will you? You'll continue to buy these wonderful instant lemon crystals in the jar or in the little boxes, the little packages, which contain 3 envelopes, and each one has the equivalent of the juice of 2 lemons. Now, the only other thing that I have to worry about, or don't have to worry about, because this is one thing I never have to worry about, is a reminder to be sure and have plenty of Coca-Cola on hand for the weekend. Now, there's going to be a lot of good football games. Your husband will be home there. The young people will be watching. There's going to be a show on this weekend, Bobby. Mr. Wilson, who is the president of ABCO, which owns WLW, he went to Russia with a group of businessmen. And one of our men here from our documentary department went over to New York and had an interview with him and made some tapes and took some movies and things of that kind. And he's going to tell about his reaction to many of the things in Russia, the way the people live and the food problems and the business problems. And they're going to show this on WLW television on Sunday. Now, the times are a little bit different in some of the areas. Here in Cincinnati, it'll be on at 6 o'clock in place to meet the press. In Columbus and Dayton, it will be on from 5 to 5:30.
Dayton is 5:30 till 6.
Oh, Dayton is 5:30 to 6, and Columbus is 5 to 5:30.
And Indianapolis, it's 10:30 to 11.
10:30 to 11. So it's a very interesting program. It's an interesting thing to me. I haven't traveled too widely, but where I have gone, I have seen so many things, and I have come back and said certain things, And some people took issue with me on some of them, not all, but some. But eventually, so many of these things have come to pass. That big show on last week about the tremendous build-up of West Germany. You remember? Did you see that show? Tremendous show, Project 20. The very thing was said right on that show that I said. No, this was not on Project 20. This was on Wonderful World, wasn't it? I said, I admire these people for their determination, but I fear the rise of too much power in West Germany. I really do. Because this is a country, despite the fact that Herman's a German, he is, and despite the fact that many of us have German ancestry, I don't happen to have, but many do, and I don't hold that against them at all. But this is a country that somehow, when they once get up, there's that military initiative again. And I think we have to watch this. I really do. I don't think that the young people want any problems like that. And I don't think the people who lived through the last war want it. But there are still living in Germany today, in my opinion, the remnants of the Nazi Party. And they were raised on this belief, They were brought up to believe this. And these ideas are not that quickly quelled, you see.
Men who would be like about my age.
Exactly.
Example,
they were all raised in the youth movement, of the Nazi movement.
Right.
And I think we should recognize this country and help them and everything. But we must also be on our guard at all times.
You were talking about Coke as you got into that for having it on hand.
How did I get from Coke to West Germany?
Well, you were saying there's a lot of good things to watch on TV, but you didn't tell us why. And it's so that you can watch and enjoy Coca-Cola.
Well, anybody knows that, Bobby. What's the matter with you?
Get everywhere.
That's right, the only place we couldn't buy. The only place we couldn't buy it was in Russia. You can buy plenty of it in Germany, West Germany, not East Germany. But Coca-Cola, the wonderful drink for all times. Come on, Marion, sing I Believe. Maybe if we all just kind of believe real hard, the Christmas fund will make it this year.
I believe for every drop of rain that falls, a flower grows. I believe that somewhere in the darkest night, a candle glows. above the storm, the smallest prayer will still be heard. I believe that someone in the great somewhere hears every word. Every time I hear a newborn baby cry or touch a leaf or see the sky, then I know
I guess my makeup's down to my knees, isn't it?
We can't get our phone call through.
We can't get our phone call through?
No, we're trying to get in touch with Mrs. Wilbur Eppie of Epley Avenue, Zanesville, Ohio. The line has been busy, so we'll keep trying after.
Who's that woman talking to, do you suppose?
I don't know. It's an adult call today, and when we get in touch with her, she'll win a transistor radio with a carrying case from New Made, plus a set of linen crest monogram towels, plus a swing-away electric cat opener.
Oh, 3 lovely gifts today.
Right.
And she's on the telephone. Isn't that ridiculous? Now, how about our waving girls, huh? Now, sit up nice and straight. Are there any little folks in the audience who might not be seen? She'll be all right there. Any little ones over here? Well, we have one little girl here today. I miss the children, so you know. In the summer, we have so many of them that come. And I kind of miss them, you know. What are you doing walking around with the royal gelatin?
We didn't get a shot of this, and they want everybody to see how pretty that box is.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of in my life. As if anybody doesn't know what it looks like.
Right, the family size and the regular size. Right.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Stand up, rise up.
Our Christmas total today for the Christmas fund is $160,524.70.
Thank you very much. She didn't forget. Let's have the last 3 rows stand over here. We'll make the colored tape of all of you and look up nice and sit up nice and straight and look right at this camera here, and we'll show you the colored tape immediately after the show. All right, let's go. Let's wave to the folks who are watching. Say hello to the folks listening in. We want you to see, we hope you agree, we really are lovely on color TV. We wish you were with us, we want you to know, we're having a ball on the show. So we wave you a great big hello.
The total in the Christmas fund as of today, November 22nd, is $160,524.68.
From the farms and the cities, we have come from both near and afar. We travel by train, by car, and by bus, and we hope you will all take a good look at us. We wish you were with us and want you to know that we're finally here at the show. And so we wave you a great big hello.
Have everybody in there. Frank Pierce, come forward. Well, look at the weather forecast now for the weekend. Rain. It says rain. Hooray. Rain and colder. You mean it, Frank?
Rain and colder, a high of 55 and a low of 55. I mean, a high of 55, yes.
Frank, are you confused again? A low of 55 and a high of 55.
No, temperatures will start dropping this afternoon with the rain coming in. They'll go right on down by midnight, about 55 at that time, and keep right on going colder tomorrow. So it's
and
right
rain.
On down. So
really,
the low,
honest to goodness, wet rain, water rain?
Wet rain, and finally into some snow on the lakes during the weekend. Saturday will turn off quite cold. We'll be down in the 20s and 30s in northern Indiana, and that will be coming across our area on Sunday. So very cold coming up this weekend compared to what we've had so far.
Turn up the furnace, huh?
Right.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you all. And don't forget, send your contributions this weekend. Goodbye, everybody.
Prizes awarded on this show are furnished to us for advertising.
Stay tuned for the Tim Pike Show coming up next over WLW-Radio, following the news from NBC.
Did you get that? 2 pounds of ground beef, canned tomato paste, some mozzarella cheese, and, oh, Mr. Johnson, better make that a large economy size package of Accent. Well, the way I cook with Accent, that's by far my best buy.
Accent is your best buy in flavor for all.
This is the nation station, WLW in Cincinnati, your Clear Channel service.
Young lady, enjoy the challenge of an important role in the operation of our mighty Navy. The Navy Wave serves with pride, knowing she is winning the respect of her friends, her community, and her country. In just a few decades, she has become a Navy tradition, playing a key part in naval operations the world over. Find out for yourself about the proud tradition, the bright career that is yours as a Navy Wave.
Eastern Standard Time, 1:30.
NBC Radio News on the Hour, brought to you by WINS friction-proofing products to correct and prevent car trouble from radiator to gas tank. Now here is Martin Agronsky, NBC News.
President Kennedy denounced critics of his foreign policy today as prone to confuse rhetoric with reality. On the second day of his Texas tour, the president used a Dallas speech to contend that those who advance seemingly swift and simple solutions to every world problem will end in endangering the nation's security. Though the president didn't mention Arizona Senator Barry Goldwater by name, there was no doubt his remarks were aimed at the man who is now regarded as the front runner for the Republican presidential nomination. Acting Commerce Secretary Franklin D. Roosevelt, Jr. has testified to the Senate Banking Committee that the U.S. will have to hurry its decision on selling surplus wheat to the Soviet Union, as the Russians have now set a May 21st deadline for beginning shipments. Roosevelt argued against the proposal of South Dakota Senator Munt to bar government-sponsored credit for wheat purchases by any communist nation. He contended this restriction would bar U.S. businessmen from getting a fair chance to win a part of Russia's annual $4 billion of trade with the free world. At the United Nations in New York, the 17 member states of the presently postponed Geneva Disarmament Conference voted to resume negotiations at Geneva next January 21st. And more news after this from WINS Friction Proofing.
Carefree driving begins with a can of WINS and a can of WINS. Today.
Did it happen this morning? Did you step on the gas and finally realize that the pep and zing your car used to have is gone? Sort of takes the joy out of driving, doesn't it? Well, there's a very good answer to your problem. It's called WINS Friction Proofing. WINS Friction Proofing restores a healthy measure of the pep your car has lost with age. It increases power and gas mileage, makes starting easier on cold mornings. But best of all, WINS Friction Proofing penetrates the surfaces of the moving parts inside your engine. It smooths and seals these parts to hold engine wear to an absolute minimum. Next time you stop for gas or service, add a can of WINS Friction Proofing to your crankcase. Your satisfaction is guaranteed, or your money back.
So add a can of WINS today.
Here again, Martin Agronsky.
A two-day conference between West Germany's Chancellor Erhard and France's President de Gaulle has ended, and a report from NBC's Bernard Frizzell in Paris.
West German Chancellor Ludwig Erhard made plain here today the German government's reliance upon the United States for its defense against the threat of Soviet aggression. That was the note on which Erhard wound up his two-day visit here to President de Gaulle. The French were reportedly careful not to present to Erhard a choice between themselves and the United States. But the Germans were said to be astonished at the sharply critical attitude of the French toward American policy. A joint communique called for all necessary efforts to get the common market moving forward again, and to increase trade with the United States through the forthcoming Kennedy round of negotiations for tariff reductions. But no concrete agreements were announced. This is Bernard Frizzell, NBC News, Paris.
Democratic Senator George McGovern of South Dakota, home state of the Fisher quintuplets, has a letter from a constituent that he finds hard to answer. The constituent writes that he doesn't mind a bit all the gifts to the Fisher family, but that he feels he's being unfairly treated despite his similar circumstances. I've got 5 children, too, he complains to Senator McGovern, and just because mine came one at a time, no one has given me a cent. Michigan's Governor George Romney insisted today at the Midwest Governors Conference in Omaha that he is not seeking the Republican presidential nomination next year. This is Martin Agronsky, NBC News, Washington.
When your child is sick with a cold or flu, remember what doctors recommend: bed rest, plenty of fluids, and aspirin to reduce fever and relieve pains. When you give orange-flavored Bayer aspirin for children, your child will feel better fast. And knowing he feels better, so will you. Each tablet is the 1 1/4 grain dosage doctors recommend for children, and it gives you such confidence to know you're giving the best. So always, orange-flavored Bayer aspirin for children. This has been NBC News on the Hour. Listen again on the hour for NBC Radio News, brought to you by Bayer aspirin for children. Emphasis adds to your listening enjoyment, weekdays on the NBC Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Friday, November 22nd. Welcome to the Tune Pipe. Fred Bernard and Little Abner here until 3 o'clock. It would appear to be another one of those gray and overcast days with some rain falling around the tri-state area. Cloudy skies to continue with the showers off and on again, that type of day. Be a little windy this afternoon, too, with highs in the upper 60s. While we're at it, we'll get right to the forecast. Present temperature is 58 here in Cincinnati, and the relative humidity at 85%. Indianapolis has rain and 58. Dayton has rain, 65 there. Columbus, 65. Louisville, 68. Lexington, 69. Huntington, 69 degrees, and they're all reporting cloudy skies. Leading edge of the rain is showing on the radar from near Toledo to Dayton to Andersonville, Indiana, to midway between Louisville and Evansville. Now you have it all in your mind. This places the eastern edge about 40 miles west of Cincinnati. The rain is spreading eastward, 15 to 20 miles an hour. We may have a few sprinkles in advance of the main rain area, which falls mainly on the plain, but that's next week. This week, Little Abner. We're going to visit Dog Patch USA, and to get you in the mood, let's have ourselves a little hoedown.
Slatkin with the chicken reel, and we'll be in Dog Patch momentarily. WLW is the only station permitted by the Federal Communications Commission to broadcast on 700 kilocycles in this country by international agreement. It's the responsibility of WLW to provide service to many thousands of people who live either in rural communities or on farms or in towns not large enough to support its own local radio station. For many years now, WLW has attempted to meet its responsibilities and obligations to provide this service. Its management, farm department, and staff earnestly solicit your suggestions as to how our service might be improved, either in the field of entertainment, news, or information that's important to you. Your comments and suggestions will certainly be appreciated. They'll receive the careful and thoughtful consideration of all of us here at the nation's station. We ask that you address them to Steve Crane, General Manager, WLW in Cincinnati, Ohio. Now to Dog Patch USA, and before we get the proceedings underway, we'll have to stand by here just a moment. There may be something happening. Yes, there is. There's a bulletin just handed me from Dallas, Texas. An unknown sniper fired 3 shots at President Kennedy. This is in connection with President Kennedy, who is now touring Texas, as you know. I'll tell you exactly how this reads. Dallas, an unknown sniper fired 3 shots at, and then there are 5 letters, PMOUX, then a flash. Kennedy's name is misspelled, flash again, and at the bottom of this headline it says, Kennedy seriously wounded. We will, of course, be awaiting further details on this story, so please stand by. This report just in from Dallas, Texas, an unknown sniper firing 3 shots, evidently at the presidential party while they were touring Texas. At the bottom of this it says, Mr. Kennedy has been seriously wounded. We will, of course, bring you details as they are received. And in the meantime, we'll go to Dog Patch. This is the overture to Little Abner, Lehman Engel and Orchestra.
Shot. Who? Kennedy. President? Yeah.
Here is a bulletin from the WLW Comex newsroom. A late bulletin from Dallas, where 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade today in downtown Dallas. No casualties reported at first. However, the latest flash indicates President Kennedy was seriously wounded, perhaps fatally, by an assassin's bullet. Now, that's all the information we have. A bulletin, a sniper apparently seriously wounded President Kennedy in downtown Dallas today, perhaps fatally. We'll keep you posted as the news comes into the WLW newsroom. Here's another bulletin from Dallas. The latest report says President Kennedy and Governor Connally of Texas were cut down by an assassin's bullets while they toured downtown Dallas in an open auto today. Clint Hill, a Secret Service agent assigned to Mrs. Kennedy, said he's dead as the president was lifted from the rear of a White House touring car and rushed to an emergency room in the hospital. The president, his limp body cradled in the arms of his wife, was rushed to the hospital where the governor of Texas also was taken. That is the latest information on the either assassination attempt or assassination of President Kennedy in Dallas, Texas this afternoon. We'll keep you informed as the latest bulletins arrive in the COMEX newsroom.
That's the overture to Little Abner. It's 14 minutes before 2 o'clock here at the Nation Station as we await further word on President Kennedy's condition. Repeating what Bill Robbins has told you just a moment or two ago, the president has been rushed to a hospital. We, of this moment, have received no further details, reports on his condition. So we shall await those words as they will be coming from Dallas shortly, I would presume. And in the meantime, continue with recorded music by Percy Faith.
Further word from Dallas on the shooting of President Kennedy this afternoon. The latest add to the original story that the president had been shot, and a Secret Service agent assigned to Mrs. Kennedy said the president was dead. He was rushed to Parkland Hospital. And further word says that reporters about 5 car lengths behind the chief executive heard what sounded like 3 bursts of gunfire. Secret Service agents in a follow-up car quickly unlimbered their own rifles and drew their pistols, but the damage was done. The president was slumped over in the back seat of the car, face down. Texas Governor Connally lay on the floor on the rear seat. It was impossible to tell at once where President Kennedy was hit, but bullet wounds in Connally's chest were plainly visible, indicating the gunfire might possibly have come from an automatic weapon. 3 loud bursts of fire were heard. Dallas motorcycle officers escorting the president leaped from their bikes and raced up a grassy hill. That's all the information we have. No indication of where the shots actually came from, who fired them, or whether the person or persons are in custody. The only indication we have that the president might be dead was the statement by Clint Hill, the Secret Service agent assigned to Mrs. Kennedy, who said he's dead when the president was lifted from the rear of the White House touring car and rushed to Parkland Hospital. The governor of Texas also apparently was seriously wounded. That's the only information we have on the assassination or assassination attempt on President Kennedy at Dallas, Texas, a short time ago. We'll keep you posted as the further reports come into the WLW-COMX newsroom.
This is an NBC News Bulletin. We take you now to Robert McNeil, NBC News in Dallas, Texas.
Several shots were fired today as President Kennedy's motorcade passed through downtown Dallas. A police officer at the scene said he believed the president had been wounded and has been taken to hospital. People screamed and lay down in the grass as the shots were heard as the motorcade went by. Police immediately fanned out over a wide area. A small Negro boy and a white man said they had seen a man with a gun in the window of a building overlooking the route. This is Robert McNeil, NBC News in Dallas, Texas.
This has been a Hotline Special Report. Stay tuned to your NBC station for other Hotline reports and for the late developments on the NBC News on the Hour.
Casey Faith and his orchestra, and we will, at this particular point, continue with recorded music as we await further word on President Kennedy's condition. In case you have missed the earlier reports from Dallas, Texas, where Mr. Kennedy has been on tour, the report received just about 25 minutes ago that the president was fired upon by an unknown sniper. 3 shots were heard, and the president and also the governor of Texas have been rushed to a hospital in Dallas. As of this moment, we have no further word on the condition of either President Kennedy or the governor of Texas. We'll be standing by and in the meantime dispense with our regularly scheduled program and presentation of the original recording of Little Abner this afternoon. So we urge that you stay with us here on the Nation Station for late news. As it comes in, you will get it immediately. It's 4 minutes before 2 o'clock. Approaching news time here at the Nation Station. I'll remind you this is WLW in Cincinnati. We urge you to stay tuned for any further bulletins from Dallas on the condition of President Kennedy, who was fired upon today by an unknown sniper, wounding the president and also the governor of Texas. I suspect some details coming up now on NBC News at 2 o'clock.
This is NBC News. Here is Peter Hackis in Washington.
President Kennedy has been shot. As of now, there is no final official report on his condition. Here now, piece together the news items we have as they have reached us from Dallas, Texas. Within the hour, President Kennedy and Texas Governor John B. Connally were cut down by would-be assassins' bullets as they toured downtown Dallas in an open automobile. Representative Albert Thomas, Democrat of Texas, says he's been informed the President and Governor Connally were both still alive after having been shot in an assassination attempt. Thomas, standing outside the corridor of the emergency room in which both Mr. Kennedy and Connally were under treatment, said he's been told the President was still alive, but in very critical condition. The President, his limp body cradled in the arms of his wife, was rushed to Parkland Hospital. The governor also taken to Parkland. A Secret Service agent, Clint Hill, a man assigned to protect Mrs. Kennedy, said he's dead, as the President was lifted from the rear of a White House touring car, the famous bubble-top car which was sent to Dallas from Washington. He was rushed to an emergency room in the hospital. Other White House officials who were questioned about it say they were in doubt. The corridors of the hospital, of course, in pandemonium. The incident occurred just east of a triple underpass facing a park in downtown Dallas, Texas. Associated Press reporter Jack Bell reports 3 shots were fired as the presidential motorcade entered a triple underpass in Dallas that leads to the Stemmons Freeway. After the president was shot, the Secret Service waved the motorcade on at top speed to the nearby Parkland Hospital. Here in Washington, the White House press office said at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time that it has nothing beyond press information on the shooting. Kennedy apparently was shot in the head. He fell face down in the back seat of his car. Blood was on his head. Mrs. Kennedy cried, "Oh no," and tried to hold up his head. Governor Connally remained half-seated in the car, slumped to the left. There was blood on his face and forehead. The President and the Governor were rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible. Mr. Kennedy was to have made a speech at the Dallas Trade Mart, not far from the hospital. Reporters about 5 car lengths behind the chief executive heard what sounded like 3 bursts of gunfire. Secret Service agents in a follow-up car quickly unlimbered their automatic rifles and their pistols, but the damage apparently has been done or had been done. We switch now for a direct report to Robert McNeil, NBC News, Dallas.
President Kennedy was shot at today by a gunman from a building along the route as he drove through downtown Dallas. He has been rushed to hospital bleeding. Texas Senator Ralph Yarborough says the president is seriously wounded. Mrs. Kennedy, who was sitting beside him in the open car, was not hurt, but the governor of Texas, John Connally, was also reported wounded. As the shots rang out, 3 shots as the motorcade went by, people screamed and lay down on the grass. Police immediately fanned out over a wide area. They found several witnesses, including a small boy, who said he saw a man in the window of a building overlooking the parade route with a gun in his hand. The President Kennedy is now in the Parkland Memorial Hospital. An accurate estimate of his condition has not been given. Congressman Yarborough of Texas says only that the president is seriously wounded. This is Robert McNeil, NBC News, at the Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas, Texas.
The Secret Service says the president remains in the emergency room. The governor has been moved to the general operating room of Parkland Hospital in Dallas. One Secret Service man was overheard telling another there is no need to move the president because emergency facilities are entirely adequate in the emergency room. 2 Roman Catholic priests have been summoned to the emergency room where the president is. One identified as a Father Huber. Again, the president and the governor of Texas have been shot, both in critical condition in Dallas, Texas. Peter Hackus, NBC News, Washington.
This is the nation station, WLW, in Cincinnati. As you have just heard the report from NBC, giving you the latest information on President Kennedy and the governor of Texas' condition. We will be awaiting further reports from NBC or the WLW Communications Exchange, and we'll relay them to you at once. In the meantime, we'll continue now at 5.5 minutes after 2 o'clock with recorded music. It's 9 minutes after 2 o'clock. We are still awaiting any further developments, any further word from Dallas, Texas on the condition of President Kennedy and also the governor of Texas. And to bring you up to date, in case you have missed earlier reports, let's call in Glenn Wilson. Glenn?
The latest report we have from Dallas is that the president is critical. However, that's all we have so far. Now, to bring you up to date on everything that has happened, President Kennedy and Governor John Connally of Texas were cut down by an assassin's bullets as they toured downtown Dallas, Texas in an open automobile today. The president, his limp body cradled in the arms of his wife, was rushed to Parkland Hospital. The governor also was taken to Parkland. Clint Hill, a Secret Service agent assigned to Mrs. Kennedy, said he's dead as the president was lifted from the rear of the White House touring car, the famous bubble top from Washington. However, the late word we have is that he is in critical condition, and that's all we have as to his condition at this present time. The president was rushed to an emergency room in the hospital. Reporters about 5 car lengths behind the chief executive heard what sounded like 3 bursts of gunfire. Now we have later word coming in here. I'll get that to you in just a moment. Secret Service agents in the follow-up car quickly unlimbered their automatic rifles. The bubble top of the president's car was down. They drew their pistols, but the damage was done. The president was slumped over in the back seat of the car, face down. Connolly lay on the floor of the rear seat. It was impossible to tell at once where Kennedy was hit, but bullet wounds in Connolly's chest were plainly visible, indicating the gunfire might possibly have come from an automatic weapon. There were 3 loud bursts. Dallas, Texas motorcycle officers escorting the president quickly leaped from their bikes and raced up a grassy hill. In just a few seconds, we're going to have a direct report from NBC in Dallas. To give you a few more details, we do not know the condition of the president at this present time, other than the report from the hospital in Dallas, Texas, is that he is critical. And now we're going to join the NBC network for a direct report with the latest information they have on the attempted assassination of President Kennedy.
News. Now here is Edwin Newman, NBC.
The latest word on President Kennedy's condition comes from Representative Albert Thomas of Texas. He says he's been informed that Mr. Kennedy is still alive, but in very critical condition. 2 Roman Catholic priests have been summoned to the room where Mr. Kennedy is lying. Here is a bulletin just in. President Kennedy has been given blood transfusions at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. That is where he is lying. This is an effort to save his life. The president is at Parkland Hospital after the assassination attempt against him and Governor John Connally of Texas. The president was shot in the head. Governor Connally was shot in the chest. He has been taken to the operating room. The president remains in the room to which he was originally taken because emergency facilities there are said to be completely adequate. To repeat, the president remains in the emergency room at the Parkland Hospital in Dallas, because emergency facilities in that room are considered to be perfectly adequate. The president has been given blood transfusions in an attempt to save his life. 2 Roman Catholic priests have been summoned to that emergency room. A White House spokesman said someone had asked for the priests. We have not yet been told who sent for them. To recapitulate the day's events, a sniper shot President Kennedy and also Governor John Connally of Texas, with whom the president was riding as they drove through downtown Dallas today. Mr. Kennedy apparently was shot in the head, and he fell face down in the back seat of his car. It was an open car. Blood was on his head. Mrs. Kennedy was by his side. She was not hurt. She was heard to cry, "Oh no," and she tried to hold up the president's head. Governor Connally remained half-seated, slumped to the left. There was blood on his face and forehead. There was also blood on his chest. The president and the governor were then rushed to the Parkland Hospital near the Trade Mart in Dallas, Texas. The president was to speak at the Dallas Trade Mart in the course of his 3-day visit to Texas. Today was the 2nd day. Blood was spattered all over the limousine, which had been flown in especially to carry the president in the Dallas welcoming parade. Secret Service men at once drew their weapons, but it was too late to prevent the damage that had been done. I repeat, the president is still alive, but he is said by Representative Albert Thomas of Texas, one of his hosts in Dallas, to be in very critical condition. The corridors of the hospital are described by those who were there as in pandemonium. At the height of the drama in the emergency room where the president is lying, a weeping Negro woman bearing a small, bloody child rushed into the hospital. A nurse and an intern went quickly to her side. Mrs. Kennedy, as I have said before, is safe, but she is stunned by what has happened. Mrs. Connally also appears to be safe. She is stunned also. We will, of course, continue with our news bulletins moment by moment as they come to us. We now join the facilities of NBC Television for a simultaneous broadcast. NBC correspondent Bill Ryan is speaking.
Window of a building about a block away from the cars. There are other reports that a man was seen with a high-powered rifle. There is no indication yet that whoever fired the shots at the president and the Texas governor has been found. The word from Parkland Memorial Hospital is that President Kennedy is being treated in an emergency room of the hospital, that he has received blood transfusions, that he is in critical condition but alive. There is no word on how many times he was struck by bullets or where he sustained the wounds. Now, we are going to attempt once more to return to station WBAP-TV, Fort Worth, Dallas, and newsman Charles Murphy.
There is no definite word yet that the person who fired the shots at President Kennedy and Governor Connally in Dallas has been apprehended. We have just received this report, though. Moments ago, authorities took a young man into custody. They took him to the county sheriff's office near the Triple Overpass, near where the shooting occurred. The man was neatly dressed. He's in his early 20s. He is protesting vehemently his innocence, and he says that he has witnesses to prove that he is innocent. 2 Roman Catholic priests have been summoned to the emergency room where the president is. A White House spokesman said someone had asked for the priest, but did not say whom. Blood transfusions have been administered to President Kennedy. Governor Connally has been moved to the general operating room. Repeating, just moments ago, authorities have taken a young man into custody in Dallas, but there is no definite word that this is the person who might have fired the shots at President Kennedy and Governor Connally. Charles Murphy reporting from WBAP-TV, Fort Worth, Dallas.
These additional details from the hospital in Dallas. Officials at the hospital say the president has been given a transfusion of B-positive blood. They are calling for fresh blood of that type to have it ready if additional transfusions were needed. Mrs. Lyndon Johnson, the wife of the vice president, was escorted by Secret Service agents into the emergency room where the president is being treated. Now, for Washington reaction to this tragic story, we go to NBC News Washington and David Brinkley.
Bill, there isn't a great deal as yet because obviously the news has just got here. It was taken to Congress, which of course recessed immediately to wait to see what has happened. We've checked with the White House, which has told us it doesn't know any more than we know, and in fact has been listening to us to see what it could find out. The president's brother, Edward Kennedy, Teddy Kennedy, was on the floor of the Senate and was informed of the news by the Senate Democratic leader, Senator Mike Mansfield. The only word beyond that we have is that Senator Kennedy didn't know at the moment whether he would go to Texas or not. Beyond that, again, there is no particular or unexpected reaction here yet because most of Washington has just found out about it and is shocked and stunned along with everyone else. The White House, again, has no more information at the moment than we have. We'll stay here, of course, ready to bring you any at the moment it arrives. In the meantime, we'll switch back to you, Chet, Frank, Bill.
This is NBC News with the last-minute word on President Kennedy's condition. For that, we switch to Alan Bickley, station WFAA in Dallas.
President Kennedy has been shot during his tour of the city of Dallas, Texas. A presidential aide, Larry O'Brien, said he had no information on whether the president is alive, but later reports indicate from Parkland Hospital in Dallas that the president is alive, although said to be critical. This is an unconfirmed report that the president is critical. Texas Governor John Connally also was shot, has been taken to surgery in Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. When the president was shot, Mrs. Kennedy jumped up and grabbed him, crying, "Oh no." Then the Secret Service ordered the motorcade to speed on to the hospital. Apparently, from witnesses at the scene, we can deduce that the attempted assassination was committed by a slender white young man, about 30 years of age, probably from the vicinity of the Texas Book Depository building in downtown Dallas. Police and Secret Service men have now cordoned off that building. The center of downtown Dallas is in a virtual state of siege. They are combing the floors of the Texas Book Depository building in an effort to find the suspected assassin. This is Alan Bickley reporting for NBC News.
There has been an unconfirmed report, and I stress an unconfirmed report, that Vice President Lyndon Johnson was slightly wounded during the attempt on President Kennedy. One spectator said he saw Vice President Johnson walk into the hospital holding his arm. That is the first word we've had on that, and we have no official indication that Vice President Johnson has been hurt. To repeat, the latest word we have is that President Kennedy is still alive, but in critical, very critical condition. That word comes from Representative Albert Thomas of Texas, who has been one of the president's hosts during his intended 3-day visit to Texas. The president is in the emergency room. He has had blood transfusions. More blood of that particular type has been called for by the hospital. It is a B-positive blood drawn from the hospital bank. Fresh blood has been called for by the doctors to have it ready if additional transfusions are needed. Governor John Connally of Texas, who was riding with the president and was wounded at the same time that the president was, has been taken to the operating room. Mr. Kennedy continues to be in the emergency room. Facilities there are said to be adequate. We will be back with additional information as soon as we receive it. This is Edwin Newman, NBC News. I beg your pardon, I am told to continue because there is a bit more information. At the hospital in Dallas, police have been quickly posted in the corridors leading to the emergency room. Secret Service agents are on duty and have turned reporters away 40 feet from the door of the emergency room where the president is lying critically ill. Now, for reaction here in New York to the news of the assassination attempt against President Kennedy, who is in critical condition in Dallas, Texas, we switch to Joseph Michaels at the Stock Exchange in Wall Street.
The stock exchange itself has just suspended trading. A Board of Governors meeting was called by Keith Funston immediately after the terrible news was received, and the decision after the market was running slow and it tumbled about 2.5 points, 12 minutes behind on the ticker, with many issues suspending immediately, was that the market itself should suspend. I'm down here at Wall Street. There are lots of people here. Perhaps we can talk to some of them. Excuse me, but did you hear the news, sir?
Not quite. I couldn't hear. I was standing all the way out here.
How about you?
I didn't hear anything. I just was.
Did you know what happened?
Yes, I know.
How do you feel about it?
I don't know. It's shocked. Very bad.
Terrible shock. Terrible shock to the country and everything else. I don't know. It's unbelievable to think something like that could happen.
Do you think it's a dangerous thing for us all?
I certainly do.
Where was the FBI?
How do you think the street will react to this, sir?
Well, I guess the market will go down. It always does in a tragedy. The vote is critical condition, huh?
So we hear, Tom. Do you think this will have any serious effect on the market, sir?
On what?
On the market?
I doubt it.
Why?
Well, I'd have to think. I doubt very seriously.
The general condition of people here was that the ones that we've talked to so far was that this is an awful thing.
This is Edwin Newman, NBC News in New York. We have an interview with an eyewitness to the shooting of President Kennedy in Dallas. I must repeat now, the president is still alive, but is described as being in very critical condition in the hospital in Dallas. He has been given blood transfusions. 2 Roman Catholic priests have been summoned to the emergency room in the hospital where the president is lying. Now, we're going to let you hear an interview with an eyewitness to the shooting that took place in Dallas a short time ago.
What is your name, ma'am?
Jane Hill.
From Dallas?
That's right.
And did you see the shooting, miss?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what happened?
Yes, sir.
Will you do that now?
They were driving along, and we were the only people in this area on our side, and the shots came from directly across the street from us. And just as the president's car became directly even with us, we took one look at him, and he was sitting there. He and Jackie were looking at a dog that was in the middle of the seat, and about that time 2 shots rang out just as he looked up. Just as the president looked up, and these 2 shots rang out, and he grabbed his chest, and it looked like he was in pain, and he fell over in his seat, and Jackie fell over on him and said, "My God, he's been shot." After that, more shots rang out, and the car sped away.
Now, what kind of a car was that?
What kind of a car was it? The president's car.
I mean, where did the shots come from?
The shots came from the hill.
From a hill?
Yes. It was just east of the underpass.
And
we were on the south side.
Did you look up there where the shots came from, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Could you see anyone?
I thought I saw this man running, but I looked at the president, and for a while, and I looked up there, and I thought I saw a man running, and so right after that, I guess I didn't have any better sense. I started running up there too.
And what is your name?
Jean Hill.
G-E-A-N?
J-E-A-N.
J-E-A-N. What's your address, Miss Hill?
9402 Bluff Creek.
9402 Bluff.
This is the NBC newsroom in New York with the latest news about the assassination attempt on President Kennedy. The president is in Parkland Hospital in Dallas, where an attempted assassination against him was executed about an hour ago. The president is in very critical condition. He apparently was shot in the head. Mr. Kennedy has had blood transfusions. 2 Roman Catholic priests were called to the emergency room where he is lying. We do not know who called them there. Governor John Connally, who was in the car with the president, also was shot. He has been taken to the operating room in the hospital. An assistant to Governor Connally said he asked him how it happened, and the governor replied, "I don't know. I guess from the back they got the president too." The governor was shot just below the shoulder blade in the back. There had been a report that Vice President Lyndon Johnson was slightly wounded. We now hear from Mrs. Lyndon Johnson, the Vice President's wife, that the Vice President is fine. Asked whether her husband had been wounded, she shook her head negatively. Mrs. Kennedy was riding with the president when he was wounded. She cried, "Oh no," as she saw him shot and cushioned his head as he fell. Now, for the latest details, we switch live to station WFAA in Dallas. This is the NBC newsroom in New York. We try again to get the latest details from station WFAA in Dallas. Well, we're having trouble making connections with station WFAA in Dallas for the moment. We now join the NBC television network telecast for the latest information.
Anxious members of the White House staff gathered, including Major General Chester V. Clifton, military aide to the President, and Brigadier General Godfrey McHugh, the Air Force aide. Mrs. Evelyn Lincoln, the President's Secretary, Pamela Tenure, Press Secretary to Mrs. Kennedy, and other members of the staff were shown to a special waiting room not far from the emergency room area where the President was lying. As Frank McGee has reported on direct word from our correspondent in Dallas, a crowd is gathering outside Parkland Hospital in Dallas.
There's also this, Chet, repeating what we got from Fort Worth, that sheriff's officers have taken a young man into custody and are questioning him, but there is no indication that any charges have been placed against him. There is no indication that he is directly involved in this attempt on the life of President Kennedy and Texas Governor John Connally.
Bill, I think we have a picture of the President and Mrs. Kennedy as they arrived in Dallas this morning, and I have some fragmentary copy on the first speech which the President delivered in Dallas. This is the picture of the President and Mrs. Kennedy.
I think the camera that has you, Chet, is the one that would have to get the picture.
Me. I'll hold it up over here. This is the picture of the first family, or the President and Mrs. Kennedy, rather, arriving in Dallas only a couple of hours before the assassination attempt. The first speech that the President delivered in Dallas, speaking in an area where supporters are booming Senator Barry Goldwater's chances for the Republican nomination, the President said that ignorance and misinformation, if allowed to prevail in foreign policy, handicaps the country's security. This was a speech prepared for the Dallas Citizens Council, the Dallas Assembly, and the Graduate Research Center of the Southwest. He did not specifically mention Senator Goldwater by name. The President said, "In a world of complex and continuing problems, in a world full of frustrations and irritations, America's leadership must be guided by the lights of learning and reason, or else those who confuse rhetoric with reality and the plausible with the possible will gain the ascendancy with their seemingly swift and simple solutions to every world problem."
Chet, there's also this. In Washington, the two president's brothers, his two brothers, Attorney General Robert Kennedy and his younger brother, Senator Edward Kennedy, are on their way to Andrews Air Force Base. They will fly to Dallas. Additional details from the hospital. Vice President Lyndon Johnson has not been injured in this attack on President Kennedy and Texas Governor Connally. The Vice President is somewhere in the same hospital where the President is being treated, Parkland Memorial in Dallas. It is reported he is badly shocked by the shooting, that doctors are trying to keep him as quiet as possible, and that he is under heavy Secret Service and police protection. It's also noted that throughout the trip in Texas, when the President and the Vice President have been in the same motorcade, they have been kept in separate cars, a precaution against just such an attempt as was obviously made today. Chet?
I referred a moment ago and read an excerpt from the speech which President Kennedy delivered to a breakfast crowd this morning, earlier. The breakfast crowd of 2,200 people rose in ovation after the speech, and a few minutes later, the President said he felt like he did in France 2 years ago when he identified himself as the man who accompanied Mrs. Kennedy to Paris. Do you have anything else, Frank?
Yes, there was just excuse me just a moment, John. There was just word from the hospital that they have dispatched a call for a neurosurgeon. I understand would indicate that one of the two had been hit in the head, would it not?
Either the head or possibly some spinal damage. There is also this, understandably, in a situation like this, the information comes in fragments and comes from unexpected places and uncontrolled angles. Senator Ralph Yarborough, Texas Democrat, who was in a nearby car when the attack took place on the President, said he saw the President's lips moving at what he called a normal rate of speed while Mr. Kennedy was being rushed to the hospital. How much it means, we do not know.
This is Edwin Newman in the NBC newsroom in New York. This information from Dallas. President Kennedy was given the last holy rites of the Roman Catholic Church today. That was, of course, after he was shot down by a would-be assassin while he was riding in a caravan through downtown Dallas. A Catholic priest who helped perform the last rites said he did not believe the president was dead. The Catholic priest, in other words, said he believed the president was still alive. The priest left the emergency operating room at Parkland Hospital, where the president is lying, and walked out of the hospital. We hear from Washington that Attorney General Robert Kennedy and the president's youngest brother, Senator Edward Kennedy, are on their way to Andrews Air Force Base to catch a plane for Dallas. Also in Washington, the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, has, of course, instructed the Dallas office of the FBI to make an all-out investigation of the attempt on the life of President Kennedy and of Governor John Connally of Texas. Governor Connally was shot in the back below the shoulder blade. Here is a flash from Dallas. Two priests who were with President Kennedy say he is dead of bullet wounds suffered in the assassination attempt today. I repeat, a flash from Dallas. Two priests who were with President Kennedy say he is dead of bullet wounds. This is the latest information we have from Dallas. We are, of course, standing by to give you all available information as it comes to us. I will repeat with the greatest regret this flash. Two priests who were with President Kennedy say he has died of bullet wounds. Now we join the NBC television network for the latest news.
Now, there apparently is word that this AP flash, this report from the two priests, that the president has died of bullet wounds, is confirmed. We will attempt now to get to station WBAP-TV in Fort Worth, Dallas, for confirmation. We go to newsman Tom Murphy.
Substantiating this, but not confirming it, is a report about 5 minutes ago by the Dallas Police Department to all of its officers that the president had died. Some 3 to 5 minutes later, the AP flashed that two priests at the hospital say the president is dead. Charles Murphy, returning now to NBC in New York.
Word from two sources. Again, it is not...
Bill, excuse me. We have NBC's Bob McNeil on the line now with a report. Please go ahead, Bob. White House Press Secretary Malcolm Kilduff has just announced that President Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time, which is about 35 minutes ago.
After being shot at.
After being shot.
By an unknown assailant.
By an unknown assailant.
During a motorcade drive through downtown Dallas.
During a motorcade drive through downtown Dallas.
The president died.
The president died.
Approximately 25 minutes.
Approximately 25 minutes.
After the attack took place.
After the attack took place.
He had been rushed, bleeding and unconscious.
He had been rushed, bleeding and unconscious.
To the Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas.
To the Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas.
And was given blood transfusions.
And was given blood transfusions.
About 15 minutes ago.
About 15 minutes ago, reports NBC's Bob McNeil from Dallas, to whom I'm talking now.
A priest emerged.
A priest emerged.
After having given the president.
After having given the president.
The last rites.
The last rites.
Just before the announcement of the president's death was made.
Just before the announcement of the president's death was made.
Vice President Lyndon Johnson.
Vice President Lyndon Johnson.
Emerged grim-faced.
Emerged grim-faced.
And was driven off with a police escort.
And was driven away with a police escort.
To assume.
To assume.
The constitutional responsibilities.
The constitutional responsibilities.
Of the presidency.
Of the presidency.
A casket.
A casket.
Has just been brought into the emergency ward.
Has just been brought into the emergency ward.
Of this hospital.
Of this hospital.
For President Kennedy.
For President Kennedy.
The attack took place.
The attack took place.
As the president was just completing.
As the president was just completing.
What amounted to.
What amounted to.
A triumphal drive.
A triumphal drive.
Through downtown Dallas.
Through downtown Dallas.
Encountering the biggest.
Encountering the largest.
And in some ways the most friendly crowds.
And in some ways the most friendly crowds.
Of his two-day Texas tour.
Of his two-day Texas tour.
Dallas police.
Dallas police.
Had put into effect. The most stringent security precautions in the city's history.
The most stringent security precautions in the city's history.
Because they had anticipated.
Because they had anticipated.
There might be some demonstrations.
There might be some demonstrations.
Against President Kennedy.
Against President Kennedy.
Like those which marked the visit.
Similar to those which marked the visit
of UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson.
Of UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson.
On October 24th.
On October 24th.
Mrs. Kennedy.
Mrs. Kennedy.
Who was sitting beside the president.
Who was sitting beside the president.
In the open car.
In the open car.
Was not hurt.
Was not hurt.
However, the governor of Texas.
However, the governor of Texas.
John Connally.
John Connally.
Who was also in the car.
Who was also in the car.
Was wounded, reportedly in the chest.
Was wounded, reportedly in the chest.
And more blood.
A repeat, Bob.
Further supplies of blood.
Further supplies of blood.
For transfusions for the governor.
For transfusions for the governor.
Have just been brought into the hospital.
Have just been brought into the hospital.
The shooting came.
The shooting came.
According to witnesses.
According to witnesses.
From the second floor.
From the second floor.
Of a building called the Texas School Book Depository.
Called the Texas School Book Depository.
Which is about 100 yards.
Which is about 100 yards.
From the tree-lined parkway.
From the tree-lined parkway.
On which the president was driving when the shooting occurred.
On which the president was driving when the shooting occurred.
3 shots were heard.
3 shots were heard.
Frank, that's about all I can tell you at the moment.
Bob, thank you very much. We'll keep the line open.
Okay, we'll keep the line open.
That was a report from NBC's Robert McNeil at the hospital in Dallas, Texas, confirming by way of word from the White House press secretary that President Kennedy is dead.
The death, according to Malcolm Kilduff, who was acting as the president's secretary on this trip, came roughly 39 minutes ago at about 1 o'clock Dallas time. There is further word that Vice President Lyndon Johnson was taken from the hospital and he was not wounded. He has been taken from the hospital off to a secluded place. He will assume the constitutional duties, succeeding now the late John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the former president, the late president of the United States. Now, it is necessary, even at a time when an event is fresh upon us, to look forward. We will do that now as we go to NBC
You're on
Washington,
TV, Bob.
and David Brinkley.
I'm relaying. Right, I'm relaying your word.
Hello.
whole situation is, of course, that the Vice President, Lyndon Johnson, will be given the oath of office as President of the United States as soon as it can be done. I haven't had time to check this, but I believe the oath can be administered by anyone who can, a justice of the peace or anyone who can administer an oath. Had it happened in less unfortunate circumstances, he normally would be sworn in by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. But in this case, he will be sworn in by anyone who has the power to do it. That means, therefore, that Lyndon Johnson will be President of the U.S. and will finish out Mr. Kennedy's term running until January of 1964. What happens then, obviously, we don't know. The next in line for the presidency then, after Mr. Johnson, becomes John McCormick of Massachusetts, Representative John McCormick of Massachusetts, who is the Speaker of the House. He is, as I say, next in line. We were told a few minutes ago the Air Force had 4 jet airplanes on the ramp at nearby Andrews Air Force Base, ready to take off for Texas, and perhaps by this moment they have. I don't know.
This is Edwin Newman in the NBC newsroom in New York. We switch at once to Robert Goralski, NBC News, at the White House in Washington. There's some delay in getting to Robert Goralski at the White House in Washington, who will give us the latest information from there about the death of President Kennedy by assassination in Dallas. Now we switch to Robert Goralski at the White House in Washington.
Secretary of State Dean Rusk has just been... It's just been announced here at the White House that Secretary of State Dean Rusk and several other cabinet members who were en route to Japan from the mainland United States have been ordered to return. They were about 1 or 2 hours from Hawaii en route to a conference in Tokyo. Also aboard the aircraft is Presidential Press Secretary Pierre Salinger. It's not known yet whether the plane carrying Secretary of State Rusk and Mr. Salinger will return to Dallas or come back to Washington directly. There is still no verification or confirmation here at the White House of the reported death of President Kennedy. The staff that has remained behind here at the White House is getting its information via radio and television. They have no further information. Attempts are being made now by press officials here at the White House, pressed into service because of the lack of the ordinary persons that newsmen would contact, to reach Kenneth O'Donnell, presidential assistant, or Malcolm Kilduff of the White House press staff. The children of President and Mrs. Kennedy are presumed to be on the second floor at the White House at this hour. This was a school day for young Caroline in the first grade. John Jr. is also believed to be in the White House. They were to go to Middleburg, Virginia tomorrow for the weekend, at which time they were to have joined the President and Mrs. Kennedy. Here at the White House, the secretaries are ashen-faced. They're on the verge of tears, and I might add reporters are feeling the same way and look the same way. Robert Goralski, NBC News at the White House.
The last rites were administered to President Kennedy by Father Oscar Huber of Holy Trinity Church in Dallas. Of course, at this point, the information that comes to us is fragmentary. It has all to be pulled together. There was an eyewitness description of the scene from a man who was 15 feet away when the president was shot. This man is Charles Brehm, B-R-E-H-M. He said the president was waving and the first shot hit him, and that awful look crossed his face. The president died 44 minutes ago, 1 o'clock Central Standard Time in Parkland Hospital in Dallas, the result of an assassination attempt against him as he was riding through the streets of Dallas in a car with his wife, with Governor John Connally of Texas, and with Mrs. Connally. Mrs. Kennedy and Mrs. Connally are safe, though the last word we've had describes both of them as stunned. Governor Connally was wounded. He was shot in the back below the shoulder blade, was taken to the emergency operating room. Vice President Lyndon Johnson, who was not injured and who was riding in a separate car from that in which Mr. Kennedy was riding, was taken from Parkland Hospital under heavy police escort. He is to be sworn in as the next president of the United States. This attempt on President Kennedy's life was the third within 30 years on an American president. President Franklin Roosevelt was shot at when riding in an open car in Miami with Mayor Anton Cermak of Chicago. The president was not hit. Cermak died. President Truman was shot at when he was in Blair House in Washington. He was not hit. President Kennedy was shot at today and was killed. At this point, we join the NBC television network.
The United States was in a car behind the Kennedys and the Connollys. He is to be sworn into office as soon as possible. He rushed to the hospital and then was whisked away again by Secret Service men. His whereabouts, certainly, and as we can understand, is being kept secret.
Yes.
Kennedy lived about an hour after a sniper cut him down as his limousine left downtown Dallas. Automatically, of course, the mantle of the presidency falls now to Lyndon B. Johnson, a native Texan who had been riding 2 cars behind the chief executive. Here's one other little bit of information. The priests came out of the ward at approximately 1:37 p.m. Central Standard Time. The announcement by the 2 priests brought audible sobs from a crowd of scores of newsmen and other citizens crowded around the emergency ward entrance of the hospital. Senator Ralph Yarborough of Texas, talking only a few minutes before to the newsmen, collapsed in sobs as he told of witnessing the slaying of the president. Yarborough said he was in the 3rd car behind the president. It seemed to him, he said, that at least 2 of the shots came from the right rear. He said he couldn't say anything about the 3rd shot. So, that is the story. The President of the United States is dead. The new president is President Lyndon Johnson. The memories of, I suppose, all of us are flashing back to that warm April spring day of 1945 when we lost the wartime President Franklin D. Roosevelt. For many of us, this is the 2nd time around that we have been through one of these crises. The last shooting incident, not fatal, involving a president occurred in 1950 when President Harry S. Truman was in office and was living in Blair House in Washington. The White House was being renovated at that time. You may recall that 2 Puerto Rican nationalists tried to gun their way into Blair House and assassinate President Truman, who was taking a nap at the time on the 2nd floor.
In New York. An eyewitness to the shooting, fatal shooting of President Kennedy today was NBC cameraman John Hofen. John, where were you when it happened?
Actually, Ed, I was along with the NBC cameraman Dave Wigman in a car, roughly 4 cars behind the president in a motorcade. We were just leaving the business district of Dallas when this shooting took place.
What did you see, John? What was the first you knew?
Well, we were making a sweeping curve here on the roadway approaching a freeway when the first shot rang out. Our first reaction was that some teenager had fired a cherry bomb. When the second one rang out, we sort of felt that there was something wrong. That people started to drop down to the ground ahead of us, roughly 50 to 60 feet, up near the president's car. Then there was a third, and if I remember correctly, a 4th shot. Immediately after that last shot, the president's car took off a tremendous burst of speed, followed by the Secret Service follow-up car, which we call it, and being led by a squadron of motorcycle policemen.
That was to take the president to the hospital.
To the hospital, that's right. Our portion of the motorcade, Ed, remained behind momentarily. A cameraman had jumped out of the car and were making pictures. We did not know at that moment who had been shot or who had not. But we were doing the shooting. So naturally, we were shooting everything, any people on the ground or running.
John, just let me interrupt to tell the audience that you are John Hofen, NBC cameraman. You are an eyewitness to the fatal assassination attempt of the president today.
Cameraman, I'm part of the NBC White House camera crew. Yes, I'm the sound man. Now, I would like to add this. We then regained composure, I should say, and jumped back into the car, and our driver took off. As we drove about 50 feet, we picked up one Secret Service agent who had been left behind in the rush. He jumped in the car with us, and we took off very fast at a high rate of speed to catch up to the president's car, but it was almost impossible. They must have been driving at I would say 90 or 100 miles an hour with him.
John, when the shooting happened, did you actually see the president or Governor Connolly? Could you see anybody in that car?
No, unfortunately for us, the president's car was the first car in the motorcade immediately behind the motorcycle escort. Right behind the president's car is this large open Cadillac limousine, which is, I would say, has about 6 or 8 Secret Service men in it. They immediately stood up and blocked the view, and then, of course, they surrounded the car, and then when they saw what actually happened, they jumped back into this car and went, right behind his in this fast takeoff.
Did you see any police activity directed toward the assassin?
Yes. 2 or 3 of the motorcycle policemen went running up this embankment. Actually, it was a high, long, gray terrace towards this office building. And one of them became so excited he fell off of his motorcycle and it charged up the grass a portion of the way. But they ran through there. We never were able to find out what they did. I since have heard that they have picked up a few suspects.
Yes, we've heard that. We do not know, however, of any charges that have been made against anybody.
When we arrived at the hospital at, I would say, roughly 3 or 4 minutes behind the president, we were stopped at the emergency entrance, naturally, by the state police, city police, and a few Secret Service who were still down on the lower level. And the Secret Service men who knew us asked us to please remain there, that they would do whatever they could to help us. Just as I was leaving with home in my pocket to make a delivery to go on the air, Malcolm Kilduff, the Associate Press Secretary on the President's staff, came over and quietly said, John, he said, they tell me the President has died. We did not have a strict confirmation at that moment, and of course I have been roughly a block and a half away from the hospital now since talking to him and talking to you.
Thank you very much, John. I must interrupt you because we want to switch to Robert Goralski at the White House in Washington.
The American flag above the White House has just been lowered to half-mast, a solemn confirmation of the death of President Kennedy. As the flag was lowered, large numbers of people outside the White House noted the flag flying at half-mast. Most of them did not know what had happened. They talked to the White House guards, who had then informed them the President of the United States is dead. Large numbers of people out there now, probably about 400 or 500. They're standing, watching the activity as limousines come into the west side of the White House. Senator Hubert Humphrey arrived about 20 minutes ago. Reporters are still coming in, photographers. There's been contact with various congressmen, but still nothing more official about plans for President Lyndon Johnson to assume the office. This is Robert Goralski, NBC News at the White House.
This is Morgan Beatty, NBC News, New York, taking over from this time. There's considerable confusion as to exactly where these rifle shots came from. As we could tell from our report down in Dallas from our own staff man, it's not clear whether or not they came from a building or from an area close to the underpasses, a triple group of underpasses, or whether it came from a building. Now, Senator Yarborough of Texas is giving us this kind of information. These are quotes. These are quotes from the senator just right after the assassination occurred. You could tell, he said, that something awful and tragic had happened. He said, I could see a Secret Service man in the president's car, leaning on the car with his hands in anger, anguish, and despair. I knew something tragic had happened. Yarborough had counted 3 rifle shots, others have said there were 2, as the presidential limousine left downtown Dallas through a triple underpass. The shots were fired from above. Now that we're sure of. Possibly from one of the bridges or from a nearby building. That's the senator's view. But another witness, television reporter, said he saw a gun emerge from an upper story of a warehouse commanding an unobstructed view of the presidential car. We've already had fleeting references to this warehouse building and a gun emerging from a window. So you see, we still don't have enough information, and there are people under arrest. The sheriff's office in Dallas has several persons under arrest. And, of course, the standard report is that they have a white man, about 30 years old, under arrest, and a rifle has been recovered from the scene of the shooting, and it was a foreign-made rifle. Of course, this kind of reporting is very difficult at this time. The police themselves are busy trying to organize, along with the Secret Service and other government agencies, the federal Bureau of Investigation, John Edgar Hoover, has issued orders to his men to cooperate, and they have not yet coordinated all of the information they have. But it's quite certain that they have a great deal more information about the assassination of President Kennedy than they are revealing at this time. And now we switch to John Lavacek in Miami.
Havana Radio has just broken into its regular news broadcast with a bulletin and is broadcasting the news of President Kennedy's death to the Cuban people. The radio announcer, a woman, is broadcasting the regular United Press International dispatch from the United States. She is detailing all of the information she has at this time. This is John Lavacek, NBC News in Miami.
It's also clear from the reports we have that the Secret Service agents assigned directly to the president, that is, the men in the car or around the car with him, were almost certain he had been killed from the beginning. The president was shot, we can now either repeat or confirm, through the right temple, and the bullet went cleanly through his head. The White House physician has now stated it was a simple case of a bullet straight through the head. At least one Secret Service man at the entrance of the hospital kept murmuring. One of Mrs. Kennedy's Secret Service men kept murmuring as the car went up to the hospital and the president's body was being taken out that he's dead, he's dead. I'm sure he didn't know at that time he was dead, but Secret Service men know you can't be shot through the head, temple to temple, without being about as close to death as a man can be. And the question of administering the oath to the Vice President, Mr. Johnson, has still not been resolved, but the Secret Service has thrown an extraordinary guard around the Vice President. Mrs. Johnson was seen by reporters not too many minutes ago, and she was asked how the Vice President was, now the President of the United States, and she said, he's fine. We repeat what we've told you before, that Vice President Johnson was not shot. The other man shot was Governor Connally of Texas. And the governor, by the way, has talked with Mr. Huber, his principal assistant. He is in apparently fairly good condition. He has said that he saw the whole thing, and they got the president too, he told his assistants. The doctors have discovered that Governor Connally of Texas has been shot just under the shoulder blade in the back, and the seriousness of it has not yet been determined, but he's conscious. He's able to talk to his friends. And Mr. Huber said that the governor had asked him, he had asked the governor what he could do for him, and the governor had asked him, please just take care of Mrs. Connally for me. So apparently the governor of Texas is not injured as badly as it would appear that he had been at first. Incidentally, NBC News reports from Dallas that a car believed to be the assassin's getaway car has been seized in Fort Worth. And a suspect, a man still not identified, has been taken into custody. Also, a policeman also was shot and killed during the assassination. Incidentally, Fort Worth, as you know, is very close to Dallas, and a car could have got to Fort Worth with no trouble at all, provided the assassins had planned in advance how to get away from the motorcade in Dallas. Incidentally, a Negro woman rushed into the hospital where President Kennedy was taken with a wounded child. Now, whether the child had been injured in some other kind of situation or whether in the situation that occurred during the assassination of the president was not clear. The woman and the child were taken to the emergency quarters of the hospital. Incidentally, from Rome, the word is spreading very fast. England, we've heard from Havana, Europe, all are on the alert to news of the assassination of President Kennedy. From Rome, we have a report from Vatican City. Cardinal Francis Spellman of New York said tonight that he was shocked and grief-stricken to hear of President John Kennedy's death. These kind of statements, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting regularly and at frequent intervals for many hours to come. Incidentally, if the president was indeed alive, as most reports indicate he was, he lived about an hour after the sniper had cut him down in his limousine near downtown Dallas. The president was 46 years old, and of course, if it had been possible for him to have survived this shot, his vigor unquestionably would have pulled him through, but it was not. And incidentally, if you have any questions about the vice presidency, automatically the mantle of the presidency falls to the vice president on the death of a president. That means that he doesn't have to take any oath of office immediately. He is President of the United States. That's Lyndon B. Johnson of Texas, and as we reported to you, he was unhurt because he was automatically kept in another automobile so that there would not be the double close risk of the president and the vice president together in a situation of this kind, particularly in travel areas. And now let's see what they're doing on NBC TV News at this point. They have new reports on the president's assassination.
The practice she's developed the last couple of days took the initiative in going over to the fence, and she and the president walked all along the fence, shaking hands with both hands, and the crowd was really delirious with them. And this kind of reaction was something like the reaction that was encountered in the big crowds all the way through the town. Very friendly. I saw only one hostile sign all the way through the motorcade, which went about 10 miles. And then suddenly, in the middle of this bright sunshine, the friendly crowd, and nobody expecting anything, these three muffled shots were heard. And it couldn't have been a more startling, gruesome contrast to the very pleasant, sunny, friendly atmosphere that he'd received, despite all the warnings that things were going to be difficult for him here in Dallas.
Why was that, Bob? Because of Adlai Stevenson's recent visit?
Well, this had been the thing that made the police worry, and Dallas got such a bad name around the world after the attack on Stevenson that the authorities were determined that there would be no repetition of this. You remember the ambassador was, someone spat on him and someone hit him over the head with a poster. They mobilized a third of their entire city police force with extra paddy wagons around the corner and everything else, and put on a strong propaganda campaign in the newspapers and on the radio and TV stations to make sure that the name of Dallas was not dragged in the mud again by any unfavorable incident when the president came. And that is why it was such a contrast.
What is the situation in the room where you are at the hospital now?
Well, I'm in a little small waiting room where emergency patients wait to be taken into the operating rooms where they're treated. And there are a few policemen who are the only ones left in the long corridor leading to the room with double swinging doors, behind which we assume the president's body is being placed in the bronze coffin, which was taken in about half an hour ago, and from which we expect it to come out shortly.
Bob, we have a still photograph here in the studio
that has just moved, and it shows a man and a woman and what looks like two small children lying on the ground. I understand you saw these people.
Yes, well, they were the first people I went to. I must have got there shortly after or before that picture was taken, when I jumped out of the press bus, and they, in common with many other people, were screaming and lying down in the grass to escape from the shooting. The minute the shooting sound started, the air was filled with the screams of women and children. A sort of very feminine wailing filled the air, and everybody lay down on the sidewalks, on the grass, on the edge of the parkway. And I assume that the picture you're talking about is that, because nobody else I know was besides Kennedy and Governor Connolly.
We lost a part of that. You say, as far as you know, no one else.
As far as I know, no one else was hit other than President Kennedy and Governor Connolly.
Now, Bob, again, about the area or the building from which the shot apparently was fired. Could you describe that for us and tell us about how far away it was from the car and how they would have been able to see the car from that distance?
Yes, well, I'll describe the scene. There was, as you come out of the main street of downtown Dallas, which was packed with people, it leads into a parkway called the Triple Underpass. And that parkway, which is lined with trees and lawns, takes a bend. And behind some trees, in the sort of service road, is a brick building of about 8 stories, which is called the Texas School Book Depository.
I see. So
according to witnesses, 2 of them who I talked to and the police talked to, say they saw a man with a gun in the, one said the 2nd floor, another one said the 4th floor, a window of that building. Now, from either floor, Frank, he would be able to see over the low trees to about 100 yards away where the president's car was.
An unobstructed view, Bob?
I would think so. I was not able to go up to either of those windows, so I couldn't see for myself, but looking at it from the ground, it looked as though it would be. The president, therefore, must have had presented either a profile to the assailant, if he was, in fact, in those windows where the witnesses say, and or his three-quarter back, because his car had actually passed the direct line from the window. You see, the way it went is the car would have approached the window head-on, then turned left and gone down a slight decline under the under the underpass. Just a moment, Frank.
Yes, Bob.
That seems to fit, Bill, with what he said. The word that we had here was the president was struck in the right
Frank, the
temple.
president's body has just been carried out.
Go ahead. Say again, Bob.
The president's body has just been carried out of the hospital in the bronze casket, and it was accompanied by his military aide, Major General Clifton.
And
it has been placed in an ambulance. I understand it is being taken straight to the air base where he landed to be flown back to Washington.
I see, Bob.
The crowds have all been moved away from the door by the local police and the Secret Service. I can hear the motorcycle escort outside with the ambulance starting up. And the president's body with the police motorcycle escort is now pulling away from the hospital. It is about 1.5 hours since he was shot. The president has been dead for about 1 hour and 7 minutes. Vice President Lyndon Johnson, who is now constitutionally the president, left immediately after the president's death was confirmed, and with a police escort went off to the airport, presumably to go straight to Washington to assume the constitutional responsibilities of president.
Bob, returning to your earlier narrative, you had just taken us to the point where the president's car had turned, and I was about to ask.
Now, there were 3 cars behind him with Secret Service and several Texas congressmen, and then I was in the first press bus, the front of the first press bus, which came behind those. And just as we turned the corner, about 40 feet behind the president's car, I heard 3 shots.
Now, Bob, was the president seated or standing at that time?
The president was seated because there were very few people at that point. It was a thin crowd at that exact point. Most of the crowd had been concentrated a few hundred yards back. The president was seated, Mrs. Kennedy was seated, but when I heard shots, I saw people fall to the ground and was not looking for the moment at the president. The car immediately disappeared under the underpass and speeded up to go straight to the hospital. And I left the press box and went to this building from which shots reportedly came.
Mm-hmm. What sort of a building is it, Bob?
Well, it is I told you the title. It's the Texas School Book Depository. It's a orangey brick building of about 8 floors, and it was showing an expanse to the street of maybe about 8 windows wide in the front.
Well, Bob, from the point where they think the man with the gun might have been seen to where the president was actually felled, would it have been possible for him to have been struck by a bullet in the right temple? That's his
I believe that if he was using a high-powered rifle with a telescopic sight, one policeman told me he understood it was a high-powered rifle. I don't know about the telescopic sight. I assume that from that distance it could be.
I see.
Could be.
About how fast was the president's motorcade going at the time of the fire?
Slowly. It was about, by that time, having just gone around the corner, it was probably between 15 and 20 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm. And Vice President Lyndon Johnson was how far behind?
I'm not sure, Frank, which car. There was a jumble of congressmen in the car immediately behind, and I'm not sure which car Vice President Johnson was in.
And then you say, of course, that the motorcade speeded up immediately and rushed toward the hospital.
And disappeared under the underpass, and I had jumped out by that time and was running with the police. They thought the assailant had fled over some railroad tracks, and they chased him through what they thought was the assailant, through several trains. Standing on the tracks, and I went with them, and therefore didn't see the president immediately as he went under the underpass.
Well, did they apprehend this person they were chasing?
No, they apprehended nobody at that time. They went back and started talking to witnesses on the scene.
I see.
Just a moment, Frank.
Yes, Bob.
Which car was
there is also this that could be added. We have...
Frank, I'm told that Vice President Johnson was in the car directly behind the president.
I see. Now, Bob, from the point where the assassination occurred to the hospital is about how far in time and distance, would you say?
Well, it's about 1.5 miles. I was able to commandeer a private car.
Hold it, Bob. We have a little information
Frank,
here, please.
We are now going to the United Nations, where I'm told delegates from the member nations are expressing their condolences to Ambassador Adlai Stevenson. So we switch now to the United Nations.
I call now on the Secretary General.
Mr. President, as Secretary General of the United Nations,
Bob,
I would like to express
hang on
profound sorrow at this most tragic event and to be associated in the condolences to Mrs. Kennedy to the members of the bereaved family, and to the government and people of the United States.
I request members of the General Assembly to rise and observe 1 minute of silence in tribute to the memory of President Kennedy, after which I shall adjourn this meeting in sign of mourning.
Ladies and gentlemen, silent mourning in the United Nations for the President of the United States. This is Morgan Beatty, NBC Radio, New York. We have bulletins from Dallas. Governor John Connally of Texas underwent an operation for a gunshot wound in the chest at 1:30 p.m. Central Time today. Connally's condition, as we have indicated to you before, is serious, but those close to him say that his doctor's report, the vital signs were good, meaning his vitality was strong and he could probably stand the operation. Doctors said Connally had a good pulse. His respiration is satisfactory. And now as to more vital facts, the statistics of death in Dallas, the assassination of President John Kennedy. The hospital report shows that the president lived about 30 minutes after the sniper cut him down as his limousine left downtown Dallas. Newsmen said the shot that hit him was fired at 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. The hospital record now shows that the President of the United States died at approximately 1 p.m. Central Standard Time of a bullet wound clear through the head. Reaction, as you may know, is coming from throughout the world. The British cabinet, man by man, is receiving the reports of the President's death momentarily. They're following events very closely, especially the Prime Minister, who was Lord Hume. The reaction in Washington is just as you would expect it: shocked, stunned, and unbelieving. And yet, it's true. We take you now for reaction in our capital to Robert McCormick, NBC News at the House of Representatives in Washington.
Never has the Congress of the United States been so stunned. The members of the Senate are walking around literally with glazed eyes. They scarcely speak to each other. They are in dazes, really. They seem to have no awareness, really, of what's going on. In the interval before the president's death was confirmed, they clustered around the ticker tapes in the lobby outside the Senate chamber. For every last word that came in, one or two of the secretaries moving around were already crying. But in the meantime, we do have some reaction, and to begin, here is Senate Republican leader Dirksen.
There are some things that are simply incredible and leave one absolutely speechless. This is one of them. I knew John Fitzgerald Kennedy as a representative, as a senator, and as a president for 14 years or more. And my last visit with him was on Tuesday morning of this week. I went early to present him with a turkey from the Turkey Growers Association. He was so amiable, so affable, so agreeable, and he looked in the very pink of condition, notwithstanding a rather rugged tour in the state of Florida. The thing that stuck in my mind most, when suddenly he shouted to a lot of school children and to those managing this live turkey, "Don't take the turkey away until the children have had a chance to come up and see it." We visited about many things. Politics, bills pending in Congress, the future, 1964, and everything that one can encompass within a half-hour visit. And suddenly comes this mortal blow that strikes him cold in death. I say it's an incredible thing. And my heart goes out to the family. And I'm a little bewildered by this turn of events, as I know the nation and the whole wide world will be. So first, my sincere sympathy to the entire Kennedy family. And in the language of the chaplain, as we had a prayer, in the hope that transfusion might infuse recovery, that the nation still stands and the nation will live.
And ladies and gentlemen, the tribute of Senator Dirksen of Illinois from Washington. And now we have urgent bulletins from Dallas again. We reported to you not too long ago that the report that a policeman had been shot in connection with the president's assassination, but we had no further at the moment. Now we have detail to a certain extent. A Secret Service agent and a Dallas policeman were shot and killed today some distance from the area where President Kennedy was assassinated. We have no more information on that, but from the Secret Service, Lieutenant Eric Kaminsky reports the assassin weapon appears to have been a high-powered Army or Japanese rifle of about .25 caliber. The rifle had a scope on it, the same kind of rifle, apparently, that Medgar Evers, the Negro leader, was shot with in Mississippi. The entire building, as we've noticed before, or told you before, this was a warehouse near the underpass where the president was traveling. But the entire building, this warehouse where the sniper was located, was evacuated sometime before the president passed by. People were working in the building, however, at the time of the shooting. Dallas Police Inspector J.H. Sawyer says police found the remains of fried chicken and paper on the 5th floor of that building. Apparently, the person who had been there quite a while. And after the fatal shots were fired, the stricken President's Secret Service, of course, the driver, raced away immediately to the hospital. And we have further reports at this time from Dallas to piece out this story as fast as we possibly can. One of the prime reporters on station WFAA, the NBC affiliate in Dallas, is standing by. Pierce Alman, WFAA Dallas, will you please come in?
About 12:15 today, I and a couple of other people from the station decided to walk about 4 blocks north from our studios to greet the President of the United States as he came through Dallas on a motorcade. He had left Dallas Love Field. He had a warm reception there. He had caused some consternation to the Secret Service agents around him by leaving the yellow marked guide lanes as he got off his jet and began greeting people who were standing alongside the wire fence at Dallas Love Field. Without incident, he got into his convertible, open top, and flanked by Secret Service men, began his ride through downtown Dallas. The reception was warm, it was enthusiastic, and as he came down Main Street on the way to the Stemmons Avenue Trade Mart, where he was to deliver an address sponsored by the Dallas Citizens Council, he turned the corner just before going under a triple underpass. I was standing at the corner of Elm Streets and Houston Streets here in Dallas, Texas, and as he turned, I couldn't help think to myself how vigorous, how healthy he looked. He was tanned. He seemed to be feeling good. He was waving to the crowd. I began applauding like the rest, and the man to my right and the woman to my left. She commented on Jackie's lovely dress. And suddenly we heard a reverberating explosion. My first thought was not to look at the president. I guess the thought that anybody would take a shot at the President of the United States didn't even go through my mind at the time. I rather looked around as if to say, well, someone has fireworks and it's in pretty poor taste at this moment. The President ducked, at least that's what it looked like to me. I thought this was a natural reaction. I didn't realize at the time that he had been shot and was slumping. There were 3 shots fired. They were spaced. They didn't seem to come from any automatic weapon of any kind. Rather careful and deliberate aim. A Secret Service man was killed. No one seemed galvanized into instant action. Everyone was rather stunned. Then suddenly, the Lincoln convertible sped away at top speed, and guns appeared on everyone around. The police came around, flinging us to the ground, saying, hit the dirt. And they began not returning fire because of the crowd, but rather looking for someone at which to shoot. I ran, along with a few other people, over to the top of a knoll, which was just north of the site. It was about 20 feet. Everyone seemed to be running in that direction. Very foolish people, now that we look back on it. But we couldn't see anything, though. There's a large building, about 7 or 8 stories, on the corner of Elm and Houston Streets. It's a Texas school book depository. It prides itself on being the largest in the state. It has several floors that are not used too often that stack dusty books. And we wondered to ourselves at the time how it was possible to cover all the open windows in this building as well as all the open space around. How the Secret Service, how the FBI men, how the county sheriff's officers, and how the Dallas police officers could do this. Well, evidently they could not successfully. We went into the Texas School Book Depository building, and immediately it was cordoned off by men with high-powered rifles and shotguns. They began searching the building, and first reports said they found direct evidence that the shots were fired from there. But at last reports, and this was just a few minutes ago, they are not certain which floor, if they were fired from this particular building. Supposedly it was Japanese ammunition. Anyway, the president, as he left the scene, was stretched out on the turtleback of this car, and he was holding Jackie, or I guess Jackie was holding him. It took him about 5 minutes to get to Parkland Hospital, and I didn't learn that he was dead until I got back here to the station. The reaction, I think, among the crowds who are now standing around streets in downtown Dallas, tuned into their radios, they're just standing around. Nobody's really saying much except it's just unbelievable. And why? And I guess we'll never know the answer to that.
I guess maybe we will, too. And if we don't know it, unfortunately, our, shall we use the word colleagues from Moscow are already saying why the President of the United States was shot before they have even the slightest idea. From Moscow, the Soviet news agency TASS reports that the President of the United States was shot in Dallas, Texas, and died later. And it adds, an attempt was made on his life by persons believed to be among extreme right-wing elements. As usual, the Moscow reporters go off half-cocked and they make everything fit their social philosophy. They may turn out to be right, but that will be merely an accident because, as we have heard from Pierce Alman, WFAA in Dallas, at the moment nobody knows exactly how or why. Reaction is coming in from around the world continually. Reaction from the Pope. He has taken note of the death of the President of the United States with sadness. And from Cardinal Spellman of New York, and here in New York City, where President Kennedy frequently visits, we have Joseph Michaels. He's at City Hall in New York.
Morgan, I'm near Trinity Church. Trinity Church, the famous Trinity Church at the head of Wall Street. This was a huge blow to everyone. The stock exchange closed at 2:09, closed by the Board of Governors when the floor was in a chaotic condition. Perhaps you can hear the bells behind me now. Trinity Church's bells are ringing again. Our reaction is not from presidents or heads of church, but from his fellow citizens, among them first a young Negro.
Losing Kennedy's like losing a father, because he's been like a father to everyone in this nation. It hurts everyone in this nation. We're going to miss him very much. I don't know why they did it. Kennedy didn't do nothing to nobody. On the contrary, he tried to help everybody in his home. For everybody, he tried to help as much as he can. I don't know why and how they could do anything like this to him.
Sir, what will it do to business?
Well, I don't think it'll affect business at all, sir. I believe that we had a great president who is doing a lot for business, and I believe that he set a trend that Americans will recognize and follow, and I think, if anything, it will help us become more dedicated to helping our businesses and helping our nation.
What will it do to the causes that he believed in?
Well, I believe the causes that President Kennedy believed in are the causes that all Americans believe in. Whether or not someone said they were a Kennedy man prior to this, I'm sure that we all join today in grieving for him and in recognizing that he had at his heart the hearts of all Americans, and that he was striving to accomplish for this nation what we all would want to.
All over the city, wherever there's a radio turned on, as of course we have had to keep our radio turned on to keep abreast of what is happening. With me now are people gathered around any such means of information.
Joe?
Yes?
Morgan Beatty, NBC News Central in New York. I think maybe it would be of interest to you to know, and to the people whose voices have just come to us from Trinity Church, that the Voice of America is carrying this broadcast around the world. So these people have made perhaps their first global broadcast, and they probably are totally unaware of it.
Well, I'm sure we're all grateful for that, not particularly, however, for the occasion. The feeling is mostly shock. People find it hard to put into words how they feel. They wander around looking stunned. They pick up a newspaper from the stand and look at it almost unseeingly, and then ask each other if it's true. And then people ask each other what's going to happen next. And like all of us, except for the fact that we have faith in our country, nobody has any of those answers.
Well, Joe, this is an appropriate moment with the bells of Trinity Church ringing at your back to transfer across the Atlantic and the Mediterranean to the headquarters of another church, of another faith. We switch now to Irving R. NBC News in Rome.
Shock and grief are the reactions in Italy, where President Kennedy was enormously popular. Italian President Segni immediately sent an aide to the American embassy to express his sympathy. President Segni called President Kennedy's death a great loss to humanity. Pope Paul is preparing a radiogram, which is expected to be ready within an hour. Italian radio and television made the announcement of the president's death and then went off the air except for solemn music. Cardinal Spellman and other American bishops in Rome for the Ecumenical Council expressed shock. Cardinal Spellman said that he is saying rosary for President Kennedy now. Irving R. Levine, NBC News, Rome.
Irving, will you stay on a few moments? Perhaps we will have more from you, but we do have urgent reports from Fort Worth, Texas. Soon after President Kennedy was assassinated today in Dallas, a white man in his mid-20s was arrested in the Riverside section of Fort Worth. Apparently, he is connected, by the police at least, with the shooting of a Dallas policeman. This is quite a mystery. A Secret Service man and a policeman, a Dallas policeman and a Washington Secret Service man, were shot some distance from where the assassination occurred of President Kennedy. We have not yet had word as to exactly what connection the shooting possibly in Fort Worth had. But this man who was arrested in Fort Worth was a man with black curly hair. He wore a red shirt. He said he was not connected with the assassination of the president. He told that to reporters. But he was urged on by the police, his hands were handcuffed, and he was taken to the Fort Worth City Jail. And now, Irving, a few more facts and detail from Dallas, if we may, at this point. President Kennedy's body was removed from Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas at 2:05 p.m. Central Standard Time. It was taken away in a long, cream-colored ambulance with off-white curtains tightly drawn. Mrs. Kennedy rode in a passenger seat in the ambulance. That's the type of vehicle with two seats for passengers. She and the president's body were escorted from the emergency entrance of Parkland by two motorcycle officers. Mrs. Kennedy walked out of the back door of the emergency entrance as the body was taken out. She walked slowly. She looked around her in a dazed manner, and she appeared to be in a state of shock. Another announcement, White House Secretary Malcolm Kilduff said the president's body would be flown to Washington this afternoon, almost immediately. The Dallas Sheriff's Department says a rifle has been found in a staircase on the 5th floor of that warehouse building near the scene of the assassination. And now we have confirmation of exactly the kind of weapon. It was a 7.65 Mauser rifle. German-made Army rifle, had a telescopic sight with one shell left in the chamber. 3 spent shells were found nearby. As you've noted before, we've had reports that there were either 2 or 3 shots. The police credit 3 shots were being fired, and incidentally, the third shot apparently struck Governor Connally of Texas because he was wounded in 2 places. One place is, of course, of no importance, but the wound in the back under the shoulder blade is the one for which Governor Connally of Texas is now being operated on. His condition is still serious, although his physicians feel that the vital points, his pulse, his reaction generally mean that he may well pull through. Irving?
Yes, Morgan.
Are you still on?
Yes, Morgan.
We thought perhaps maybe you had more reaction from Rome to give us, and we didn't know.
Yes, Morgan. I've just received a phone call from our cameraman who was on the Via Veneto, which, as you know, is the main tourist section of Rome, and he reports that there are American tourists there who are actually standing on the sidewalk looking at the newspapers and crying. We also have this word. The Italian state radio has likened President Kennedy's death to that of Abraham Lincoln. We expect to have the text of Pope Paul's message of sympathy in a very few minutes.
Well, that about clears us up there. Cardinal Spellman is now saying his rosaries for the President of the United States. Is the Ecumenical Council still in session at this moment?
No, Morgan. It's late at night here now, about 9:30 p.m. The council meets only in the morning. But several of the cardinals, the American cardinals who live at the North American College, where young American priests are trained, gathered the young seminarians together and joined in prayer.
Well, thank you, Irving, and please stand by. We're sorry to keep you up so late in Rome, but you, of course, understand the circumstances, and we'll be back with you later. And now we have another bulletin from Dallas. White House authorities report that the body of President Kennedy will arrive in Washington at 5:30 p.m. That would apparently mean at 5:30 p.m. Standard Time. It's now something after 2:30 p.m. Dallas time. I assume we can guess that the body will be flown back to Washington immediately, so that the episode in Dallas will be completed within a very brief period of time. We have no further police reports or Secret Service reports showing exactly what connection there is in the fatal shooting of a Dallas policeman and a Secret Service man, apparently in the area of Fort Worth, Texas. One white man has been arrested in connection with that. Apparently the assassin of the President of the United States was a white man in his 30s. At least such a man was seen near the place where the President was shot in Dallas about 12:30 p.m. this afternoon. Incidentally, if we may revive the scene for the moment, to give you the exact placing in the presidential car of those who were closest to the chief executive when he was fatally shot. President Kennedy and Governor Connally of Texas and their wives had been riding together in the president's familiar dark blue bubble-top convertible. They were leaving downtown Dallas at the time the assassination occurred near a triple culvert, and the shot that was fired at the president was fired from apparently the 5th floor of a warehouse by a 7.65 Mauser, that is a German army rifle. Apparently 3 shots were fired. One struck the President of the United States in the right temple and went cleanly through his head. The White House physician has said it was a simple case of a bullet going clear through a man's head. Incidentally, in the transparent plastic roof of the presidential car when the shooting occurred, that is, the plastic roof of the car had been removed from the motorcade so that the president was riding in an open car at the time. Secret Service agents riding with the president and in a second convertible, following closely behind, immediately drew pistols and automatic weapons, but there was no possibility of their firing at anybody with any effect without causing some kind of an accident. We have a bulletin from New York now. The League of New York Theaters announces that all Broadway theaters will be closed tonight. Willard Keefe, spokesman for the League, says all League members' shows on the road also will be closed tonight in the beginning of the period of mourning for the death of the President of the United States. NBC News has learned that the military officers charged with arranging for state funerals are at the White House at this moment, discussing possible funeral plans. Mr. Kennedy is the first president to die in office under the new Defense Department setup. So protocol will have to be written as it is. That is, the idea of the military handling a funeral of the President of the United States is an entirely new one, and they will have to set precedents at this time. For those of you who may not know about it, one of the important facts of life in Washington is that the military is in charge of the District of Columbia in many ways. The Capitol building and so on is the only building there that's excluded from their direct charge, and they are indirectly in charge of that. So that it is entirely fitting, as was done a few years ago, that the Defense Department should handle affairs such as the one that we have regretfully and sadly before us, a funeral of another President of the United States, and this one in the terrible tradition of Lincoln and McKinley. The Army will have charge as usual. There are caissons and ceremonial horses at Fort Myer, Virginia, of course, along with units of troops ready for use in such capacities, so that Fort Myer will take charge of the funeral arrangements for President John Kennedy of the United States. And now more reaction from the Capitol. We switch now to NBC's Robert McCormick at the Capitol for reaction in the House of Representatives.
Actually, this is reaction from the Senate. One of the first members of Congress to get the bad news was one of President Kennedy's oldest friends, Senate Democratic leader Mansfield. He turned pale when he heard the news, and then he and Dirksen together left the chamber to call the White House. Here is what Senator Mansfield had to tell us later.
The passing of John Fitzgerald Kennedy is not only a tragedy for the nation which he so ably represented, but is, I think, also a mark upon the respectability and the responsibility of some of our citizens. This good, this decent, this kindly man, this harassed man who had so much on his shoulders and received from some people so little in the way of support in return, this man is now gone to his reward. And I will miss him as a personal friend. The nation will miss him as a great president, and the world will miss him as a great leader. One of the fondest memories I can recall is the cooperation and the support which the distinguished senator from Illinois, Mr. Dirksen, the minority leader of the Senate, gave to the President of the United States, a Democrat, time and time again when the interests of the nation were at stake. And I know how grateful he was to you for the many contributions you made, and I'm just as grateful, and the nation is too. Words are useless to express one's true feelings at a moment like this.
A person's perplexity is just too great in a tragic moment like this.
That last voice was Senate Republican leader Dirksen. Capitol officials have told us that they are making tentative arrangements for the body of the late President Kennedy to lie in state in the rotunda of the Capitol for the stipulated period of mourning, so he can be viewed by the people of the country. The city of Washington, by the way, is packed with people in the streets, and they are concerned about rumors that something has happened to Vice President Johnson. The word we get here from Senate Democratic leader Mansfield and others is that the Vice President Johnson, perhaps now President, we've not had word whether he's sworn in, is quite all right. Ironically, the chair of the Senate was occupied by the President's brother when the President was shot. Senator Edward Kennedy had been presiding over a rather dull session. A Richard Riedel, who mans one of the doors to the Senate lobby, brought the news into the Senate of what had happened and had the terrible job of telling Senator Kennedy that his brother had been shot. And here is Mr. Riedel's story.
Richard Riddell, which you already given my name. Press liaison, which means contact between the Washington correspondents, members of the press gallery, radio, television correspondents, White House news photographers, and the periodical press, with the senators on the floor, arranging appointments, asking them questions. In the 45 years I have been on the staff of the Senate, since September 27, 1918, when I was a 9-year-old boy and a page for 4 years, this is one of the hardest blows and one of the most moving, tragic experiences that I have ever known to sweep over the Senate. I may, if there's time later, mention when President Roosevelt died and President Truman, Vice President, then was presiding when the word of his death came. Well, the routine, the tickers in the lobby, AP and UP tickers, are read by senators and staff members for routine information. Phyllis Rock of the staff of Senator Morse of Oregon was in the lobby by herself reading the ticker. She turned to one of my assistants, Tom Pelican, who is with Senator Long of Missouri in his office part of the time, and said, "The president has been shot." Tom rushed out to tell me. I immediately went into the Senate chamber in front of the desk of Majority Leader Senator Mike Mansfield, raised my voice so that he and the senators, the surrounding desks, could hear, and said, "Senators, the president has been shot." It, of course, was like a shock wave, a jolt. I crossed the aisle to the Republican side, where Senator Dirksen was seated, and in the same manner told Senator Dirksen and the Republican senators who were at adjacent desks, with, of course, the same shocked reaction and stunned expression on their faces. I then happened to recall that a few moments before, the president's brother, Senator Edward Kennedy of Massachusetts, was presiding over the Senate. I turned and he was still occupying the chair. I knew that someone would have to inform him. And I thought I might as well. It was a very difficult job because of the family relationship as well as the friendship of the senators to the president. I rushed up to the chair and said, Senator Kennedy, your brother, the president, has been shot." He gave a jerk to his body tensed, but he was absolutely calm. And as I recall, Senator Kennedy, then presiding over the Senate, when he heard this awful news, said no. And that was all. In an orderly manner, he gathered up the papers on his desk that his routine office work that he brings when he presides over the Senate, so that he can conserve the time, the long hours presiding over the Senate by working at his office work. I walked off the rostrum with him with my arm around Senator Kennedy, patting his shoulders, and said, "Senator, if there's anything any of us can do, let us know. My own suggestion would be that you contact the Air Force and have them rush you out to Texas to your brother's side in a military jet."
Well, of course, that turns out now to be unnecessary because the president's body is being flown back to Washington and it's expected to arrive there at 5:30 p.m. And in that connection, we can report that President Johnson is expected to take the oath of office as President of the United States aboard an airliner before flying immediately back to the nation's capital. The entire Kennedy party, of course, is flying back immediately to Washington. And from Dallas, the mystery concerning exactly how and why this assassination occurred seems to increase rather than decrease with the passing of time and the gaining of more information. The Dallas Police Department has arrested a 24-year-old man, Lee H. Oswald, in connection with the slaying of a Dallas policeman shortly after President Kennedy was assassinated. The man is also being interrogated to see if he had any connection with the slaying of the president. Oswald was pulled screaming and yelling from the Texas Theater in the Oak Cliff area of Dallas. He brandished a pistol. Officers took it away from him after a scuffle. Police officer M.N. McDonald, who was cut across the face in the scuffle, quoted Oswald as saying after he was subdued, "Well, it's all over now." That may or may not mean anything in connection with the assassination of the president. A large crowd was congregated around the theater and witnessed the arrest. Police had to hold the crowds back because many apparently connected the arrested man with the slaying of the president and wanted to get at the man. The officer who was slain earlier was J.D. Tippit. He'd been killed by a man answering the description of Oswald in the neighborhood a short time before. Tippit had been slain with a pistol. As you know, the assassination of the president was accomplished by a German Mauser 7.65 rifle. Robert Kennedy has left his Virginia estate, his Virginia home, for the airport to fly to Texas. But whether or not he was intercepted at the airport and told to remain in Washington, we do not know. And we also repeat to you that the identity of the assassin of President Kennedy, or assassins in case there were more than one, is not immediately known. We do know that he was shot from the 5th floor of a warehouse opposite the highway where the tragic event took place. Dr. Malcolm Perry, the attending surgeon at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, said when he arrived at the emergency room, "I noticed the president was in critical condition with the wound of the neck and head." When asked if possibly the wounds could have been made by 2 bullets, he said he did not know. He said immediate resumptive measures were taken, and Dr. Kemp Clark, chief of neurosurgery, was called along with several other members of the staff. Dr. Perry said they arrived immediately, but at this point the president's condition was critical and moribund, meaning that he was dying. A tracheotomy was performed to assist the president's breathing. The doctors said an oxygen machine was used, and an electrocardiograph machine was attached to record any heartbeat. When asked to specify, Dr. Perry said the entrance wound was in the front of the head. Before, we'd been told it was from temple to temple. Well, of course, that could be in front of the head. Former President Dwight Eisenhower today called the assassination of President Kennedy a despicable act. The former president, in a statement issued from his suite at a hotel in New York, said this: "I share the sense of shock and dismay that all Americans feel at the despicable act that resulted in the death of our nation's president. Mrs. Eisenhower and I also join with all other citizens in expressing our personal grief and prayerful concern to Mrs. Kennedy and all other members of the family." Take note of that one statement about our nation's president. Oftentimes people confuse the person of the man in the White House with the office of the presidency. No doubt the assassins did that. They do not recognize, they could not, the terrible harm they're doing to 180 million people and the chief office of those people, not to a mere man named John F. Kennedy. Comment from Chief Justice Earl Warren. He says, "I was stunned and shocked to hear of the president's death." It's interesting to note that Chief Justice Warren had sworn President Kennedy in as the chief executive of our nation. And now more details on Moscow, the way the news has been broken to the people of Russia. Moscow Radio broke into its home services news bulletin to tell Soviet listeners that President Kennedy had been shot. This was before the news of the president's death had reached Moscow through official channels. The home service in Moscow is a service beamed directly to all newspaper offices in the Russian republics, and it is relayed from there to various radio stations throughout Soviet Russia. From State Line, Nevada, actor Peter Lawford, the president's brother-in-law, when told of the assassination, cried, "Oh, my God." He's married to the sister of President Kennedy. Incidentally, an employee of the Kennedy family notified Joseph P. Kennedy, the father of the president, and Mrs. Kennedy that their son had been shot. And they said not a word when they were told. And now let's see if we can get deeper into this great mystery that seems to surround a multiplicity of deaths and shootings surrounding this assassination. We've still not found out whether the arrest of a young man in Dallas in a theater with a pistol and the shooting of a policeman and a Secret Service man was connected with the assassination of the president. So for this report, we go to Dallas for a conversation with WFAA's Tom Perryman. Tom, are you there? Come in, Tom Perryman, station WFAA in Dallas, Texas. Ladies and gentlemen, a bulletin from Dallas. Lyndon B. Johnson was sworn in as President of the United States at about 1:38 p.m. Central Standard Time today. That was about 6 minutes ago. The oath was administered by United States District Judge Sarah T. Hughes. For the first time in the history of the United States, a woman official has sworn in a President of the United States. So now, apparently, Mr. Johnson will take another plane and fly immediately to the capital of the United States, where President Kennedy's body will be taken, and the planes are expected to arrive in Washington about 5:30 p.m. The Pentagon officials in charge, the military officials of the Pentagon, have already taken charge of funeral arrangements for President Kennedy. There will be a lying in state in the rotunda of the Capitol, as there has been in the case of all presidents and in the case of many prominent Americans, including the late Senator Robert Taft. The president will lie in state very near the place where Abraham Lincoln lay, where President McKinley, another victim of an assassin, lay after his assassination, and President MacArthur, who died before McKinley. President Kennedy becomes the fourth president of the United States who was assassinated in office. Another one was shot and wounded, President Teddy Roosevelt. And now for more on European reaction. We've already told you that Prime Minister Hume of Great Britain and several members of his cabinet have been informed of the death of the president. They've been kept in steady touch with the situation from the moment the shot was fired in Dallas to the death of the president and beyond. For reaction now of a more general nature, we take you to Kenneth Bernstein in London. Ken, are you there?
Yes, Morgan.
Would you give us European reaction, and then let's discuss this matter?
Well, European reaction, as far as it's seen from London, ranges from the man on the street who is stunned to the Queen of England, who we may assume feels the same as the rest of us. The Queen was informed immediately as soon as the news was received. She is to issue an official statement from Buckingham Palace very soon. The Prime Minister, Sir Alice Douglas Hume, is driving back to London. He was at dinner 40 miles out of town. He left the dinner table and is coming back to London. We have an official statement from Downing Street which says, Prime Minister has learned with the most profound shock and horror of the death by assassination of the President of the United States. The Prime Minister will have more to say later. He's going on radio and television later tonight, Morgan.
Incidentally, Ken, we will mix bulletins in with your report to us. We've just reported before that President Johnson had taken the oath of office. For the record, historically, he took the oath aboard the presidential plane at Dallas's Love Field while preparing to fly to Washington to take over the government of the United States. Incidentally, the oath he took is this one. It's one of the briefest oaths of office in any nation. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will do the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Incidentally, further details of the swearing-in were not immediately available, but we can presume in advance that President Johnson did not affirm, since he is a church affiliate and probably took the oath on the Bible. And now, will you come in again, Ken?
Yes, Morgan. I think an interesting indication of the impact of this news in Europe is the fact that the BBC, which is a very steady-going outfit, was completely unprepared for it and went to silence and complete despair, apparently. There was a minute of silence after the original bulletin, and then the announcer, almost stuttering, which is most unheard of on the BBC, said, "We will now have some soft music." And he did. And an hour after the original bulletin on BBC Radio, they were to begin a panel program, a lighthearted program called Any Questions. And the panelists announced that they had decided not to go ahead with the program in deference to the death of the president. And a member of the panel, Lord Boothby, who was a colorful Tory, got up and said, "I have lived through 2 wars. I've had to live through some hard touches, including the deaths of friends. But the blow that has fallen tonight is for me the most shattering of all." I think that sums up the way an awful lot of people in Britain feel. Morgan, I went over to the Dover Castle, a pub near our office and near the BBC. They were very well informed because the BBC news staff were recalled from the pub. And the bartender said, "This is terrible news." And a customer said, "It's a disaster." And another customer came up to me and he started to speak, and it looked as if he just didn't know what to say, but he looked at me so sadly as if, "I'm so sorry."
Yes, and it's interesting to note here that a similar reaction in the Moscow radio. They were very hard put to get organized immediately, and after the announcement of the president's death, the Moscow radio immediately began to play Russian funeral music, and they played it for some time. Western diplomats in Moscow were stunned, and all American Ambassador Foy D. Kohler could say, when told of the news, was, "It's terrible, it's terrible, it's terrible." And we had a report before there was anything known of any assassination attempt or anything of the sort about former Vice President Richard Nixon. He had the great misfortune, and it is a misfortune, to make comment on politics, and of course he didn't know anything about any tragedy about to descend on the man in the White House, or the fact that Lyndon Johnson would be elevated to the presidency. And as we've told you, President Johnson has already taken the oath of office at Love Field in Dallas, Texas, and probably by now is winging his way back to Washington, as is the president's body aboard either that plane or another. That detail has not been given to us as yet. But at Idlewild Airport today, long before any of these events, Mr. Nixon gave it as his opinion that Mr. Johnson was now a definite liability in Texas, where he was an asset before. He's probably a liability in the South, where he was an asset before, and it was Mr. Nixon's opinion, stated long before any of the tragedy was known, that Mr. Johnson would be dropped from the ticket in 1964. It all goes to show what great event in the twinkling of an eye, in a fraction of a second, can prove what a great historian has said at one time, that accidents make more history than anybody. And however intentional the assassination of the President of the United States was today, it was an accident of history. Incidentally, New York City has taken the usual precautions when an event of this kind occurs. Police Commissioner Michael Murphy, shortly after 3 p.m. today, sent an order to all precincts and commands throughout the city, directing that all policemen in New York on duty today from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. be held in reserve until 8 o'clock tonight. The explanation of this is that the usual order has been issued in case of any unexpected reaction in the city to the assassination of President Kennedy. Of course, no reaction is expected outside of the normal one that we've already heard about from Joseph Michaels at Trinity Church with the bells in the background. Perhaps we can get more news now about the movement of the Kennedy Party back to Washington from Dallas. As we've reported to you, it's expected that the entire party will return to the Capitol and be there before nightfall. We may get some information on that now. Let's get a report from Nancy Dickerson at Andrews Air Force Base near Washington.
The body of President Kennedy is due to arrive here at Andrews Air Force Base at 5:25 this evening. The route the body will follow once it does arrive here back in Washington has not yet been announced. It's being decided now. The President's sister, Mrs. Eunice Shriver, has already taken off for Otis Air Force Base. She was accompanied by her brother, Senator Teddy Kennedy. Both were red-eyed. They looked obviously as if they had been crying. It is presumed that they went up to Otis Air Force Base to pick up Mrs. Rose Kennedy and bring her back here. The President's plane, or one of the President's planes, entitled The United States of America, stands at the ready out on the runway, seeming to rev up in case it's needed. There's a sense of shock and deep disbelief here as the flags at the Air Force Base have been lowered. This is Nancy Dickerson of NBC News at the Andrews Air Force Base.
And now, a most impressive statement about the death of the President, a very brief one, from a man revered by all Americans, former President Herbert Hoover, who only recently passed through the illness of his lifetime and whose life was despaired of for some time. This is the voice of the true conservative in the United States of America. I am shocked and grieved to learn of President Kennedy's assassination. He loved America, and he has given his life for his country. I join our bereaved nation in heartfelt sympathy to Mrs. Kennedy and their 2 children. The voice of the true conservative, who's always American and loyal to the office of the presidency of the United States. So few of us understand the full meaning of that office, entirely apart from the man in it. And now, on hand in the Senate of the United States is a man who has covered the activities of 3 presidents. Ray Shearer at the Senate. Ray, will you come in?
One by one, Morgan, the leading figures of the Senate and the House have been appearing in the Senate gallery, ashen-faced, white, stunned, making statements. Senator Goldwater said, "It is a both shocking and dreadful thing that a thing like this could happen in a free country. The President's death is a profound loss to the nation and the free world. He and I were personal friends. It is also a great loss to me. Mrs. Goldwater and I offer our heartfelt sympathies to Mrs. Kennedy and the President's family." The Senator then announced that he has canceled his scheduled appearance tomorrow night in Grand Rapids. Charles Hellick, the House Minority Leader, has just been here. He said the assassination of President Kennedy is an unspeakable crime against all the people of this country. The world should know, Halleck said, that in this hour of national tragedy, Americans stand together as one, shocked and grieved at this unbelievable news. Political differences had no part in the personal affection I felt for President Kennedy, an affection I have reason to believe the President felt for me. Here now, Senator Russell of Georgia. The news of this dastardly crime, he said, has stunned and shocked the American people and the friends of freedom throughout the world. The assassin's bullet has stricken a brilliant and dedicated statesman at the very height of his powers. My personal relations with the President, both as a fellow member of Congress and during his presidency, have always been most cordial, and I have a deep sense of personal loss. The heart of the world goes out to the members of his family in this tragic hour. Senator Byrd was here about 15 minutes ago. He said, "I am deeply shocked. The assassination of President Kennedy is a disaster to the nation and to the free world. I cannot find words to express my personal distress." Hubert Humphrey said, "America has lost a great president. The world has lost a great leader. I have lost a good friend. What an incredible tragedy. Our prayers go out to President Johnson. His task is great. His responsibility is unbelievably heavy. He will need the cooperation, faith, and help of every American. He has mine." That from Hubert Humphrey, possibly the President's closest associate in Congress. Senator Wayne Morse said, "In this dark and tragic hour, a great president has fallen. The immorality of the assassination is beyond understanding. All the world has lost a great leader and a wonderful human being. Let us pray for his loved ones. Senator Daniel Inouye of Hawaii, he said, "This Black Friday will be long remembered by the people of our nation. We have lost a great man, a man of compassion, a man of strength. The loss of his leadership will be long felt by our nation and the free world." This from Senator Edmund Muskie, Democrat of Maine. "It is difficult to adjust to the shock of the news. It is impossible to comprehend the motives of one who would do this to his country. We have lost a great leader. I have lost a good friend. If I were to suggest what President Kennedy would say if he were here, it would be, this is a time to pray for our country. We must be restrained in our reactions. We must stand together, and I repeat, pray for our country." Now from Senator John Tower of Texas. "In company with all loyal Americans, I am shocked beyond words at this terrible tragedy that has been visited upon our land. My heart goes out to the President's family and to all our beloved land in this time of national shame. Leaders of both political parties have joined to welcome him to our state as our national leader, as the President of all people. There are no words to express my shock and dismay. My prayers are also with the family of our governor, that is, Governor Connolly of Texas, that he might soon recover from this cowardly attack and lead our state as he has ably done. Our republic has survived these crises before," says John Tower, "in other places and in other times. The knowledge that it would also survive this crisis, however, does not lessen our remorse that such a blow should be struck to our nation. We ask Speaker McCormick to come and make a statement. He is too stunned to appear." Here now, Bryson Rash, who has just come through Washington.
I came through the center of town from perhaps the busiest corner, 14th and F Street, to the Capitol Hill, to the Senate side of the Capitol. And it seemed to me as I came down that traffic was a little bit heavier than usual. Perhaps some government workers had left earlier, had been given a bit of time off so that they could leave their offices and get to their homes. There were some women standing with tears in their eyes at bus stops, waiting for transportation, or as they hailed taxi cabs. There's a great silence in Washington. There's little or no traffic noise, even seems to be more subdued. There was concern over the rumors that Vice President Lyndon Johnson had been stricken also, but these rumors have now, of course, been cleared up. But there was a good deal of talk among people as they stood at bus stops and other gathering places waiting to leave the city and get back to their homes. And one of the phenomena that occurred here in Washington immediately after the news was learned, all the telephone lines were suddenly overwhelmed. There was considerable wait for a dial tone to get any place to talk with anybody in Washington, D.C. At the time when the news actually broke in Washington, I happened to be in the press club, and there was an immediate rush and gathering around radio and television sets in a stunned disbelief. And then when the news finally came to these men, most of them reporters, they left for their offices, for their beats, for the other areas around Washington, D.C., where the news was developing and developing very, very rapidly. Ray?
Bryson, just one more. This from Senator Stuart Symington, the President's fellow Democrat. I think this one is particularly poignant. He says, "Once again, the former naval lieutenant, now President John F. Kennedy, has offered his life for his country. This time he lost. All free people, in turn, have lost a gallant and dedicated leader. It was impossible to know him well without having deep respect for him and devotion to him. To Mrs. Kennedy and the family, my wife and I send deepest sympathy." Now back to you, Morgan.
Well, if you'll stand by a moment, Ray, I'd like to bring up the historical facts in this situation, which seem to be our most important reporting duty at this time. So for those who have heard the information before, please bear with us, because we now have detail. Lyndon Baines Johnson was sworn in as President of the United States aboard the presidential airplane. Incidentally, it was Air Force One, and it immediately took off for Washington. Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy were with him. They were in the forward compartment of the airplane, and as you've already heard from NBC's Nancy Dickerson, that's Andrews Air Force Base. The party is expected in Washington at 5:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Vice President, now the President of the United States, becomes the 36th President. But, of course, there will always be those who will debate this point. It'll be interesting to know what the history books show. Actually, I think President Kennedy was listed as the 36th. There's a very definite reason for this. One president served twice, but not consecutively. And for those of you who don't know your history too well, and I'm sure there's only one or two of you, that man was President Cleveland. So the question of whether the 36th or the 37th president is rather interesting. And now for more details on this rather large and growing mystery surrounding the assassination. The last time we were in Dallas, we told you how a Secret Service man and a Dallas policeman were shot and killed in an area some distance from the scene of the assassination of the president on the way from downtown Dallas to the outskirts of the city, to the airport. And we told you that a man has been arrested by the name of Oswald in connection with the slaying of the policeman. That the shooting occurred in the 5th floor of a warehouse directly opposite the overpass where President Kennedy was passing at the moment of the assassination. Incidentally, to refresh in the minds the scene, we have an eyewitness account from Charles Bream, 38 years old, of Dallas, who was standing in the big crowd at the curbside about 15 feet from the president's car. This is a witness who was closer to the scene than any other. And here's what Charles Bream says. We are quoting him. The president was waving, and the first shot hit him, and then that awful look crossed his face. There were at least 3 bursts of gunfire. Now, that has been confirmed by the police. And the president slumped over on the seat, and Mrs. Kennedy screamed and said, "Oh, no, oh, no." And Governor Connolly, he was also shot, fell face forward on the floor. And the police charged up a grassy knoll into a nearby park. Secret Service men unlimbered automatic rifles and drew pistols, but it was too late. There was no point in firing. And now, let's pick up the story from there. We go again for a conversation to WFAA's Tom Perryman in Dallas, Texas. Will you come in, Tom?
Morgan, the story here is that the suspect arrested in connection with the shooting death of a policeman might be the man who assassinated President John F. Kennedy in Dallas this afternoon. He is being interrogated this time by Dallas police, but the late report indicates this might be the man. Crying, Federal District Judge Sarah T. Hughes swore in as President Lyndon B. Johnson at Love Field this afternoon. The body of President Kennedy, along with President Johnson and Mrs. Kennedy, flew in Air Force One, the presidential jet, to Washington. The casket was rushed to Parkland Hospital shortly after the late chief executive arrived, with 2 body wounds suffered at the hands of an assassin. Governor Connolly is reported not out of the woods and has undergone surgery at the hospital. The suspect, when arrested, said, "Well, it's all over now." That's the suspect arrested by Dallas police, 24-year-old. His name is Lee Oswald. He was pulled screaming and yelling from the Texas Theater in the Oak Cliff section of Dallas. He brandished a pistol, which officers took away from him after a scuffle. And a policeman who was cut on the face in the scuffle quoted Oswald as saying, "Well, it's all over now."
Tom,
that's the story.
Well, Tom, can you tell us this? Is there any way we can connect up Oswald with the scene at the overpass? In other words, what we have here is a picture before us of a man being arrested, saying it's all over now. He screamed, and apparently he shot another man, a policeman. And we have a report, we don't know that it's absolutely true, that a Secret Service man was also shot. Now, do we have anything to trace this man from the scene of the assassination to where he was arrested? Or is this simply police guess, or do we are just not getting enough information on the point? It's too quick or something. Can you tell us?
Morgan, we do have information that a Secret Service man was shot along with a policeman. However, in the confusion, it's hard to confirm exactly what has happened here. The man that was arrested in connection with the shooting of the president and the shooting of a policeman fatally also in Dallas is undergoing interrogation. He was located at an area near the end of the motorcade and would not have been far from Oak Cliff, the area where he was arrested at a theater, Morgan. That's the story.
Oh, in other words, what we can assume without knowing up to this point is that the man who did the shooting got out of that building some way and got to this theater where he was arrested, if he should happen to be the man.
Right.
I see. In other words, he got clean away from that area. He'd probably planned it well in advance. Now, Tom, if you'll stay on a moment, maybe you'll have more news for us.
Right.
We have another report on the arrival of the body of the president. He's expected to arrive at Andrews Air Force Base at 6:05 p.m. That would put the president's body on a different plane than that carrying President Johnson, who has taken the oath of office, and Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy. The three of them are in the forward compartment of the plane Air Force One, as we understand. So apparently 2 planes are being used, and the President Johnson and Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Kennedy will arrive in Washington ahead of the president's body. And as we have been told, the Pentagon, the military officials of the United States, have taken charge of funeral plans and mourning period for the president in the District of Columbia, and it has already been determined that the body will lie in state in the rotunda of the Capitol, where so many prominent Americans have laid in the past. Americans generally might be interested to know that the Voice of America, that's the government's official voice that does not broadcast in the United States but broadcasts around the world, the Voice of America has interrupted all of its programs on news of the president's death. The announcers of the Voice made impromptu commentaries in 36 languages to reassure listeners of the continuity of the government of the United States, despite Mr. Kennedy's death. Our government will continue to explain to people overseas just what mechanism is set in motion when a president is dead. In many nations, there is not a continuity of government, but in the United States, there is a continuity of government, and it might be interesting for some Americans who may not know to realize that this is the oldest nation in the world that has established a continuity of government. Of course, the British government is much older, but they do not have the means of continuity that we have. We have automatic continuity, and what happens is this. Under the law of succession to the presidency, incidentally, that law was recently amended. The vice president automatically assumes the nation's top office, as did Mr. Johnson in Dallas, and he serves out the remainder of the president's term. When he takes the oath is not a matter of importance at the moment. He automatically becomes president on the death of a president. In the event the vice president should leave office, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, at this time, Mr. McCormick of Massachusetts, takes over and also serves out the rest of the term. If there's no House Speaker, or if he fails to qualify for the presidency, you have to be a natural-born American to be president of this country. The President pro tem of the Senate assumes the office of president. Then, in the line of succession, Secretary of State, Treasury, Defense, the Attorney General, Postmaster General, Secretary of Interior, Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary of Commerce, and Secretary of Labor. This all detail merely to assure all persons everywhere inside and outside of our borders there is absolute continuity of government in the United States, regardless of what may happen to a president. Incidentally, the Voice of America is using all of its 10 million watts in 36 languages to news and reaction to the death of the President of the United States, and his playing solemn and secular music, oftentimes hymns. Tom Perriman of Dallas, are you still on?
Him and said, my God, he's shot. And
we're still here.
There was an
Morgan, we didn't hear your question.
I just wanted to know if you were still on. Are you interviewing an eyewitness there?
We are not at this time. We have some mobile units that are in the process of doing that, we hope.
Do you have any further information on the arrest or on any other phase of the departures?
Soon after the president was assassinated in Dallas this afternoon, a white man in his mid-20s was arrested in the Riverside section of Fort Worth in the shooting of a Dallas policeman. The man, who has black curly hair and wore a red shirt, denied that he was connected with the assassination of the chief executive. But his hands were handcuffed and he was taken to the Fort Worth City Jail. As you know, one man in Dallas was arrested at a theater after allegedly shooting a policeman, and was arrested in connection with the assassination of the president. There was thought to be a connection between the shooting of the policeman and the shooting of the president.
Now
That's the latest we have on it, Morgan. Another arrest, however, it's not known if there is a connection with the assassination.
Oh, now this means 2 white men are in custody.
Right. This one man was arrested in Fort Worth in connection with the shooting of a Dallas policeman.
I just wanted to make it clear to the listeners we have reported the arrest in Fort Worth previously, but we have not indicated clearly that Oswald, the man arrested in the theater, and the man arrested in Fort Worth are 2 separate men, and there is a possibility then that both of them have been arrested in connection with the assassination.
That's right.
Now, since the police found signs of fried chicken and 3 empty shells on that 5th floor, and they found a foreign-made rifle, a Mauser 7.65, and they have noted indications that the man on the 5th floor had been in that building. It was empty except for workmen, as I understand it. Then we have here the developing situation that there must have been a long-planned operation here that was intended to strike the president at exactly this point. In other words, this was no sudden, shall we say, assassination without premeditation.
That's right, Morgan. What it appears here, the motorcade, which had just passed through the downtown crowd, standing 10 and 12 feet deep along each curb, broke apart in pandemonium as Secret Service agents rushed Kennedy and Connally to the hospital where he was shot. Now, Kennedy was shot at a spot where there were very few spectators, after driving almost within handshaking distance of many thousands of people. This area, ironically, there were very few people, but evidently a good eye shot from a building where the sniper was.
Good. All right, Tom, then, is there any more information about Governor Connally? The last we heard, of course, is that he's still in serious condition. They are operating on him. He's shot between the shoulder blades or just under the shoulder blades in the back, apparently a danger there from blood internally. And also, there's indications that he might have been shot in another place, but not so seriously. Do you have any more information on his condition?
Right. We're being told right now they opened up his ribs. Roger Reddy is standing by and has just learned of the condition of the governor, so we'll turn it over to Roger Reddy. Roger?
The governor's condition, Tom, is reported serious by hospital spokesman right now. They opened up his chest and discovered 4 broken ribs and a bruised lung. The lung had collapsed, but they reinflated it. Governor Connally received transfusions. His condition is reported, as we said, serious. However, the spokesman at the hospital said that his situation is not completely out of the woods, but that he has an excellent chance because of the fact that his pulse is good, his heartbeat is strong. There was no damage to any of the major arteries of the heart area. He was shot by a bullet that entered in his back and came out through his right chest.
Well, may I ask, I'm sorry I'm not immediately aware of this. I believe he's a rather strong man, virile and young. What, do you, either one of you know his age, Governor Connally?
Yes, his general condition of health was reported good. He was strong. His age is in his favor, and his condition of health was in his favor at the time of the shooting. And the fact that he was not hit directly in the heart is going to help his chances to survive.
Oh, we're glad to know that.
At our hands his age, but probably was around 45, 46, somewhere around there.
That was our impression, that he was about the age of the president, which was 46. And now, gentlemen, we have an emergency report coming in from Europe. Come in, will you please? Welshengen in Bonn, Germany.
How are you, Morgan?
Yes, Bonn.
The reaction here is, of course, as stunned as anywhere else. There's also something more. The West Germans have just ordered all their armed forces on what they call alert condition number 1. That is the highest alert short of all-out war. The reason is that they fear an aggressive Russian move in the wake of the president's assassination.
Well, certainly they are closer to the danger of war in Europe than any other nation, and always have been. And this is an understandable alert, but they do not expect any sudden decision on the part of the Russians, do they?
Well, they seem to be very fearful, Morgan. There has been no unusual activity on the border or on the Berlin Wall since the news of the president's death came in. But the West Germans are in a very awkward position. Their defense minister is now on the high seas en route to the United States, where he was due to call on the president and other American officials. And the new chancellor, Ludwig Erhard, is, as you know, on his way back from Paris. He's due just about this time at the Bonn railway station after a 2-day visit with General de Gaulle in Paris. And, of course, the West Germans are very nervous with all their leadership out of town, out of the country, and so they have ordered this alert, even though, as you say, there's no immediate cause, in the sense of intelligence information, to justify it.
Yes, but as we have noted before, the Russians themselves have shown a great deal of ignorance of the continuity of government of the United States, despite the fact that they know the physical aspects of it. Therefore, it is not an unwise thing to stress and emphasize that the free world and its allies are not in any way discommoded, even though we are in the midst of personal and national tragedy. Anything further to report, Wells?
Well, the former Chancellor Konrad Adenauer, who was, also retired only last month from his office and who has had certain differences with Mr. Kennedy, came up with a very warm tribute tonight. He said that the president's work will live in history. He said Mr. Kennedy has given his life for freedom and peace. The socialist leader, the SPD, Socialist Party leader here in Bonn, has said that the event is one of the most shocking in the last decade. He is Herbert Wehner, a former communist, but now bitterly anti-communist. He leads the opposition here in Bonn. Generally, the feeling here is, I think, perhaps stronger than anywhere else in Europe because, of course, the president's visit in June made a tremendous impact in Germany, especially in Berlin, where he made his famous I Am a Berliner speech in front of the West Berlin City Hall. People were weeping openly tonight in West Berlin and also here in West Germany. Defense Ministry employees, by the way, have been summoned from their homes, and they are now filing into the Defense Ministry, which is in an old Nazi Wehrmacht barracks on the edge of Bonn, to take up night-long vigils as part of the alert condition or mobilization condition number 1 that has been ordered by the West German government.
Anything further, or are you through for the moment?
That's about it right now. The German television has canceled all its programs. They're playing simply solemn music. And in the meantime, the 400,000-man German army, which, by the way, is the largest in Europe except for our own, is moving into mobilization positions all along the 800-mile border that separates East and West Germany. And our own troops in West Berlin and West Germany are also on an alert, although we understand it's not of the highest grade. In other words, it's not the all-out alert that has been sounded for the West German forces themselves.
Thank you, Wells Hangen, NBC News in Bonn. You may be interested to know that all radio stations throughout Western and Eastern Europe, and Eastern Europe, of course, includes the satellite powers of Russia, all radio stations of Europe broadcast only funeral music after announcing the death of President Kennedy by assassination. Television stations kept up a steady flow of bulletins and canceled regular programs. Church bells tolled in many capitals. And now we have an important statement from the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Senate of the United States. As you know, the Senate has very peculiar powers in connection with foreign relations. Unlike the House, it has to confirm ambassadors, and it has to confirm or deny treaties that may be entered into by the United States of America. That makes it especially important that the voice of the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Senate be heard at a time of this kind. We switch now for a statement by Senator William Fulbright, Chairman, Foreign Relations, Senate of the United States in Washington. I'm sorry, the statement didn't come up. Senator Fulbright has, like many another senator in Washington, as Ray Scherer told us, has issued a statement, and we will carry it as soon as we can get it. But as you can all understand, that our confusion of circuits at this time is pretty difficult. We're forging our way through most of them, and we're all on duty, and will be on duty for as long as necessary to report the tragic event, the assassination of the President of the United States. After hearing of the President's death, President Charles de Gaulle of France issued this statement: President Kennedy died as a soldier under fire, doing his duty in the service of his country. In the name of the French people, a friend always to the American people, I salute this great example and this great memory. That is an particularly important statement coming from Charles de Gaulle because of coolness of relations between the United States and France in the past year. As you will notice, the President of France went out of his way to point out the friendship of the people of France to the people of the United States. After all, they did participate in our original revolution in a very significant way, with General Lafayette, probably the outstanding military genius of that war, unless we exclude the father of our own country, George Washington. And Governor Nelson Rockefeller, an outstanding candidate for President of the United States, Republican, issued a statement. He said, "This is a shocking and terrible tragedy for the nation and the world. Mrs. Rockefeller and I join with all New Yorkers and every American in extending heartfelt sympathy to Mrs. Kennedy and the President's family. May God grant strength and guidance to Lyndon Johnson as he assumes his grave responsibility under these tragic circumstances. The prayers of all of us will be with him. As we have reported to you, President Johnson and Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy are even now flying to Washington, where they're expected to arrive at 5:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And behind them, apparently behind them, because we haven't been given complete information on it, is another presidential plane bearing the body of the chief executive, who died in a hospital in Dallas, Texas, Parkland Hospital, 30 minutes after he was shot at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time today. The body is already on the way to Washington and is expected to arrive there at 6:05 p.m., and it will be taken immediately or very shortly thereafter arrival, where it will lie in state in the rotunda of the Capitol of the United States. Incidentally, the swearing-in scene of President Johnson, which becomes a historical scene in the long history of the United States, was very impressive, and we all await for immediate information and for the history books the scene. But it was a woman district judge who, in tears, gave him the oath of office, presumably on a Bible, because he would not affirm, he would swear on a Bible. It was in the forward compartment of a presidential plane just before the takeoff to Washington. And Mrs. Johnson was president, and I believe Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy, although we have not had the word. As we told you before, the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the Senate is a particularly important man in our governmental institutions, because the Senate must confirm ambassadors and confirm treaties signed, and has a special duty in connection with our foreign relations, our international affairs. We take you now for a statement by Chairman Senator William Fulbright, Foreign Relations, Senate of the United States, in Washington.
Of President Kennedy is a tragedy beyond words for his family, for his country, and for the world. It is an unspeakable crime. I extend my heartfelt sympathy to his family. They have lost a loved one. I have lost a friend. The American people have lost a president who has led the country with wisdom, with honor, and with dedication. In the face of so sudden a tragedy, we should be thankful we have tested institutions of government which will continue to function in an orderly manner. We are also fortunate that President Johnson is a man of long and broad experience in government. Confronted with this tragic emergency, all Americans should unite behind our new president and demonstrate the strength of our democracy to ourselves and to the world.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for another possibly slight lifting of the curtain on the mystery surrounding the assassination of the president, we switch now once again to Dallas, Texas, to WFAA. Tom Perryman, will you come in?
Yes, we will, Morgan. Governor Connolly was shot 3 times. A bullet entered his right arm, his left leg, and the back. He is reported in very, very serious condition, but not critical condition. Also, we have two of our newsmen at the mic right now. Both were there when the president was shot. I would like for you to hear the comments of Mel Couch and Pierce Allman. Mal, could you tell us what you saw?
Yes, I was in the 8th car in the motorcade. There were 5 other newsmen, myself, in this car. We had just rounded a corner, and the president's car was heading out of downtown proper. We were at right angles to the president's car, about approximately 50 to 75 feet away. I heard this shot, or what it sounded like at the moment, to be a motorcycle backfiring, and I heard another one, and by the 3rd shot, it sounded, by then, the men in the car realized that it was not a motorcycle, but it was someone firing. Our car rounded the corner just as the president's car sped off down underneath an underpass and out onto what is known as Stemmons Expressway. I looked to the left of me as a policeman fell, pulled his pistol. To the right of me, 2 citizens dropped to the ground, and I had a chance to take a quick shot of the window from whence the assassin fired his weapon.
That was an eyewitness report from Mal Couch, WFAA TV newsman. Pierce Allman also was nearby when the president was shot. Can you add anything briefly, Pierce?
Not at all, Tom. I heard the 3 shots. I glanced. The president was down in the car. I thought he was ducking, which was a natural reaction. And Jackie was just beginning to clutch at him, and he had Jackie. Then the car sped off, and I ran over to the Texas School Book Depository building where the shots occurred. And I didn't see anybody run out or run past. We just got back from there.
Also, Morgan, we have a statement from Lieutenant Governor Preston Smith in Austin, and Roger Reddy has, I believe, talked with the Lieutenant Governor. What is the story on that, Roger?
Yes, Tom. From Austin, Lieutenant Governor Preston Smith said that he was shocked and that this was, of course, a terrible day for both Texas and the nation, referring to Governor Connolly's wound and to whether or not the situation in Austin was going to be changed. The governor's office said that doctors, of course, as we told you earlier, have opened up the chest. But Lieutenant Governor Preston Smith said that he would not be able to do anything official as regards the office of governor of the state of Texas until he hears from Governor Connolly himself or from an aide in the area.
That's the story from here, Morgan.
Thank you. I would like to note at this time we have word from the White House Secret Service detail about the confusion surrounding those who died along with the president. The White House Secret Service detail denies that any Secret Service man was killed in the Dallas assassination. Now, that's the report that's been bothering us from the beginning of this report to you on the assassination of President Kennedy, because we did know and had confirmation that a Dallas policeman had been shot. And, of course, the man apparently connected with that has been arrested in a theater. At least the man by the name of Oswald, a young man, black curly hair, has said it's all over now. But anyway, the Dallas policeman has been shot. There has been no Secret Service man shot. Incidentally, the Secret Service detail in the White House announces that Speaker John McCormick of the House of Representatives has now received a Secret Service guard. He is next in line for the presidency behind Lyndon Baines Johnson, who has been sworn in as President of the United States and is now en route to Washington. From London, we have the first reference to recent struggles in the United States over civil rights. British Labour Party leader Harold Wilson told a public meeting where he was speaking that President Kennedy's, quote, struggle for racial equality in the United States is something that will in memory long outlive his life. Mr. Wilson expressed deep horror at this evil act of assassination. I pay tribute, he went on, to one who has been a good friend of this country, Great Britain, a great world statesman, and a great fighter for peace. Assassins seem never to recognize that they often martyrize those who are their targets. And now, we have reaction from all over the United States now pouring in on us. Americans in tears on some occasions. In the streets of New York, there were people crying today. Let's get a closer look at reaction. But first, Joseph Michaels has the statement from Governor Nelson Rockefeller that we read to you. I'd like to switch now for the statement in the governor's own voice.
This is a shocking and terrible tragedy for the nation and the world. Mrs. Rockefeller and I join with all New Yorkers and every American in extending heartfelt sympathy to Mrs. Kennedy and the President's family. May God grant strength and guidance to Lyndon Johnson as he assumes his grave responsibilities under these tragic circumstances. The prayers of all of us will be with him. I have proclaimed for the state of New York a 30-day period of mourning, and I have directed that all state offices shall be closed on the day of the President's funeral.
Morgan, the governor made this statement in New York. He maintains an office here, and he happened to be in New York for a meeting today. He came into the room looking gray-faced, solemn, and emotionally very strongly affected. He made this statement, and quite obviously he had no desire today to ask and answer any questions about anything. He's now left, and that is all there is to it.
I have no doubt, Joseph, that he is speaking the voice of the people of the state of New York as well as of the city of New York. As I have reported just before you joined our broadcast on this occasion, there are people crying in the streets of New York today. I wondered if you would give us another reaction from the people themselves on this occasion.
Well, I have been spending this afternoon, since this thing, going around New York, talking to different people. I was in Lower New York at the Stock Exchange. The reaction is one of disbelief at first, invariably. The people look at you and they say, well, he can't be dead. And then when you say, yes, the president is dead, people just turn away sometimes. They sometimes go through the kind of mechanical motions that all of us do under stress. That is, trying to do the things that we ordinarily do. Nobody can find words to express themselves, nor can I. The situation in New York is one of things at a standstill. The people stand around, and very little work is being done. Even when they drive off, they seem to pull over to the side of the road to try and find out if something else is happening. And the churches of our city are tremendously crowded. St. Patrick's Cathedral, I just passed on the way to the governor's office, is full of people coming in and going out. All of the doors of this great house of worship are open, and people of the president's fellow faith are worshiping there. In synagogues and in other churches all through the city, the attendance is just fantastic, of people who do not want to do anything except commune with their God.
Thank you, Joe.
All right.
As a matter of fact, you used a phrase there, the New York City is at a standstill. Perhaps at this time it might be interesting to recall exactly how things came to a standstill, because the stock exchange itself came to a sudden halt today, and that story itself is dramatic. The news about President Kennedy brought an early closing. Many Wall Streeters were at lunch when word came that the president has been wounded, perhaps fatally. The bulletin reached the financial district at 1:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Very soon the stock market was moving lower. At 1:30 p.m., 9 minutes before the flash, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was up 3 1/3 points. Shortly after 2 p.m., this closely watched average was down 2 1/2 points. The Dow Jones Industrial Average closed with a loss of more than 21. At 2:07 p.m., the Board of Governors of the New York Stock Exchange announced that trading had been closed because of a flood of orders. About half an hour after this, the flash came that President Kennedy was dead. Trading at the time the exchange was closed was running 20 minutes behind floor transactions. The move of the Board of Governors closing the exchange marked the first time there had been a closing in mid-session since the 3rd of August, 1933. The reason then was that gas fumes had leaked out onto the floor of the exchange. Since then, it had remained open through the natural deaths of presidents, Franklin D. Roosevelt through a world war, through the Korean War, the assassination attempt against President Truman, and the heart attack suffered by President Eisenhower. Through all of these, it had remained open. The exchange publicist said that all market orders for any type that remained unexecuted when trading was stopped had expired. They will not be executed. The last quote came across the tickers 49 minutes after the market closed. Immediately following word that trading had been stopped on the big board, the American Exchange also suspended trading. The Midwest Exchange in Chicago, third largest in the nation, also halted operations, as did the Pacific Stock Exchange. The Cotton and Wool Exchanges stopped trading. So did the cocoa and sugar and other exchanges. The last prices on many of the favorite blue-chip stocks showed them down from $1 to $10. Examples: American Telephone down 7, Chrysler down 4 3/4, United Aircraft down 5 1/4, Allied Chemical down 4 3/8, U.S. Rubber, International Paper each down 3 1/4. The losses were sharp all through the list before the exchange was closed. If it hadn't been for the very fast action of the Board of Governors in suspending the trading, there could have been chaos. And at that moment, you might say, historically, almost all business came to a standstill in the city of New York, the financial capital of the world. And now for more reaction from abroad. We switch about 4,000 miles across the Atlantic, partway across the Mediterranean, for a conversation with Irving R. Levine in Rome.
Hello, Morgan.
Hello, Irving. What time is it?
Morgan, it's 10 minutes to 11 in the night.
What kind of reports do you have for us?
Well, Morgan, here, a crowd of several hundred American tourists are gathered in front of the United States Embassy, drawn there by mutual grief. They are simply standing, reading the English-language Rome-American newspaper, a special edition. They're talking among themselves, some crying, watching cars from other embassies arriving with expressions of sympathy. I have a message here, a statement by Francis Cardinal Spellman of New York, with whom I spoke a short while ago. The Cardinal said, "I was terribly shocked and grief-stricken at the dreadful news of the President's death. I have never seen a more universal demonstration of sorrow from people in my lifetime. Bishops from all over the world here in Rome for the Ecumenical Council have been calling me." Cardinal Spellman continued by saying, "It's a loss not only to his wonderful family, but to our country, and a loss to the world. He lived only a short time, but he accomplished tremendous things. He was a brave and courageous man."
That is the reaction there. I notice we have papal reaction here on the death of the president. Do you have any further reports on that?
Yes, Morgan, we have someone at the Vatican right now who, in a moment or two, will be telephoning us the text of the Pope's statement, a message to the American people, to the United States. Several other items. Premier-designate Aldo Moro has suspended his negotiations for formation of a new Italian government out of sorrow. Various political leaders, including the communists, have expressed their grief at this. President Segni will attend a special church rite tomorrow to mourn the president's passing.
An index of the passing of the President of the United States in this very shocking manner. There are other indices of this. Incidentally, the Harvard-Yale football game scheduled for tomorrow will not be played because of the President's death. That was announced by a spokesman for Harvard. There's no decision immediately whether the game will be played a week from then or not. It gives an indication of the extent of the mourning and the depth of the shock. The assassination of President John Kennedy in Dallas, Texas at 12:30 p.m. Central Time today. Incidentally, 6 members of the President's cabinet were out of the country flying to Japan. They had been in Hawaii. An hour and a half out of Honolulu on their way to Japan, the secretaries were advised of the assassination, and immediately they ordered the plane turned back. They were expected to move into Honolulu for refueling and a speed back to Washington. In the party were Secretary of State Dean Rusk, Secretary of Commerce Luther Hodges, Secretary of Labor W. Willard Wirtz, Secretary of the Interior Stuart Udall, and Secretary of Agriculture Orville Freeman. And their wives were with them. Secretary of the Treasury Douglas Dillon was the sixth cabinet member. Others aboard were Walter Heller, the chairman of the President's Council on Economic Advisors, and Mrs. Heller, and White House Press Secretary Pierre Salinger, and Robert Manning, Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs. The meeting in Tokyo would have brought together the cabinet secretaries of the two countries for a meeting on trade and economic affairs. It was scheduled to open Monday and to run for 3 days. It would have been a most auspicious meeting because the liberal and pro-American government of Japan has just been confirmed in office by an election. For the historical record, perhaps it would be fitting at this time, although unpleasant, to relate to you the details concerning the death of the President of the United States, the story that will go into the history books. He was administered the last rites of the Roman Catholic Church shortly after he was carried into the Parkland Hospital in Dallas. Emergency treatment was given to the dying president. It was described to newsmen by two physicians, Drs. Kemp Clark and Malcolm Perry. Dr. Perry said Kennedy suffered a neck wound, a bullet wound in the lower part of the neck. There was a second wound in Kennedy's head, but Perry was not certain whether it was inflicted by the same bullet. The physician said the president lost consciousness as soon as he was hit and never revived. We never had any hope of saving his life, said Dr. Perry, though 8 or 10 physicians attended him in a frantic but futile effort to keep him alive. Dr. Clark, a brain surgeon, reported that the president was given oxygen, blood transfusions, then was administered an anesthetic so an emergency tracheotomy could be performed. That was to help his breathing. During this procedure, surgeons cut a hole in the president's windpipe in an attempt to ease his breathing. Dr. Perry said that shortly after he reached the hospital, the chief executive's heart action failed. There was no palpable pulse beat. The time of death was announced officially, as we reported to you before, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, Parkland Hospital, Dallas, Texas. And now we have further details on plans for the arrival of the president's body in Washington. As we've noted to you before now, arrival is expected about 6:05 p.m. aboard a presidential plane, and a party, including President Lyndon Baines Johnson, who has taken the oath of office, and Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy are also flying. They are due at 5:25 p.m. So now let's recheck on these plans for further details. To Robert Goralski at White House with the arrival plans. Goralski, would you
The body of the late president will be taken directly to Bethesda Naval Hospital, north of Washington, as soon as Air Force One, the presidential jet, lands at Andrews Air Force Base. Aboard Air Force One, in addition to the body of former President Kennedy, is the new President Lyndon Johnson. Making funeral arrangements for the late president is Sergeant Shriver, the director of the Peace Corps, and the president's brother-in-law. As of this moment, the children of President Kennedy and Mrs. Kennedy, John Jr. and Caroline, have not been told of Mr. Kennedy's death. They are in the executive mansion with their nurse, Maud Shaw. Mrs. Kennedy is believed to be aboard Air Force One, the presidential aircraft now flying from Dallas to Andrews Air Force Base in nearby Maryland. When Air Force One does land at Andrews, members of the cabinet who are in Washington or under secretaries of other agencies will be at Andrews to welcome President Lyndon Johnson. Robert Goralski, NBC News at the White House.
And from the other end, in Pennsylvania Avenue, on Capitol Hill, an official announcement by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, John W. McCormick, who becomes first in line of succession for the presidency of the United States under President Johnson. Mr. McCormick has just announced that President Kennedy's body will lie in state at the White House tomorrow. Apparently, it has been planned, instead of going immediately to the rotunda of the Capitol with the body of the president, first he will lie in state at the White House, as was done in the case of President Roosevelt. And then the body will be taken to the rotunda of the Capitol, where the national mourning will begin. We had been planning to go back to Bonn, Germany, for another report on reaction at the point of contact between East and West. But now we find we can go even closer to the point of contact between the two ideologies in today's world. We take you now to John Chancellor, NBC News in Berlin.
The people of West Berlin mourned the president as one of their own tonight. After the first shock, many people began weeping openly over the death of a man who visited here 5 months ago and said, "Ich bin ein Berliner. I am a Berliner." The news of the president's death swept across Berlin. The telephone exchange reported that it was swamped with calls and some of the equipment wouldn't work. As the news spread, people walked out into the streets on a cold and rainy night, asking one another if it was really true. In the restaurants along the Kurfürstendamm, the main street in West Berlin, customers gathered around radio and television sets. Most people watched for a while and then left their meals unfinished and just went home. At least one of the legitimate theaters in West Berlin stopped its performance in the middle, announced the tragic news, and canceled the evening's performance. A dance festival was stopped in a similar way. And a show at the West Berlin Sports Palace was halted by the news. Mayor Willy Brandt of West Berlin asked the people of the city to put candles in their windows tomorrow night in memory of the American president who had so eloquently, and only a few months ago, pledged his affection and allegiance to this city. Mayor Brandt, who is expected to go to the United States for the funeral, said tonight that with the first citizen of the free world, Berlin has lost its best friend. Students from Berlin's Free University tonight will stage a midnight memorial march through the center of West Berlin. They will march on some of the streets traveled by the president when he visited this encircled city in June. The student march will end at the Schöneberg Rathaus, the city hall where Mr. Kennedy made his famous "I am a Berliner" speech. Tonight, on a cold and rainy night, other West Berliners mourn him. There have been reports in Berlin that the West Berlin police are on the alert for any demonstrations that might take place near the Berlin Wall. The police refuse to confirm this report. So far, there have been no demonstrations of any size around the wall, and the weather being what it is, cold and rainy, there probably will be none at the wall tonight. However, an hour and 5 minutes from now, the students of the Free University will march, and a slight tension comes to Berlin whenever large groups of people gather in either sector of the city. There has been, as far as can be told from West Berlin, no direct reaction yet from East Berlin to the news of the president's death. However, that is an understandable reaction. They are very slow to react in the East, and so far we have nothing, and that is standard.
Thank you, John Chancellor. We now have the sad duty to report that the possibility arises that the death of President Kennedy is connected with the Cold War, and fairly definitely. The police department of Dallas, Texas, reports that Lee H. Oswald, who was arrested in a theater in the outskirts of that city soon after the assassination of President Kennedy, is the prime suspect in the assassination of the president. They identify Lee H. Oswald, this curly black-haired man in his 20s, as a chairman of a Fair Play for Cuba committee. Now, in that connection, it is interesting to note what the Fair Play for Cuba committee is in the United States, or the various committees that were formed in universities primarily a couple of years ago. I happen to have reported the Fair Play for Cuba committee formation. This committee was originally formed with $5,000 traced directly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation from the hands of the foreign minister of Cuba, Raul, to an American, and it was intended to build a backfire against the government of the United States here. Now, this does not indict all Fair Play for Cuba committees, but the fact is that Fidel Castro was the father of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee idea in the United States, and the proof is complete and absolute from beginning to end. So we repeat the bulletin just received from Dallas, Texas. Lee H. Oswald, a young man in his 20s, black curly hair, was arrested in the theater in Dallas as the prime suspect in the assassination of President Kennedy. He scuffled with the police. He wounded one of the police. And when he was finally subdued after a pistol was taken away from him, he said, well, it's all over now. So all of the evidence points to the fact that the police of Dallas are on the track of a very tragic connection involving the death of the President of the United States. There was a slight further detail on that point. Oswald worked in the building from which the shots were fired at the President. His supervisor said he was there at noon. That was a warehouse about 8 stories high. The shot was fired from a 5th or a 6th-story window. That has not been definitely determined yet. And there were workmen in the building refurbishing it for some reason or another. There were no tenants at the time in the building. So Oswald was a worker in this building, and he had been there at noon, was seen there by his supervisor at that time. The man's name is Lee H. Oswald. He's been identified as a chairman of a Fair Play for Cuba Committee, and the Fair Play for Cuba Committee was formed with money, dollars, supplied directly by Fidel Castro through his foreign minister, who was then in the United Nations about 2 years ago, or 3 years ago. And we now have what at least is an indirect connection with the situation. As we've reported to you, maybe we have more detail on this now. Let's take a try for it. We switch once again to Dallas, Texas, WAFAA.
Thank you,
Tom Parrigan.
Morgan. A man has been arrested, Lee Oswald, a 24-year-old man who said 2 years ago he wanted Russian citizenship, is being questioned to see whether he had any connection with the assassination of President Kennedy. Under questioning now by police, reliable sources indicate he's the man, according to the questions that have been asked and the way he has answered them. The rifle that was used to kill the president has been picked up by police. Ballistics tests are being undertaken at this time. Oswald was an Oak Cliff, Dallas man, Oak Cliff, a section of Dallas, and he's undergoing questioning now, and sources that we have talked to indicate that he is the man. That's the latest story from here, Morgan.
Thank you very much, Tom. Right alert and on the job. Just as we get the official bulletin from the Police Department of Dallas, we have confirmation that this man had asked for Russian citizenship. I believe you said as recently as 2 years ago. We have a statement now from Ambassador Adlai Stevenson of at the United Nations. Stevenson, as you may remember, in the convention in 1960, was the man who made the most direct assault on the candidacy of a rival, and that rival was John Kennedy. Ambassador Stevenson later turned to serve the administration he had tried to prevent from taking office, but of course well within party politics. The ambassador made this statement this afternoon. The tragedy of this day is beyond instant comprehension. All of us who knew him will bear the grief of his death to the day of our death. And all men everywhere who love peace and justice and freedom will bow their heads. At such a moment, we can only turn to prayer. Prayer to comfort our grief, to sustain Mrs. Kennedy and Mr. Kennedy's family, to strengthen President Johnson, and to guide us in time to come. Apparently, we now can clear up a point about the party, the White House party, traveling from Dallas, Texas, where the president died at 1 p.m. Central Time, to Washington, D.C., where the body will be lying in state temporarily in the White House. The word is, apparently, that the entire party President Johnson, Mrs. Johnson, and Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy are on the same Air Force plane. It will arrive in Andrews Field Air Force Base areas about 6:05 p.m. and will be driven, and all of the party will be driven immediately to the White House and is expected to arrive there at 6:30. President Johnson will leave the White House jet and take a helicopter to the White House. President Kennedy's body will be taken to the Bethesda Naval Hospital. Method of transport not now known. Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy is believed to be aboard the plane as well. A report from Dallas indicates that she is. The Kennedy children have not, and we repeat this, the Kennedy children have not been notified of their father's death. They're in the White House with Miss Maud Shaw. Miss Maud Shaw is their nurse. Sergeant Shriver, the late president's brother-in-law, is with them. And from other reports we have had from the White House, it does appear that the sad duty of notifying Caroline, who observes her 6th birthday next Wednesday, and her brother John, who observes his 3rd birthday on Monday, the sad duty of notifying them of the death of their father is being left to Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy, who will arrive in the White House in about an hour and a half from now. And now we have more detail on the arrest of the prime suspect in the assassination of President John Kennedy. We return to a conversation with Tom Perriman, station WFAA in Dallas, Texas. Will you come in, Tom?
Morgan, federal officers have been going over the man very closely for a considerable period of time now. The witnesses to the president's assassination are in the next room at police headquarters, but they have not yet looked at the man. As we told you, the rifle used for the president's assassination has been recovered and is undergoing fingerprint analysis at this time. Now, the report to us is now that Oswald was picked up in New Orleans not long ago and fined $10 for distributing communist literature. That's the latest story on Oswald. He has not been charged yet, but is undergoing rigid interrogation at Dallas Police Headquarters.
Well, it is significant that the police and the federal authorities are taking their time. They are giving us identifications of this man as at least a fellow traveler, probably a communist. He is identified by the police as a chairman of a Fair Play for Cuba committee, a group formed directly by money furnished by Fidel Castro through his foreign ministry, and now we learn additional detail of a communist-type background. Some time ago, we reported that Pope Paul was indicting a statement concerning the death of President Kennedy. It is significant that the Pope is personally writing this statement. He's taken a great deal of time before finishing it. He wishes to say something, apparently, directly to the American people. We take you again to Irving R. Levine in Rome.
Pope Paul VI has just sent this message to the American people. We are profoundly stricken by the tragic and sad news of the assassination of the President of the United States of America, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and of the grave wounding of Governor Conley. We are profoundly saddened by such a shocking crime, by the mourning which strikes through its leader, a great and civilized country, by the sorrow which afflicts Mrs. Kennedy, her children, and all her relatives. Pope Paul's message continued. We deplore with all our heart this event. We express the hope that the death of this great statesman will not bring damage to the American people, but will reinforce their moral and civil sense and strengthen their sentiments of nobility and of peace. And we pray to God that the sacrifice of John Kennedy will aid the cause promoted by him for the defense of the liberty of peoples and of peace in the world. The Pope's message goes on. He was the first Catholic president of the United States. We remember to have had the honor of his visit and to have found in him great wisdom and high ideals for the welfare of humanity. Tomorrow we will offer a holy mass for the peace of his soul, for the comfort of those who mourn his death, and so that not hatred but love will reign among the human race. That's the message to the American people from Pope Paul VI.
A most impressive message, and a footnote. that Pope Paul waited, composed his own personal statement concerning the death of President Kennedy. And now we have an extended report on a former president's statement about the death of the chief executive of our nation. We read you before, briefly, the first statement issued by former President Dwight Eisenhower, who stressed in his original statement our nationhood and the presidency itself. And now we have an opportunity for an extended statement from President Eisenhower.
I share the sense of shock and dismay that the entire nation must feel at the despicable act that took the life of the nation's president. On the personal side, Mrs. Eisenhower and I share the grief that Mrs. Kennedy must now feel. And we send to her our prayerful thoughts and sympathetic sentiments in this hour.
General, how would you counsel the American people at this time?
In the face of such a terrible thing, I'm sure the entire citizenry of the nation will join as one man in expressing not only their grief but their indignation at this act, and will stand faithfully behind the government.
General, could you tell us how you got the word?
I was at a meeting for the United Nations, and while there, a member of the meeting was called out and came back and told us the news. Although at that time, we did not know the president was dead. We did not know when I got back here at that time that he was dead. But, matter of fact, we had the last message we had was one rather of hope. And the entire company merely paused for a minute at the request of the chairman, and each of us, in his own way, said a silent prayer for the president.
Should there be any concern, sir, over national security at a time like this?
No, I think the whole nation now would be almost all of us security agents.
General Eisenhower, will the nation be all right in the few months ahead?
Oh, I'm not going to predict anything of that. I just say this. The American nation is a people of great common sense, and they are not going to be stampeded or bewildered.
Thank you, Mr. President. History has have assassinations affected the political course of events?
Well, of course, in Lincoln's assassination, the presidency went to a man who was a registered Democrat, Mr. Johnson. In Garfield, I doubt that there was any. And, of course, McKinley, that brought in Theodore Roosevelt. Of course, there have been other attempts in late years. Mr. Truman was at a grave threat to his life, and Mr. Roosevelt, just before he was inaugurated, you remember, down when Mayor Cermak was killed, ran a very grave risk. These things have happened, and it seems inexplicable to me, because Americans are loyal, and it's just this occasional psychopathic sort of accident that occurs, and I don't know what we can do about it.
Could you say anything, General, about how people will feel abroad from all your experience with the United Nations and others? How will it be taken abroad?
Well, I think they will be a bit bewildered. This, in the civilized countries of the world, this doesn't happen so often. And you remember in the starting of World War I, the murder of the Archduke Ferdinand, I think his name was. Well, this itself almost, is one of the contributory causes to that war. And but here, I just don't know what happens. But we are a nation that where our freedoms are allowed or are observed in such a way that everybody is ready you might say, capable, if he's ready to put his own life on the line.
General, how will you spend the rest of today and tomorrow? How will you spend the rest of today and tomorrow?
Look,
I have canceled the dinner date that I had for tonight. Tomorrow, I'm going immediately to my home, and if I'm wanted for any purpose whatsoever, I will, of course, be available.
Would you have any advice for the American people at this time?
No, as I said, I know the American people will stand solid, and they will not be stampeded.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Good night, fellows.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have further reports on the cabinet officers, the 6 officers of the government who were away when President Kennedy was assassinated. Bill Roddy, NBC News San Francisco, reports that Secretary of State Dean Rusk and a party of 5 other cabinet officers have left Honolulu for the nonstop flight to Washington. As you may remember, they were on their way to Tokyo from Honolulu when they got the word aboard their plane, and they ordered it to return to Honolulu. They have now refueled, and they're on their way nonstop all the way to Washington, apparently with no stop on the way, such as San Francisco. Their military jet is expected to land at Andrews Air Force Base at 12:29 a.m. on Saturday morning. An Air Force official in Honolulu told Roddy by telephone a few minutes ago that the sequence of events that brought the cabinet officers back to Hawaii was about like this. They left for Tokyo as scheduled at 7:03 Honolulu time. This morning, at 8:37, they received word that the president had been wounded in a bulletin from a press association. They had no further confirmation. They continued their journey. At 9 a.m., it was decided to return to Honolulu. At 9:33, they received word that the president had died. And Secretary of State Rusk got the plane public address system going to announce the sad news to the other cabinet officials. Mr. Rusk, along with Secretary Dillon of the Treasury, Douglas Dillon, and Udall, and Freeman, and Hodges, and Wirtz, issued the following statement. We are deeply shocked by this grievous tragedy which has removed a great and beloved leader of our country and of the world quest for peace. Our hearts are with Mrs. Kennedy and her family at this time of sorrow, and we renew our dedication. Our prayers go with President Johnson as he assumes the high responsibility of the presidency. And now for the rest of the story of reaction in Vatican City. We return to Irving R. Levine in Rome.
A book of condolences has been opened at the American Embassy here in Rome. Although it is now almost 11:30 at night, about 150 people are lined up at the embassy to sign and thereby to indicate their sympathy with the Kennedy family and the American government. The Church of Santa Susana, the American Catholic Church in Rome, has announced that tomorrow afternoon, Francis Cardinal Spellman of New York will celebrate Requiem Mass in honor of the President. Flags will fly at half-mast here in Italy for 3 days. This has just been ordered by Italian President Antonio Segni. And at 5 minutes past midnight, Rome time, in about 3/4 of an hour from now, the Italians will have an opportunity to see something of this American tragedy via a satellite feed of film from the United States. This is Irving R. Levine, NBC News, Rome.
The connection of the president's assassination, at least its potential connection with the Cold War, is being stressed in various parts of the world. As we have heard from Bonn, Germany, the #1 alert is up for the military services of that country. That's next to the alert for war because they're in close contact with the Eastern Satellite nations, and they do not expect any trouble, but this kind of alert is normal in this kind of situation. And now we have word from Laredo, Texas, a bulletin. The Mexican government officially announces through its Laredo offices that it has sealed the Texas-Mexican border for 72 hours against the passage of any person who may wish to pass. That might be an indication that it is generally suspected that the plot extends beyond the young man Oswald who was arrested in Dallas and who has now been connected with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in the United States and who is reported to have asked or have boasted that he would like to be a citizen of Russia. This young man is being intensively questioned in the Dallas police headquarters at this time. The witnesses to the assassination who could possibly identify him have not seen him yet. His fingerprint record is being checked out. The police, all federal authorities, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Secret Service, are all moving extremely carefully to be sure that they're making no mistake in their haste to solve the assassination of President Kennedy in Dallas, Texas at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time today. And now, we would like to give you more detail on the Kennedy children. As we've told you before, Caroline and John, Caroline 6, John 3, were at the White House when their father was killed. Sergeant Shriver, brother-in-law of the president, husband of Eunice Shriver, the president's sister, and Eunice went to the White House immediately. They saw that the children were in the good care of Maud Shaw, an old family friend, and then they immediately went to Hyannisport or Boston to be with Joseph Kennedy, the president's father, and Mrs. Kennedy. But Mr. Shriver apparently is in charge of funeral arrangements because the military is clearing through him the details. Meanwhile, the two children are at the White House. Mr. Shriver did not tell the children that their father was dead, even though he knew it when he visited them at the White House. Apparently no one else has told the children of the death of their father. One reason is that great birthday plans had been underway for the 6th birthday next Wednesday of Carolyn, and the 3rd birthday on Monday for John. Next week was to have been a big week for the first family. There had been lots of fun and party plans underway for the two children to celebrate John's birthday actually on Monday, November the 25th, but they were going to celebrate on Tuesday because his playmates could be at the White House at that time. Party plans were also ready for Caroline on Wednesday. Caroline was to be the star at a big family birthday gathering with all her cousins at Cape Cod in Massachusetts. All of the Kennedys were to have been together for their traditional Thanksgiving gathering at Hyannisport on Thursday. And now, for the sad prospect of arrival of the party from Dallas to Washington. That's the presidential party, including President Lyndon Johnson, Mrs. Johnson, and Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy, and the body of President Kennedy. They had left Dallas early in the afternoon. They're expected in Washington at 5:30. Now we take you for more detail on the arrival to Robert Goralski, NBC News, at the White House.
President Kennedy's body will lie in repose in the East Room of the White House tomorrow for 8 hours. The term lie in repose indicates a private funeral arrangement. He will later lie in state in the Capitol building. The new president, Lyndon Johnson, who arrives in Washington in something like 45 minutes from now, will proceed immediately from Andrews Air Force Base in nearby Maryland to the White House. We will go into a meeting with Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara and McGeorge Bundy, who is President Kennedy's advisor on national security matters. At 8 o'clock this evening, President Johnson will meet with the bipartisan leadership of the Congress. While President Kennedy's body lies in repose in the East Room of the White House tomorrow, his family will view him first, beginning at 10 o'clock in the morning. They will be followed by President Johnson, by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, John McCormick, former Presidents Truman and Eisenhower, and members of the executive branch of the government who hold presidential appointments. In the afternoon, members of the Supreme Court and members of the federal judiciary will also view President Kennedy's body. At 2:30, members of the Senate, members of the House, and the governors of the 50 states and territories, and at 5 o'clock, members of the diplomatic corps will view the body of President Kennedy in the East Room of the White House. President Johnson will make his first statement as President of the United States when he lands at Andrews Air Force Base at 6:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, approximately 40 minutes from now. This is Robert Goralski, NBC News, reporting from the White House.
Robert Goralski, will you hang on a moment there? We now have from the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue the report that President Johnson will meet at the White House tonight with Defense Secretary Robert McNamara and the White House National Security aide, McGeorge Bundy, and then he will confer with the bipartisan leadership of Congress. I didn't catch whether you covered that part of it or not. It seems to be very important all around the world now that we know the possible nature of the assassination of the president, possibly a plot not by the communist world itself, but by one of its misguided followers. It is important that the continuity of government and the national defense be stressed at this time. That's one reason why 6 cabinet members are flying back, who were on the way to Tokyo, flying back to Washington, and will arrive early tomorrow morning. And now we understand that we have more detail on the possible solution of the assassination of President Kennedy. Let's go again to WFAA in Dallas, to Tom Perryman. Will you come in, Tom?
The report we have right now is that Governor Connolly, also shot, is reported in satisfactory condition. Dr. Robert Shaw says he'll have to stay in the hospital at least 2 weeks. Also, we have an eyewitness report to the shooting, and would like for you to hear that now.
I am L.J. Lewis, 500 East Jefferson Avenue in Oak Cliff. And we were sitting in the office here, and we heard the shots. And I just casually made a remark. I said, I bet they have him cornered. And so I looked up the street and saw the suspect coming down the street, and he was reloading his revolver and stuck it in his belt when he got, just across the street from us. And he turned and went up the street, and I immediately phoned the police, and one of the boys here in the office, Warren Reynolds, and Pat Patterson, they followed the suspect up the street where he turned behind the service station and to the alley. I immediately phoned the police, and Warren and Pat Patterson, followed the suspect on up the street. And after that, it just matter of time, till all the police and everything were around here.
That was the voice of L.J. Lewis, an eyewitness to the assassination of President Kennedy. We have some reaction here to the shooting, and would like to call in Roger Reddy here at WFAA for that report.
A salesman traveling on the road called the newsroom at WFAA and made mention of the fact that as he heard the information of President Kennedy's death on the radio while traveling through Waco, north through Texas on the highways, he noticed that all along the way, truck drivers were pulled off to the side of the road and in parking areas, and they were openly weeping and sobbing. Passengers in cars had pulled off to the road and were talking quietly in a numbed manner. Also, some were weeping. The entire scene on the Texas highways reflected the sadness of President Kennedy's demise. All social and civic functions have been canceled in the Dallas area for the weekend, too. Dallas schools, however, did remain in session.
Thank you, Roger Reddy. One final note, Morgan. Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy at Parkland Hospital took her ring off and put it on John F. Kennedy's hand. She lifted the president's hand and kissed it. One final note. That's the story from Dallas, Morgan Beatty.
Thank you, Tom. And now, for those who may just have tuned in, this report is continuous on the assassination of President Kennedy at 12:30 p.m. At least he was shot at that moment. And his death at 1 p.m. in Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas.
We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
On behalf of the management and employees of WLW-RADIO and the Crosley Broadcasting Corporation, we join with our listeners in an expression of deep regret on the death of our president today.
An interesting note from Washington. Senate Minority Leader Everett M. Dirksen, the Illinois Republican, said this afternoon that Senate leaders had met and decided not to go to Andrews Air Force Base to meet the presidential party. It's due to arrive, as you heard, at 6:05 p.m., and the president's body will be taken immediately to arrive at the White House at 6:30. 6:30. Dirksen said this. We felt this would be an intrusion at the time when grief and shock is so intense. Normally, when the president returns to Andrews Air Force Base, an honor guard of 16 men is there to meet him. Tonight, the number was doubled to 32, plus 6 to stand by to act as pallbearers as needed. All of the 38 are from Air Force Honor Guard. Air Base officials report they understand Secret Service men probably would act as pallbearers on the arrival of the president's body about 36 minutes from now. Wilson Hall reports from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, that the switchboard at the American embassy there is jammed with calls from Brazilians who either cannot believe President Kennedy is dead or those who do believe it and offer condolences. People going home from work, you know they're 3 hours ahead of New York time, are stopping at the American embassy to ask if the news could be true. A crowd of Brazilians is outside the embassy waiting for further word and the reason why the assassination. Already, as you know, we're getting word that it may be a part of the Cold War, a fanatical wing of Fidel Castro's Fair Play for Cuba group. A man who has said he wishes to be a Russian citizen is being detained by the Dallas police. They have reported they are questioning him intensely. They are not yet giving the witnesses to the assassination a chance to see the man until they get through completely with their interrogation. Incidentally, as we've told you, President Charles de Gaulle of France has issued a statement that stresses very specifically the friendship of France for the people of the United States and its government. That's because there's been a cooling in recent months of relations between France and the United States. Now President de Gaulle has sent a personal message to Mrs. Kennedy. It says this: "The immense sorrow which has stricken you moves my wife and me from the bottom of our hearts. Please accept our assurance that we are with you in thought and in prayer. President Kennedy will never be forgotten." Senator Dirksen, as we've noted, has acted as a spokesman for the Senate leadership at this moment. We can now take you to Washington for a statement from the senator in his own voice. Senator Dirksen in Washington.
Well, it's so incredible that in a free country where people can so freely utter their opinions about anybody in public life and in the parlance of the day get it off their chest, that anyone could have such a congealed hate in his heart, or that he could have such a convulsive mind as to commit this kind of a heinous crime. When it happens in a country that's oppressed and under the iron heel of a dictator, where people are impoverished and all their liberties are destroyed, one can readily understand, I think, that sometime the restraints will burst and an untoward event will take place. But is there any conceivable excuse in the hardest of hearts for this kind of an act? And its impact will be enormous, not only on the country, but on the whole wide world.
A statement by Senator Dirksen of Illinois, the minority leader of the Senate, who has also announced that Senate leaders will not intrude at Andrews Air Force Base near Washington when the body arrives about 6:05 p.m. The party is on the way now. You may recall we reported that President Lyndon Johnson took the oath of office aboard a presidential plane just before the takeoff for Washington. Federal Judge Sarah T. Hughes of Dallas administered the brief oath of office to the Vice President. He looked very grim, and he turned as soon as the oath had been administered. He embraced Mrs. Johnson, who's known in Washington as Lady Bird, and he embraced Mrs. Kennedy. Between 25 and 30 persons witnessed the swearing in the front compartment of a presidential plane. I believe it's Air Force Number 1 is the name of the plane where the swearing-in took place. The witnesses included Mrs. Evelyn Lincoln, Kennedy's personal secretary. After the president embraced his wife and Mrs. Kennedy, he turned to an Air Force officer nearby and said, "Okay, let's get this plane back to Washington." And they're on the way now. They'll be there in a few moments. As a sign of the growing mourning for the death of President Kennedy, we take you now to a scene in Fifth Avenue in New York, to Joseph Michaels at St. Patrick's Cathedral.
With the traditional Kyrie eleison, Bishop John J. McGuire began a mass for President Kennedy underneath the soaring arches of the great St. Patrick's Cathedral, which was crammed all the way out to Fifth Avenue. Thousands of people, many of them, one told me, and I could see for myself, non-Catholics, and this one person said that on this day he wanted to be in the Church of the Faith of the President. Bishop McGuire called for the resurrection of the soul of John J. Kennedy, and after it was all over, he stood before the audience together with his assistants, and we all joined in the singing of the national anthem. I stood there, not just watching, but participating, felt that the singing of the anthem was an act of faith in the country the President loved so well, and at the same time, an act of defiance of those who today defiled it. And that's the story of what has just been completed here on Fifth Avenue at St. Patrick's Cathedral, Morgan.
Thank you, Joseph Michaels. And now we have further details on the death room scene in Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock this afternoon. Dr. Kemp Clark saw reporters, sadly, after the president had died. Dr. Clark hazarded a guess that the official record at this moment may have to be corrected, that the chief executive may have lived 40 minutes after he was carried into the room. Of course, there was no palpable pulse, but it's very difficult in such situations to tell. He said, "I was too busy to look at my watch." Dr. Perry was working on, that's Dr. Malcolm Perry, the associate of Dr. Clark, was working on the president's neck wound when the chief executive died. Dr. Perry said a bullet tore through at midline in the lower portion of his neck in the front. Was that just below the Adam's apple, a reporter asked, and he said yes. Dr. Clark said Kennedy, the president, was wounded in the back of the head. Now, that confirms earlier reports, or at least clears them up, that the president was wounded twice. He said he was wounded in the back of the head, and it was a large, gaping wound with considerable loss of tissue. And he made it clear that he meant brain tissue. When Mrs. Kennedy entered the hospital, the stocking on her left leg was saturated with blood. Once inside, she went to the Lyndon Johnsons, who were at the president's side, and the three clasped hands in deep emotion. Mrs. Kennedy still had on the blood-soaked stocking when she was taken from the hospital and witnessed the swearing-in of Lyndon Johnson as the 36th President of the United States. Now we have further reports on the young man Lee H. Oswald, who was arrested in connection with the assassination of the president. The Dallas police, as you may have remembered, report that this man is a prime suspect. That's all they will say. He has not been charged with anything as yet, and that they have said previously that he was a member of a Fair Play for Cuba committee, a group that was formed by Fidel Castro with 5,000 American dollars passed to American Fair Play for Cuba groups in the United States in New York. As we've noted, Lee Oswald, we now learn, was 24 years old. We're told that he was a one-time defector to Soviet Russia, and incidentally, he is suspected of killing a pursuing policeman who charged into the theater after the fleeing suspect had gone to the theater shortly after Kennedy and Governor John Connally of Texas were shot. The policeman, incidentally, was slain with a .38 caliber snub-nosed weapon. The president was slain with a rifle, a German Mauser 7.65. The police say Oswald worked in the Texas School Book Deposition Building. That's the warehouse where the German Army Mauser was found after the assassination. 3 empty shells were found with the rifle on the 5th or the 6th floor. It hasn't been cleared up which floor. According to the police in Dallas, the suspect fired at policeman J.D. Tippett. Then he tried to shoot patrolman N.M. McDonald, but the weapon misfired. But Tippett died from the bullet that hit him. And as we reported before, Oswald put up a fight. He was subdued as a crowd of 600 people gathered outside the Texas Theater. That's the name of the theater, a suburban theater in the Oak Cliff district of Texas. Oswald accused the police of brutality. Cry Battle and War is Hell. Incidentally, Cry Battle and War is Hell were the names of the two films playing in the theater where the man had sought refuge. From Washington, Robert McCormick reports that the body of the president will lie in repose tomorrow at the White House, not in state. The body will lie in repose. There is a difference between a body lying in state and one lying in repose. When a body lies in repose, it is in private. The president's body will lie in state at the rotunda of the Capitol later. As we've noted to you, we've had the two sort of intermixed, and we'd like to clarify the point that the body will lie in the White House in repose, meaning that this is the private mourning period for the first family of the nation. 108 line of Moscow, Saturday morning. Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko telephoned United States Ambassador Floyd D. Kohler at midnight at the embassy residence Spaso House. Mr. Gromyko expressed his shock and the greatest sympathy to the American people. Official condolences will be conveyed later at the highest level, he told the ambassador. This presumably meant that Premier Khrushchev, who's been reported on vacation, by the way, in the last few days on the Black Sea, that Premier Khrushchev will either return to Moscow or in other ways make known the sincere grief of the Russian government at the death of President Kennedy. And from London, Sir Winston Churchill said tonight the assassination of President Kennedy is a monstrous act which has taken from us a great statesman and a wise and a valiant man. The World War II leader, will be 89 on November the 30th. He issued a statement from his London residence after listening to BBC television accounts of the president's death and the radio. The loss to the United States, said Sir Winston, and to the world is incalculable. Those who come after Mr. Kennedy must strive the more to achieve the ideals of world peace and human happiness and dignity to which his presidency was dedicated. A spokesman for Sir Winston said he and Lady Churchill sat up past 10 p.m., that is British time, to keep in touch with developments on television. I so well remember Sir Winston's statement at the death of President Roosevelt. He said his was an enviable death, meaning that it had come at the apex of his career. And he spoke almost as if he himself had wished that he could die at the apex of success at the end of World War II. In this case, of course, you have a much younger statesman, and Sir Winston's reaction was entirely different. This monstrous act, he said, has taken from us a great statesman and a wise and valiant man. The civil rights leader, Dr. Martin Luther King, is reported to be in a state of shock at the news of President Kennedy's death. NBC News obtained from him, however, a statement I am shocked and grief-stricken at the tragic assassination of President Kennedy, said Dr. Martin Luther King. He was a great and dedicated president. His death is a great loss to America and to the world. The finest tribute that the American people can pay to the late President Kennedy is to implement the progressive policies that he sought to initiate in foreign and domestic relations. From East Berlin, the East German Communist leader Walter Ulbricht announced tonight he had learned the news of President Kennedy's death with sadness and deep indignation. He expressed sympathy for the American people who had lost one of the most outstanding statesmen. Among the ordinary people of East Berlin, the reaction was of shock and horror. An East Berlin taxi driver said, "A great pity. We all liked him so much." In the past, they haven't shown that very much. Incidentally, the Chief Justice of the United States has issued a statement. Chief Justice Warren, he said today that President Kennedy was assassinated as a result of the hatred and bitterness that has been injected into the life of our nation by bigots. Perhaps Chief Justice Warren was thinking of the civil rights struggle when he issued his statement, because at that time it was unknown to him, could not have been known to him, that the suspect in the hands of the police is a man connected with the communist cause rather than the civil rights cause. There has been a profound reaction to the death of President Kennedy in Canada. Our Canadian friends, despite our differences, are always closer to us than any other people. We take you now to Leaf Eid in Ottawa.
A deeply shaken Prime Minister Lester Pearson announced the news of President Kennedy's death to Canada's House of Commons, and Aide walked to his front bench shortly before the beginning of the afternoon session and handed him a slip of paper. In a voice that was close to the breaking point several times, the Prime Minister told a hushed Commons that the President's death is a tragedy for all of us. No people, he said, will share more deeply in that tragedy than the people of Canada, the neighbors of the United States. He said, our hearts are filled with sadness. The Prime Minister was a long-time personal friend of the late President, dating from the time when Mr. Pearson was Canadian ambassador to Washington and Mr. Kennedy was a senator. The Prime Minister's tribute was followed by those of the other party groups, and Commons immediately adjourned until Monday. All Canadian radio and television stations broke schedules to carry uninterrupted news of the President's assassination and to recall his 1961 visit to Canada. Leaf Eid, NBC News, Ottawa.
Ladies and gentlemen, it occurred to us that you perhaps would like to hear the speech that President Kennedy was to have delivered just after his assassination in Dallas, Texas. He would have said this: "My friends and fellow citizens, I cite facts and figures to make it clear that America today is stronger than ever before. Our adversaries have not abandoned their ambitions. Our dangers have not diminished. Our vigilance cannot be relaxed. But now we have the military, the scientific, and the economic strength to do whatever must be done for the preservation and the promotion of freedom. That strength will never be used in pursuit of aggressive ambitions. It will always be used in pursuit of peace. It will never be used to promote provocations. It will always be used to promote the peaceful settlement of disputes. We in this country," the late President was to have said, "in this generation are by destiny rather than choice the watchmen on the walls of world freedom. We ask, therefore, that we may be worthy of our power and responsibility, that we may exercise our strength with wisdom and restraint, that we may achieve in our time and for all time the ancient vision of peace on earth, goodwill toward men. That must always be our goal, and the righteousness of our cause must always underlie our strength. For as was written long ago, except the Lord keep the city, the watchman waketh but in vain." If the President of the United States had known he was going to die, his speech on an occasion to have followed his assassination could never have been more thoughtfully conceived to mark his tragic end. John Lavacek reports from Miami that Havana Radio has just broken into its regular news broadcasts very belatedly with a bulletin and is broadcasting the news of President Kennedy's death to the Cuban people. The radio announcer in Havana on Fidel Castro's radio is a woman. She's broadcasting a Press Association dispatch from the United States. She is giving all the information she has at the time. All other nations apparently broke into the radio immediately. But in Cuba, they waited. Now they know that a Fair Play for Cuba committeeman, an American citizen, one of their sympathizers, is a prime suspect, that's the definition of the Dallas police, in the assassination of President Kennedy. The British ambassador, Sir David Ormsby Gore, as you may recall in some of your reading or listening on the air, was a particularly close friend of President Kennedy, and that stems from the days when Joseph Kennedy, his father, was ambassador in Great Britain. Sir David Ormsby Gore has issued this brief statement. This horrible, wicked, and senseless act has deprived not only the American people, but the world of a great and wonderful man. Jack Kennedy was the best and most loyal friend one could ever hope to have, and I feel a sense of loss beyond description. That, of course, that last sentence is a reference to his very close personal friendship with the man who was President of the United States. Incidentally, we have more detail on the man Oswald, who was arrested in Dallas as a prime suspect in the death of President Kennedy. As we've noted before, the man had obtained a job in the warehouse, the textbook repository in Dallas. It was empty at the time. It was being refurbished for some reason or another. He had obtained a job in that building, and the shots that killed the president were fired from it. And as we've noted before, Oswald's supervisor said the man had been in the building at noon. That's the last time he had seen him. The shooting took place about 12:30. And now further details. Suspect Oswald is reported to have a Russian wife. On November the 1st, 1959, he told the U.S. Embassy in Moscow that he had applied for Soviet citizenship. He said he had been a tourist in Russia since October the 13th of the year 1959. Oswald returned to his Fort Worth home from Russia last year. He apparently had become disillusioned by life in the Soviet Union. Incidentally, the questioning is proceeding in Dallas, and of course it includes the shooting of both the policeman who was shot near a theater in a suburb of Dallas and the shooting of the president. According to Carlos Bringuier of the Cuban Student Directory in New Orleans, Oswald was in New Orleans 2 months ago as the chairman of a pro-Castro Fair Play for Cuba committee. Oswald and several Cubans were arrested 2 months ago in the Louisiana city, that's New Orleans, for passing out allegedly pro-communist literature. Edward Scannell Butler III of the Information Council of the Americas reports that he and Oswald once debated communism. He said Oswald had renounced his United States citizenship and went to the Soviet Union to marry a Russian. Police had a Dallas address for Oswald. A caption on a photograph in the United Press International photo offices in New York shows Oswald in a hotel room in Moscow on November the 14th, 1959. He had served in the U.S. Marines and wore a Marine-style crew haircut in the picture that was taken in Moscow. He had joined the Marine Corps when he was 17 years old. He had sought citizenship in Russia. He told UPI correspondent Aline Mosby in Moscow this. That was in 1959. Quote, "It was like getting out of prison when he left America to seek Soviet citizenship. He had vowed he never would return to the United States. At the time of his trip to Moscow, he mentioned he would like to go to Cuba to join Fidel Castro. The Soviets, he said, refused him citizenship. Oswald speaks Russian. He had a child by a Russian wife. Oswald returned to the United States in 1962, stating that lack of money while a child and imperialism, his word, had led him to renounce his native land. Captain Will Fritz, the head of the Dallas Homicide Division, reports that Oswald told him he was a pro-Castro man and that he had lived in Russia. Oswald was handcuffed and had minor facial cuts when he was brought into police headquarters. Police said he had a sullen look, and Captain Fritz adds this, quote, Oswald hasn't admitted anything yet, but he looks like a good suspect. He came from Fort Worth, where his family was respected. He had two brothers who were veterans, and his father was a veteran. Police describe him as a cool character under questioning. The policeman who was killed was, of course, J.D. Tippett, as we've told you. He was slain, and his fellow officers, Officer M.N. McDonald, chased the suspect into a rear exit of the Texas Theater. Apparently the man was trapped. Tippett and McDonald had received a tip that the assassin of President Kennedy might have gone into the theater. An usher told them a man in a brown shirt had entered the darkened theater a few moments before. According to police headquarters, Tippett fired a shot. McDonald rushed the suspect, and the suspect said, "It's all over now." McDonald and the suspect sprawled over a seat in the theater. McDonald's face was slashed. Police said it was a 4-inch gash inflicted by the suspect. It was in the cornering, apparently, that policeman Tippett was shot. And now, if we may summarize on the suspect in the assassination of President Kennedy. Dallas, Texas state line. Lee H. Oswald, a 1959 defector to Russia and chairman of a pro-Castro Fair Play for Cuba committee, was placed in jail today after questioning in police headquarters as the prime suspect in the assassination of the president. He was battered and sullen. The 24-year-old suspect was also accused of slaying the policeman who chased him into a theater shortly after Kennedy was shot and Governor John Connally was wounded. He was seized by another officer, McDonald, as we reported to you. The policeman he shot was named Tippett. Oswald wore a white shirt and dark trousers. Their first description, the police's first description, was that the man was wearing a brownish-colored jacket. Such a jacket was found in a parking lot of a funeral home near the theater where the man was seized. The man Oswald has got black, curly hair. He's about 5 feet 8 inches tall, 24 years old. He weighs about 160 pounds. Incidentally, recheck on the hair. It is light brown. The first reports had it black. Within a few minutes from this moment, a presidential plane from Dallas, Texas, bearing the body of President Kennedy, President Lyndon Johnson and Mrs. Lady Bird Johnson and Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy will arrive in Andrews Air Force Base near Washington, D.C. The body will be taken immediately to the White House, where it will lie in repose. That is, it will lie for private mourning by the presidential family and others who are close. And then it will be taken, of course, to the Capitol Rotunda for a lying in state and for the nation's mourning. President Johnson took the oath of office before he left Dallas, Texas, with a woman federal judge giving him the oath. He then embraced Mrs. Kennedy Johnson, and he turned to the pilot of the plane and said, "All right, let's get this plane going on the way to Washington." The assassination took place about 12:30. President Kennedy died either about 1 or 1:10 p.m. today at the Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. In Dallas, Texas, the doctors report 2 wounds, 1 in the neck and 1 in the brain. There has been a special honor guard named at Andrews Air Force Base, 32 airmen, to act either as pallbearers or as escort as needed. The Defense Department, by a recent law enacted by the Congress, is in charge of funeral plans for the President, and his brother-in-law, Sergeant Shriver, is in touch in the name of the family with Pentagon officials who will be in charge of the funeral. President Lyndon Johnson, on the arrival of the plane, will take a helicopter to the White House, just as President Kennedy did so many, many times. Sergeant Shriver, by the way, has gone with his wife Eunice, the President's sister, to Boston to be with Joseph P. Kennedy and Mrs. Kennedy, the parents of the President. When they were told of his death, incidentally, they had not one word to say. They were too shocked. Sergeant Shriver will be with them, and Eunice Kennedy and many others in the Kennedy family are in Boston with the President's father and mother. Presumably, they will return to the White House tonight. But President Johnson has taken the oath. He was automatically, on the death of the President, he was made President of the United States, the second in command of our nation at this time is Speaker of the House of Representatives, John McCormick. 6 cabinet officers who had been on the way from Honolulu to Tokyo for a trade and commerce meeting with the new Japanese government. It's liberal and pro-American. These 6 men, headed by Secretary Dean Rusk, are now returning to the United States.
We pause 10 seconds for station identification.
This is the nation station, WLW in Cincinnati. WLW-RADIO is suspending our regularly scheduled programs during this time of mourning for our late President, John F. Kennedy. We ask you to join with us in prayer for John Kennedy, his family, and President Lyndon Johnson.
I call him that now. He has renounced his title. We have a statement from Rabbi Israel Moskowitz, the president of the New York Board of Rabbis. He says, all Americans, regardless of race or creed or political affiliation, are joined in profound grief and sorrow at the tragic death of our great and beloved President John F. Kennedy. The assassin's bullet will all the more firmly enshrine him in the hearts and history of a grateful country, which is the beneficiary of his many inspired acts of statesmanship and devotion to our country and to the cause of world peace. The New York Board of Rabbis, says Rabbi Moskowitz, calls on all synagogues in our community to hold services of tribute to his blessed life and memory. May this tragic hour for America and the world cause all of us to rededicate ourselves anew with greater vigor to the democratic ideals of our blessed land, to which President Kennedy gave such magnificent leadership. It is significant that the tone of that message follows exactly the tone of the message left with us by former President Dwight Eisenhower, who spoke of our national loss, who spoke of the importance of the presidency and our gathering together, our coming together behind a tragic event of this kind. Incidentally, Vice President Lyndon Johnson, who steps from an airplane at Andrews Air Force Base in a very few minutes, is a man of tremendous energy. He's 6'3", 200 pounds. He was born on August the 27th, 1908, near Johnson City, Texas. His grandfather had said of him at that time, he'll be a United States Senator someday. His grandfather could never have known, of course, that he would miss the mark, but his first estimate was fair. The new chief executive first entered political life in December 1931, secretary to Representative Richard M. Clayburgh of Texas. 6 years later, Mr. Johnson himself was elected to the 75th Congress, the victor over 10 opponents in a special election. The former President Franklin Roosevelt personally encouraged Johnson to run for the Senate because at the time that happened, in 1941, the incumbent in office, Morris Shepherd, had died. Johnson lost by a slim margin but retained his seat in the House. On December the 8th, 1941, the day after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, the lanky Texas congressman, a lieutenant commander in the Naval Reserve, became the first member of Congress to enter active military service. He was awarded a Silver Star for gallantry on bombing missions in the South Pacific before leaving the service in 8 months after a presidential order exempting national legislators from military duty. That order, incidentally, almost ordered legislators to remain at their desks in Washington.
Broadcasting Corporation and its employees, as the rest of the nation, are deeply shocked by the untimely death of President Kennedy. His death has struck at the heart and conscience of America and the world, and his loss will be mourned for years to come. We of the Crosley Broadcasting Corporation.
WLW-RADIO is suspending our regularly scheduled programs during this time of mourning for our late President, John F. Kennedy. We ask you to join with us in prayers for John Kennedy, his family, and President Lyndon Johnson. At this time, we would like to introduce various notables here in the area of the Ohio Valley. The impact of the news of the President's assassination went round the world. It was a blow to the common man as well as to the leaders of the nation and the world. Here in Cincinnati, people reacted as though they had suffered a personal loss, as though a bomb had dropped. Crowd gathered downtown as they listened. As the news trickled in about the president, the people stood quietly, saying little, and there were tears showing in the eyes of some. The flags throughout the city, as in the rest of the nation, were dropped at half-mast as the first word of Kennedy's death reached them. The shock was so great that Lieutenant Mering in the helicopter flying over the Queen City area reported a heavy exodus of vehicles from the downtown. And apparently, people were so overwhelmed by the news that they just left their jobs and offices and went home. Here now, Mr. John T. Murphy, President of the Crosley Broadcasting Corporation.
Mr. John T. Murphy, President of Crosley Broadcasting Corporation.
The Crosley Broadcasting Corporation and its employees, as the rest of the nation, are deeply shocked by the untimely death of President Kennedy. His death has struck at the heart and conscience of America and the world, and his loss will be mourned for years to come. We of the Crosley Broadcasting Corporation join the rest of the nation in expressing our heartfelt sympathy to Mrs. Kennedy and the other members of the late President's family.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Here in Cincinnati at the W.E. Hutton and Company, the stock board flashed the news of the President's death. People just stood and watched. No talk, no movement, just shock. The news hit the streets quickly, and the newsboy's cry sent pedestrians into a stunned reaction. The people on the streets reacted as they could. Some could speak, some could not. Reaction from business, religious, and civic leaders was immediate, and regardless of political affiliations, their feelings were all the same: shock, sorrow, anger, and dismay. These were some of the many to express their feelings for WLW. Congressman Rich, Republican of the 1st District of Ohio.
Congressman Rich, how did you feel when you first heard the news of the assassination?
Well, I feel terrible. I can't realize yet that it's true. After all, President Kennedy was a world leader, the leader of the free world. He was our president, president of everyone. And I am so personally deeply distressed. I know the whole nation is, and I'm sure the whole world will pray for the safety of America. My deepest sympathy to the Kennedy family, one of the greatest families in Americans' history.
Thank you, Congressman Rich.
These words from the former congressman from Cincinnati, chairman of the Hamilton County Republican Committee, Mr. Gordon Shearer.
Sir, what was your reaction to the death of the president?
Well, it's almost unbelievable that a tragedy like this can happen in the United States today. I have no idea what diabolical forces were behind this assassination, but it demonstrates clearly how dangerous to our security one or two persons can be. I only knew the president slightly, but this brutal killing has completely upset me, Glenn.
Thank you.
From a prominent Cincinnati civic leader and president of the Kroger Company, Mr. Joseph Hall.
Mr. Hall, what was your reaction to the death of President Kennedy?
Well, it was unbelievable to me that
in this country and in this day of age that this could happen. It has been my privilege to attend several meetings in the White House and to listen to our president discuss many of the serious and important problems. One could not help but listen to him without realizing that he had a full grasp of what was happening in the country and an understanding of the problems and a sincere desire to try to do something about them. One could not leave the meeting without having a respect for our president.
This is WLW Radio in Cincinnati, now returning you to NBC.
And the Navy ambulance moves off with the casket.
The ambulance is going to the other side of this airport. It is supposed to deliver the casket to the helicopters that are standing by.
The ambulance moving past the Guard of Honor, a cordon of soldiers, airmen lining the field here, and behind them thousands of young airmen from Andrews Air Force Base who have come here up to the fence to see.
The Secret Service man comes down the steps of the airplane. Now, new President Lyndon Baines Johnson with his wife Lady Bird. They're coming down the steps. They are followed by Johnson aides, including Mrs. Carpenter, Mr. Bill Moyers, former Congressman Homer Thornberry,
It's the head of the Secret Service on the President's right. Secretary McNamara and other officials greeting the new president. As he moves...
affectionately kissed Mrs. Johnson.
This report is coming to you from Andrews Air Force Base in Washington, the arrival of the plane carrying the body of our late President John F. Kennedy.
The one he wrote aboard the airplane on his way back to Washington. President Johnson, in the statement, first public statement as Chief Executive of the United States, today promised the nation to do his best in new and grave responsibility. He asked divine guidance in the task.
Baines Johnson, who has been the Chief Executive of the United States for a few hours only after the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, has now advanced to a bank of microphones set up beside the plane, where he has just arrived from Dallas, Texas. He is standing there and will make his first statement as the new President of the United States. Beside him is Mrs. Johnson. They are standing soberly, quietly. He looks about him. The body of the slain president has departed Andrews Air Force Base just outside Washington. Mrs. Kennedy rode with the body of her husband to the White House. Vice President Johnson.
For me, it is a deep personal tragedy. I know that the world shares the sorrow that Mrs. Kennedy and her family bear. I will do my best. That is all I can do. I ask for your help. and God's.
The new President of the United States, Lyndon Baines Johnson, and Mrs. Johnson, started to walk to the helicopter, and then the head of the Secret Service, Mr. James Rowley, brought him back to shake hands with the great number of dignitaries who have come here to